The Dragon Knight captain let out a thunderous roar, and 4 raptor riders charged forward like a storm, their spears aimed directly at the boy's head. The foul stench of dragon breath filled the air, sending chills down his spine. Yet Lin Mo stood firm, unmoving. Suppressing his fear, he spoke in as steady a voice as he could muster, addressing the elder. He explained that a plague was ravaging the land, and only the upper-class citizens could access the cure. His master had been gravely ill for days, and he begged the elder for mercy to spare just 1 bottle of the antidote. The elder interrupted him with a cold laugh. Silence. Utter nonsense. This plague is nowhere near as severe as you claim. As long as precautions are taken, infection is almost impossible. Even if someone gets infected, the young can recover on their own. A single bottle of the antidote is worth a fortune, and you, a mere commoner, dare to ask for it? Lin Mo knew well that the tribe's supply of antidotes was critically low, so scarce that even the upper-class citizens had to share 1 bottle among 3. But at this moment, he cared about nothing else. His only thought was to save his master, the man who had shown him immeasurable kindness. If not for his master taking him in 2 months ago when he first arrived, he would likely have been devoured by raptors by now. Lin Mo spoke with neither arrogance nor servility. Elder, my master serves as the patrol captain of the lower district. He has worked tirelessly for the tribe. Half a bottle of the antidote, surely that's not too much to ask. The elder furrowed his brows at Lin Mo's words. While there was still some antidote in stock, it was reserved exclusively for the nobles. Granting it to a commoner would set a dangerous precedent. Other gravely ill commoners would undoubtedly follow suit. Besides, it was merely for a man with a level cap of 13, a commoner, no less. In this harsh world, supply crates occasionally descended from the heavens, containing rare and precious resources. However, only those who had reached level 15 or higher could open them. Most people, limited by their physical constitution, could never surpass this threshold in their lifetimes. Thus, anyone below level 15 was branded a commoner. This cruel reality left Lin Mo disheartened. He had been in this world for some time now, believing that his past experience playing Ark Survival Evolved would give him an edge in this dinosaur-dominated land. Yet, he found himself without any advantages, not even the ability to open a character interface, let alone allocate attribute points. By now, a crowd had gathered outside the elder's hall to watch the commotion. The upper-class citizens mocked him openly, sneering that a commoner daring to ask for the antidote was laughable. It would be better to trade him for a Parasaurolophus instead. Meanwhile, the lower-class citizens grumbled, accusing Lin Mo of selfishness and fearing the elder's wrath might be turned on them. Surrounded by disdainful stares, Lin Mo stood stiffly, his body tense with anger and despair. Yet he had no outlet for his frustration. The elder, unwilling to waste more time on the boy, declared sharply, Lin Mo, you have trespassed into the elder's hall and caused a disturbance. Your actions are unforgivable. I hereby sentence you to the punishment of dragon mauling. Execution is to be carried out immediately. The upper-class citizens erupted in cheers, and even the lower-class citizens clapped along, relieved that the elder's fury might dissipate once the troublesome boy was dead. Just as Lin Mo sank into utter hopelessness, ready to accept his fate, a character interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. In an instant, he understood this was my attribute panel. He blinked hard, trying to confirm the existence of the attribute panel. Sure enough, it was there, displaying his basic information in crisp detail. Character Lin Mo, level 11, Faction Riverside Tribe, available attribute points 10. The discovery sent Lin Mo's heart racing, could finally access the upgrade interface. This meant he was the only person in this world capable of assigning points to himself, perhaps even evolving. But why had this ability only emerged now? There was no time to dwell on it. The priority was clear. Allocate the points and enhance his strength immediately, or death would be his only outcome. The punishment, known as raptor execution, was a brutal spectacle. The condemned were forced to fight a ferocious Velociraptor barehanded, with only one survivor allowed after 3 minutes. In theory, lasting the full 3 minutes would grant a pardon. But in reality, every execution ended in less than 30 seconds. Unarmed humans were little more than helpless prey before the raptor's deadly claws. As Lin Mo prepared to assign his attribute points, he froze. The panel displayed only one attribute available for enhancement: melee damage 100. This attribute determined his close combat power, including both weapon-based and unarmed attacks. All other attributes, health, stamina, speed, were locked. At that moment, a level 12 grass-green Velociraptor was brought before him. It was a relatively average specimen, specifically trained for executions. Its handlers stood nearby, ready to blow the whistle and unleash the beast at the elder's command. The crowd around them began to murmur. Some placed bets on how long Lin Mo would last, while others speculated on the manner of his inevitable death. The lower-class citizens, fearing the elder's wrath, loudly proclaimed their support for Lin Mo's impending demise. But Lin Mo couldn't care less about their chatter. Gritting his teeth, He poured all 10 attribute points into melee damage. When the attribute value soared to 1100, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. Each point increased his damage by 100. This was far beyond the game's standard of a mere 5 increase per point. The realization turned Lin Mo's fear into exhilaration. Not only was he the sole person capable of accessing an attribute panel, but he also possessed an enhancement far beyond the limits of the game. Lin Mo was astonished to discover that now every single point of his attributes brought a 100 enhancement, and with 10 points, the boost soared to an astonishing 1000. This meant that the benefit from a single point was 20 times stronger than usual. At this moment, any melee weapon he casually wielded could unleash a destructive force comparable to a cannon blast. However, despite his newfound strength, a trace of unease lingered in his heart as he faced the challenge of the raptor. According to the combat rules of this world, an attacker would also suffer recoil damage during bare-handed fights. The raptor's tough, coarse hide would inflict significant harm on anyone who struck it. This was one of the main reasons why no one had ever survived a battle against the dragon's bite. Even the strongest warriors found that the harder they hit, the more severe the recoil damage they endured, with each additional strike accelerating their own demise. What worried Lin Mo the most was the possibility that the recoil damage might also increase 20-fold. He couldn't help but imagine the scenario. If he delivered a full-force blow that failed to kill the raptor, but instead caused the recoil to claim his life on the spot, it would be the ultimate irony. Yet, at this moment, all he could do was take things one step at a time. The area was tightly surrounded by dragon knights, leaving a spacious arena in the center for the duel. Any attempt to escape would be met with merciless attacks from the knights. Not far away, perched on a large tree, a slender figure concealed by a ghillie suit was observing the scene intently through the dense foliage. His face was obscured, but his sharp eyes, exposed to the open air, gleamed with a piercing light. "Oomph! A single life, just a form of entertainment," the figure scoffed inwardly. "This riverside tribe is nothing but a disorganized mess, selfish and unworthy of being our allies. I must report to the captain and recommend against forming an alliance with them." The waves of cheers and jeers from below only solidified his judgment. Through the scope of his single-barrel hunting rifle, he carefully scanned every individual present, finally focusing on Lin Mo's face. To his surprise, the young man, facing what seemed to be an inevitable brutal slaughter, wore an expression of remarkable calm, even with a faint hint of anticipation. This made the observer question himself. Either his eyes were deceiving him, or this boy had already lost his mind from fear. Everything was ready. At the elder's command, the Dragon Devour trial officially began. The timer at the edge of the arena started counting down from 3 minutes. Though everyone present knew it was merely a formality, no one believed this frail boy would last more than 20 seconds. 10 seconds, even, seemed like wishful thinking. The dragon tamer swiftly loosened the rope around the Velociraptor's neck and, with a sharp whistle and a pointed finger at Lin Mo, issued the deadly attack command. The simple gesture was all it took. The raptor immediately understood, its sinister head snapping toward its target, its glowing green eyes locking onto Lin Mo with predatory intent. The ferocious beast sized up its prey. A scrawny frame, thin limbs, nothing more than an easy meal in its eyes. The crowd erupted in excitement, their cheers and jeers echoing through the arena. Even the elder watched with amused anticipation, eager for the slaughter about to unfold. Lin Mo's crime may not have warranted death, but as a superior, the elder relished the power of deciding life and death. To him, it was nothing more than entertainment, sheer amusement at the expense of human life. Lin Mo, however, was entirely focused, shutting out the chaotic noise around him. Despite the astonishing boost in his abilities, he remained calm and composed. He understood that even with his newfound strength capable of killing the low-level Velociraptor in a single punch, he was still at a disadvantage in terms of speed and reflexes. He had to seize the right moment, and he might only get one chance. If he failed to deliver a fatal blow, the raptor's counterattack would undoubtedly be deadly. His gaze swept over the creature's razor-sharp claws. He swallowed hard and clenched his fists tightly. He could feel the immense power coursing through his arms, his muscles taut like a drawn bowstring. His eyes locked onto the raptor's hind legs. Its most dangerous move was a leaping attack. The moment it crouched, he would need to dodge immediately and prepare to counter. As expected, the raptor's legs bent slightly before it sprang into the air, leaping 2 meters high, lunging straight at him. The attack combined speed, power, and ferocity, with its deadly claws poised to tear through flesh. No one without armor could hope to survive. But Lin Mo was ready. The instant the raptor leaped, he sidestepped out of its trajectory. Thud! The raptor landed with a miss, but quickly adjusted its stance, agilely leaping back to face Lin Mo once more. Lin Mo had intended to strike during its landing, but he hadn't anticipated the creature's nimbleness. Forced to retreat several meters, he found himself at the edge of the arena. Man and beast faced off again. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the raptor's prowess. It truly lived up to its reputation. Its reflexes, agility, and hunting instincts made it a perfect killing machine. The audience, initially eager for bloodshed, was now astonished. The frail boy had evaded a fatal blow unscathed, first in the history of the Dragon Devourer. While some mocked the feat as unimpressive, others began to worry about their bets, urging the dragon tamer to command a relentless assault. Embarrassed, the tamer blew his whistle sharply, signaling the raptor to launch a new wave of attacks. In previous trials, participants were either killed outright or left gravely injured. Yet this seemingly fragile boy remained unharmed, a humiliation the tamer could not tolerate. The raptor let out a piercing screech, inhaled deeply, and charged at Lin Mo like a lightning bolt. It aimed to use its sheer size and strength to overwhelm its small prey. A single strike from its claws would end him, allowing it to sink its teeth into his neck effortlessly. With his back against the arena's spear-lined boundary, Lin Mo had no room left to retreat. He knew that stepping beyond the boundary would result in the riders injuring him and tossing him back into the fray to continue this merciless game. But he refused to surrender to fate. Just as the raptor was about to pounce, Lin Mo suddenly unleashed a deafening roar, so loud it made even his own ears ring. The raptor hesitated for a fraction of a second, stunned by the unexpected sound. That was all Lin Mo needed. Seizing the moment, he delivered a flying kick directly to the creature's lower jaw. A sharp crack echoed as several bloodied fangs flew through the air. The raptor crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise as it let out a pained, furious screech. Its jaw was broken, hanging uselessly as blood poured from its mouth. Its glowing eyes burned with rage as it glared at Lin Mo. That single kick had unleashed Lin Mo's newfound strength 10 times that of an ordinary human, shattering the raptor's sturdy jawbone. Though the improper angle and technique left his right leg slightly numb, preventing him from using his full power, the kick was still devastating. Had he delivered it perfectly, the raptor's skull might have been completely crushed. The arena fell silent. Everyone knew that even with a high-quality iron spear, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to break a raptor's bones in one strike, let alone with a kick. The crowd exchanged stunned glances, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The elder's expression darkened, though he preferred to attribute the outcome to sheer luck. Perhaps Lin Mo had inadvertently struck a weak point in the bone structure. No one suspected that this seemingly ordinary boy possessed such extraordinary combat strength. Although Lin Mo had missed the chance to deliver a fatal blow, a glimmer of hope flickered in his heart as he faced the gravely injured Velociraptor before him. However, that hope was swiftly extinguished by the harsh reality of the situation. The immense pain had driven the beast into a furious frenzy. The Velociraptor let out an ear-splitting roar, thrashing about wildly in a blind rage. Its razor-sharp claws slashed through the air, leaving trails of cold, glinting light. Lin Mo dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he relied on his agility to dodge its attacks. Fortunately, the creature's severe injuries had slowed it down considerably, granting him just enough time to evade its relentless strikes. After several failed lunges, the Velociraptor began to pant heavily, lowering its head to lick its fractured jaw. Sensing an opportunity that might not come again, Lin Mo silently maneuvered behind the beast and delivered a powerful kick to its spine. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the Velociraptor let out a piercing screech, its massive body collapsing to one side. What seemed like an ordinary kick had nearly shattered its backbone. The onlookers watched in stunned silence, assuming the Velociraptor's collapse was due to exhaustion. They had no idea that such a strike would have reduced any ordinary person to a broken, lifeless heap. Lin Mo, ever cautious, refrained from launching an all-out attack. He knew all too well the danger of a desperate counterstrike from the dying beast. If he got too close and it managed to land a single swipe, he would be gravely injured if not killed outright. 2 tense minutes passed. The Velociraptor, now barely able to stand, swayed unsteadily, its eyes glazed and its movements sluggish. Lin Mo knew the moment to strike had come. He began searching for the perfect angle to deliver the killing blow. The crowd remained deathly quiet. Who could have imagined that Lin Mo, initially seen as nothing more than prey, would not only emerge unscathed but also force the mighty Velociraptor to the brink of death? Whispers of envy and suspicion rippled through the gathering. Some attributed his success to sheer luck, others questioned whether the Velociraptor had been weakened beforehand, and a few even speculated that the entire fight had been staged. But the elders exchanged uneasy glances. To them, Lin Mo's triumph was far more troubling than it appeared. A lowly commoner managing to subdue a Velociraptor barehanded was a dangerous precedent. News of this could ignite a wave of rebellion among the oppressed masses. If they rallied under someone like Lin Mo, it could jeopardize the ruling class's grip on power. One elder cleared his throat and gave a subtle nod to the captain of the guards standing nearby. The captain, understanding the unspoken command, quietly loaded an iron crossbow and took aim at Lin Mo's right leg. Crippling him would give the Velociraptor a chance to turn the tide. Unaware of the looming threat, Lin Mo had positioned himself within the Velociraptor's blind spot. From this vantage point, he was safe from its claws and fangs. Were it not for the beast's excessive blood loss, such proximity would have been impossible. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his strength and launched a devastating punch at the creature's skull. Bang! Crack! Two distinct sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The Velociraptor's skull shattered with a sickening crunch, blood spraying in all directions as its massive body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At the same moment, the captain of the guards let out a strangled cry and fell, his crossbow clattering to the dirt. A fresh, crimson wound on his forehead revealed a single, fatal gunshot. The crowd was paralyzed with shock. It was unclear what astonished them more, Lin Mo's slaying of the Velociraptor or the sudden, inexplicable death of the guard captain. Gunfire! We're under attack, one of the elders shouted, pointing a trembling finger toward a distant tree. The dragon riders immediately split into two groups, one to protect the elders and the other to encircle the tree. Before they could act, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by the haunting cry of a bird. A massive shadow streaked across the sky as a colossal bird of prey soared above the treetops. It was an awe-inspiring sight, a creature resembling an oversized golden eagle, radiating a ferocity that sent chills down the spines of all who saw it. An Argentavis. How is this possible? Why didn't the watchtowers spot it? Panic rippled through the crowd as people began to scatter in terror. The elders' faces turned ashen. Retreating into a nearby structure, one of them barked out orders in a trembling voice. Gather the archers. Quickly. The sudden appearance of the Argentavis had eclipsed even Lin Mo's incredible feat. Known for its terrifying power, the giant eagle was a nightmare for any land-dwelling creature. Its talons were strong enough to snatch an adult human into the sky, only to let them plummet to their death. Even the once fearless Velociraptor riders were now in full retreat, their mounts fleeing in panic. The Argentavis was a natural predator of Velociraptors, and any encounter with it meant certain death. Amid the chaos, a figure clad in leaves leaped gracefully from the tree. Armed with a single-barreled rifle, the mysterious individual was tethered to the Argentavis by a hook and chain. As the great bird ascended, the figure shouted down in a gruff voice, "Lin Mo, right? You've got guts. Someone tried to kill you just now, but I took care of it. Stay alive, your time to shine will come." The voice faded as the Argentavis carried its rider into the clouds. By the time the archers had assembled, the sky was empty. Lin Mo stood in stunned realization. The enigmatic stranger had not only uncovered the guard captain's treachery, but had also intervened to save his life. Though the stranger's motives and origins remained a mystery, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. As he pondered the encounter, one thought struck him. Anyone capable of taming an Argentavis must possess extraordinary strength. These birds were known to inhabit remote, perilous mountains, their ferocity unmatched. The single-barreled rifle the stranger wielded only deepened the intrigue. It was a testament to a level of technological advancement far beyond that of Lin Mo's riverbank tribe, which had only recently mastered basic iron tools. If this stranger's tribe harbored hostile intentions, Lin Mo's people would stand no chance against them. Lin Mo gazed at the scene before him, his mind racing with thoughts. Although the mysterious figure's actions were ruthless, the sense of justice revealed in their demeanor gave him a small measure of reassurance. Still, the memory of the captain's arrow that had nearly struck him moments ago left his heart pounding with lingering fear. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up on his character interface. Lin Mo tapped it open, and his pupils dilated in shock. Ding! You have slain a level 12 Velociraptor. Experience points gained. Current level increased to level 12. Available attribute points. 1. The discovery filled Lin Mo with excitement. It turned out that he wasn't bound by the usual level cap and could continue to grow stronger. In this world, everyone's level cap was determined by their physical constitution, which served as the foundation for distinguishing between commoners, elites, and even divine beings. Yet, he had broken through this limitation. What thrilled him even more was that defeating just one Velociraptor had instantly leveled him up. This meant the experience points he earned were significantly boosted. While leveling up became increasingly difficult as levels rose, the fact that he, at level 11, could ascend to level 12 by defeating a single level 12 Velociraptor was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon further reflection, Lin Mo realized that his advantages extended far beyond just leveling. When he had fought the Velociraptor with his bare hands, his body had emerged unscathed, which indicated a massive increase in damage mitigation. As a transmigrator, he had likely received various enhancements without even realizing it. Just as he was reveling in his newfound strength, the elder emerged from his hiding place, flanked by crossbowmen for protection. After confirming the area was secure, the elder immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Mo. You conspired with outsiders to kill the captain of the garden, unforgivable crime. Guards, execute this traitor with a barrage of arrows. The surrounding crowd quickly echoed the elder's sentiments. This guy couldn't have possibly defeated a velociraptor with his bare hand. She must have had help. Exactly. No ordinary person could shatter a velociraptor's bones. Kill him. Kill him. Faced with his own people, who were so eager to act as pawns, Lin Mo's heart burned with grief and anger. The elder, emboldened by the crowd's support, smirked with satisfaction. Do you hear that? This is the will of the people, and the will of the people cannot be defied. Crossbowman, ready your weapon. Lin Mo bent his knees slightly, preparing himself. The moment the order was given, he would leap toward the cliff on his right. While the river below was perilous, it offered his only chance at survival. Lin Mo silently made a vow in his heart, filled with guilt and determination. Forgive me, master. Not only have I failed to assist you, but now I can't even guarantee my own survival. But rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will return to rescue you. If the worst has truly befallen you, I swear I will make these scum pay with their lives. At this moment, only one thought echoed relentlessly in Lin Mo's mind. To grow stronger. Strong enough that no one would dare provoke him. Strong enough to strike fear into the hearts of all who heard his name. The crossbowman's weapons were not only aimed directly at him, but also sealed off any possible escape routes on either side. Lin Mo had made up his mind would leap down and carve out a path to survival, even if it meant getting injured. Otherwise, death was inevitable. Just as the crossbowmen were about to release their bolts, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed through the mountain path. Stop! The tense atmosphere was instantly shattered. Lin Mo turned toward the source of the voice and saw a massive creature slowly emerging from the lower mountain path, a beast over 3 meters tall, resembling a bull crossed with a dinosaur. Its body was a reddish-brown hue, its face menacing, and its blood-red eyes glared fiercely ahead. 2 outward-curving bone horns jutted from its head. This creature, a bull dragon, was not only adept at long-distance running but also possessed immense combat prowess. It could use its head to ram enemies, sending them flying with enough force to shatter bones. Even more terrifying was its powerful bite, capable of tearing a grown man in half with ease. Not even 3 velociraptors working together could guarantee victory against it. Seated atop the bull dragon was a one-eyed man with a cold expression, gripping an iron spear. To tame such a ferocious beast as a mount was undeniable proof of his strength. Following behind him were several subordinates, each riding a velociraptor. As soon as this man appeared, the crowd parted to make way for him. An elder hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Chief, you've arrived. The newcomer was none other than Quang Tai, the chief of the Riverside tribe. He gave a low grunt in acknowledgement, his sharp gaze sweeping across the scene. I heard there was a giant eagle attack, so I came to investigate. Since it has already fled, there's no need to remain so on edge. With that, he gestured for the crossbowmen to lower their weapons. The chieftain of the Quang Tu clan showed little interest in the matter of the giant eagle rider. Instead, he turned his attention to Lin Mo, his tone calm and measured as he asked, "Boy, did you really kill this velociraptor with a single punch?" Lin Mo noticed that the chieftain didn't seem intent on making things difficult for him. Though still cautious at heart, he nodded and replied, "I did kill it, but not with just one punch. I kicked it several times before that, luckily hitting its vital points." In this treacherous tribe, Lin Mo chose to stay low-key, especially as an insignificant lower-class citizen. The elder's earlier actions had already made it clear saw Lin Mo as a threat that needed to be eliminated. Even so, your martial skills are truly impressive, the chieftain exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Lin Mo's mind raced, and he quickly responded, "Chieftain, you may not know this, but I owe my ability to defeat the velociraptor entirely to my master's teachings. Without my master, I would have been dead long ago." His words were deliberate, highlighting the importance of his master in hopes of increasing his chances of obtaining the antidote. As expected, the chieftain nodded approvingly. "Is that so? It seems your master is indeed quite capable, not an ordinary lower-class citizen, for sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to train a disciple like you." Lin Mo noticed that the chieftain, unlike others, refrained from calling him a lowly commoner. This unexpected show of respect eased much of his wariness. Though Lin Mo had spent 2 months in the tribe without ever meeting the chieftain, he had heard rumors of the man's cunning and ruthlessness. However, at this moment, Lin Mo began to realize that rumors weren't always trustworthy. Everything required first-hand experience. After hearing the full account of events, the chieftain shot a fierce glare at the elder. "What kind of foolishness is this? A talent capable of killing a velociraptor barehanded, and you wanted to get rid of him? Someone like this should be put to good use." The elder, trembling, lowered his head and stammered, "But he trespassed into the elder's hall and violated the law." "Silence! The chieftain interrupted sharply. He was seeking medicine for his master, not causing trouble. Such bravery should not only go unpunished but should be rewarded. At these words, the gathered crowd erupted in chatter. The upper-class citizens quickly changed their attitudes, showering Lin Mo with compliments, while the lower-class individuals grew envious and resentful, whispering among themselves. Some feared Lin Mo might hold grudges, while others mocked him as nothing more than an insignificant, level 11 nobody. Lin Mo, however, ignored the murmurs. As someone destined to become a powerful figure capable of significantly enhancing his attributes in the future, he found it beneath him to argue with petty people. He believed that once his strength reached its peak, his dinosaur army would handle any troublemakers for him. The chieftain raised a hand to quiet the crowd and declared in a loud voice, "Lin Mo, not only are you exceptionally skilled, but you're also loyal and courageous, willing to risk your life for your master. I greatly admire that. Unfortunately, we no longer have any antidote in stock." Seeing the disappointment on Lin Mo's face, the chieftain changed his tone. "However, I've heard that the Green Shade tribe has a plentiful supply and even sells it to outsiders. Lin Mo, would you be willing to travel there to purchase the medicine? The tribe will cover the cost." "I'm willing," Lin Mo replied without a moment's hesitation. The chieftain gazed solemnly at Lin Mo, his tone grave as he warned, "You need to think this through carefully. The road is far from safe right now, especially with reports of an elite raptor prowling the area. A merchant caravan has already fallen victim to it." Lin Mo straightened his back, meeting the chieftain's gaze with unwavering resolve. He nodded firmly and replied, "Chieftain, I've thought this through. This is my duty, and I won't back down." He was well aware of the terror an elite raptor could bring. It was an extraordinarily rare mutation, reigning like a king among ordinary raptors. Its terrifying speed, akin to instantaneous bursts of fire, made even seasoned hunters struggle to track its movements. Its immense strength and relentless vitality had solidified its reputation as the most fearsome predator in the region. Because of this, merchant caravans went out of their way to avoid the territory of the riverbank tribe. The resulting shortage of critical supplies, particularly the dwindling stock of medicine, had begun to disrupt daily life in the tribe and intensify disputes within the Council of Elders over resource allocation. With no flying mounts available, all tribes were forced to rely on the perilous overland routes for transportation. In this moment, Lin Mo stepped forward, driven not only by his personal mission to secure medicine for his mentor, but also by a courage that could not be questioned. Even the upper-class tribespeople, who had previously regarded him with disdain, found themselves moved by his determination, nodding in approval. Who would have thought Lin Mo had such responsibility and bravery? If he really manages to bring back the medicine, we'll finally have a chance to get through this epidemic. Exactly, the more medicine we have, the better. If he pulls this off, I'd fully support him rising to the upper class or even joining the elite guard. Meanwhile, the lower class tribes people were abuzz with skepticism, their voices dripping with sarcasm and disdain. "That kid sure has guts, daring to go out there. He might look righteous now, but when he runs into the elite raptor, he won't even have time to cry. He's just putting on a show of heroism. Isn't it all just so his mentor can get the medicine?" As the crowd buzzed with chatter, the clan leader's voice thundered above the noise, "Good lad, you've got guts." His sharp eyes locked onto Lin Mo. "If you can bring back the medicine, not only will you and your master each get a bottle, but I'll also promote you to the elite guard." He cast a meaningful glance at the lifeless body of the former captain lying on the ground. "And when the time comes, you'll take over as captain." The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. The elite guards exchanged stunned glances, struggling to believe what they'd just heard. After all, the elite guard traditionally recruited only from the upper people, and the late captain was regarded as the most formidable warrior at level 20. For Lin Mo, this was nothing short of a meteoric rise. A flurry of emotions erupted among the crowd: envy, jealousy, resentment, but some began to regard Lin Mo with a newfound respect. The upper people mostly accepted the decision. They were well aware that the so-called social divide between upper and lower people was merely a tool to maintain control. Exceptional lower people being promoted was not unheard of, though it was exceedingly rare. The last time it happened was 3 years ago. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, especially the sudden appearance of the giant eagle rider, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Appointing someone like Lin Mo had both courage and skill as captain seemed perfectly fitting. Besides, with the clan leader's decision already made, who would dare oppose it? No one wanted to end up like the poor soul who had fallen victim to the dragon bite. After all, not everyone could fight off a raptor barehanded like Lin Mo had. The clan leader gave a few whispered instructions to his trusted aide, who quickly returned carrying a wooden box. Opening it, the clan leader revealed a handful of pearls that shimmered alluringly under the sunlight. 10 in total. The crowd's eyes widened with amazement. In this world without a unified currency, Pearls were the standard medium for intertribal trade. Rare and valuable, pearls were also essential for advanced technology. Just one pearl could feed a family of 3 for an entire month. There are 300 pearls here, the clan leader declared. At the current price of 2 pearls per bottle, this will buy 150 bottles of antidote. I promise you all, even the lower people will receive the medicine 1 bottle for every 3 people. The lower people erupted into cheers. Though the epidemic hadn't yet reached critical levels, having preventive measures was a huge relief. The clan leader wrote a letter, sealed it carefully in the box, and handed it to Lin Mo. This is a letter for the other clan leader. I'm asking him to give us a discount out of old friendship. Lin Mo, the safety of the tribe rests on your shoulders now. Lin Mo accepted the box with solemnity, feeling the weight of responsibility. What had started as a simple mission to get medicine for his master had now turned into a task that would determine the fate of the entire tribe. But with the clan leader's support, he felt more confident in his ability to succeed. As the crowd dispersed, the elder approached the clan leader cautiously. Clan leader, are you really going to promote this lower person? He's bold and reckless, might become hard to control in the future. What do you know? The clan leader snapped, glaring at him. I know what I'm doing. And stop using the term lower person so casually. The upper people should act with dignity. Yes, of course, but... And another thing, the clan leader interrupted. Why did you try to ambush him during the dragon bite? That was against the rules. Rules are the foundation of our order. Without them, the lower people might start getting ideas about overturning the hierarchy. How would we maintain control then? The elder suddenly understood. You're wise beyond measure, clan leader. I could never compare. You inherited your position from your father, but you lack his vision, the clan leader said coolly. Now clean up this mess and tighten security. I don't want to see any more giant eagle riders sneaking in. Understood. By the way, the elder hesitated. Are you really going to use 300 pearls to buy medicine? We still have 30 bottles in storage. Giving Lin Mo 2 should be enough. Why waste resources on the other lower people? It's too extravagant. A peculiar smile crept across the clan leader's face. Is that so? I happen to think it's well worth it, he said with a low chuckle. Without another word, he strode off, leaving the elders standing there, utterly baffled. In the lower district, the air was thick with the stench of rotting garbage, wafting through the crowded cluster of ramshackle houses. Barefoot children played and ran across the filth-strewn, waterlogged ground, utterly unbothered by the squalor beneath their feet. Amid the narrow alleyways, a slightly wider lane revealed a modest yet conspicuous structure, a 3-room thatched cottage. This was home to Lin Mo, his master, and his senior apprentice brother. Thatched cottages were the most rudimentary type of dwelling in terms of construction, offering little in the way of insulation or defense compared to wooden houses. However, for most of the lower-class residents, owning a complete 3-room cottage was a rare luxury, a privilege they owed to Lin Mo's master's position. Carrying a wooden box, Lin Mo made his way home. Passers-by either pointed and gossiped, offered him a friendly smile, or were too preoccupied with their own struggles to pay him any mind. He walked straight ahead, focused on reaching home. Before long, he arrived at the door of the thatched cottage. Pushing it open, he was immediately greeted by the strong, earthy scent of medicinal herbs. Inside, on a thick bed of straw, Master Hudson lay weakly propped up, coughing and trembling as he struggled to drink water. Lin Mo hurried to his side, gently supporting him and taking the bowl to carefully help him drink. After a few sips, Hudson exhaled deeply and asked with concern, Xiao Mo, are you all right? I heard you caused a stir at the elders' hall so much so that even the chieftain was alerted. Putting on a light-hearted smile, Lin Mo replied, Don't worry, master. It's all been resolved. The chieftain even allocated funds for me to buy medicine from the Green Shade tribe. As he spoke, he shook the wooden box, letting the crisp sound of pearls clinking against one another ring out. Really? Hudson looked at him in disbelief, but his expression quickly shifted to worry. The chieftain wants you to go alone to buy medicine? That's too dangerous. There have been sightings of elite raptors nearby. You'd be walking straight into trouble. Lin Mo helped him lie back down, carefully tucking the blanket around him. Don't worry, master. I'll be fine. Glancing around, Lin Mo noticed that his senior brother was nowhere to be seen. Even the fire outside had gone out. Where's senior brother? Why isn't he here taking care of you? He said he was going out to gather news about you. But he hasn't come back yet, Hudson replied, coughing. He's probably off messing around again, Lin Mo said irritably. His senior brother, Luoku, was notorious for hanging out with unsavory friends and even dabbling in petty theft. Despite repeated reprimands from their master, he showed no signs of changing his ways. If not for the relationship between Luoku's father and their master, he would likely have been expelled from the apprenticeship long ago. Hudson grasped Lin Mo's hand tightly, repeatedly warning him, Be careful on the road. If you encounter an elite raptor, don't try to fight it, just run for your life. They're formidable, but they aren't good swimmers. If you're in danger, jump into the water. Lin Mo took his master's advice to heart and began asking about the best route to the Green Shade tribe. After a moment of thought, Hudson analyzed the options. Route 1 is the shortest and flattest, but that's where trade caravans have been attacked too risky. Route 2 avoids the raptor territory, but it's much longer and full of uncertainties. Route 3 is rugged and less traveled, but it runs close to the river, which could be useful for escaping. I recommend taking Route 3. Just as Lin Mo was about to respond, he heard a faint creak from outside the door. He rushed to the entrance and flung it open, startling a young man a few years older than himself, who stumbled back a couple of steps. Lin Mo frowned and said, "Senior brother, why are you only back now? Where have you been?" The young man before him was none other than his senior apprentice brother, Luo Ke. Seeing himself being questioned, Locke's face immediately darkened with displeasure. He defended himself loudly. "What could I be doing? Obviously, I went to buy medicine for our master." As he spoke, he quickly untied the bag on his back, revealing clusters of fresh white berries inside. Don't think you're the only one who cares about our master. I've been doing my part too." Lin Mo glanced at the white berries, knowing full well that while they had slight detoxifying properties, they were mainly used to treat dizziness and were practically useless for the current epidemic. However, seeing that Locke truly had their master in mind and wasn't just wandering aimlessly, Lin Mo's mood lightened a little. "All right, senior brother," Lin Mo said, softening his tone, "go inside and rest. These berries won't do much for master's condition. The most important thing now is for you to take good care of him." He paused for a moment before adding, "Lately, there have been elite dragons spotted nearby. It's very dangerous, so don't go out picking berries recklessly again." Noticing Lin Mo's shift in attitude, Locke immediately seized the opportunity to explain, "Don't worry about that. I didn't go far, just walked along the perimeter wall. Some berries had grown inside the wall, so I simply picked them." His tone suddenly changed as he asked excitedly, "By the way, I heard on my way back that you've gained the chief's favor, and you're going to buy medicine for the tribe?" When Lin Mo nodded in confirmation, Locke's excitement grew. Rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed, "This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Junior brother, you're going to be one of the elites now. We'll get to enjoy life with you." Lin Mo chuckled. He was well aware of his senior brother's vanity and love for comfort, but since he had been entrusted with an important task, he was determined not to let down his senior brother or their master. "Senior brother, take good care of master. Once I return with the medicine, if the chief truly values me, I promise there will be enough for all of us to live well." Locke, thrilled by the promise of a brighter future, became visibly more energetic. He busied himself roasting meat and filling water flasks, preparing Lin Mo's travel gear. Meanwhile, Lin Mo donned their master's leather armor. He carefully secured the wooden box close to his chest, wrapping it tightly with 2 layers of animal hide to ensure its safety. Lin Mo slung his wooden bow over his shoulder, his quiver stocked with 20 sharp arrows. He was quite confident in his archery skills, though he couldn't hit a leaf from 100 paces. He never missed within 20. The only regret was that his formidable close combat damage bonus didn't apply to his bow and arrows. Otherwise, he could have taken down a low-level raptor with a single shot. His arsenal also included a meteor chain, a weapon designed to entangle an opponent's legs, particularly effective against small to medium-sized dinosaurs. While he wasn't sure if it could restrain an elite raptor, it was better than nothing. Additionally, he carried 2 wooden spears and a stone axe, fully armed and ready for any confrontation. Lin Mo had now reached level 12, with 1 unspent attribute point still in reserve. He chose to hold off on using it for now, as the available options only allowed him to enhance his melee attributes, which were already quite formidable. In his current situation, enemies he could kill with 1 punch didn't require more strength, and those he couldn't wouldn't be defeated by simply adding points. When dealing with wild beasts, he preferred to rely on long-range arrows to avoid close combat. After all, the wilderness was far more dangerous than staged duels within the tribe. Raptors often attacked in packs, catching their prey off guard. His strategy was simple: avoid confrontation when possible, prioritize safety, and retreat quickly at the first sign of danger. While his senior brother was still roasting meat, Lin Mo sat on a stool in deep thought. Although he could now see his attribute panel and assign points to level up, the method for unlocking other attributes remained a mystery. He speculated that it might be tied to his level. The higher the level, the more attributes would automatically unlock. If he could unlock speed and vitality earlier, it would greatly enhance his survival. With higher vitality, ordinary dinosaurs would barely pose a threat, and his health regeneration rate would improve as well. Once speed was unlocked and upgraded, he might even outpace elite raptors. These thoughts were rooted in his understanding of the world through a game-like lens. To him, everything became clear and quantifiable when reduced to data. However, for the native inhabitants of this world, who had no concept of games, they simply accepted the world's rules, no matter how irrational. In terms of depth of comprehension, Lin Mo's perspective was far more advanced. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the house. It was Luoku. Hey, what do you want? Looking for my junior brother? Humph. My junior brother has been entrusted with a critical role by the chief and is the future team captain. Do you really think you can just meet him whenever you please? Lin Mo heard the commotion and sensed trouble. Concerned that his senior brother might escalate the situation, he stepped outside to investigate. He saw Luoku blocking a group of commoners. Senior brother, what's going on? Lin Mo asked. These people insist on seeing you, Luoku began. But before he could finish, someone pushed past him and approached Lin Mo with a fawning smile. Hee, Mr. Lin Mo, I'm the owner of the general store in the lower district. Congratulations on your promotion. I hope you'll look after my humble business in the future. Hey, race a small token of appreciation. The man handed over a bundle, likely containing some valuables. Another person quickly stepped forward. Mr. Lin, now that you've been promoted, you'll probably move to the upper district, right? Are you considering selling your house here? I can help you get a great price. Lin Mo, don't you remember me? I'm your half-brother. Move aside. Mr. Lin, my daughter is strong and healthy, with arms powerful enough to lift a stegosaurus. She only eats 10 pieces of roasted meat per meal, very easy to keep. If you're interested. The crowd grew louder and more chaotic, leaving Lin Mo with a splitting headache. He thought to himself, this feels just like one of those scenes where someone suddenly becomes successful, and everyone comes out of the woodwork to claim a connection. Truly, when you're poor, no one cares. When you're wealthy, relatives appear out of nowhere. He turned to Luoku and said, I don't know any of these people. Kick them all out, or I'll call the guards to clear them out myself. With that, he went back inside and shut the door, finally finding some peace. After chasing off the group, Luoku came back and holding a leather pouch. He grinned and said, Junior brother, I've seen it all today. Back then, no one even looked at us, let alone tried to cozy up. Most people just gave us condescending looks. If it weren't for Master, they would have kicked us out long ago. But I have to say, out of all of them, the one offering a marriage proposal, don't you think you should at least consider it? Lin Mo shot him a glare. 10 pieces of roasted meat per meal? What am I, raising a pig? If you're so interested, go ahead and take her yourself. Luoku chuckled mischievously, his expression suggesting he might actually be entertaining the idea. Lin Mo gave Locke a light pat on the back. Got everything ready? All set. Locke immediately opened his bag to show him. This pouch has 8 pieces of freshly roasted meat and some purple berries as snacks. These 2 bags are filled with spring water I collected just for you, enough to keep you well fed and hydrated on the road. The rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Lin Mo, always impressed by his senior brother's exceptional grilling skills, expressed his gratitude and accepted the supplies. He quickly calculated the journey ahead. If I take Route 3, I should arrive by noon tomorrow if all goes smoothly. These provisions should be just enough. After bidding Locke farewell, Lin Mo headed straight to the dragon stable to retrieve his mount, a vice node dragon. This particular dragon was only level 5, hardly considered strong. However, being a herbivore, it was docile, highly capable of carrying heavy loads, and had excellent stamina qualities that made it ideal for long-distance travel, especially for caravans. Lin Mo had personally tamed this dragon last month under the guidance of his master. Level 5 was its maximum potential. That taming experience had revealed something fascinating to Lin Mo. The method of taming dinosaurs in this world was no different from what he had mastered in the game, knocking the dinosaur unconscious, feeding it its favorite food, and waiting for the taming process to complete. This discovery filled him with confidence since he had been a skilled dino tamer in the game. As long as circumstances allowed, building a powerful dinosaur army seemed well within reach. However, for now, rescuing his master was his top priority. Trotos, this mission is crucial, don't let me down. Lin Mo spoke to his mount, affectionately named for its camel-like toes. As he spoke, he pulled out some purple berries to feed the dragon. Trotos happily munched on the treat and nudged Lin Mo affectionately with its head. Only then did Lin Mo mount the dragon. To avoid drawing attention, he chose to leave the tribe through the side gate. After all, carrying a large sum of money required extra caution. The fewer people who knew about his route, the safer he would be. As he faced his first long journey, Lin Mo calmed his mix of nervousness and excitement, took a deep breath, and urged his mount forward into the seemingly endless forest. The sturdy feet of the Parasaurolophus carried Lin Mo steadily through the primordial jungle. This forest was far more treacherous than most could imagine. Gnarled roots twisted beneath his feet, while the dense canopy above blocked out the sun. The air smelled fresh with soil and vegetation, but there was an underlying hint of decay, faint yet unsettling. Without a mount, traversing such an environment would be nearly impossible. Lin Mo stayed on high alert, ready to command his mount to retreat into the shadows at the first sign of danger. After all, elite raptors could appear in this area at any moment. When he reached Route 3 near the riverbank, Lin Mo allowed himself a brief moment of relaxation. Though the Parasaurolophus wasn't a fast swimmer, it could at least ferry him across the water. If an elite raptor gave chase, he could simply leap into the river. Of course, he couldn't discount the threat of piranhas. This life-saving river was just as perilous as the jungle. Fortunately, the 2-meter drop from the riverbank to the water's surface prevented any sudden piranha ambushes. Lin Mo began inspecting his mount's status closely. As he suspected, the Parasaurolophus had an accessible attribute panel. With a simple thought, the familiar interface appeared before him. Parasaurolophus mount. Level 5. Available attribute points 4. Health 150. Other attributes locked. Huh. So I really can upgrade my tamed dinosaurs. Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. This meant not only could he evolve himself, but his dinosaurs could grow alongside him. For now, just like his own attribute panel, only a single stat could be improved. Increasing the Parasaurolophus' health was undoubtedly the best choice. Boosting its attack power would be futile. Its base damage was so low that even a tenfold increase wouldn't make it a match for a creature like a Carnotaurus. Given the uncertain challenges ahead, enhancing its health would significantly improve its survivability. Without hesitation, Lin Mo allocated all 4 points into health. A system notification promptly appeared. All attribute points have been allocated to health. Health 1,150. Unbelievable. 4 points increased its health by 1,000. Lin Mo was overjoyed. Normally, a single attribute point would only add a few dozen health points at most. While the exact boost depended on factors like the dinosaur's level and traits, a 30-point increase would already be impressive for a level 5 Parasaurolophus. But here, each point had added a staggering 250 health, which was nothing short of extraordinary. With 1150 health, the Parasaurolophus now had the durability of a level 40 Carnotaurus. Even if it were surrounded by 2 raptors, it could stand its ground for several minutes by sheer resilience alone. To his astonishment, 2 additional system notifications followed. Parasaurolophus level cap unlocked. Can now level up to 75. Special skill unlocked at level 10. Hostile detection. This ability allows the Parasaurolophus to sense the exact location of all hostile creatures within a 50-meter radius and relay the information to its owner's consciousness. Note: friendly dinosaurs are excluded from detection. This news sent a chill down Lin Mo's spine. In the original game, the Parasaurolophus had undergone numerous updates before gaining any special abilities. Initially, it was a bland, unremarkable dinosaur that players often overlooked. Yet here, his Parasaurolophus had acquired a unique skill, one that wasn't just exclusive to this individual, but would extend to every Parasaurolophus he tamed in the future. It's like I'm playing the latest version of the game, while everyone else is stuck in an outdated build and they can't even update. Lin Mo chuckled, patting the Parasaurolophus affectionately on its head. The ability to detect all hostile creatures within a 50-meter radius was invaluable. In the hands of a skilled player, this skill could change the course of an entire battle. If auctioned, large tribes would likely pay a fortune, perhaps 1,000 pearls for such a dinosaur. But selling it was out of the question for now. Once Lin Mo grew stronger and tamed higher-level Parasaurolophuses, he might consider trading this one to an allied tribe. For now, though, it was an irreplaceable asset in his journey through this dangerous world. After all, this ability has no effect on me. Even if the other side betrays me, there's nothing they can do about it. Lin Mo felt a sense of satisfaction deep down. The immediate priority was to get the Parasaurolophus to level 10 as soon as possible to unlock its warning ability. The importance of this skill was self-evident, especially in the current situation. It could detect lurking predators, or even locate elite velociraptors in advance, helping to avoid deadly encounters. After pondering for a moment, based on the rules of this world, there were 2 ways to level up the Parasaurolophus. The first was to kill other small dinosaurs. However, the Parasaurolophus was inherently non-combative and struggled even against a mere dodo bird. The second option was to gather resources. Given these choices, it made sense to collect resources while on the move. With his plan decided, Lin Mo reluctantly led the Parasaurolophus away from the relative safety of the riverbank and toward the perilous jungle. Although the riverbank was nearly barren, the jungle was abundant in resources. Leveling up required taking on some level of risk. He decided to keep Tuazu, the Parasaurolophus, near the edge of the jungle, where it could gather resources while maintaining some degree of safety. Lin Mo directed Tuazu toward a dense patch of bushes and began the collection process. The Parasaurolophus lowered its head and gave a strong push crash. The bushes were instantly obliterated. A system notification popped up immediately. Yellow berries 76. Purple berries 53. Black berries 32. Red berries 68. Staring at the astonishing haul, Lin Mo suddenly realized something. Not only had the evolution enhanced its abilities, but some of Tuazu's hidden attributes had also been significantly boosted. Normally, a Parasaurolophus at this level had an abysmal gathering efficiency, requiring over a dozen attempts to fully harvest a single bush, and the yield was minimal. Now, however, it managed to collect everything in one go, with its harvest multiplied dozens of times. It looks like my dinosaur's gathering efficiency has also been enhanced, Lin Mo exclaimed with excitement, eagerly wondering what other abilities might have been secretly improved. Lin Mo was eager to level up Tua Zhu to level 10 as quickly as possible. Sensing his master's urgency, Tua Zhu worked diligently, rooting through one bush after another. By the fifth bush, it had leveled up. This unusually rapid progress convinced Lin Mo that his mount, like himself, benefited from an experience boost. Otherwise, it would typically take grazing through at least 100 bushes to reach level 6. Without hesitation, Lin Mo allocated the attribute points to health, and Tua Zhu's health surged to 1400, rivaling mid to high level raptors. Scanning the dense bushes around him, Lin Mo estimated it would take no more than half an hour to reach level 10. He decided to push Tua Zhu further into the thicket to maximize efficiency. The risk seemed worth it if they encountered an elite dragon. He could always jump into the river to escape. With Tua Zhu's current health, it could withstand a few attacks and still make it out alive. Half an hour later, Tua Zhu suddenly raised its head and let out a loud cry. Lin Mo immediately sensed the transformation. Tua Zhu had successfully reached level 10 and unlocked the hostile detection skill. Even more thrilling, its health had skyrocketed to an impressive 2400, comparable to a low-level Carnotaurus. Eager to test the new skill, Lin Mo commanded Tua Zhu to activate detection. The mount lifted its head and emitted an invisible wave of white energy that swept across a 100-meter radius. All hostile creatures were instantly marked, appearing as red dots in Lin Mo's perception. About 20 meters away, a few faintly moving red dots likely belonged to giant ants, nothing worth worrying about. This ability filled Lin Mo with excitement. He no longer needed to stick to the riverbank. He could now traverse the forest edge, scouting ahead with detection while allowing Tua Zhu to continue gathering and leveling up. 10 minutes later, a distant dinosaur's agonized wail shattered the calm, startling several pterosaurs into flight. Lin Mo grew alert. While it might not necessarily be an elite dragon, the sound was roughly a kilometer away, and he needed to leave quickly. As he pondered his next move, Tua Zhu suddenly shuddered and collapsed forward. Lin Mo reacted swiftly, leaping off the mount before it hit the ground. Rolling to his feet, he steadied himself and drew his spear. Turning around, his face darkened to Zhu's front leg was caught in a bear trap, clamped tightly. This could only mean there were enemies lying in wait nearby. Worse still, the dense foliage provided excellent cover for an ambush. Tua Zhu, detect. Despite being downed, Tua Zhu struggled to lift its head and released another wave of detection. Instantly, Lin Mo's vision was flooded with 10 rapidly approaching red markers. She was surrounded. Seizing the moment while the markers were still visible, Lin Mo planted his spear into the ground, drew his wooden bow, knocked an arrow, and fired at the nearest target. A pained cry followed, and one red marker vanished a direct shot to the throat. With the markers guiding him, his arrows never missed. One after another, he loosed his shots, and another red marker disappeared. He ordered Tua Zhu to maintain detection. By the time the enemies closed in to within 20 meters, 4 of them had already fallen. Realizing something was amiss, one of the attackers shouted, "How can he see us?" "Doesn't matter, just fire. Kill him first, we'll deal with the loot later." Their cries confirmed they were bandits. Lin Mo was taken aback. In an area frequented by elite dragons, how greedy did these people have to be to set up an ambush here? Arrows whistled through the air toward him, but Lin Mo dropped to the ground just in time, dodging the attack. He retaliated with another shot, taking down yet another bandit. In just 2 minutes, half of the enemy force had been eliminated. This was the advantage of evolution. Without the detection ability, he would have been left with no choice but to flee or surrender. After another exchange of arrows, yet another bandit fell. Lin Mo, on the other hand, grew even calmer. In this dense underbrush, neither side could see the other directly, but with Tua Zhu's constant detection, Lin Mo had a precise lock on their positions, giving him a decisive edge. Clearly intimidated by his deadly accuracy, the remaining bandits cowered behind large trees, too afraid to make a move. Lin Mo used the positioning system to precisely locate an enemy, peeking out to observe. The moment the enemy's head emerged, an arrow flew with pinpoint accuracy, striking him in the forehead. He collapsed to the ground instantly. This sudden attack threw the others into chaos. "We can't take him down," someone shouted. "Call everyone over, attack together." A sharp whistle sliced through the tense silence. "Alert, Tua Zhu." Following that command, the wave scanner immediately displayed 5 new red markers. This time, Lin Mo didn't even need the equipment to spot them. Riders emerged from the bushes, all mounted on fuchsia dragons. Their upper bodies were exposed, with their faces tightly concealed behind masks. "Charge! Take him down together." At the command, The previously hidden enemies began firing a barrage of arrows. Although they couldn't see their target clearly, the rain of arrows effectively restricted Lin Mo's movements. The strategy worked. Lin Mo was forced to crouch and evade the incoming arrows. In that brief moment, two riders closed in, thrusting their wooden spears at him. Lin Mo reacted swiftly, dropping his bow and grabbing each spear with his hands. With a roar, he unleashed a burst of incredible strength, yanking both riders off their mounts. One rider, sensing danger, immediately let go, rolling to the ground and drawing a long spear from his back. The other, however, stubbornly held onto his weapon. Off fatal mistake. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo drove the other spear straight through his heart. Time was critical. Lin Mo knew he had to finish the fight before reinforcements arrived. He swung the long spear and launched a ferocious attack on the second rider. Close combat was where Lin Mo truly excelled. As their spears clashed, Lin Mo's powerful strike shattered the enemy's wooden spear, leaving his opponent's hands trembling from the impact. Just as Lin Mo prepared to deliver the killing blow, the remaining riders had already surrounded him. Cursing under his breath, he was forced to abandon the pursuit. The riders, mounted on their fuchsia dragons, charged at him relentlessly, attacking with their spears from all directions. The coordinated assault left even Lin Mo struggling to keep up, caught in a whirlwind of attacks from every side. Thud, thud. Two pachycephalosaurs charged at Lin Mo from different directions. He couldn't dodge in time and staggered violently under the impact. In that split second, two wooden spears struck him, one in the chest and the other in the back. If not for his leather armor, the blows would have been fatal, piercing straight through his heart. Pain shot through his body, and Lin Mo's face twisted in a mix of anger and shock. However, he quickly realized that the injuries weren't life-threatening. A thought flashed through his mind. His attributes had undoubtedly been enhanced in secret. The damage reduction stat, which could only be set at the start of the game, must have been significantly boosted now. What surprised him even more was that the wounds were astonishingly shallow, with almost no blood loss. They began to heal at an incredible speed. By the time another spear struck his right arm, the wound on his chest had nearly closed. This Wolverine-like regenerative ability was a secret known only to him for now. To the outside world, he appeared bloodied and battered. But beneath the crimson-stained clothes, his body was already as good as new. Realizing his advantage, Lin Mo immediately adjusted his strategy. If his body could endure such punishment, then he would fight recklessly, trading blow for blow. The two riders launched another pincer attack from front and back. This time, he didn't bother to dodge. This ragtag group of attackers was hardly a threat to him. Their earlier success was purely due to the element of surprise. Rather than wasting energy evading, he decided to go all out. The impact from the pachycephalosaurs sent waves of pain through his body, but strangely, there were no internal injuries. The riders jeered, confident in their success, completely unaware of Lin Mo's plan. "Keep ramming him. He won't last long," one of the bandits shouted. "He'll bleed out soon enough. Archers, get ready." Lin Mo sneered. Suddenly, he swung his fist with all his strength, slamming it into the head of the pachycephalosaur in front of him. The dinosaur's skull cracked with a sickening sound, and it collapsed without even a groan. Its rider tumbled to the ground, stunned. Lin Mo wasted no time and delivered a swift kick, snapping the man's neck. The rider behind him roared in rage and thrust his spear forward. Lin Mo raised his arm to block it. The wooden spear shattered upon impact, and Lin Mo didn't so much as flinch. With the same wounded arm, he delivered another devastating punch, instantly killing the second pachycephalosaur. The remaining bandits were dumbfounded. Killing pachycephalosaurs with a single punch? Snapping spears with his bare hands? This was no ordinary man. What terrified them even more was that, despite taking multiple hits, he showed no signs of weakness, only growing stronger and more ferocious as the fight went on. An arrow suddenly struck Lin Mo's left shoulder. He paused briefly, then calmly pulled it out. Without hesitation, he grabbed a wooden spear from the ground and hurled it at the archer who had fired at him. The spear flew true, impaling the attacker on the spot. "Boss, this guy isn't human. He's a monster." One of the remaining bandits cried out in panic. The bandit leader, visibly shaken as he surveyed the carnage, stammered, "Retreat. Fall back." The group fled in disarray, disappearing into the nearby thicket. Lin Mo let out a cold chuckle. "Run? Do you think I'll let you go so easily? No way." He activated a scanning ability. A wave of light swept across the area, revealing the exact locations of the fleeing bandits. Lin Mo drew his bow, firing arrow after arrow with perfect accuracy. One by one, the bandits fell, leaving only the leader, who was still mounted on his pachycephalosaur. The leader's elevated position made him an easy target. Lin Mo deliberately saved him for last. He aimed carefully and shot the leader's mount. The pachycephalosaur let out a pained cry, rearing up and throwing the leader to the ground. The terrified creature bolted, leaving the leader scrambling to get up. Before he could, Lin Mo stepped forward and planted his foot firmly on the man's chest. Mercy! Please, spare me! The leader begged, trembling as Lin Mo pointed a spear directly at his face. Shut up! Lin Mo snapped. Who are you? Really? Speak. We're just wandering bandits. We happened to cross paths with you. The leader's explanation was cut off as Lin Mo drove the spear into his shoulder. Blood gushed from the wound, and the man screamed in agony. Make another sound, and he'll gouge your eyes out. Lin Mo growled. Do you know why I stabbed you? Because you're lying. I just took down a raptor bare-handed this morning in Longshore, and there's no way news of that could have reached you so quickly. Plus, when you ordered the retreat, you didn't use the usual bandit slang. You're not even good at pretending to be one. With that, Lin Mo smacked the man across the face with the blunt end of the spear. If you don't start telling the truth, they'll skin you alive. The leader, having witnessed Lin Mo's brutal efficiency, was utterly terrified. He sobbed, Please, they'll tell you everything. We're all from the same tribe. Lin Mo frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the leader before him. What do you mean by another tribe? We're all from the Riverside tribe, brothers and sisters, one family. The leader hastily removed his mask, revealing a weathered face, darkened by years under the sun, and appearing to be in his 30s. He raised his left wrist, displaying a diamond-shaped chip that immediately projected his identity. Hey, a member of the Riverside tribe. You traitorous scum. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, but his shock quickly gave way to fury. We're from the same tribe, and yet you dare to turn on your own people? It's unforgivable. Spill everything, or I promise you'll wish you were dead. Under Lin Mo's piercing glare, Ahei trembled uncontrollably and hurriedly confessed. As it turned out, word had spread that Lin Mo had killed a raptor earlier that morning and earned 300 pearls as a reward. This news quickly caught the attention of a group of idle lower-class members of the tribe. Though they were skeptical about the rumors of Lin Mo killing a raptor with his bare hands, the lure of 300 pearls was enough to push them to take the risk. They had set a trap along the path, using a snare to immobilize Lin Mo's mount, and planned to ambush him with a barrage of arrows from a distance. However, they grossly underestimated Lin Mo's skill with a bow. Even in the dense underbrush, his arrows struck with unerring accuracy. Despite calling and reinforcements from nearby sentries on horseback, the attackers were completely wiped out. How did you know I'd take Route 3? No one was supposed to know. Lin Mo demanded sharply. It was your senior brother, Luoka. Ahei stammered, visibly panicking. Seeing Lin Mo's growing rage, Ahei quickly tried to explain. Please, boss, calm down. We didn't mean anything serious. We just tricked Luoku into talking when he came out to buy meat. He got carried away and accidentally let it slip. Your senior brother has some connections with us. Connections, my ass. Just a bunch of useless riffraff. Lin Mo cursed angrily, but as he looked at Ahei's pitiful expression, a trace of relief crossed his heart. At least Luoku wasn't the mastermind, had simply been careless with his words. Lin Mo knew his senior brother was greedy for small gains, but not inherently malicious. Luoku had often looked out for him in the past. After a moment of thought, Lin Mo released the snare from his mount's leg and then tied Ahei's hands tightly with a rope. Boss, where are you taking me? Ahei asked, his voice trembling with fear. Lin Mo gave him a mysterious smile. Don't ask. Asking will only make you feel worse. The ambiguous response sent chills down Ahei's spine, leaving him terrified of what fate awaited him. Lin Mo ignored him and carefully inspected his belongings, ensuring nothing was missing. He then searched the bodies of the fallen attackers, collecting 15 crystal shards. These shards, made from processed crystal fragments, were a low-denomination currency. While they didn't hold the purchasing power of pearls, they were convenient for buying everyday necessities and could be refined further for use in crafting technological devices. In this land, pearls serve as the primary currency for trade between tribes, while crystal shards are more commonly used for everyday transactions within the tribes. In terms of purchasing power, a single pearl can be exchanged for 100 crystal shards. Even a master holding the position of a team leader earns a modest monthly salary of just 30 shards. Lin Mo stared at the pile of crystal shards in front of him, then suddenly turned around and slapped Ahei hard across the face. The sharp smack echoed loudly as Ahei clutched his burning cheek, looking at Lin Mo in bewilderment. With so many of you, this is all the money you have? Lin Mo scolded angrily. You're nothing but a bunch of lazy, good-for-nothing freeloaders. You deserve this. Ahei, his face filled with despair, dared not retaliate in the slightest. He never imagined that coming here to rob someone would result in not only failing to obtain any loot, but also losing his men. To make matters worse, they were now stripped of their belongings, and the other side even mocked them for being too poor. Lin Mo swiftly stripped all intact leather and cloth armor from the corpses and piled them onto the back of the subsegmented dragon. After testing the weight, He realized the load was too heavy and would slow them down. So, he removed a portion, bundled it up, and ordered Ahei to carry it. Ahei was miserable, feeling like the labor he endured on this journey was equivalent to a lifetime of hardship. He both hated and feared Lin Mo, but could only force a smile, not daring to utter a single word of protest. Then a thought crossed his mind. So he's just using me as a pack mule to haul supplies. At least this way, my life is temporarily spared. With that, his heart settled slightly. Lin Mo carefully took stock of the usable weapons. 4 wooden spears, 30 arrows, as well as the best-maintained wooden bow and stone axe. During his search, he also discovered 2 bottles of anesthetic, which sent a chill down his spine. Fortunately, these people lacked advanced technology and couldn't produce tranquilizer arrows. Otherwise, with his physique, no matter how strong his resistance, it would have been difficult to withstand the effects of such arrows. Unless the enemy could kill him in a single strike, only a barrage of tranquilizer arrows could truly pose a threat to him at this stage. After the battlefield was left in complete disarray. The enemy's mounts were either dead or had fled long ago, making them impossible to retrieve for any kind of profit. Lin Mo glanced at the carcasses of the mounts, but decided against harvesting the meat. Its value wasn't worth the effort. Moreover, the commotion from the fight might have already alerted nearby predators. For safety's sake, he chose to abandon the spoils and leave quickly. Although his mount, Camelfoot, had been on constant alert, Lin Mo thought it best to err on the side of caution and depart as soon as possible. After tidying up, Lin Mo climbed back onto Camelfoot. With a tug on the rope, the captured Ahei was dragged along like a dog, burdened by the heavy load on his back that left him visibly suffering. What was astonishing, however, was that all the injuries Lin Mo had sustained earlier were now completely healed. This remarkable ability to recover meant that as long as he didn't suffer consecutive fatal blows in a short period, his body could swiftly regenerate. Suddenly, Lin Mo's stomach let out a loud growl. Rubbing his hungry belly, he came to a realization. In this world, health regeneration required food consumption. The faster the recovery, the greater the food consumption. His extraordinary healing speed naturally demanded a significant amount of sustenance. Pulling out some roasted meat prepared by Luoku, Lin Mo began eating heartily. He had to admit, despite Luoku's other shortcomings, his skill in roasting meat was exceptional. The outer layer was crispy, while the inside remained tender and juicy, each bite releasing a burst of rich, fatty flavor. As Lin Mo savored the meal, he couldn't help but think that with such culinary skills, Luoku could easily earn 25 crystal coins a month working at a restaurant specializing in barbecue, almost as much as their master earned. But of course, Luoku was too lazy to bother. Lost in thought, Lin Mo was startled by a loud thud behind him. Turning around, he saw Ahei sprawled face first on the ground, bruised and battered. Not dead? Get up and keep moving. Lin Mo ordered coldly, giving the rope a hard tug. He felt no sympathy for someone like Ahei. Big brother, I'm starving and so thirsty, Ahei stammered, his eyes fixed on the roasted meat in Lin Mo's hand as he swallowed hard. Lin Mo glanced at him and casually tossed him a small cloth bag. Here, eat this. Overjoyed, Ahei eagerly grabbed the bag, but his excitement quickly faded when he opened it to find only shriveled yellow fruits, the lowest quality edible fruit in this world. Fruits here were ranked by quality: purple, blue, red, and yellow, with purple being the best. These yellow fruits were leftovers from when the subsegment dragon leveled up by eating grass. The high-quality purple fruits had all been given to Camelfoot, and Lin Mo had no qualms about tossing the rest to Ahei. Though dissatisfied, Ahei had no choice but to wolf down the fruits to survive. He too was injured, and had to rely on a normal human's slow self-healing ability. Without proper nourishment, his recovery would halt, and prolonged delays could even lead to infection. But Lin Mo didn't. Kari had other plans for Ahei. As Ahei ate, he secretly observed Lin Mo. He noticed that Lin Mo hadn't treated any of his wounds after the battle, especially the one near his heart, which should have been fatal. Ahei silently hoped that Lin Mo would collapse from blood loss, leaving all the pearls to him. Then he could abandon the Riverbank tribe and live a life of luxury in the Redwood tribe he'd always dreamed of. Keep up. Lin Mo's sharp command shattered Ahei's daydreams. To his dismay, Lin Mo showed no signs of weakness. In fact, he seemed full of energy, even reciting impromptu poetry by a waterfall, something about flying streams and urinating from the heavens. By the time they stopped to rest by a campfire that evening, Ahei had given up hope of Lin Mo collapsing. Instead, a sense of foreboding crept over him. Even if he were to die, Lin Mo would likely still be alive and well. Lin Mo couldn't read Ahei's exact thoughts, but was well aware that the man was scheming something. Pretending to be oblivious, Lin Mo whistled, signaling Camelfoot to stay on high alert. While he could now control the dinosaur with his thoughts for simple commands, he deliberately used the whistle to ensure Ahei knew he was being watched. Sure enough, Ahe recognized the whistle as a signal for Camelfoot to enter attack mode. He understood that any disobedience would result in severe consequences. Reluctantly, he gave up on any plans and lay down to sleep. Lin Mo, on the other hand, leaned against a rock and sat cross-legged, quickly drifting off after a long, exhausting day. To Lin Mo's surprise, the night passed without incident. Nights in the jungle were rarely peaceful. Even a campfire couldn't deter most dinosaurs, some of which might even be drawn by the smell of cooking food. This reminded him of his past experiences traveling with his master. Though they hadn't ventured far, he had learned many survival skills. These experiences taught him that while this world operated on game-like mechanics, many real-world survival techniques still applied. It was these lessons that shaped Lin Mo's humble and inquisitive nature. Lin Mo first fed the freshly picked purple fruits to Tuazu, then handed some to Ahe to stave off hunger. For himself, he gnawed on 2 pieces of roasted meat before continuing on his journey. The Greenshade tribe was still about half a day's trek away. So far, he hadn't encountered any elite raptors, a stroke of luck that he silently hoped would last. The dense jungle gradually thinned out, and up ahead lay the confluence of 2 rivers, the location of the Greenshade tribe. Originally a small hideout nestled within a grove, the tribe had grown into a sizable settlement, even surpassing the riverbank tribe in scale. From a distance, Lin Mo could already spot the faint outline of the Greenshade tribe's watchtower rising above the treetops. Though it seemed close, the rugged terrain forced a detour, adding another 2 hours to the journey. Still, now that he was within the tribe's territory, Lin Mo felt a slight sense of relief. The area's relative safety was a welcome change. Just as he was about to press on, Ahe abruptly stopped in his tracks. "What are you standing there for? Move," Lin Mo barked. "Big brother, I need to ask you something," Ahe stammered nervously. What are you planning to do with me?" With the destination almost in sight, Ahe's fear had grown palpable. Lin Mo responded with nothing but a cold sneer and a look of utter disdain. He wanted Ahe to remain uncertain of his fate, to suffer in the torment of his own imagination. "Big brother, I'm terrified. I don't know what's going to happen to me," Ahe pleaded. "Terrified? Good. That's exactly the point," Lin Mo snapped, yanking the rope binding Ahe. Ahe stumbled and fell to the ground. "You've committed unforgivable acts, and this is what you deserve. Now get moving." Despair overtook Ahe, and he slumped to the ground, refusing to budge. "If I'm going to die anyway, just kill me here and get it over with," he wailed. "Please." The day had been brutal for Ahe, exhausted from backbreaking labor, barely fed, and his arm injury still unhealed. His pitiful state left him utterly hopeless. The thought of being sold as a slave, a fate even lower than that of the downtrodden, seemed worse than death. Lin Mo was about to act when a faint groan reached his ears. He turned toward the sound, which appeared to come from a shrub about 10 paces away. "Tuazu, alert!" Lin Mo commanded. Tuozu's skin revealed no immediate danger. Perhaps someone needed help, but Lin Mo wasn't one to take chances. Gripping his wooden spear tightly, he shoved Ahe forward as a shield. Ahe, on the verge of tears, had no choice but to comply, trudging ahead with the spear prodding his back. Pulling aside the bushes, Lin Mo was met with a shocking sight. A man, likely in his 50s, lay there covered in blood. His right leg was severed cleanly below the knee, hastily bandaged to stop the bleeding. Judging by his attire, he was a member of a merchant caravan that often traded with the riverbank tribe. "Hey, are you all right?" Lin Mo crouched down and shook the man gently. The man's eyes fluttered open. Upon seeing another living soul, he weakly grabbed Lin Mo's arm, his voice barely audible. "Help! Help!" Assuming the man wanted to be rescued, Lin Mo began. "Don't worry, they'll take you to the Greenshade tribe." But the man shook his head with surprising urgency. "No! Take this to my son, Henry," he rasped, thrusting a note into Lin Mo's hand. It seemed to be a final message, likely a will. Lin Mo had just taken the note when the man, using his last ounce of strength, pushed him away. "Run! Run, now!" he gasped with his dying breath. At that moment, an icy chill swept over Lin Mo, making his hair stand on end. His instincts kicked in, and he dropped into a crouch, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. He ordered Tuazu to issue another alert, and what he saw next froze him to his Korea red marker on the scanner, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. In mere seconds, the distance of 50 meters was closed. The rustling bushes parted violently as a raptor emerged, its body glowing with an intense, fiery red light. Its blood-red eyes locked onto them like a predator eyeing its prey, and it let out an earth-shaking roar. An elite raptor. Ahe collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his legs too weak to support him. Even Lin Mo, who had grown significantly stronger and could now take down a regular raptor with a single punch, felt a shiver of fear run down his spine as he faced this formidable creature. The moment their eyes met, He knew instantly there was no chance of winning with his current strength. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he decisively thrust his spear, piercing Ahei's right leg with precision. Blood gushed out as Ahei let out a wretched scream and collapsed to the ground. It was only then that he realized he had been nothing more than bait all along. "Please, no, help me." Ahei's desperate cries echoed behind him. Without looking back, Lin Mo dashed forward in quick strides toward Tuazu, leaping onto its back. He gave the horse-like creature a hard kick in the flank, and it immediately took off at full speed. The fate of scum like Ahei was simply to serve as cannon fodder or a disposable tool. The pleas for help gradually faded into the wind. Lin Mo dared not stop, urging Tuazu onward while activating its warning ability repeatedly. Although each use consumed only a small amount of stamina, the frequent activation was taking its toll. Tuazu began to show signs of fatigue, and the intervals between warnings grew longer. Thankfully, they encountered no dangerous creatures along the way. This was not surprising. An elite dragon occupied the territory, and no other carnivorous dinosaurs dared to venture near. As the apex predator of the food chain, even lower-level tyrannosaurs were no match for it. What made this creature particularly terrifying was its indiscriminate aggression. Any herbivorous dinosaur or human that entered its line of sight would be slaughtered immediately. If other carnivorous dinosaurs dared to compete for territory or food, it would fight to the death. For this reason, areas inhabited by elite dragons were often barren and lifeless, exuding an air of death. After sprinting for a full 20 minutes, Tuazu finally gave out, coming to a halt and panting heavily. Its stamina was completely depleted, and it could no longer take another step. Seeing his mount utterly exhausted, Lin Mo felt a pang of guilt. He softly whistled, signaling it to rest. After making it this far without any sign of being tracked by the elite raptor, Lin Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. The riverbank ahead was close to the Green Shade tribe, and it should be relatively safe. He hurried over to the water's edge, scooped up the crystal-clear river water with both hands, washed his face, and drank deeply. The water in this world was pristine and unpolluted. Both river water and seawater could be consumed directly. As soon as he relaxed, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. The brief encounter with the elite raptor earlier still left his heart pounding with lingering fear. The sheer oppressive presence of the creature was far beyond his imagination, and that was just a low-level elite Velociraptor. The thought of encountering an elite Carnotaurus or, worse, an elite Tyrannosaurus in the future was simply terrifying. Fortunately, there had been no reports of tyrannosaurs in the surrounding tribes, and even Carnotauruses were extremely rare. The chances of one mutating into an elite variant were minimal. This elite Velociraptor was the first to appear in the area in years, but Lin Mo wasn't about to let his guard down and made a mental note of the threat. Looking at the camel-footed dinosaur drinking by his side, a strong determination welled up within Lin Mo. Had to grow stronger. Not only did he need to improve himself, but he also needed to assemble a powerful dinosaur army. Without strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against formidable enemies, and he wouldn't be able to protect his friends and family. Just as he was about to head back to the tribe, a sharp, high-pitched squeaking sound came from the riverbank. Following the noise, he spotted a piece of driftwood floating downstream with a small monkey clinging to it. It was a zhongho. These small, gentle creatures were cautious by nature and had no combat abilities, but they were quite intelligent. Once tamed, they could assist with simple tasks and were even capable of picking locks and opening doors. However, they were timid and would flee at the slightest sign of danger, making them incredibly difficult to capture. To make matters worse, zonghos could only be tamed through peaceful means, requiring consistent feeding to build trust and gradually increase their taming progress. It was said that taming a level 20 zhongho could take at least 4 hours, and any fright would reset all progress. Because of this, these adorable and intelligent creatures had become highly sought-after pets among the wealthy, fetching exorbitant prices. A level 10 zhongho could sell for as much as 20 pearls more than a velociraptor of the same level. Lin Mo had always dismissed this as absurd, believing that a pet with no combat abilities wasn't worth such a price. But now that he had encountered one, he wasn't about to let the opportunity slip away. The little creature was huddled on the driftwood, trembling with fear as it floated downstream. Worried that there might be piranhas in the water, Lin Mo only dared to wade in up to his knees, using his spear to try and reach the driftwood. The zhongho seemed to realize that a human was trying to rescue it. It stopped screeching and stayed still on the driftwood. Its intelligence surprised Lin Mo, solidifying his resolve to save it. However, the swift current made the rescue challenging. He had to step further into the water, but his foot slipped, and he fell in completely. After struggling back to the shallows, Lin Mo noticed a small waterfall not far downstream. If the driftwood reached it, the zhongho would be in serious danger. He made a quick decision, extending his spear toward the driftwood and speaking softly, "Come on, jump on." The zhongho seemed to understand and immediately climbed onto the spear. Lin Mo carefully pulled the spear back, avoiding any sudden movements that might scare it. Once back on land, the Zhongho hopped onto the ground, shook the water off its fur, and sprayed Lin Mo's face in the process. It then began bouncing around excitedly, nodding repeatedly at Lin Mo as if to express its gratitude. Lin Mo approached and scanned the chip on his wrist, only to be stunned by the discovery this little monkey was a level 90. His eyes widened in shock. In this world, a creature's level directly determines its physical attributes and potential. A level 90 monkey was nothing short of a rare treasure. Normally, wild creatures encountered in the wilderness are below level 30. Occasionally, one might come across level 50 dinosaurs, which are either ferocious and untamable carnivores or completely worthless species like dodos. As for level 60 creatures like piranhas, taming them is simply impossible. But a level 90 monkey? Not only did it have extraordinary physical traits, but its intelligence far surpassed others of its kind. Once tamed, it could prove to be invaluable. Sell it? No way. Lin Mo immediately dismissed the idea. Such an exceptional creature had to be his. He silently made up his mind. This would be the first member of his dinosaur army, a true founding figure. With that thought, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. He carefully reached out to touch the little monkey. To his delight, the tiny creature didn't shy away. Instead, it looked at him with its big, glistening eyes full of trust, blinking adorably. As his fingers brushed against its soft, damp fur, Lin Mo became even more certain that this monkey had no intention of running away. From what he knew, ordinary monkeys of this species wouldn't allow anyone to touch them before being fully tamed. Even the slightest contact would send them fleeing. But this little one was clearly different, exceptionally intelligent, and possessing a unique spirit unseen in others of its kind. Seizing the rare opportunity, Lin Mo quickly retrieved a fresh purple fruit from his pack and slowly offered it to the monkey. Exhausted from its recent ordeal, the little creature eagerly grabbed the fruit and devoured it ravenously. Just as the mid-tier monkey began to eat, the diamond-shaped chip on Lin Mo's left wrist automatically scanned and displayed a simple information panel. The panel showed the monkey's name, level, and a yellow domestication progress bar. Once the progress reached 100, the monkey would fully belong to him. The little monkey eagerly gnawed on the fruit, finishing the first one in about 3 minutes. Lin Mo promptly handed it a second fruit, which it accepted without hesitation and continued to devour. Through the chip's ongoing scans, Lin Mo was delighted to discover that each fruit consumed increased the domestication progress by 10. This rate was astonishingly fast compared to the norm. Typically, for an ordinary person taming a level 30 mid-tier monkey, a single purple fruit would only increase the progress by 1 at most. Moreover, once the monkey was full, it would wander off to digest before it could be fed again. This drawn-out process tested the patience of many, and there were even instances where frustrated tamers, unable to tame a mid-tier monkey within half an hour, killed the creature in a fit of rage. For an ordinary person attempting to tame this level 90 exceptional monkey, a purple fruit would only raise the progress by about 0.1, and any external interference could easily undo all progress. Yet Lin Mo's taming speed was at least 10 times faster than the average. Though thrilled internally, Lin Mo remained vigilant. They were deep within the territory of the Green Shade tribe, and if anyone discovered this level 90 exceptional monkey, it could easily spark malicious intent. He mentally commanded his mount, the camel-footed beast, to keep watch. But the low-level creature was unreliable, alternating between scanning the surroundings and lowering its head to graze. After 20 minutes, the domestication progress reached 90. As the little monkey was about to finish the last purple fruit, marking the brink of success, a figure suddenly floated into view on the river. Clinging weakly to a piece of wood, the person's eyes lit up upon spotting Lin Mo on the riverbank. Summoning every ounce of strength, they swam toward him. In a critical moment, the figure stumbled ashore and collapsed heavily at Lin Mo's feet. Startled, the mid-tier monkey let out a series of sharp cries, clutching the half-eaten fruit as it leapt onto a tree branch. With a few swift bounds, it vanished into the forest. Lin Mo was both shocked and furious. When he looked down, he recognized the person. It was Ahe, the man he had previously abandoned as bait. Ahe was soaked from head to toe, his arm bleeding profusely with visible claw marks. "Please, don't kill me. Sell me as a slave if you must. I'm worth at least a few coins." Ahe begged desperately, his voice filled with pain. Having narrowly escaped death, he would rather live as a slave than die. Though he harbored hatred toward Lin Mo, his fear outweighed every other emotion. Lin Mo felt no sympathy for Ahe's pleas, but he was curious about how the man had escaped the pursuit of the elite raptor. Gasping for breath, Ahe recounted his ordeal. After Lin Mo had wounded him and left him behind, he had been paralyzed with fear in the face of the elite raptor. The beast struck him once with its claws, but then turned its attention to devouring the merchant's corpse instead. Seizing the opportunity, Ahe stumbled and fled toward the riverbank, only to lose his footing and tumble down a slope into the water. The raptor, in its attempt to follow, smashed into a small tree, but, being unskilled in swimming, soon abandoned the chase. The broken tree became a haze lifeline, and the meteor monkey, which had also been knocked into the river, floated downstream and was rescued by Lin Mo. A hay arrived shortly after, inadvertently disrupting the domestication process. After hearing the story, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. So, elite raptors prioritize consuming nearby corpses to restore their health rather than immediately pursuing incapacitated prey. This behavior, more intelligent than that of ordinary raptors, could potentially be exploited in certain situations for escape or even counterattacks. The ordeal of the wretched man before him had unwittingly provided a vivid example of this strategy. Lin Mo's face darkened as he raised his spear, his cold eyes fixed on a hay lying on the ground. The latter, seeing this, turned deathly pale, realizing that no amount of pleading would change his fate. Just as the spear was about to strike, an arrow whistled through the air and hit Lin Mo's arm. He let out a grunt of pain, and the spear veered off course, burying itself deep into the muddy ground beside a hay. Looking up, Lin Mo saw 3 Deinonychus riders, clad in leather armor, aiming their weapons at him with fierce intensity. The leader shouted sternly, "Stop right there, boy. We're the patrol team from the Green Shade tribe. How dare you commit violence on our land?" Before Lin Mo could explain, a hay cried out, "Help! This man is trying to rob and kill me." The 3 patrol members, hearing this, immediately surrounded Lin Mo and commanded him to drop his weapon. Lin Mo, aware that his mission was to purchase medicine, had no desire to complicate matters. Although he was confident he could take down the 3 of them, offending the entire tribe would not only jeopardize his chances of obtaining the medicine but also invite greater trouble. Without hesitation, he dropped his spear and revealed the chip on his wrist, explaining, "I am Lin Mo from the Riverside tribe, sent here by my chieftain to purchase medicine." The identity information embedded in the chip was irrefutable, but the patrol members remained cautious. "Your identity checks out," one of them said, "but you still need to explain this situation." Lin Mo succinctly recounted how he was ambushed and robbed, pointing to the box on his chest. "This contains the money for the medicine," he stated. Sensing the tide turning against him, a hay still tried to argue, "He's the robber. He stole my pearls." Lin Mo smirked and retorted, "If the chieftain entrusted you alone with the task of buying medicine, you must be quite capable. So why couldn't you even put up a fight against me? With your level of skill, how could you be tasked with such an important mission?" This sharp remark left a hay speechless. The 3 patrol members exchanged glances, beginning to see the truth of the situation. Lin Mo added, "I also carry a handwritten letter from Chief Quang Tai addressed to your chieftain." Hearing this, the patrol members eased their tone. "All right," one of them said, "come with us to meet the chieftain." One of them took out a bandage and wrapped Lin Mo's injured arm. Lin Mo intentionally concealed his rapid healing ability and thanked them politely. The patrol members were secretly impressed by his composure despite the arrow wound, unaware that Lin Mo's exceptional damage resistance meant the injury was already mostly healed within minutes. This small detail allowed Lin Mo to observe that the Green Shade tribe was indeed more advanced than most. The fact that their patrol team carried medical supplies like bandages, which required specialized blueprints and materials to produce, spoke volumes about their development. Such items were far beyond the means of ordinary tribes. The group soon arrived at the tribe. The 3 maternal wooden walls were lined with sharpened stakes, sufficient to repel a charging bull dragon. The watchtowers were strategically placed, providing overlapping fields of vision. The design of the entire defensive structure reflected an impressive level of intelligence and planning. "Ah, so this is the difference." Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh as he stood before the city gates. The towering walls before him brought to mind the chaotic defensive structures of his own tribe. Those walls had been haphazardly expanded whenever the need arose, lacking any coherent planning, which resulted in a disorganized mess. Thinking of the elders from the council who had overseen the construction, a surge of anger welled up in his chest. Those people were ignorant and self-indulgent, caring only for their own pleasure. Silently, Lin Mo vowed that when the time was right, he would convince the chieftain to remove those incompetent individuals from power. As the patrol team returned, the massive wooden gates slowly creaked open. Upon stepping into the city, Lin Mo was immediately struck by the bustling sight before him. Merchants crowded the streets, their voices ringing out as they advertised their goods, while vibrant caravans busily traded in the marketplace. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the thoughtful design of the lower city. The seamless integration of the commercial and residential areas not only allowed merchants to easily monitor market trends, but also made shopping more convenient for the residents. This clever layout infused the city with a sense of energy and vitality. The deeper Lin Mo ventured into the city, the more he appreciated the brilliance of its architectural planning. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to one of the patrolmen and asked, "Excuse me, who designed your tribe's layout?" The patrolman's face lit up with pride. "It was designed by Mr. N. Lin Mo searched his memory but couldn't recall ever hearing the name. Yes, Mr. N is the most skilled tribal architect, the patrolman added enthusiastically. Would you like to meet him? At this, the three patrolmen chuckled. One of them explained, my friend, you might be misunderstanding. Mr. N isn't a member of our tribe. He's a wandering designer who travels the land, helping tribes plan their layouts. For example, the Red Cedar tribe's renowned defensive structures were also his work. Then what's Mr. N's real name? Lin Mo asked, his curiosity growing. That, we don't know, the patrolman admitted with a shake of his head. He's quite mysterious. He always wears a mask, never revealing his face. Everyone just calls him Mr. N. All we know for sure is that he's a man. Beyond that, we have no idea. This tribe originated from a small grove, and to this day, it still retains much of its original charm. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. A master architect and planning expertise, such a person could design the layout of his tribe. It would be perfect. Although he had a deep understanding of the uses of various arrow formations from his gaming experience in his previous life, when it came to architecture, he was a complete novice. No matter how hard he tried, the best he could build were box-like structures, albeit slightly more refined ones. 2 months of living in the Riverside tribe had given him a profound appreciation for the importance of layout design. The chaotic and overcrowded lower district had made his life miserable, with sleepless nights as a norm. Just 20 meters down the slope, in the dragon stables, the endless cacophony of various mounts left him with splitting headaches. Poor layouts not only negatively impacted work efficiency and quality of life, but could also directly affect people's moods. After all, who could remain cheerful while living in an environment riddled with foul-smelling puddles? Lin Mo was thinking further ahead. He knew that sooner or later, he would establish his own base. He couldn't fight alone forever. Recruiting and retaining people would be inevitable, and the environment of the tribe would play a crucial role in keeping talent. Even if his tribe wasn't large, its layout had to be well planned, and its structures aesthetically pleasing. This would not only reflect his vision as a leader, but also demonstrate his care for his subordinates. When he learned that Mr. N was homeless, Lin Mo couldn't hide his disappointment. Soon after, they arrived at the chief's council hall. One of the patrol members went to announce their arrival, while another, specifically the one who had shot his arm earlier, came over to apologize. Lin Mo smiled magnanimously and waved it off, expressing his understanding that the man was simply doing his duty. The two shook hands, resolving their misunderstanding. The interior of the council hall was spacious, with dinosaur skulls adorning the walls and thick animal skin rugs covering the floors, reflecting the chief's passion for hunting. At the center of the main hall sat a short, rugged middle-aged man with a thick beard, exuding an air of authority. Beside him stood an elderly man with snow-white hair. Welcome, welcome, envoy from the Riverside tribe, the middle-aged man said warmly. I am Albert, the chief of the Green Shade tribe. Lin Mo responded respectfully, Honorable Chief, I am Lin Mo, sent by Chief Quang Tai of the Riverside tribe to purchase medicine. As he spoke, he displayed the information chip on his wrist. Seeing that Lin Mo was an 18th level rider, both Albert and the elder nodded in approval. They were unaware that Lin Mo was still technically a commoner. His level had merely risen. No wonder Brother Quang Tai sent you alone to purchase the medicine. Level 18 is indeed impressive, the chief remarked with a hearty laugh. Lin Mo replied modestly, You flatter me, Chief. Chief Quang Tai has entrusted me with this task, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it. The elder pointed at a He, who stood to the side, and asked, Who is this man? Lin Mo briefly recounted the incident with the bandits, deliberately downplaying the details of the fight to avoid unnecessary attention. Taking down several ambushers and even capturing one alive is no small feat, the elder praised. If we had someone like this in our tribe, we would have put them in an important position long ago. Albert chimed in. Noticing the chief's good mood, Lin Mo seized the opportunity to get to the point. Chief, here are the pearls for the medicine, 300 in total. The box was sealed with wax personally by Chief Quang Tai and has remained unopened throughout the journey. Additionally, there is a letter written by Chief Quang Tai himself for your review. With that, he untied the package and respectfully handed the box over. Lin Mo stood before the elder, respectfully extending the box with both hands. At that moment, he felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders and let out a long sigh of relief. Reflecting on the perils of the journey, he felt fortunate just to have arrived safely. As long as the pearls could be exchanged for the medicine, his master would be saved. The elder took the box, skillfully removing the wax seal with a small knife before slowly opening it. At first, a smile appeared on his face when he saw the pearls, but it quickly froze. He paused for a moment, then silently handed the box to the clan leader, Albert, for inspection. Albert accepted the box and, upon seeing its contents, was momentarily stunned. He soon noticed a letter inside, carefully took it out, and began reading it, falling into deep thought. Lin Mo noticed the unusual expressions on their faces and suddenly felt uneasy. He couldn't help but worry. Had the pearls been lost? Was the quantity incorrect? That couldn't be. Had kept the box close to him throughout the journey and had even checked it carefully before handing it to the elder. Could it be that clan leader Quang Tai had tampered with it? Just as Lin Mo was consumed by his anxious thoughts, Albert suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Haha, who would have thought that brother Quang Tai would send us such high-quality deep-sea pearls? Since he's humbly requested in the letter that we not increase the price, well, in honor of these exceptional pearls, well, stick to the original price, 150 bottles. Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from his chest. It turned out to be a false alarm. The clan leader had provided top-quality deep-sea pearls instead of ordinary shallow-sea ones, which explained their surprise. Thinking back to his earlier doubts about clan leader Quang Tai, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Deep-sea pearls, as the name suggests, come from the depths of the ocean. Compared to shallow-sea pearls, they are more lustrous, perfectly round, and of superior quality. Their brilliance and value far exceed that of shallow-sea pearls, making them an essential industrial resource. The actual value of these 300 deep-sea pearls was more than enough to offset the price increase, so it was no wonder the deal was sealed at the original price. Seeing Lin Mo still standing in place, Albert warmly called out, "Elder, go fetch the latest batch of beer and let our young friend Lin Mo have a taste." The elder nodded and left promptly. Albert turned back to Lin Mo with a genial smile. "We've recently recruited a master brewer for our tribe. This beer will soon become part of the trade goods between our two tribes. Today, you're the first to try it. Once you're back, don't forget to spread the word for us." Lin Mo readily agreed with a nod. The more diverse our trade goods, the better for both tribes. It's a win-win situation. I'll make sure to promote it. Good. Good. Albert clapped his hands in approval. After the beer, we've prepared a feast in the backyard. Take your time to rest. Once all the medicine is ready, we can set off tomorrow. Hearing this, Lin Mo was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Inwardly, he was thrilled. This trip would surely earn him Quadier's praise, and his tribe would see him as a hero. His master would receive better treatment, and a brighter future awaited them. However, he still offered a gentle reminder. "Chief, we've spotted signs of an elite dragon near the Green Shade tribe's border. It even attacked a merchant caravan." Albert's expression darkened. "What? An elite dragon? Why would it come here? Isn't it usually active near the riverbank tribe?" "Elite dragons are unpredictable and extremely aggressive, relentlessly pursuing prey. I suspect it may have been drawn here by its quarry," Lin Mo explained. Seeing Albert's worried look, he added, "But don't worry, as long as we avoid the border for now, we should be safe. That said, it remains a threat. In the future, we may need several tribes to join forces to deal with this menace." The chief forced a strained smile. We'll discuss this later. Oh, here comes the beer." The elder entered the hall, personally carrying a mug of golden beer. Handing it to Lin Mo, he said, "This is freshly brewed from the cellar, and you're the first to taste it. Let us know how it is." In this world, alcohol was incredibly valuable, requiring specialized brewing techniques and rare blueprints. The brewing blueprint for beer was especially rare. The Green Shade tribe's ability to attract such talent promised significant benefits in the future. Although Lin Mo wasn't fond of alcohol, he didn't want to offend their goodwill. He took the mug, sipped it thoughtfully, and began to ponder. To help his tribe grow stronger, earning wealth was key. Instead of competing in common goods, seeking unique talents seemed to be the way forward. As the beer went down, it was initially slightly sharp but quickly turned sweet and smooth. However, Lin Mo smacked his lips and detected a faint, peculiar bitterness. Albert leaned in eagerly. "So, how does it taste?" "Cool and refreshing, with a lingering aftertaste." But Lin Mo suddenly felt dizzy, swaying slightly before steadiness returned. "There's a strange bitterness in the beer." Albert and the elder exchanged a knowing glance before bursting into laughter. "Not strange at all. Do you know what we added?" Albert asked with a grin. Lin Mo tried to steady himself. "Black fruit." Albert's expression twisted into a sinister smile. "Black fruit?" Lin Mo's heart sank. That was a potent anesthetic. "Exactly. I just had the elder add it in a generous amount at that," Albert said smugly. Lin Mo could no longer hold himself upright and collapsed to the ground. His consciousness began to blur, but he gritted his teeth and demanded, "W." Albert's smile faded as he struck the table with his palm. "You dare to defy the chief's orders and steal from us, Lin Mo? How audacious!" "Steal? I didn't!" Lin Mo exclaimed, utterly shocked. Albert sneered and tossed a wooden box onto the floor in front of him. Its contents spilled out, mostly small stones, with only a handful of genuine pearls among them. Lin Mo stared in disbelief. The truth hit him like a thunderbolt. Quadier had deliberately showcased a handful of pearls to the crowd, but the box had mostly been filled with stones. The letter must have been a setup, conspiring with Albert to frame him. Quadier, you treacherous beast. Lin Mo was overwhelmed with anger and despair. Struggling to his feet, he shouted, you scum, all of you, they'll kill you. Before he could finish, Albert stepped forward and kicked him back to the ground. Haha, what more can you do? Albert sneered down at the subdued Lin Mo, a condescending smile playing on his lips. Quang Tai mentioned in his letter that you were quite the martial artist, so we decided to strike first and make sure you couldn't move an inch. Come on, show me what you've got now. If you've got the guts, kill me. As he spoke, Albert landed several harsh kicks on Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo completely immobilized by the drugs, unable to resist, Albert finally raised his voice and shouted, guards. A swarm of guards poured into the hall from outside. Albert immediately put on a stern expression, pointing to Lin Mo lying on the floor. This Lin Mo has gone too far. Entrusted with an important mission, he betrayed us, switching the pearls for stones and trying to tamper with our medicine. Turning to the man standing nearby, Albert's tone suddenly softened. You're a Hay, correct? You were his servant, yet he framed you as a thief and dragged you into this mess. In truth, he wanted to use you as a scapegoat, shifting the blame for swapping the pearls onto you. Isn't that right? Realizing the tide had turned and sensing a chance to save his own life, a Hay quickly played along. Yes, exactly. Chief, your judgment is impeccable. Everything happened just as you said. He feigned a pitiful expression and continued. Chief Quang Tai sent us to buy medicine, but halfway through, Lin Mo grew greedy and swapped the pearls. When I stumbled upon his scheme, he tried to force me to join him. When I refused, he attacked me and framed me as a robber. Chief, please seek justice for a lowly man like me. Though half-conscious, Lin Mo could hear every word clearly. Fury ignited in his chest. You despicable scum. All of you are cut from the same cloth, using such vile tactics against me. If I survive this, I swear I'll kill every single one of you, every single one of you. Albert, seeing the fiery glare in Lin Mo's eyes, strode forward and delivered a brutal kick to his face. Blood gushed from Lin Mo's nose, and he finally collapsed into unconsciousness. After signaling his men to take Lin Mo away, Albert turned to a Hay and whispered, remember, if you want to stay alive, do exactly as I say. Just insist that he embezzled the tribe's property, and I'll make sure you live. Hearing this, a Hay was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Once a Hay left, only the chieftain and the elder remained in the hall. The elder, puzzled, asked, Chieftain, why does Quang Tai go to such great lengths? To get rid of a tribesman should be an easy task for him, shouldn't it? Albert let out a cold laugh. Quang Tai is a narrow-minded man, but he cares deeply about his reputation. Lin Mo must have offended him or threatened his interests. Yet, he wants to appear magnanimous in front of the tribe. So he's using us to get rid of this man, but going through all this trouble. The elder began, but Albert interrupted him. It's no trouble at all. Albert waved his hand dismissively. Think about either our elite dragons roaming near the riverside tribe, making the journey dangerous. Yet, he sent Lin Mo alone. If the boy had encountered an elite dragon, he wouldn't have survived. The kid just got lucky and escaped. Besides, Quang Tai offered 20 pearls for this. That's more than enough to buy a life. The charges on this note are all fabricated. I'm just going along with it. The elder suddenly understood. I see. Whether the boy dies at the hands of an elite dragon or by us, it has nothing to do with Quang Tai. Instead, he gets a reputation for being generous and caring, spending a fortune to procure medicine for the tribe. How cunning. Albert fell silent for a moment before abruptly changing the subject. What's the latest on the Migrant Star Alliance? All I know is that they were spotted near the Riverside tribe 5 days ago. But with elite dragons running rampant, no one dares to investigate further, so the information has stopped, the elder replied, shaking his head. Albert frowned deeply. This is a sensitive time. Make sure to act kind and approachable toward the people. Seeing the elder's confused expression, he snorted and explained. The Migrant Star Alliance secretly monitors all tribes. They provide advanced technology and form alliances with well-governed tribes. But if they find a poorly managed tribe, they'll replace the leadership with someone of their choosing. I have no intention of being targeted. Understood, the elder said, bowing slightly. Remember, tomorrow we'll publicly execute Lin Mo, with a Hay accusing him on the spot. Even if someone from the Migrant Star Alliance is watching, they won't find fault with us. Albert suspected that Quang Tai's setup of Lin Mo might be connected to the Migrant Star Alliance, but without evidence, he decided not to dwell on it. To him, it was a trivial matter, one life for 20 pearls, a deal worth taking. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was locked in a wooden cell. Built from technological blueprints, the cell was far sturdier than a typical thatched hut. Inside, there was only a single person cage. His hands and feet were tightly bound with hemp rope, and he was stuffed into the cage, unable to move. Even without the restraints, the cage was too solid to break from the inside. In his dazed state, he heard someone calling him. Hey, wake up, Lin. The light from a torch stabbed at his eyes, making it hard to see. Once he adjusted, the memory of being framed and imprisoned came rushing back. He struggled desperately, but with his hands and feet tied and a piece of cloth stuffed in his mouth, all he could manage were muffled grunts. Well, Lin Mo, you never thought you'd end up like this, did you? A familiar voice sneered. Squinting, Lin Mo saw the speaker. It was Hay, now cleaned up and bandaged, leaning on a crutch. The scoundrel gazed down at him with a mocking smile. You scum. He'll kill you. Lin Mo roared in fury, though the cloth in his mouth turned his words into unintelligible sounds. Hay burst into laughter, clearly enjoying Lin Mo's helplessness. Lin Mo, you wretch. You always wanted to use me as bait, never letting me off the hook. Huh. Now look who's at whose mercy. He had come specifically to relish Lin Mo's misery and vent his pent-up resentment. I'll tell you it's the Ironclaw chief who's framing you, Hay said smugly, lifting his chin with a malicious glint in his eyes. Huh. But what can you do about it, even if you know? By tomorrow morning, you'll be executed on the spot. He paced back and forth in the dim cell, leaning on his cane, his voice dripping with mockery. Oh, and do you know what I'll do? I'll play the victim, the witness. I'll stand there and condemn you for your crimes. Once news of your execution for embezzlement gets out, your master and senior brothers will surely be implicated too. Hay suddenly stopped, a sinister grin spreading across his face. What do they call it? Oh yes, killing two birds with one stone. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms as his chest heaved with anger. Fury roared within him, but the heavy chains bound him, leaving him powerless. How blind I was to trust that scum. Ironclaw, he roared internally. What a venomous plan. Not only does it kill me, but it also drags my master down with me, eliminating all future threats. But why? Is it just because I offended the elders, challenged the authority of those in power? As he gazed at the damp, dark cell around him, a wave of despair washed over him. To think I had such a bright future ahead of me, only to die here in vain. It's unbearable. Seeing Lin Mo's furious yet helpless expression, Hay grew even more brazen. He swung his cane, jabbing it at Lin Mo's head repeatedly while hurling curses at him. Just then, the cell door creaked open, and a guard barked. Time's up. Get out now. Immersed in the pleasure of tormenting Lin Mo, Hay didn't even turn around. Just a bit longer, let me enjoy this. Are you deaf, you bastard? The guard snarled, raising his spear threateningly. Get out now, or I'll make you regret it. To the guard, Hay was nothing more than a lowly outsider. If not for the fact that Hay was to testify tomorrow, he wouldn't have even been allowed in the cell. The guard was worried Hay might harm the prisoner, which would make things difficult to explain later. Facing the guard's menacing tone, Hay immediately cowered. No need to get angry, big brother. I'm leaving right now. Move it. Yes. Hay nodded repeatedly, groveling as he turned and scurried out. Behind him, Lin Mo's muffled laughter echoed faintly, a sound that cut through Hay's pride like a blade. His humiliation turned his smugness into seething rage. Gritting his teeth, he vowed silently, tomorrow, I'll make sure Lin Mo is utterly destroyed. The moon hung high in the sky, its pale light casting flickering shadows through the torches inside the prison cell. Lin Mo slumped against the bars of his wooden cage, utterly exhausted. He had tried countless ways to escape, but all his efforts had been in vain. To avoid alerting the guards outside, he had to suppress his movements, which only made the task of escaping even harder. After hours of struggling, hunger and thirst had drained the last ounce of strength from his body. Though it appeared to be an ordinary wooden cage, this prison was, in fact, a high-tech creation. Anyone confined within, no matter how powerful, would find their abilities suppressed to that of an ordinary human by the laws of this world. This was the terrifying power of such advanced technology. In this world, there were only two ways to acquire technological artifacts. One was through sheer luck, finding them in supply crates that fell from the sky. These crates might contain fully assembled items, but their quality was entirely random. The second method was to craft them using blueprints, which could only be obtained from supply crates or by defeating high-level carnivorous dinosaurs. However, using these blueprints required meeting specific level thresholds. This explained why those with higher level caps were so highly valued. They could wield more powerful technologies, gaining an overwhelming advantage over others. Lin Mo gazed at the half-open window as a gentle night breeze rustled the leaves outside. What should have been a cool and tranquil evening felt like the final hours of his life. The thought of dying so unjustly, framed and trapped, filled him with bitter resentment. Just as despair began to consume him, a strange sensation stirred in his mind. It was as if a distant, indistinct voice was calling out to him. Though he couldn't discern whether it was friend or foe, with no other options left, Lin Mo decided to take a chance. He focused his thoughts, responding in the same way he would when taming a mount. At first, the voice faded, but it soon returned, growing clearer with each passing moment. After nearly 10 minutes of this back-and-forth interaction, a faint chirping sound reached him from the window. A small figure appeared at it was the monkey he had saved earlier that day. To Lin Mo's astonishment, he realized that the monkey had already been perfectly tamed. Its level had surged from 90 to an impressive 110. Such a massive increase was undeniable proof of the flawless bond they now shared. Guided by Lin Mo's mental commands, the clever little monkey quickly located the lock on the cage. This lock, though not requiring a key, was designed in such a way that most creatures would be unable to comprehend how to open it. However, with intelligence far surpassing its peers, the high-level monkey managed to unlock it with ease. Finally free, Lin Mo slipped out of the cage with the monkey's help and cautiously climbed through the window. Together, they evaded the patrols, stealthily making their way to a slaughterhouse reeking of blood. There, Lin Mo heard the faint, anguished cries of his mount, Tuazu. Rushing forward, he saw two butchers pinning the creature to the ground. Its limbs were bound, and its mouth was sealed, leaving it to helplessly whimper in despair. Lin Mo felt a faint sense of consciousness calling out from Tuazu, and his heart clenched with pain. Not far away, two butchers were speaking in hushed tones. "Hurry up. We still have 3 more sub-segmented dragons to process before the morning market," one butcher urged. "There's an execution today, so the crowd will be big and business will definitely boom. This sub-segmented dragon is really tough. Look at the branding we did on its leg this afternoon. There's barely a trace left now," the other butcher exclaimed in amazement. "No matter how tough it is, it's just a soulless beast. It can't be controlled. The chieftain said it himself, better to kill it for meat. What a waste though. Even after feeding it so many black fruits, it still hasn't passed out. It's definitely top quality. Stop whining and get to work. We've got more too." Before he could finish, a muffled grunt escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground. His companion barely had time to react before a shadow darted past, knocking him unconscious as well. Lin Mo rushed forward and freed Tuazu from its bindings. The newly liberated mount joyfully pressed its head against its master, nuzzling him endlessly. Lin Mo noticed its unsteady steps and recalled the butcher's conversation. He quickly searched the surroundings and soon found a few white fruits. These fruits were known to counteract the effects of the black fruit's sedative properties, even inducing a short burst of energy in those who consumed them. Time was of the essence. Lin Mo didn't waste time searching for more. He grabbed a stone axe used for cutting meat to defend himself and swiftly located the saddle for the sub-segmented dragon, securing it in place. He mounted the creature, and a nimble little monkey leapt onto his shoulder, clinging tightly to his arm. As they carefully avoided the patrols and made their way toward the city gate, a deafening drumbeat suddenly shattered the silence. "Attention, everyone. The fugitive Lin Mo has escaped. By order of the chieftain, seal the gates and place the city under lockdown." Instantly, torches flared to life across every guard post, illuminating the area. The sound of hurried footsteps closed in from all directions. Lin Mo was about to slip into a dark alley when he spotted several patrol guards who had already noticed him. "Who goes there? Dismount and identify yourself." The soldiers raised their spears, pointing them directly at him. Lin Mo's mind raced. They don't know I'm the fugitive yet. Feigning compliance, he approached them while raising his wrist to reveal the chip embedded there. "Relax. I have the chieftain's special permission. I need to leave the city tonight for urgent business." The nearest soldier was about to order him to dismount when Lin Mo suddenly lashed out, knocking him unconscious with a swift kick. The other two soldiers, startled, lunged at him with their spears. But Lin Mo, his skills honed through countless battles, easily dodged their attacks. He grabbed the shaft of one spear and, with a light tug, caused the soldier holding it to lose his grip, scraping his palms in the process. With a quick motion, Lin Mo used the wooden end of the spear to knock both soldiers unconscious. However, the commotion had alerted reinforcements nearby. A wave of torches rapidly approached. Unwilling to harm innocent soldiers, Lin Mo chose to retreat. If not for this restraint, his strength, agility, and enhanced combat abilities would have easily dealt with the dozen or so pursuers. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows whizzed through the air toward him. Lin Mo ducked low, narrowly avoiding them. "This guy's too slippery. Aim for the mount," someone shouted. A hail of arrows followed. Several struck Tuazu, but when Lin Mo checked its status, he saw it had only lost 30 health points. He breathed a sigh of relief. Tuazu not only had exceptionally high health, but also shared his damage reduction abilities. Lin Mo's main concern wasn't being killed by arrows, but being captured alive. While straight arrow wounds wouldn't stop them, traps like beyond the lookout snares or animal clamps could immobilize Tuazu. If the mount fell, his chances of escape would drop drastically. The encirclement tightened, and even raptor-mounted riders joined the chase. Although Lin Mo remembered the path he had taken earlier, the main gate was now sealed. Just as desperation began to set in, the little monkey on his shoulder let out a series of excited chirps, pointing upward. Lin Mo followed its gaze, and there it was, the city wall. The city wall lay deserted, presenting Lin Mo with a rare opportunity. His sharp gaze quickly locked onto a sloped path 30 meters away that led to the top of the wall. However, patrols were closing in from all directions. Tuazu, charge forward, Lin Mo commanded decisively. His mount immediately understood, letting out a fierce roar as it surged forward with astonishing speed. Stop him. He's trying to escape over the wall, someone shouted, realizing his intent. At that moment, a messenger bellowed. By order of the chieftain, Lin Mo is a vicious and highly dangerous criminal. For the safety of the tribe, kill him on sight. With the command issued, the guards hesitated no longer. Over a dozen spears were thrust toward him. 10 struck Tuazu, and 3 pierced Lin Mo. The onlookers were certain that the pair would meet their end. Yet, a series of loud cracking sounds echoed. Most of the spears had snapped in two. How is this possible? The guards were dumbfounded. Wooden spears breaking wasn't unheard of, but it typically happened against targets with strong defenses, like iron armor or the thick hides of powerful creatures. Yet Lin Mo wore nothing but a thin garment, lacking even basic cloth armor, and still managed to break so many spears. Seizing the moment of shock, Tuazu barreled through 2 guards blocking the path and dashed up the slope. 3 raptor riders gave chase, but it was too late. Lin Mo and Tuazu had already reached the top of the wall. Without hesitation, Lin Mo spurred Tuazu to leap off the edge. As they plunged from the 9-meter height, Lin Mo's heart leapt into his throat, as though he were on the most terrifying roller coaster of his life. With a resounding thud, Tuazu landed firmly on the ground, not missing a beat as it sprinted away at full speed. The 3 raptor riders atop the wall stared in disbelief. At such a height, even a dinosaur mount would typically sustain severe injuries or break its legs, especially when jumping at full speed. Yet Tuazu landed unscathed, its pace completely unaffected. Recalling the earlier snapped spears, the riders were even more convinced that Lin Mo was no ordinary man. Albert and the elders arrived shortly after, having been alerted. After hearing the report, Albert immediately issued orders. Listen up, everyone. Lin Mo is a vicious and highly dangerous criminal. He pulled Ahei forward and continued. This man here is from the same tribe as Lin Mo. They came together to purchase medicine. But that scum grew greedy, wanting to keep the fortune for himself, and murdered his companion. Fearing exposure, Lin Mo framed this man for his crime. Fortunately, I uncovered his treachery just in time. Isn't that right? Ahei nodded repeatedly in agreement. Releasing him, the chieftain turned to the crowd and declared sternly, "Warriors, listen well. This man is so ruthless he would even harm his own tribesmen. If we let him escape, it will be like releasing a tiger back into the wild. He will become a grave threat to our tribe. While he is still recovering, we must give it our all to capture him, dead or alive." Patrol teams 1 and 2, along with the raptor riders, set out immediately to hunt him down. Remember, bring him back alive if possible, but if not, we need his corpse. The soldiers immediately straightened their backs and responded loudly, "Yes, Chief, we will give it our all." Their eyes burned with determination, convinced that Lin Mo was a heinous villain whose death was necessary to protect their tribe. Despite the dangers of venturing into the jungle at night, they felt a deep sense of honor in undertaking this mission. As the team prepared to set off, Ahei attempted to sneak away, only to be stopped by a sharp command from Albert. "You're going with the team." "What? Me too." Ahei's face turned pale in an instant. Having been abruptly woken from sleep with news of Lin Mo's escape, he was now gripped by fear. Albert sneered, "You're familiar with Lin Mo. You'll assist in capturing him. If you succeed, there will be rewards for you." "But, Chief," Ahei stammered, his voice trembling, "Lin Mo hates me and would kill me if given the chance. Going after him is a death sentence." Albert's eyes narrowed as he replied with a sinister tone, "Exactly. Because he hates you and would want to kill you, you're coming along." It dawned on Ahei he was being used as bait. Lin Mo might avoid confronting the hunting squad hidden, but if Ahei were present, it could provoke him into action. They were clearly planning to use his life as leverage. Seeing Ahei's terrified expression, Albert scoffed disdainfully. "You have 2 choices. Go with the team, kill Lin Mo, and save yourself, or I end your life right here and now." Defeated and dejected, Ahei nodded reluctantly, like a stray dog with its tail between its legs. Albert then summoned the leader of the raptor squad. "Joyeux, this is Ahei, a former companion of Lin Mo. He volunteered to help. Treat him like any other member." If anyone disobeys orders or deserts, you have my permission to deal with them as you see fit. Once the team had departed, the elder approached Albert with a hushed voice. Chief, the jungle is perilous at night. Was it necessary to send so many after Lin Mo? What harm is there in letting him escape? Albert shook his head slowly. No, he must die. Glancing around to ensure no one else was listening, he lowered his voice further. Remember the Federation of Star Migrants? If they encounter Lin Mo and learn about the conspiracy against him, we could become their next target. I have no intention of provoking those self-proclaimed righteous yet mysterious warriors, he continued. Besides, the Riverbank tribe is already under the scrutiny of the Star Migrants. According to Ahei, they hold Lin Mo in high regard. That brute Quangtia orchestrated this, intending to make us the scapegoats by sending Lin Mo to buy medicine. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already ventured deep into the jungle. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, but barely illuminated his path. Thankfully, he had his trusty two-foot companion. Navigating the dense terrain alone would have been nearly impossible. With no clear destination in mind, his only goal was to escape the Green Shade tribe's territory as quickly as possible. Heading toward the Riverbank tribe was out of the question. Not only was Quangtia scheming against him, but elite draconic patrols guarded the borders. Forgive me, master, Lin Mo thought bitterly. Not only did I fail to obtain the medicine, but I've also been framed and nearly killed. If I can't save you in time, I swear I'll make Quangtia and Albert pay for this. A sudden pang of hunger struck him. Healing his wounds had drained his energy, and his companion Two-Foot was also injured and in need of sustenance. Lin Mo quickly directed Two-Foot to gather from nearby bushes, soon collecting a variety of fruits. Opening the auxiliary panel on his saddle dragon, he sorted through the haul, keeping only purple and blue fruits while discarding the rest to reduce weight. The purple fruits were fed to Two-Foot, while Lin Mo devoured the blue ones hungrily. Though not as filling as meat, the sheer quantity of fruit helped alleviate his hunger. Just as his wounds began to heal, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from behind. Turning to look, he spotted over 20 torches flickering in the distance, resembling a fiery serpent moving through the darkness. Damn it, they've caught up already. Lin Mo urged Two-Foot to pick up the pace, steering toward dense underbrush to minimize their visibility. But to his shock, no matter how he tried to evade them, the pursuers seemed to track his movements with uncanny precision. They must have a skilled tracker, he realized, altering his route repeatedly to traverse treacherous terrain. While the pursuers could follow his direction, they often paused briefly to confirm his trail. The more frequently he changed his path, the more time he could buy. During this desperate escape, he continued to consume food to maintain his strength. If the worst came to pass and he was caught, his chances of survival would depend on being in peak physical condition. The good times didn't last long. Only 10 minutes later, Zuyu's brows furrowed tightly. The seasoned old hunter suddenly halted the entire pursuit team after pausing once more to confirm their direction. Captain, why are we stopping? The deputy asked in confusion. Can't we just follow this route and keep chasing? Zuyu's sharp eyes scanned the ground, pointing to the tracks. Haven't you noticed? If Lin Mo were simply running for his life, he'd take the most direct route, maybe with a slight detour. But now, he's changing direction drastically every so often. This is clearly a tactic to evade pursuit and buy time. Buying time? Could he be setting up an ambush? No, it's quite the opposite, Zhuyu said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He's alone and poorly armed. His only hope lies in delaying us long enough to create an opportunity. The boy's gambling, but he won't escape my grasp. Without hesitation, Zhuyu issued orders. Deputy, take half the men and advance straight along this direction at full speed. As you go, keep shouting things like, he's over there. Wouldn't that alert him? The deputy asked, puzzled. That's precisely the point. Zuyu's eyes glinted with confidence. Didn't you notice? Every time he changes direction, it's away from the tribe. By exploiting this pattern, we can predict his general route. You take the direct path, and he'll continue tracking him. We'll create a pincer movement, and he'll have no way out. Turning to Ahei, he asked, you're Lin Mo's companion. Any advice? Ahei, utterly clueless, shrugged and replied vaguely, you're in charge. I've got no objections. The pursuit team quickly split into two groups. One advanced in the search direction, while the other followed the path Zhuyu had mapped out. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was moving swiftly through a sparsely wooded area. Just as he prepared to change direction again, he suddenly heard rapid footsteps behind him. Glancing back, he saw flickering firelight about 100 meters away. The pursuers were closing in fast. There he is. Over there. After him. A shout pierced through the night. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. No way. How did they find me? He immediately urged his mount, the Tuazu, to run faster. But the pursuers, riding swift Velociraptors, had a clear speed advantage. Earlier, their pace had been limited by the need to follow tracks. Now, following Zuyu's plan, they were sprinting at full speed and closing the distance rapidly. Lin Mo didn't realize this was a feint. Had he stayed calm and hidden in place, he might have evaded this wave of pursuit. But even so, the remaining team would soon pinpoint his location exactly as Zhuaiyue had calculated. Whether he ran or stayed, he would fall into their pincer trap. Look, over there. It's Lin Mo. Someone shouted gleefully. Haha, the kid finally slipped up. Signal the captain. Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart sank. Damn it, I've been tricked. They wanted me to reveal myself. Despite realizing had fallen into their trap, Lin Mo remained composed. A quick scan revealed about a dozen pursuers. The Velociraptor riders were far ahead, while those on the slower Protoceratops trailed by over 30 meters. In desperation, Lin Mo decided to exploit the cover of night. He would push forward at full speed, forcing the pursuers to spread out further. Then, Head seized the chance to take down one of the Velociraptor riders. Without their fastest mounts, the Protoceratops riders would struggle to catch up. Having made his decision, Lin Mo sprinted forward with all his strength. Arrows whistled past him, but he skillfully maneuvered his tuazu through the dense trees. While this allowed him to evade the arrows, it presented a new challenge. The Protoceratops, with its poor turning ability, slowed down significantly in the forest. The Velociraptors, however, continued to close in. Lin Mo knew all too well that a fierce battle was inevitable, and he had to seize the initiative. A rider silently crept up behind him, spear in hand, aimed directly at his vital spots, ready to strike. Just as the rider prepared to throw, Lin Mo's eyes flashed with determination, and he gave a decisive command. Tuazu immediately understood and made a sudden turn, its massive body standing like an impenetrable wall in front of the rider. This unexpected maneuver caught the rider completely off guard. Both the rider and his Velociraptor mount crashed heavily into Tuazu's sturdy frame. Thanks to its incredible resilience and robust physique, Tuazu only stumbled a few steps before regaining balance. The rider, however, was thrown violently to the ground and instantly lost consciousness. While the Velociraptor wasn't thrown off, the force of the collision left it dazed and disoriented. Lin Mo knew that a Velociraptor without its rider would instinctively attack, and he couldn't afford to give it any chance to recover. Raising his wooden spear high, he let out a fierce battle cry and drove the weapon with precision into the Velociraptor's head. With a sharp cracking sound, the creature's skull was pierced through, brain matter splattering everywhere as it fell lifeless to the ground. This shocking display left the other Velociraptor riders trembling with fear. They were well aware of the Velociraptor's incredible impact force, which could easily topple a similarly sized Pachycephalosaurus. Yet Lin Mo's mount seemed barely affected, as though it had only been nudged. Clearly, this Pachycephalosaurus possessed extraordinary attributes, and Lin Mo's lethal precision was even more terrifying. Despite their growing apprehension, the riders quickly surrounded Lin Mo, intending to hold him off until reinforcements arrived to launch a full-scale attack. However, they underestimated their opponent's resolve. Lin Mo, seeing through their plan, had no intention of waiting passively. He directed Tuazu to charge straight at the rider in front. Startled, the rider thrust his spear forward in desperation, but Lin Mo swiftly grabbed the wooden shaft and yanked him off his mount. With a swift counterstrike, Lin Mo brought the spear's handle down hard on the rider's head, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The no-riderless Velociraptor lunged to bite, but Tuazu reared up on its hind legs and let out a thunderous roar, asserting its dominance and intimidating the predator. The Velociraptor froze in place, utterly stunned that this herbivorous dragon rider dared to challenge it. In that brief moment of hesitation, Lin Mo's spear shot out like a lightning bolt, piercing directly through the raptor's eye and skewering its entire skull. The wooden spear shattered from the immense impact. The three remaining riders stood dumbfounded within seconds. Two of their comrades lay lifeless, and two raptors were slain on the spot. Sensing the dire situation, the lieutenant barked out, all at once, "I refuse to believe he can take all of us on." With that, he charged forward, leading the assault. The trio coordinated their attack, surrounding Lin Mo from different angles, their spears aimed at his vital points. Just as their weapons were about to strike, Lin Mo suddenly leapt off his deputy dragon. Their attacks missed, forcing them to hastily adjust their positions. At that exact moment, Lin Mo let out a sharp whistle. The deputy dragon, understanding the signal, lunged at the nearest lieutenant, slamming into the raptor. Although the Velociraptor wasn't injured, the sheer force sent it staggering backward, unable to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo dashed toward a raptor that was still regaining its balance. He delivered a thunderous punch straight to its head. With a sickening crack, the raptor's skull exploded like a watermelon. Its rider didn't even have time to react before Lin Mo's slap sent him flying, unconscious before he hit the ground. Another rider, witnessing the carnage, abandoned any thoughts of aiding the lieutenant and charged directly at Lin Mo. The lieutenant, recognizing the worsening odds, shouted, "Don't be reckless. Help me first. But before he could finish, the deputy dragon rammed him again, nearly knocking both lieutenant and raptor off their feet. The lieutenant cursed inwardly, marveling at the sheer strength of his opponent. The charging rider ignored the warning, but refrained from using his spear recklessly. Instead, he commanded his Velociraptor to lunge and bite. Seeing Lin Mo advancing rather than retreating, the rider felt a surge of confidence, thinking, at this range, without a mount, he'll be torn to shreds. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mo had faced a Velociraptor alone when he first arrived in this world. He was intimately familiar with their attack patterns and weaknesses. Moreover, with a rider on its back, the raptor's agility was significantly reduced. As the raptor raised its deadly claws, Lin Mo easily sidestepped, maneuvering to its rear flank its blind spot, where it struggled to turn quickly. The rider quickly realized the danger and frantically tried to reposition the raptor. It leapt twice but failed to realign itself. The rider, flustered, attempted to swing his spear around, but Lin Mo was already behind him, out of reach. Letting out a fierce roar, Lin Mo delivered a devastating punch, shattering the Velociraptor's spine. Without pausing, Lin Mo grabbed the fallen rider and hurled him toward the lieutenant, who was still locked in a desperate struggle with the deputy dragon. The lieutenant was at his wit's end. Neither his attacks nor his raptor's counterattacks could shake off the relentless deputy dragon. He had already stabbed it 3 times with his spear, even landing a blow to its head, but it was as effective as scratching an itch. If anything, it only enraged the beast, whose assaults grew even more ferocious. As the lieutenant contemplated his next move, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. Before he could react, his airborne comrade collided with him, sending both crashing to the ground, unconscious. Lin Mo swiftly picked up a discarded wooden spear, took aim at the last standing raptor, and hurled it with precision. The spear pierced through the raptor's neck. Despite its frantic struggles, the raptor ultimately succumbed to death's grip. Without wasting a moment, Lin Mo mounted his deputy dragon and sped away from the scene. The remaining riders, who had been watching from a safe distance, were too stunned to act. 5 elite Velociraptor riders had been utterly defeated by a nearly unarmed young man. The riders, who had been no more than 20 meters away, hesitated to pursue. Only after Lin Mo had disappeared into the distance did they dare approach to tend to the wounded. Not long after, Zhuoyue arrived with reinforcements. Surveying the devastation, he was horrified. What happened here? He demanded. Captain, we located Lin Mo, but the Velociraptor squad, they're all gone, one of the riders reported. What? Where is Lin Mo now? Zhuoyue pressed. He escaped. Hearing this, Zhuoyue felt a chill run down his spine. One man had taken down 5 Velociraptor riders and escaped unscathed? Furious, he turned to his team. Why didn't you join the fight? He demanded. In hushed tones, one of the riders replied, if the Velociraptor squad couldn't handle him, what chance did we have? We'd just be throwing our lives away. Zhuoyue sighed heavily, realizing the grim truth. Though the clan leader had decreed that cowards could be executed, Zhuoyue wasn't one to kill unnecessarily. This mission was already perilous, and with such a formidable opponent, it was better to preserve their strength and regroup. As he examined the scene, Zhuoyue's mood grew darker. 5 skilled riders, including his trusted lieutenant, were dead. The Velociraptor's fatal wounds all indicated overwhelming power and precision. Each kill had been executed with a single, decisive strike. Zhuoyue couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was Lin Mo? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry shattered the silence. Brother, how could you leave me like this? I swear I'll avenge you. Lin Mo will pay. A rider knelt beside one of the fallen, sobbing uncontrollably. Others began to find their own friends and relatives among the dead. Some were relieved to find their loved ones unscathed, while others were overcome with grief. A somber pall settled over the scene. Zhuoyue approached the grieving rider and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't despair. We will find Lin Mo and make him pay for what he's done to your brother. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on him. 5 lives lost meant 5 shattered families. If Lin Mo remained at large, who knew how many more would suffer? Just then, the dead brother suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at his sibling. The younger rider screamed in terror. He's come back to life. Even the seasoned Zhuoyue was momentarily startled. The injured man grimaced in agony. His face contorted as he grabbed his brother's arm and growled through clenched teeth. You idiot. You're pressing on my wound. It hurts like hell. The younger brother threw his arms around him, tears streaming down his face. Brother, you're alive. Alive your head. But, ouch. If you squeeze me any harder, you'll actually kill me, he cried out in pain. The younger brother quickly let go and carefully checked his injuries, just 2 broken ribs, nothing too serious. It turned out he had merely fainted earlier. Zhuoyue was about to say, the goddess of luck must be smiling on you, when the air was suddenly filled with joyous exclamations from all around. Hey, old buddy, you're okay too? My son is alive. He's fine. One by one, the others who had fallen unconscious began regaining their senses, and the atmosphere turned electric with relief and excitement. Captain Joyeux. A faint voice called out. Joyeux hurriedly pushed through the crowd to find his lieutenant clutching his chest, panting heavily while gazing at him. Though clearly in pain, it seemed to be only a rib injury, not life-threatening. Well, I'll be damned. You're still alive. I thought. Forget it. Hang in there. We'll get you back right away. The lieutenant looked guilt-ridden, his voice trembling. Captain, I'm sorry. I failed you. I let you down. Enough of that. Joyeux cut him off decisively. If someone escapes, we can always chase them down. But a lost life, there's no coming back from that. I'll arrange for your evacuation immediately. 5 injured men required 5 subraptor riders to escort them back, which drastically reduced the manpower for the pursuit. Now, only 5 raptor riders and 10 subraptor riders remained, leaving Joyeux uncertain whether they could still catch Lin Mo. Someone suggested leaving the injured behind and resuming the chase after dealing with Lin Mo, but Joyeux rejected the idea outright. To him, this dangerous jungle was no place for the injured, especially at night. If they encountered a carnivorous dinosaur, the wounded would stand no chance. He insisted on sending them back to safety first. As the escort team disappeared into the distance, Joyeux couldn't shake the questions nagging at him. Lin Mo hadn't killed a single person. That was highly unusual. If it had been an isolated case, it might be excusable, but every rider had merely been knocked unconscious without suffering fatal injuries. Considering Lin Mo's strength, capable of spearing a raptor to death in one strike, it would have been effortless for him to kill an unconscious rider. Yet, he spared them all. What did this mean? Joyeux turned his gaze toward Ahei, who was sitting alone on a subraptor. He led the subraptor to a secluded spot and demanded sternly, "What's your connection to Lin Mo? Tell me the truth." Ahei stammered. "What is there to say? Didn't the chief explain everything? If you have questions, go ask him yourself." Joyeux saw right through his evasiveness. Lin Mo not only showed mercy to those pursuing him, but also to the patrol members he had previously defeated in the village. They were merely injured. This clearly indicated that Lin Mo was not a bloodthirsty killer but someone with principles. Ahei's attitude only deepened Joyeux's suspicions. "Not talking, huh? Fine." Joyeux yanked him off the subraptor and pressed a spear to his throat. "Shout Lin Mo's name loud enough for him to hear." "Captain, what are you doing? The chief sent you to help. Can't you see they're using you as bait?" Ahei protested, panic evident in his voice. That only confirmed Joyeux's suspicions further. Ahei, now on the verge of tears, cursed his luck silently. Why was everyone treating him like bait? Still won't talk? Joyeux stabbed Ahei's arm lightly with the spear. Ahei's scream pierced the stillness of the night. Joyeux jabbed him 2 more times, venting his frustration over the injuries and the loss of several raptors caused by Ahei's concealment. Unable to endure any longer, Ahei shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lin Mo, I'm here. If you've got the guts, come and kill me." After a few shouts, hurried footsteps could indeed be heard approaching from the distance. Joyeux immediately ordered his men to prepare. "Set the traps. Try to capture him alive." The team swiftly set up animal traps along the path, aiming to take down Lin Mo's mount first and then subdue him with tranquilizer arrows. Everyone kept their eyes fixed on the source of the sound, ready for the moment their target would step into the trap. But then, about 10 meters away in the underbrush, the footsteps suddenly stopped. It felt as if something was staring at them through the foliage. Realizing Lin Mo wasn't falling for the trap, Joyeux shouted again, "Lin Mo, the person you want is right here. Just come over, and we can talk. You can deal with him however you want." Ahei tried to back away, but Joyeux pressed the spear against his back, forcing him to stay put. Tears welled up in Ahei's eyes. Joyeux, still receiving no response, signaled his men to raise their bows loaded with tranquilizer arrows, ready to fire. At that moment, the underbrush parted slightly, but what emerged was neither a subraptor nor Lin Mo. It was a massive, terrifying head. A pair of small, glowing yellow eyes gleamed menacingly in the dark. The reddish-brown behemoth wasted no time, charging directly at the nearest rider. The unfortunate man was tossed into the air like a ragdoll, a spray of blood trailing behind him. His raptor mount was seized in the creature's powerful jaws, and with a brutal twist, its neck was snapped as it was crushed underfoot. "Oh my God, it's a Carnotaurus!" One of the team members screamed in terror, throwing the group into chaos. Joyeux's face turned pale. He had never expected to encounter a Carnotaurus here. He knew the territory around the village like the back of his hand, and this area was typically devoid of large carnivorous dinosaurs, making it relatively safe. That was the only reason he felt confident leading a night operation. But now, disaster had struck, and their equipment was woefully inadequate to deal with a Carnotaurus. "Don't panic. Subraptor team, retreat first. Raptors, cover them." he commanded, trying to restore order. But the scene was already descending into pandemonium. The Carnotaurus charged relentlessly, giving them no time to regroup. Although Zhuiyu's raptor riders were a disciplined and elite unit, trained personally by him to remain composed even under pressure, the subraptor riders recruited from the village patrol lacked both skill and resolve. They scattered in all directions, colliding with their comrades and creating bottlenecks in their attempt to flee. The Carnotaurus proved cunning, targeting clusters of people and mounts trapped together. It rammed one rider into the air and then clamped its jaws onto another's arm, lifting him high off the ground. Whoosh! A tranquilizer dart sliced through the air, striking the neck of the massive Carnotaurus with pinpoint precision. The beast released its prey from its jaws and turned its head toward the direction the dart had come from. There, Zhuiyue, mounted on a swift raptor, deftly maneuvered around the ferocious creature, firing off his precious tranquilizer darts one after another. These high-grade tranquilizer darts were not something that could be crafted by simply combining sedatives with ordinary arrows. They required specific technological blueprints to be effective. Due to the complexity of their creation, each raptor rider was equipped with only 3 darts, and even the team leader, Zhuiyue, carried no more than 5. Yet, in this life-or-death moment, he unhesitatingly used every last one. The Carnotaurus instantly locked onto Zhuiyue as its target and charged at him with terrifying speed. Drawing on his exceptional riding skills, Zhuiyue directed his mount to veer away and escape in a straight line. His plan was simple: distract the Carnotaurus and buy time for his team to flee. Just as the plan seemed to be working, a shadowy figure lunged from the side. With a resounding crash, Zhuiyue was thrown into the air and slammed hard onto the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled to his feet, only to discover another gray Carnotaurus, this one, the mate of the first. This territory had long been established as their meticulously prepared hunting ground. Zhuiyu's team, oblivious to the danger, had unwittingly fallen into the role of prey. This pair of Carnotaurus was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also exhibited a chilling level of intelligence. Having observed Lin Mo's formidable strength could tear apart raptors barehanded, they had waited patiently for both sides to exhaust themselves before striking. Even now, their strategy was precise. The male Carnotaurus kept the attention of the group, while the female lay in ambush, ready to intercept Zhuiyue as he attempted to draw them away. For the first time, Zhuiyue felt a deep, bone-chilling fear and despair. Watching his raptor torn to shreds by the 2 Carnotaurus in mere moments, he yelled for his teammates to retreat while drawing his stone axe, ready for a desperate fight. As their leader, he would never abandon his team. 2 other raptor riders attempted to ambush the Carnotaurus, but were quickly spotted by the male. It roared and charged at them, creating a chaotic and perilous scene. Meanwhile, the female Carnotaurus steadily closed in on Zhuiyue. He knew that even with a mount, he was no match for such an adversary, let alone now, when he stood alone. As the female lunged toward him, he could only raise his stone axe with a defiant roar. At that critical moment, a dark shadow streaked through the air and slammed into the female Carnotaurus, forcing it to stagger backward. Zhuiyue looked up in astonishment to see that his savior was none other than their target, Lin Mo. "What are you standing there for? Get your team out of here," Lin Mo shouted, his voice firm and commanding. Riding a Pachycephalosaurus, he continued his assault, even exposing his unprotected back to Zhuiyue as a sign of trust. Moved by this gesture, Zhuiyue quickly rallied his men to tend to the wounded and retreat, while leading the raptor squad in a coordinated effort to distract the Carnotaurus pair and buy more time. With just a few concise orders, Zhuiyue restored order to his team. Even in the heat of battle, Lin Mo took note of Zhuiyu's composure and decisiveness. He couldn't help but admire the man's leadership and resourcefulness. What a talent, Lin Mo thought to himself. Zhuiyue, now without a mount, swiftly leapt onto a riderless Pachycephalosaurus. In their tribe, dinosaurs could be shared if their owner permitted it, or if their owner had fallen in battle. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was locked in a fierce fight with the female Carnotaurus. At first, the beast seemed startled that a Pachycephalosaurus would dare challenge her, especially with enough force to push her back. But she quickly regained her ferocity and launched a relentless assault on Lin Mo. Lin Mo, fully aware of the Pachycephalosaurus' capabilities, stood his ground. The two collided with a thunderous crash that reverberated through the air. The female Carnotaurus only stumbled back a couple of steps, while the Pachycephalosaurus was forced to retreat 7 or 8 paces. Gripping the reins tightly, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Though the Pachycephalosaurus far surpassed ordinary raptors, it was still no match for a Carnotaurus. While its endurance exceeded that of the Carnotaurus pair, its attack power and speed were significantly inferior, enough to ensure survival, but not enough to deal any real damage. The female Carnotaurus, enraged, demonstrated her cunning as a seasoned hunter. She began circling swiftly, aiming to strike at the Pachycephalosaurus' vulnerable back. Lin Mo's heart sank as he urgently tried to adjust his position, but it was clear that the Pachycephalosaurus couldn't keep up with the Carnotaurus' speed. The bull dragon crept silently up behind the mother dragon, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce and sink its teeth into her. Lin Mo reacted instantly, commanding his camel-footed mount to charge forward while leaping into the air. He landed squarely on the mother dragon's back, using her head as a springboard. Clamping his legs tightly around the dragon's body, he raised his fists and delivered a series of powerful blows to her back. The mother dragon roared in a mix of fury and pain, thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge him. She twisted her neck to try and bite Lin Mo, but his position on her back was just out of reach. Lin Mo continued his relentless assault, raining punch after punch until he finally managed to break one of her ribs. This dragon's bones are insanely tough. I've thrown so many punches, and this is all the damage I've done, he thought, alarmed. The mother dragon's anguished roar carried across the battlefield, catching the attention of the bull dragon engaged with Zhuyu and the others nearby. Seeing his mate under attack, the bull dragon flew into a rage. Zhuyu immediately ordered his men to unleash a barrage of arrows and spears to prevent the bull dragon from intervening. However, driven by desperation to save his mate, the bull dragon broke through their defenses and charged straight for Lin Mo, jaws wide open. Focused entirely on subduing the mother dragon, Lin Mo was caught off guard. The bull dragon's sharp teeth sank deep into his right shoulder. The searing pain eclipsed any injury he'd ever experienced, whether from arrows, blades, or even velociraptor bites. Worse still, the bull dragon refused to let go, shaking its massive head violently in an effort to tear him apart. Lin Mo's eyes widened in agony, his entire body feeling as if it were being ripped to shreds. His vulnerable position made it nearly impossible to mount an effective counterattack. This is insane. Even with my damage reduction ability, I can't withstand this kind of assault, he thought, panic surging through him. At that critical moment, a sharp cry pierced the air. A small black figure hurtled down from the sky. It was Lin Mo's loyal companion, the monkey he'd tamed. The creature landed squarely on the bull dragon's head and began attacking its eyes with a ferocious flurry of claws. With a sickening pop, blood spurted from the bull dragon's right eye. It let out a deafening roar of pain, momentarily loosening its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo finally managed to break free. Lin Mo came to a harsh realization. Relying solely on Zhuiyue's swift raptor squad was far from enough to effectively subdue the ferocious Carnotaurus. His near-death encounter, where he almost lost an arm, made him deeply understand the importance of having his own dinosaur army. If it hadn't been for Zhonghe's timely intervention, his right arm would have been torn off. In this world, even the gravest injuries could slowly heal with enough food except for lost limbs, which could never regenerate. The male Carnotaurus, enraged after Zhonghe blinded one of its eyes, vented all its fury on Lin Mo when it couldn't find the monkey hiding in the trees. The stench of decay from its gaping jaws hit Lin Mo like a wave. At the critical moment, Tuazu charged in front of Lin Mo, valiantly blocking the Carnotaurus's attack. Despite having 2,400 health points, Tuazu was no match for the higher-level, stronger male Carnotaurus. Each bite cost Tuazu nearly 80 points of health, leaving the situation increasingly dire. In this moment of crisis, the raptor hunters, who had been fighting amongst themselves, set aside their differences to unite against the common threat. Spears and arrows rained down on the male Carnotaurus, while Lin Mo fiercely attacked the female one. However, the Carnotaurus's defense was far superior to that of the raptors. With his right arm severely injured, Lin Mo could only manage feeble strikes with his left hand, each punch causing more pain in his hand than damage to the beast. Zhuiyue seized the opportunity and hurled a wooden spear toward Lin Mo. He had long noticed that this young man's combat power significantly increased when armed. Lin Mo caught the spear, steadied himself, and drove it hard into the back of the female Carnotaurus's head. The first thrust pierced its flesh and reached the skull. Adjusting his stance, he took a deep breath and delivered a second, all-out strike. The wooden spear snapped, but it successfully embedded itself in the female Carnotaurus's head. The beast let out an earth-shaking roar but stubbornly clung to life. Spear! Lin Mo shouted. Zhuiyue immediately tossed a second one, this time aimed at the female's eye. With a piercing wail, the massive creature finally collapsed to the ground. Seeing its mate killed, the male Carnotaurus grew even more furious, but remained tightly entangled with Tuazu, whose health had dwindled to just 1,030. The surrounding riders' attacks had little effect, leaving Zhuiyue watching anxiously. Without Lin Mo's timely arrival, they would have stood no chance against these two powerful Carnotauruses. Bow! Tranquilizer arrows! Zhuiyue called out, noticing Lin Mo's shoulder bleeding profusely. He handed over the weapon. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Mo fired 5 arrows, all of which hit the male Carnotaurus. He knew his ranged attacks dealt at least double the damage, with the tranquilizing effect tripled equivalent to 15 arrows from an ordinary person. Yet the beast remained vigorous and unyielding. With 8 more tranquilizer arrows contributed by the riders, Tuazu continued to hold the male Carnotaurus in place, preventing it from either attacking or retreating. It wasn't until the 6th arrow struck its neck that the male Carnotaurus began to show fear and desperately fled. Lin Mo whistled to recall Tuazu, watching the beast's frenzied retreat with a tinge of regret that he hadn't been able to tame it. But it still ran away. Lin Mo watched the male dragon's figure disappear into the distance, silently calculating his options. He had 2 tranquilizer arrows left, but with Camel Foot's health barely at 400 points, recklessly intervening would only result in the loss of this crucial companion. Just as he was about to give up, something unexpected happened. The little monkey, which had been hiding among the branches above, suddenly leapt into the air and landed precisely on the male dragon's back. Its tiny claws gripped the dragon's scales tightly, and just like that, it rode the dragon into the forest, vanishing from sight. Lin Mo froze for a moment, bewildered by the monkey's actions. Could it have betrayed him? But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. The immediate crisis at hand was far more pressing. The air in the forest felt as if it had frozen. All the survivors instinctively gathered together, their gazes fixed on Lin Mo. His fingers remained on the bowstring. His stance carefully calculated. This distance was perfect for him to take down everyone in the shortest time possible. Even injured, he was confident he could manage it. The tranquilizer arrows were ready, and anyone who made a reckless move would be shot down immediately. Surprisingly, no one acted. After a brief silence, Joyeuse spoke up first. You saved us. We all owe you a debt. I can see that you're not the monster the chief claimed you to be. Go ahead, leave. Lin Mo stayed vigilant, his eyes scanning the group. Oh, I will leave. But first, I need to kill someone. I know who you're after, Joyeuse replied with a nod, pointing to a spot not far away. There, that's him. Following Joyeuse's gesture, Lin Mo's eyes landed on a hay, lying beneath a large tree. It turned out that a hay had tried to escape during the chaos but was unlucky enough to be struck by the male dragon, leaving both of his legs broken. Now, he lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Upon hearing their conversation, his face turned pale with terror as he watched Lin Mo approach. Lin Mo let out a cold snort, picked up a wooden spear from the ground, and hurled it with full force. The spear sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing through a hay's neck with pinpoint accuracy. The despicable scum writhed in excruciating pain for 2 minutes before finally succumbing to death. With his enemy dealt with, Lin Mo exhaled deeply and turned to Joyeuse, saying, "This place is too dangerous. The bull dragon could return at any moment. You should leave quickly." Joyeuse bowed respectfully to him. Lin Mo, you are a true warrior. We riders would never harm someone who saved us. However, for the safety of both sides, I suggest you change your name and avoid returning to the Greenshade tribe. That way, it'll be easier for us to explain things when we go back. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. He understood what Joyeuse meant. The riders would report that he had died, ensuring that Albert would no longer pursue a dead man. With a hay dead, this arrangement benefited both parties. Joyeuse refrained from asking too many questions, knowing that the less he knew, the safer it would be for him and his family. Judging by how the riders had stayed and fought the bull dragon without fleeing, Lin Mo surmised that they were likely Joyeuse's trusted subordinates. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Having a loyal team of riders was truly a blessing, far more challenging to achieve than assembling a dinosaur army. After all, human loyalty is unpredictable. The riders tended to the dead and wounded, placing them on their mounts. Joyeuse led his team away swiftly, deliberately leaving behind a backpack as they departed. Upon inspecting the bag, Lin Mo discovered it contained roasted meat, water bags, and medical supplies such as bandages. This generous and straightforward man seemed like someone worth befriending if the opportunity arose in the future. Lin Mo first tended to his injuries. Thanks to the medicinal effects of the bandages, his wounds began to heal rapidly, even without ample food supply. He estimated it would take no more than 20 minutes for him to fully recover. Thinking back on the moment when the bull dragon had nearly torn him apart, Lin Mo felt a lingering fear. If not for Camelfoot's selfless rescue, he might have lost an arm. He gently stroked Camelfoot, whose body was covered in wounds and whose vitality was dangerously low, feeding it fruits to help it regain strength. Meanwhile, he scavenged the battlefield for supplies. A torch, a stone axe, a stone pickaxe, 10 ordinary arrows, 3 wooden spears, and a set of pieced-together leather armor. Knowing he would need to survive in the wilderness for some time, Lin Mo used his stone axe to process the corpses of the raptors and parasaurolophuses into resources, obtaining a large amount of meat and hide. He placed the meat on the ground, allowing it to rot. According to the world's rules, ordinary meat would spoil quickly if not specially preserved, becoming a key ingredient for crafting narcotics. Unfortunately, without technology blueprints or an unlocked tech tree, the 240 pieces of meat would inevitably decay into 240 units of spoiled material. Having reached level 20, Lin Mo had gained 9 attribute points, but he decided to hold off on assigning them until he unlocked new attributes. He tried asking the system interface how to unlock more attributes and the tech tree, but the system remained unresponsive. While waiting for his recovery, Lin Mo began contemplating his next steps. For now, both the Riverside tribe and the Green Shade tribe were off-limits. He was currently in the northwest of the Green Shade tribe's territory, where the Redwoods and Highland tribes resided. Although these two tribes were relatively friendly to outsiders, Lin Mo decided to build up his strength in the wilderness first before approaching them. Opening the interface on his left-hand chip, he selected Member Decease as the reason to leave the Riverside tribe. The system notified him that he was now considered a nomad and recommended joining a new tribe soon. However, this was exactly the opportunity Lin Mo needed to let everyone believe he was dead, giving him the chance to grow stronger and strike back when the time was right. When I'm strong enough, I'll go back and destroy Quang Tai. Rescue my master and senior brother Sif. They're still alive. Lin Mo let out a heavy sigh, then forced himself to regroup and focus. Lin Mo stared in the direction where the bull dragon had fled, his brows furrowed. The mid-level monkey had actually followed the bull dragon, leaving him both puzzled and regretful. This was a high-level mid-ear monkey that had saved him twice. As for the powerful bull dragon, if he had managed to shoot a few more arrows, there might have been a real chance to tame it. The thought of the combat power a tamed high-level bull dragon could provide left Lin Mo feeling a pang of regret. Even without a bull dragon saddle to ride it, just commanding it in battle would have been a game-changer far beyond what his pack beast could achieve. The fierce battle earlier had proven this point 1 high-level bull dragon could easily handle 7 or 8 raptors. As Lin Mo rested briefly, a faint but familiar call suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the mid-level monkey. He immediately opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings, but there was no sign of the monkey. He quickly realized that the mental connection was even weaker than when he was in the prison cell, indicating that the monkey was farther away. Could it be in danger? Although he was frustrated that it had jumped onto the bull dragon's back, he wasn't about to give up on the high-level monkey so easily. By now, his injuries were mostly healed, and the chunks of meat on the ground had completely rotted away. After gathering his supplies, Lin Mo mounted his pack beast and began following the faint mental call, staying alert as he traveled. As dawn approached, darkness still enveloped the area. He pulled out a high-tech torch crafted from a blueprint that was as effective as a flashlight, capable of automatic ignition and almost limitless use. After over half an hour of searching, he finally found a clue in a mountain hollow. The mental connection was particularly strong here, but aside from the dense forest, there seemed to be nothing unusual. Just as he was feeling perplexed, a small figure suddenly descended from above and landed steadily on his shoulder. It was the mid-level monkey. It gestured wildly, clearly overjoyed. As Lin Mo patted its head in a mix of exasperation and affection, his pack beast suddenly emitted a warning signal. A conspicuous red marker appeared about 20 meters away in a thicket. Lin Mo instinctively reached for his bow, but the monkey waved its hands frantically, leaping onto the pack beast's head and motioning for him to follow. It nimbly jumped to the ground and darted into the bushes. About 10 meters from the red marker, a heavy breathing sound reached Lin Mo's ears. Peering through the gaps in the foliage, he was overjoyed. The bull dragon that had escaped was lying there, its reddish-brown skin studded with arrows. The monkey hopped back onto his arm, tilting its head and blinking as if awaiting praise. Upon closer observation, Lin Mo noticed the bull dragon's labored breathing and lethargic state. Its eyes fluttered open and shut, clearly on the verge of collapse. The tranquilizer arrows he had used earlier were finally taking effect, especially the ones he had personally shot, which carried a stronger sedative. Lin Mo took out his last 2 tranquilizer arrows, planting one in the ground as a backup and knocking the other onto his bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow struck the bull dragon squarely on the head. It roared in fury, staggering to its feet, but quickly swayed as if drunk and collapsed heavily to the ground. Once its breathing steadied and its eyes closed, Lin Mo cautiously approached. Using his wrist chip to scan it, he discovered it was a level 55 bull dragon. He was ecstatic. However, as he thought it over, he realized that the tranquilizer arrows alone shouldn't have been enough to take down such a high-level bull dragon. Even with his enhanced tranquilizer effects, it seemed unlikely. He quickly understood the reason the repeated headbutts from his pack beast earlier had inflicted additional stun damage. The combination of the 2 factors had finally subdued the level 55 bull dragon. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken at least 70 tranquilizer arrows to achieve the same effect. The ferocity and swiftness of the bull dragon left Lin Mo deeply stunned. He vividly remembered the heavy price Quang Tai had paid to tame one of these creatures' 11 lives, including 4 slaves who had been forced to act as bait. Staring at the untamed bull dragon before him, a wave of excitement surged through Lin Mo's heart. If he could manage to tame it, his strength would undoubtedly take a significant leap forward. He turned to look at Tuazu, his trusty steed, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. If not for this loyal companion's relentless efforts to protect him, he might have already met his end at the jaws of the bull dragon. Tuazu, you've done an incredible job, Lin Mo said, gently stroking his steed's head. Tuazu happily shook its body, basking in its master's praise. Just then, a small monkey tugged at his pant leg, gazing up at him with eager eyes, clearly hoping for some recognition as well. Lin Mo chuckled knowingly and scooped the monkey up into his arms. You've been amazing too. Not only did you save my life, but you also helped track down this bull dragon. You're both brave and clever. Suddenly, Lin Mo realized that the little monkey still didn't have a name. Back when he had first tamed it, he had been taken to the Green Shade tribe and caught up in unexpected events, missing the chance to name it. Since you're so brave and clever, how about I call you Desheng? It's the title of a legendary hero from mythology. I hope you'll live up to it and keep being amazing. The little monkey seemed to understand his words, joyfully flailing its arms and legs while letting out excited cries. Nearby, Tuazu glanced at the monkey, then down at its own feet, as if quietly lamenting its rather ordinary name. Lin Mo activated the chip on his wrist to confirm something on his system interface. This was his unique privilege. Any tamed creature's information would automatically be recorded and displayed in an organized list. What seemed like a simple feature gave him a tremendous advantage in management. Others had to rely on memory or pen and paper, which became chaotic once the numbers grew. This was especially true for tribes with large numbers of dinosaurs, where even taking inventory required an enormous amount of time. But Lin Mo's taming interface was clean and efficient, showing the types, names, levels, and statuses of his dinosaurs at a glance. Now, the complete information of the two creatures was displayed before Lin Mo. He had a thorough understanding of Tuazu's condition and was now focusing on Desheng's data panel. The system revealed that Desheng only had its speed attribute available for an upgrade, with 2 points ready to be allocated. To Lin Mo's surprise, Desheng's base speed was an impressive 185. As a naturally agile monkey, Desheng was already quick on its feet. With such an astonishing speed boost, it was no wonder it could launch a surprise attack on the Niulong without being detected and retreat unscathed. Lin Mo immediately made his decision, allocating both points to speed. 225 speed. Excellent. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Each attribute point resulted in a 20 speed increase. With this configuration, Desheng would be much more effective in both combat support and self-preservation. It would be nearly impossible for any enemy to catch up with it. After closing the system interface, Lin Mo instructed Tuazu to stay on guard at their current location, while Desheng nimbly leaped onto his shoulder. He returned to the unconscious Niulong and began pondering the challenge before him. How to achieve perfect taming? Normal taming wasn't particularly difficult, but it offered very little attribute enhancement. Perfect taming, on the other hand, not only provided significant attribute boosts, but also increased the creature's level. For instance, after being perfectly tamed, Desheng had jumped directly from level 90 to level 110, with its base speed significantly improved. In comparison, Tuazu, who was tamed before Lin Mo acquired his golden finger, could only grow stronger through level-ups and attribute point allocation. This level 55 Niulong was a rare find, and Lin Mo was determined not to miss the chance for perfect taming. He carefully considered his options. The more a creature liked the food it was fed, the higher the taming effectiveness. Dinosaur egg kibble guaranteed 100 perfect taming but was both expensive and hard to come by. Mutton could achieve a 90 perfection rate, but it was only available in larger tribes. High-quality meat, which could reach over 80 perfection, seemed to be the most practical choice. Looking around, Lin Mo felt a bit troubled. This area lacked large dinosaurs or ferocious carnivores like the Niulong, making it impossible to obtain high-quality meat. The most common creatures here were small dinosaurs like Dilophosaurs, which only provided regular meat, achieving at most a 50 perfection rate. Although he was reluctant to settle for less, his top priority was keeping the Niulong unconscious. Lin Mo instructed Tuazu to gather a large amount of narcoberries. Drawing on his experience from the game, he planned to feed the Niulong narcotics in concentrated doses right before its torpor wore off. This approach would save resources while buying him more time to search for better food. He quickly placed 600 narcoberries into the Niulong's inventory. Since each berry provided 5 points of torpor, this would be enough to refill the Niulong's 2500-point torpor bar. Considering the time it took for the torpor to build up around 10 minutes and the gradual decline afterward, Lin Mo estimated he had a little over 20 minutes to explore farther. Using grass and foliage, he carefully camouflaged the Niulong to prevent it from being discovered by other dinosaurs or passing hunters. Then, he mounted Tuazu and set off with Desheng in an unknown direction. In this unfamiliar territory, he could only rely on Tuazu's keen senses for warnings, cautiously advancing as he explored the area. Lin Mo had been searching this area for 5 minutes, his eyes scanning over nothing but dodos and iguanodons. Occasionally, a few Dilophosaurs wandered by, But none of these creatures could provide the high-quality meat he needed. Just as he was about to give up and leave, he suddenly heard a burst of urgent voices in the distance. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the source of the commotion. Soon, the warning pulse from his parasaur detected over a dozen fast-moving red markers ahead, clearly indicating a fierce skirmish was underway. Lin Mo quickly made his way to a nearby hillside, where he could overlook the scene below. What unfolded before his eyes was a breathtaking spectacle of plunder. More than 10 masked men riding raptors were attacking a massive caravan. The caravan was remarkably large, consisting of over 30 members and accompanied by several iguanodons and triceratops. But the most striking feature of the caravan was the two colossal woolly rhinos, each as large as an elephant and weighing up to 4 tons. Woolly rhinos are generally neutral creatures with gentle temperaments, their size far surpassing that of carnotosaurs. However, when provoked, they transform into terrifying killing machines, using their massive bodies to charge, trample, and crush their enemies. Even predators like raptors rarely dare to approach them. These creatures not only have thick, nearly impenetrable hides that even a tyrannosaurus would struggle to overcome, but their incredible capacity for carrying heavy loads is equivalent to that of 5 iguanodons combined. What astonished Lin Mo even more was the equipment on the backs of the woolly rhinos' platform saddles. These high-tech contraptions were extremely rare in this world, requiring advanced blueprints and a vast amount of resources to craft, particularly iron. Iron deposits were often located in perilous mountain regions teeming with carnivorous dinosaurs and giant eagles, making it nearly impossible for ordinary tribes to forge such equipment even if they had the blueprints. The design of the platform saddles was ingenious. Each featured a spacious platform, 3 meters wide and 5 meters long, capable of supporting simple structures, workbenches, and forges. The fact that the caravan had not one but 2 woolly rhinos equipped with platform saddles was a testament to their incredible strength and resources. Yet, despite their formidable might, they had still fallen victim to this ambush, a situation that left Lin Mo utterly baffled. The caravan's banner, depicting a red-winged dragon, fluttered proudly in the wind. "This is the Red-Wing Caravan, passing through your territory. We humbly request safe passage," the caravan representative called out loudly. 10 pearls, that's all we ask for." The bandit leader burst into laughter upon hearing this. "A measly 10 pearls? Leave your goods and your women behind, or don't even think about passing. Don't push us too far. We're the Red Wing Caravan," one of the caravan members warned, barely able to contain his anger. "Red Wing Caravan? So what?" The bandit leader sneered even more arrogantly. "I've got a whole crew of raptors, and we've never failed to take down a caravan. I hear your boss is a woman? Perfect. We'll take her back as a wife." The surrounding bandits erupted into lewd laughter. The caravan didn't waste any more words and responded with a rain of arrows. "How dare you ambush us? Brothers, tear them apart." The bandits screeched as they urged their swift raptors into motion, circling the caravan rapidly and firing arrows to wear them down. Watching from the shadows, Lin Mo carefully observed the bandits. They were all well-armed raptor riders, equipped with iron spears and crossbows, products of the Iron Age that required high-level blueprints and specialized tools to craft. Only the Redwoods and High Ridge tribes were known to be capable of producing such weapons. Clearly, these bandits were no ordinary group. The caravan, however, maintained an organized defense. Triceratops riders held the perimeter, while 2 massive rhinoceros platforms provided elevated positions for 3 sharpshooters to retaliate. What surprised Lin Mo the most was the siege crossbow mounted on one of the platforms. This formidable weapon boasted incredible range and power, capable of instantly killing a bull dinosaur under level 20. Its only drawback was the half-minute it took to reload. The 2 sides were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand for the moment. The bandits relied on their raptors' agility to keep moving, while the caravan's siege crossbow had already fired 3 arrows without hitting a target. One of them even pierced straight through a large tree. Lin Mo shook his head in disapproval. Such a powerful weapon was being wasted so carelessly. After a round of fierce fighting, several caravan members were injured, and a few of their dinosaurs bore wounds as well. Though their mounts were tough and could endure for now, the bandits had suffered only 2 minor injuries. Lin Mo recognized the looming danger. This defensive strategy was ineffective against the raptors and would only lead to the caravan being worn down completely. A young man in red, standing within the caravan, was shouting commands. "Hold formation. Don't charge. Just keep firing arrows." Lin Mo frowned. The orders were clearly misguided. As expected, after another round of exchanges, the caravan lost 2 more members, and one of their giant rhinos, riddled with over 10 arrows, was on the verge of collapse. Sensing the dire situation, Lin Mo decided to intervene. He guided his mount, a sure-footed camel-like creature, to quietly circle around to the bandits' flank. As he advanced, he used warning light waves to ensure there were no hidden enemies nearby. Spotting a lone raptor rider, Lin Mo and the young man in red fired their bows almost simultaneously. The young man's shot missed, but Lin Mo's arrow struck the bandit in the throat, killing him instantly. Before the riderless raptor could react, Lin Mo's second arrow pierced its skull. See that? That's how you shoot, the young man shouted triumphantly, mistakenly believing he had landed the kill. Master Anshi, you're truly full of surprises. Who knew you were this skilled? Maybe you're even better than our boss. The caravan members exclaimed in amazement, convinced that the young master, who had gained his position through family connections, had hidden talents after all. And she basked in the praise of the crowd, letting out a triumphant shout. Watch me take down that raptor next. Brimming with confidence, he released an arrow, completely unaware of where it would land. Just then, an arrow from Lin Mo whistled through the air, striking the raptor dead on the spot, leaving it motionless. This scene sent the entire caravan into an uproar. Oh my gosh! Not only did he instantly take out the armored raiders, but he also killed a raptor with a single shot. Incredible! Even the boss lady needs 3 arrows to bring down a raptor of this level. Master and she must be more than just a nobleman. This skill is worthy of a god. No wonder he dares to pursue the boss lady. And she's heart swelled with excitement. Though he had trained in archery and could hit the bullseye every time on a stationary target, he never expected to land a shot on such a swift raptor. Yet today, every arrow seemed to find its mark as if by some divine intervention. Secretly, he hoped that his beloved would witness his heroic display and change her cold demeanor toward him. Ironically, this misunderstanding boosted the caravan's morale. A team with a strong and reliable leader sees their spirits soar. In their current dire circumstances, the emergence of a skilled marksman gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, wary of being discovered, had already dismounted. He positioned his mount, Tuazu, to face the rear and used the cover of the bushes to shoot. This way, even if the enemy noticed something amiss and searched the area, he could retreat quickly without exposing his position due to Tuazu's slower turning speed. Unexpectedly, the bandits showed little concern for their fallen comrades. After circling back on their mounts and spotting the bodies, they simply chuckled. To them, casualties were normal when attacking a large caravan. Fewer people meant a bigger share of the loot. None of them noticed that both the fallen bandit and the raptor had only a single arrow lodged in them. The bandits grew even more arrogant, jeering loudly. Huh, they actually managed to take one of us down. Impressive. We've already killed 7 or 8 of them. They finally got 1 kill. Congratulations to them. Hey, maybe your archer should go back and practice some more. The caravan's eyes were all on Shi, eagerly waiting for him to deliver another feat. Brimming with confidence, Shi pulled back his bow, aimed, and fired. A bandit mid-sentence suddenly fell silent, though the others didn't react immediately. Lin Mo, however, had already aimed at the last bandit, taking down both him and another raptor with 2 precise arrows. Shi's arrow had already missed its mark, but he mistakenly believed he had executed a perfect lead shot, hitting the second target using the first one's arrow. The caravan erupted in cheers. Shi. They celebrated him like a hero, with several young women casting him admiring glances. Unaware of the caravan's situation, Lin Mo only saw their rising morale. Quietly, he repositioned himself and continued his ambush, taking down 3 more bandits. At last, the bandits began to feel uneasy. What's with their archery all of a sudden? It's way too accurate. This isn't working. We were supposed to wear them down, but now it's the other way around. Focus all firepower on the Triceratops. Once we breach their defenses, the rest of their mounts will be easy pickings. Yeah, just drive away that giant rhino, and the others will be sitting ducks. As they spoke, another bandit dropped dead in front of them. Finally, someone noticed something was off. Look at the angle of that arrow, damn it. Someone's ambushing us from behind. To hell with this. Take out the one hiding in the grass first. Well, deal with the caravan ladder. They're not going anywhere. You 4, go take care of that sneak. For bandits charged furiously toward Lin Mo. Having fought in many battles, Lin Mo was well aware of his capabilities. For opponents were hardly a challenge. His only concern was if all the bandits attacked him at once, in which case he'd have no choice but to retreat. But with just these 4, he was confident. Raising his bow, he fired an arrow, dropping the leader instantly. Without missing a beat, he took out another raptor with his next shot. The remaining 3 were stunned. This isn't wraiths taking us down with 1 arrow each? Even the raptors are falling in 1 shot? He must have a top-tier iron crossbow. Before they could finish their thought, another bandit collapsed, an arrow piercing his neck. The last 2 were utterly terrified. Their leather armor was no match for these deadly arrows. They didn't even have time to react. As the 2 fled in panic, Lin Mo prepared to shoot again, but realized his quiver was empty, save for 1 last tranquilizer arrow. Without hesitation, he grabbed his spear, covered his face with cloth, and charged out of the bushes on his mount. The bandits were about to question the 2 fleeing comrades when a furious roar interrupted them. A rider on a Tuazu was charging straight at them. Damn it, Did you two lose your nerve? It's just a Tuazu rider. He must be the one who ambushed us. Brothers, take him down." Before the two could warn the others, the rest of the bandits swarmed forward, unleashing a hail of arrows. Lin Mo was ready, leaning forward to shield himself behind his mount. Thud, thud. Several arrows struck Tuazu. The bandit leader, seeing the arrows hit, was overjoyed. But to everyone's shock, the Tuazu didn't slow down. Instead, it barreled into the nearest raptor with incredible force. Crash! The bandit and his raptor were sent flying backward. At that moment, the bandit saw Lin Mo raise his head from behind his mount, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. A flash of cold steel followed a wooden spear pierced straight through the bandit leader's chest. The man let out a piercing, agonized scream as Lin Mo struck, lifting him off his mount and hurling him violently against a nearby tree. With a sickening crack, his spine shattered upon impact. Witnessing their comrade's gruesome demise, the remaining bandits collectively gasped, their fear evident. How can this guy be so strong? What is he even riding, an iguanodon or a carnotaurus? One of them stammered, voice trembling. Stop panicking, the bandit leader roared. We've got a whole pack of velociraptors. Are you seriously scared of one guy on an iguanodon? Attack together. I refuse to believe he's invincible. Spurred by their leader's outburst, the bandits regained their nerve. With a chorus of wild cries, they raised their weapons and charged at Lin Mo. Merchant caravan, flank them from both sides. These bandits are done for. Lin Mo shouted, his voice both a warning to the bandits and a strategic rallying cry. With only 8 bandits left, a coordinated assault with the caravan could easily crush them or at least send them fleeing. But to his dismay, the caravan remained completely still. A young man in red robes, standing atop a massive rhino-like beast, sneered and gestured dismissively. Don't listen to him. This could very well be a trap. Hold your positions and maintain the defensive line. But, young Master Anshi, that guy just killed a bandit. Doesn't seem like a trap to me, someone nearby argued hesitantly. You know nothing. Anshi snapped. These bandits are likely sacrificing one of their own to lure us out. The moment we break formation, they'll exploit the opening and launch a full assault. Trust me, no one moves. Archers, fire at will. The archers mounted on the armored beast hesitated. What if Lin Mo truly was an ally? Shooting him could mean killing the wrong person. But anxious, furious shouts drowned out their doubts. I said fire. Are you deaf? This is your chance to take out some bandits. Reluctantly, the archers raised their bows, their aim wavering with uncertainty. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the bandits hesitated to charge directly at Lin Mo, wary of his formidable skills. The leader, however, whistled sharply, signaling 2 cloaked riders to join him in a coordinated assault. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with resolve. This was exactly what he wanted. Gripping his wooden spear tightly, he lunged forward, aiming directly at the leader's chest. The spear struck true, but to his shock, it splintered upon impact. The bandit leader's lips curled into a cruel grin. Lin Mo realized too late that his target wasn't wearing ordinary leather armor, it was impenetrable iron plate. Damn it, these 3 are wearing iron armor. Wooden weapons are useless against them. Before he could call for his mount, a flurry of iron spears came hurtling toward him from different angles. Lin Mo managed to deflect 2, but the third struck his abdomen. The pain was excruciating, far worse than any arrow wound. Though not fatal, it was clear that enduring more such blows would be catastrophic. These bandits were far more experienced and coordinated than the routine patrols Lin Mo was used to facing. Every attack was calculated, ensuring at least one strike landed. Despite the searing pain and the growing chill down his spine, Lin Mo remained composed. What left the bandits utterly stunned was his resilience. Their green-quality iron spears were deadly weapons enough to kill a regular person in 3 hits. Yet here he was, clad only in gray-quality leather armor, having withstood 5 blows and still standing. Is he even human? This guy's a monster. One of them exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Mo was well aware of the bandits' advantage, their iron armor and weapons, but he wasn't without his own strengths. His evolved combat skills, the endurance of his mount, and the unparalleled speed of dashing were all assets in his favor. However, it was clear now that the self-centered merchants weren't going to lift a finger to help. He was on his own. Lin Mo had no time to regret. Battle was imminent. Through sheer willpower, he swiftly issued attack orders to Tuazu and Deshang. Though no words were spoken, his commands were delivered with precision. Tuazu charged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, targeting the nearest armored rider with ferocious momentum. Just as the other 2 riders prepared to provide support, a dark shadow suddenly descended from above, landing squarely on the leader's face. It was Deshang, viciously clawing at the leader's eyes. Caught off guard, the leader let out a terrified scream, flailing his spear wildly. Fortunately for him, his iron helmet absorbed much of the assault. Otherwise, the blows would have knocked him unconscious. Deshang, quick and nimble, left bloody marks around the leader's eye sockets before leaping onto another rider to continue the harassment. Blood poured from the leader's left eye as he finally realized his attacker was a monkey. Enraged, he seized his chance and thrust his spear with deadly precision. Yet Deshang's speed was astonishing, vanished in an instant. The spear missed its target entirely and instead struck one of his own comrades, knocking him off his mount. Though the fallen rider's armor shielded him from severe harm, the force of the blow left him sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. Amid the chaos, Lin Mo had already closed in on a lone armored rider like a phantom. The rider, having previously experienced Lin Mo's devastating close combat skills, panicked and thrust his spear forward. Anticipating the attack, Lin Mo sidestepped and grabbed the spear firmly. The two engaged in an intense struggle on horseback, vying for control of the weapon. However, Lin Mo's enhanced strength gave him the upper hand. With one powerful yank, he wrested the spear from the rider's grasp. The rider frantically reached for his battle axe while commanding his raptor mount to attack, hoping to buy time. But Lin Mo, now armed with the spear, was unstoppable. With a single strike, he shattered the raptor's skull. Without hesitation, he followed up with another thrust, piercing straight through the rider's chest plate. The rider cried out in horror, calling for reinforcements. Yet the other bandits, though hardened criminals, were paralyzed with fear at Lin Mo's overwhelming display of power. None dared to rush forward to their deaths. In their minds, they reasoned, if even iron armor couldn't withstand his strikes, what chance do we in leather armor have? Lin Mo's unexpected heavy strike was astonishingly powerful, shattering the enemy's breastplate with his iron spear. Seizing the momentum, he delivered two more fierce thrusts, and the repeated impacts completely destroyed the opponent's armor. Left defenseless, the enemy was exposed before Lin Mo. With a furious roar of die, he drove his spear forward, piercing the enemy's chest like an unstoppable force. Pulling out the blood-stained spear, Lin Mo stood emanating an aura of lethal intent, causing the surrounding bandits to instinctively back away. The iron spear in his hand gave him unwavering confidence, but even so, he couldn't help but reflect. Even with comparable weapons, it still took 3 strikes to break through iron armor. This was a clear testament to the disparity in equipment and a stark reminder of the importance of technological advancement. To survive in this world, one must have dinosaurs, equipment, and technology, none of which could be overlooked. The defensive strength of full iron armor was truly remarkable. Even the most basic gray-grade armor was not easily penetrable. For an ordinary person, even with the same weapon, it might take 10 consecutive strikes to achieve what Lin Mo had done. Just as Lin Mo finished off this enemy, the bandit leader and his comrades had successfully driven away Deshang. The two sides now faced each other in a tense standoff, each wary of the other's strength. However, Lin Mo appeared far calmer, as his primary concern was only their equipment advantage. Meanwhile, the bandit leader not only feared Lin Mo's iron spear, but also his astonishing resilience and offensive power. Even Lin Mo's mount and the troublesome monkey made the leader hesitate. Faced with Lin Mo's fearless gaze, a trace of retreat flickered in the bandit leader's mind. At this critical moment, a sudden command from Enshi echoed from the merchant caravan, followed by a rain of arrows whistling through the air. Lin Mo, with his enhanced senses, immediately detected the incoming threat but had no time to escape. He quickly dropped to the ground, using his mount, Tuazu, as cover. Though cumbersome, Tuazu had an incredibly high health pool, and even after taking 7 or 8 arrows, it lost less than 100 health points, as if it were merely being scratched. The bandits were not as fortunate. Previously, they relied on the exceptional mobility of their velociraptors to evade attacks, but now, surrounding Lin Mo had cost them that advantage. Several bandits were struck by arrows, and one velociraptor collapsed to the ground, severely injured by multiple hits. The bandit leader, clad in iron armor, stood his ground without flinching. The arrows merely left faint marks on his armor, producing a series of metallic clinks. Such a level of attack posed no real threat to him. Even a few more volleys wouldn't breach his armor unless he was directly struck by a ballista bolt. After the arrow storm subsided, the bandit leader sneered at Lin Mo. "Kid, I thought you were with them, and they might hesitate to fire for fear of hitting you. Turns out, they couldn't care less about your life." Lin Mo caught the provocative tone in his words and responded with an even colder smile. "So what if I am with them? And what if I'm not? Have you considered that maybe it's not that they don't care about me, but rather that they know I won't get hurt? The only ones in trouble here are you." As he spoke, he casually pulled the arrows from Tuazu's body, the creature showing no sign of pain, as if entirely indifferent. The bandit leader's face twitched. He had hoped to provoke Lin Mo into making a mistake, but instead, Lin Mo had turned the tables with a single retort. He had never encountered such a young yet formidable opponent before. At that moment, another volley of arrows was launched from the merchant caravan. Just as Lin Mo prepared to dodge, The bandit leader seized the opportunity and charged forward with another iron-armored rider. His plan was cunning. His iron armor could easily withstand the arrows, so all he needed was to grab hold of Lin Mo. If they were both hit by the arrows, Lin Mo would undoubtedly suffer more. Furthermore, in close combat, Lin Mo's spear would lose much of its advantage. Lin Mo immediately saw through the bandit leader's intentions. With only a split second to act, he knew he had just one chance to strike. However, no matter who he targeted, he could only break through one person's armor. Under the rain of arrows, his opponents would likely remain unharmed, but if he were struck in a vital area, the tide of the battle could shift dramatically. In this critical moment, Lin Mo acted decisively. With his left hand, he thrust his iron spear directly at the leader, while his right hand drew a wooden spear and stabbed at the other rider's mount. A sharp crack echoed as the leader's breastplate shattered, and the other rider's mount was instantly killed, sending its rider crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, just as the arrows rained down, the bandit leader managed to grab hold of Lin Mo tightly. Lin Mo moved with agility, executing a nimble spin and leap. Using the hunchbacked figure's body as a pivot, he successfully exposed the leader's back to the oncoming rain of arrows. A piercing scream tore through the air as 4 sharp arrows punctured the leader's back in an instant. The other bandits scattered like frightened animals, dodging the arrows, none daring to step forward to aid him. Lin Mo's earlier deadly strike had not only pierced the leader's chest plate but had also significantly weakened the protective capability of the rest of his armor. This left the subsequent volley of arrows to strike 2 already compromised sections of the iron plating. At this moment, the leader's armor had been reduced to the durability of leather armor, and the wounds inflicted by the 4 arrows left him in excruciating pain. Seeing their leader injured, another armored bandit on the ground let out a roar and lunged forward with his spear. Lin Mo countered with a swift and powerful side kick, sending the bandit stumbling backward, his spear slipping from his grasp. Losing his balance, the bandit fell toward Lin Mo, who seized the opportunity and quickly locked his hands around the man's throat. Despite the armored bandit's desperate struggles, he couldn't break free from Lin Mo's vice-like grip and could only cling to him in a futile attempt to save himself. In an instant, the 3 became entangled in a chaotic struggle. Tuazu and Deshang, eager to assist, hesitated out of fear of accidentally harming their master, pacing anxiously on the sidelines. Drawing on the extraordinary strength granted by his heightened attributes, Lin Mo began tightening his grip ever so slightly. Watching his comrades' eyes roll back, the leader panicked and shouted for reinforcements, growling viciously, "Kid, even if I die, I'm taking you down with me." However, just as the remaining bandits prepared to charge, someone shouted, "Watch out! They're about to fire another volley of arrows." The bandits scattered once again, retreating in fear. Lin Mo sneered mockingly, "Huh? These are your men? Just a bunch of cowards clinging to their lives. If they'd all come at me together earlier, I'd surely be dead by now. But now, with this next wave of arrows, the first to die is you, my meat shield." The leader cursed furiously, but no matter how much he hollered and berated them, his men were too terrified of the arrow storm to take even a single step closer. Amid the leader's furious curses, the group of leather-clad subordinates scrambled to hide behind the trees, too afraid to advance. "You're wearing iron armor, so you're safe from the arrows. But we can't take even a few hits. Our lives are more important than loyalty," they grumbled. Lin Mo watched coldly, a mocking smile on his lips. "What a pathetic rabble," he sneered. As the 3 combatants clashed intensely, the caravan's ballista silently adjusted its aim toward them. The precious projectile had been kept in reserve after several missed attempts earlier. Now, seeing the 3 locked in a chaotic struggle, and Shi's eyes gleamed with malevolence. Ordinary arrows can't pierce iron armor, but a ballista bolt is a different story. One shot could take out all 3 of them, he calculated coldly. Killing the bandit leader would undoubtedly earn him great merit. As for Lin Mo's life, it could easily be dismissed as collateral damage. He could simply claim Lin Mo was a bandit spy, and no one would be able to refute it. Noticing the ballista aimed squarely at him, Lin Mo's fury erupted. "You ungrateful bastards! I'm risking my life to save you, and instead of helping, you're stabbing me in the back?" Without hesitation, he released his grip on his opponent and retreated, unwilling to die for such treacherous ingrates. The bandit leader, however, seemed almost amused. "Smart choice, kid. You know when to cut your losses." Lin Mo smirked coldly. "Save your praise. I'm just not interested in dying for nothing. Listen up. They'll let you go this time, but you leave the gear on the corpses behind." The leader, recognizing Lin Mo's combination of bravery and cunning, nodded grudgingly. "Well played, kid. You've got guts. Looks like we're outmatched today, but don't think this is over. Next time, we'll settle the score. Fall back, men." With that, he mounted his swift raptor and led his remaining crew into a hasty retreat. Lin Mo gave a low whistle, and a small black shadow leapt from a tree, stealthily attaching itself to the bandit leader's armor. The leader, oblivious to the hitchhiker, rode away with a triumphant air. As Lin Mo kept his guard up, wary of a potential ambush, the ballista's aim subtly shifted toward him. And she, seething with frustration, blamed Lin Mo for letting the leader escape and costing him the chance for glory. Seeing Lin Mo amicably allow the enemy to retreat only deepened his rage. He barked an order. Did you see that? This guy's with them. It's all a setup. If we can't kill the leader, killing him is just as good. Fire! The rest of the caravan hesitated. To them, Lin Mo seemed more like a righteous wanderer who had stepped in to help, especially after he had slain several bandits. The earlier misfire had already been a grave mistake, and none of them were willing to act against their conscience now. But she interpreted their reluctance as defiance, and his pride as a man and self-proclaimed leader demanded action. Climbing onto the ballista himself, he shoved the gunner aside and took aim at Lin Mo. "Get out of my way!" he roared, pulling the trigger. The massive bolt shot forth with a deafening whoosh, cutting through the air with lethal force. Lin Mo heard the distinct click of the mechanism and instantly knew something was wrong, but it was too late to evade. His camel surged forward in a desperate attempt to shield him, but even its efforts couldn't alter the outcome. Such a powerful bolt would deal devastating damage, even with some protection. In that split second, a crimson flash streaked through the air. A blade gleamed, and with a resounding metallic clang, the bolt was intercepted mid-flight, hanging in the air for a brief moment before being kicked away. It embedded itself deep into a nearby tree trunk. Lin Mo stared in astonishment. Whoever had intervened possessed extraordinary skills. Topping a ballista bolt like that was no feat for an ordinary person. The figure before him was slender yet commanding, clad in a mix of iron and cloth armor. A tattered red cape draped over her right shoulder, while a shield was strapped to her left arm. In her right hand, she wielded a long sword that glimmered with a deadly edge. A faint floral scent lingered in the air, unmistakably marking her as a woman. "Boss!" The caravan erupted in cheers. It was the true leader of the caravan, not the red-clad man they had seen earlier. The woman raised a hand, silencing the crowd. She turned and removed the red cloth covering her face, revealing a strikingly beautiful yet weary visage. Lin Mo, though not one to be easily captivated, felt his heart skip a beat. She was unlike anyone he had ever seen, even in his past life. Her delicate, oval face carried a hint of sharpness, her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips were full and alluring. Most striking of all were her rare silver-gray eyes, which held an enigmatic allure. Wisps of violet hair peeked out from beneath her helmet, and her slightly tanned skin only added to her commanding presence. "Friend, thank you for your assistance," she said, her voice light and melodious, but tinged with exhaustion. "I am Yun Xiao, leader of the Red Wing Caravan. On behalf of everyone here, I extend our heartfelt gratitude." Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for this woman, who appeared to be around his own age yet commanded such authority. Before he could respond, she continued, "Additionally, we will compensate you for any losses you've suffered because of us." Her words immediately quelled much of Lin Mo's anger. He silently commended her for her sense of responsibility. Though the incident wasn't her fault, she was willing to shoulder the consequence, an admirable quality for any leader. This was exactly the outcome Lin Mo had hoped for. To seek justice. He had risked his life to assist, yet not only did he receive no help in return, but he was also betrayed and even targeted for his life. Such ingratitude was truly infuriating. However, when the caravan leader personally admitted fault and offered compensation, Lin Mo's attitude softened somewhat. In a deep voice he said, "I acted out of a sense of justice when I intervened, but your caravan repeatedly harmed me, which made me very angry. That said, Miss Yun Zhao's sincerity is appreciated. If the person who commanded the battle is willing to offer a formal apology and reasonable compensation, I am willing to let the matter rest." Yun Xiao, seeing the reasonableness of his words and his ability to exercise restraint, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for this skilled and fair-minded man. Smiling, she said, "Rest assured, the Red Wing Caravan will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. We will never mistreat someone who has lent us their help." Only then did Lin Mo take notice of Yun Zhao's exotic features, which reminded him of the Persian beauties from his past life. "May I ask your name?" Yun Xiao inquired. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Mo casually replied, "You can call me Longzhu." Though the name was chosen on a whim, it suited his identity as the leader of a dragon group. While it sounded a bit ostentatious, it carried an air of authority. Yun Xiao seemed to realize it was an alias, but chose not to press further. She whistled sharply, and from the bushes emerged a peculiar black dinosaur over 2 meters tall, with long limbs, a lengthy snout, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. A Therizinosaurus? Lin Mo was secretly astonished. This rare dinosaur typically inhabited riverbanks, lakes, or marshlands, and capturing one was no less challenging than taking down a Carnotaurus. Not only was it amphibious and highly agile, but its exceptional load-bearing ability and dominance in water also made it a top predator. Its lethal tail spin could stun most prey instantly, leaving only large dinosaurs unaffected, earning it the nickname Little Tyrant of the Shallows. The fact that Yun Xiao could tame a Therizinosaurus proved her formidable strength. Under her leadership, the caravan disbanded their defensive formation, and the members gathered around her excitedly. "Big sis, you're finally back. If it weren't for young Master Anshi's command, we might have been completely wiped out. Where's Uncle Almas?" Yun Xiao asked with a frown. Uncle took 2 arrows while saving one of the team members. "He's resting in the back." At that moment, Anshi swaggered through the crowd with an air of arrogance, showing no remorse as he questioned, "Yun Xiao, why did you save this guy? We could have taken the opportunity to eliminate the bandit leader and rid the nearby tribes of a menace." Hearing this, Lin Mo was enraged, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Yun Xiao immediately rebuked Anshi. "Watch your words. If not for this friend's help, your defensive line would have collapsed long ago." Anshi scoffed, unconvinced. "Is that so? I personally took down 6 raptor riders today." The surrounding caravan members quickly echoed his claims, praising his deadly accuracy and unmatched skill. Yun Xiao glanced at a tied-up raptor nearby, a trophy left by the bandits, pacing restlessly. After obtaining Lin Mo's consent, she turned to Anshi and said, "Since your archery is so impressive, why not demonstrate by shooting this raptor?" With a smug expression, Anshi drew his bow and took aim. "Yun Xiao, you doubt me, who has always stood by your side. Fine. Watch closely and see my skill for yourself." However, he missed the raptor completely with all 3 arrows. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Anshi's face turned bright red with embarrassment. A sudden commotion erupted in the crowd. Moments ago, Anshi had been hitting every target with unerring precision, his arrows flying true and striking bullseye after bullseye. Yet now, he couldn't even hit a stationary target tied in place. The stark contrast left everyone buzzing with speculation. How strange. Did he suddenly lose his touch? Even if he's having an off day, it shouldn't be this bad. From perfect accuracy to missing 3 shots in a row, there's got to be something fishy going on. His archery skills were average at best before. If he suddenly got this good, he's either been hiding his talents or he's been up to some tricks. Amid the murmurs, Anxious' chest heaved with anger and shame, his face burning with humiliation. Yun Xiao, noticing his state, let a hint of disdain flash in her eyes before turning to Lin Mo, Dragon Master. She said, "Would you care to take a shot? If the prize is killed, our caravan will compensate the loss." Lin Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. "No need. Just give me the hide, and we'll call it even." With that, he effortlessly drew his bowstring, barely taking aim, and loosed an arrow in one fluid motion. Crack! The arrow pierced clean through the raptor's skull. The beast let out a final, agonized screech before collapsing to the ground in a thunderous heap. The caravan erupted into cheers. "One shot, 1 kill. And without even aiming. That's some godlike skill right there. No wonder those raptor riders didn't stand a chance against him." "I knew it. There's no way Anshi suddenly became that good. If it weren't for his father pulling strings, how could he have become a deputy? And his poor decisions earlier nearly got us killed. Thank goodness our leader came back in time." Lin Mo listened to the chatter, sensing the tide of public opinion shifting in his favor. But Anshi wasn't ready to concede. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "What's so impressive about 1 lucky shot? Those raptor riders fell by my hand earlier, everyone saw it." Yun Xiao scoffed, then led the group to the outskirts where several corpses lay. Pointing to them, she said, "Take a good look." The bandits were circling from this direction to attack. If they were shot by our caravan, the wounds would be on their right sides. But the fatal injuries are all on their left sides, which clearly proves they were taken down by the Dragon Master. These bodies are fresh. There's no way this evidence could have been faked. The crowd examined the corpses closely and finally understood. One by one, they turned to Lin Mo, apologizing and thanking him profusely. Lin Mo returned their gestures with calm politeness, expressing his understanding of the tense situation earlier. His graciousness only earned him more admiration. Anshi, meanwhile, was seething with humiliation. The pride and boasts he had flaunted earlier now lay in tatters, reduced to nothing but a joke. Still, he tried to defend himself. If he's so skilled, why didn't he kill all the bandits? Maybe this is all just an act. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief at his desperate excuses. Yun Xiao immediately countered, "I personally witnessed the Dragon Master shooting down bandits in the forest to save our caravan. He even charged at them fearlessly. If the commands had been better coordinated at the time, and we had launched a counterattack, the bandits would have been completely wiped out." Anxious' face turned crimson with rage, but he had no rebuttal. Yun Xiao turned to Lin Mo with an apologetic expression. I was dealing with 5 ambushers earlier and worried you might be targeted, so I couldn't direct the caravan in time. My apologies. Lin Mo laughed heartily. Miss Yun Xiao, taking on 5 enemies at once is already an impressive feat. You came to assist just in time. I should be the one thanking you. Seeing the two engaged in friendly conversation, Anqi stormed off in frustration. Yun Xiao called after him. You nearly harmed our benefactor. Don't you think you owe him an apology? Without looking back, Anqi snapped. Everything I did was for the caravan. I've done nothing wrong. Punish me or strip me of my title if you want, but I'll never apologize to this nobody. With that, he shoved past the others and disappeared. Yun Xiao watched his retreating figure with a mix of disgust and resignation. Lin Mo waved it off. It's fine. I appreciate your attitude. As for Anqi, I've taken note of everything he's done. He may choose not to apologize if that's his right, but if he crosses me again, he'll settle both old and new scores. His biggest fault isn't his poor leadership or selfishness, it's his arrogance. His words rang loud and clear, leaving no doubt about his resolve. The onlookers, aware of his extraordinary skills, knew he wasn't bluffing. Those who had followed Anxious orders to fire arrows earlier stepped forward one by one to apologize, with some even offering food as a gesture of goodwill. Though the offerings were modest, in the world of wanderers, saving face mattered greatly. Since they had shown sincerity, Lin Mo let the matter rest. It wasn't a grudge worth holding on to, given the chaotic circumstances. Lin Mo shamelessly accepted the apologies and gifts from the group. This battle, in a way, turned out to be a case of no fight, no friendship. While everyone was busy cleaning up the battlefield, Yun Xiao pulled him aside to a quiet spot for a private conversation. The bandits have suffered major losses and shouldn't be able to cause much trouble in the near future, Yun Xiao began, reassuring him. Then her tone shifted. Dragon Master. Just call me Mr. Long. Lin Mo interrupted. All right. Yun Xiao nodded, her tone sincere. As agreed, we will compensate and reward you for your help. Regarding the spoils of war, I'll arrange for a specialized vice-gelong to transport them. As for your payment, although you acted out of a sense of justice, our caravan has its rules. We never shortchange anyone. At the highest standard, we'll give you 30 pearls as a reward, plus 20 pearls as compensation. What do you think? Lin Mo waved his hand. 30 pearls as payment will suffice. You don't want the compensation? Lin Mo smiled and opened his satchel. Haven't I already received it? Inside, the bag was packed with assorted dried meats, fresh lemons, carrots, and other rare fruits and vegetables. Yun Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, she had thought Lin Mo to be the type to hold grudges, which was why she'd offered such generous compensation. But now it seemed that this skilled warrior, who had taken on 3 foes at once and emerged unscathed, actually had a remarkably magnanimous heart. Mr. Long, you truly are a man of honor. I admire that. This time, Yun Xiao's praise was heartfelt. Since Lin Mo was in the wilderness and unable to carry too many supplies, he accepted the food. By the way, Miss Yun, the bandit spoils are all yours. I only need a usable set of iron armor, a crossbow with arrows and half of the pelts. Yun Xiao readily agreed. Once repaired, those items could fetch 50 pearls, making it a very profitable trade. Miss Yun, what kind of goods are you transporting? Lin Mo asked. Yun Xiao answered honestly, primarily iron ore, crystal ore, and some rare meat products. Meat products? Yes, we have high-quality cured meat, regular meat, as well as premium fish and lamb. You have lamb? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Seeing his excitement, Yun Xiao generously offered. No need to buy it. How about I give you 10 pieces? Lin Mo was overjoyed. Thank you. That's more than enough. Yun Xiao immediately instructed her men to retrieve the lamb from the storage crate, package it, and hand it over to Lin Mo. She took the opportunity to ask, where are you headed next? I'm currently on a journey of self-improvement, so I don't have a fixed destination. In that case, why not join our caravan as a guard? Lin Mo hesitated briefly, recalling the unruly bull dragon he had yet to tame. Time was already tight. How about this? I'll give you an answer later. I have something urgent to take care of now. Will you be leaving within the next 2 hours? We need to clear the battlefield, gather supplies, and treat the wounded. Well, likely set off in about 2 hours. All right. If I return within 2 hours, it means I've agreed to join you. If not, you can leave without me. With that, Lin Mo whistled, summoning Tuazu, who had been playing with the heavy-clawed dragon. He mounted the dragon, exchanged a courteous farewell with Yun Xiao, and sped off into the distance. Racing back at full speed, Lin Mo was filled with worry. Based on the timing, the high-level Carnotaurus might already be awake by now. He couldn't help but feel frustrated with the caravan's failure to assist in the attack earlier, which had wasted precious time. The joy of acquiring pearls and mutton seemed to have faded, and even the significant upgrade to iron equipment couldn't lift his spirits. While the newly upgraded iron crossbow was powerful enough to knock the Carnotaurus unconscious again, the lack of tranquilizer arrows left him helpless. He had once asked Yun Xiao about tranquilizer arrows, but as a professional caravan, they rarely carried taming supplies. This was part of the Red Wing Caravan's rules. They would report sightings of rare dinosaurs to the local Dragon Hunter Guild in exchange for intelligence rewards, maintaining friendly relations through the sharing of information. This principle was one of the reasons for their widespread reputation. A few minutes later, Lin Mo finally arrived at the spot where the Carnotaurus had fallen unconscious. Silently praying that it had not woken up, he spotted the camouflaging foliage still intact from afar, and the Carnotaurus was still snoring. Relieved, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Dashang, the monkey who had been tracking the bandits, had returned unexpectedly and was feeding the Carnotaurus blackberries. Lin Mo's mouth dropped open in astonishment at the sight. Dashang, noticing his master, joyfully leaped onto him but wore a confused expression when questioned. Suddenly, Lin Mo realized what had happened. The little monkey wasn't skilled in taming. It had simply been imitating his earlier actions. When it returned and didn't find its master, it had mimicked feeding the Carnotaurus, inadvertently keeping it sedated. Did you find the bandits' hideout? Lin Mo asked. Dashang nodded enthusiastically, pointing to his head to indicate he had memorized the route. Overjoyed, Lin Mo planted a kiss on the little monkey's face and pulled out a carrot to reward his clever companion. Dashang happily grabbed the carrot and sat to the side to enjoy it, while the grazing camelfoot nearby suddenly found its meal tasteless in comparison. Inspecting the Carnotaurus, Lin Mo noticed its sedation level had dropped to a dangerously low point. If not for Dashang's timely feeding, it would have woken up minutes ago. Though Dashang's feeding quantities were small and didn't increase the sedation level, it was enough to maintain the status quo. Lin Mo quickly instructed Camelfoot to gather a large quantity of blackberries, using them to raise the Carnotaurus sedation level to 1/3. Then, he opened the taming interface and placed 10 pieces of mutton into the inventory. The ravenous Carnotaurus devoured 8 pieces of mutton in one go and stood up instantly, exuding an imposing aura. A system notification followed. Carnotaurus tamed successfully. Taming efficiency, 95. Base level increased by 25 levels, current level, 80. Lin Mo jumped in excitement to celebrate. This level 80 evolved Carnotaurus would become the backbone of his dinosaur army, with limitless potential. Remembering how 2 Carnotauruses had nearly defeated a hunting party of over 20 people last night, he knew that with further stat enhancements, this Carnotaurus would be unstoppable, at least against enemies equipped with Stone Age or wooden technology. The only regret was the lack of a Carnotaurus saddle. With one, mounted combat would make it even more formidable. Checking the attribute panel, he discovered that the Carnotaurus could only upgrade its attack stats. Its 160 attack power was a testament to the perfection of its taming, and every point added to its attack would yield significant results. However, its 3,200 health points seemed comparatively low. While this was already high for an ordinary dinosaur, it would still be vulnerable against enemies equipped with iron technology. By contrast, Camelfoot had similar health but benefited from saddle protection, whereas the Carnotaurus currently had to rely solely on its natural defenses, making the situation less than ideal. Lin Mo gazed at the bull dragon before him, calculating his strategy. This formidable creature shouldn't be a mere target for enemy fire, but rather a hidden weapon, delivering a devastating blow at a critical moment. He envisioned the battlefield. When both sides were locked in a stalemate, a well-trained, high-level bull dragon suddenly charging in from the flank, tearing into enemy ranks, it would undoubtedly cause chaos and carnage. However, now is not the time to send it charging into battle. Without a bull dragon saddle, Lin Mo couldn't personally ride and control the beast. For now, he would have to let it level up on its own. Fortunately, this area had already been scouted, and it was confirmed that no creature here was stronger than the bull dragon. It could safely be left to grow stronger. The bull dragon only needed to actively attack, kill its targets, and consume their corpses to regain health, creating a self-sustaining cycle. "They'll call you Madbite," Lin Mo said, his gaze falling on the creature's fearsome teeth. The pain from being bitten last night still lingered in his memory. While the bull dragon's signature skill was its charging attack, its most lethal ability was undoubtedly its biting power. Once its attack attributes were enhanced, those fangs would become a deadly weapon, a true harvesting machine on the battlefield. Hearing its new name, Madbite threw its head back and let out a resonant roar, then affectionately rubbed its head against Lin Mo's face, clearly pleased with the name. Lin Mo patted its rough skin with satisfaction and said, "Grow stronger, and together, we'll conquer the world." Madbite released a low, rumbling breath in agreement. Lin Mo whistled, signaling it to go out and begin training, while mentally conveying detailed instructions. Avoid humans and powerful dinosaurs, and only target weaker creatures like dodos, dilophosaurs, and parasaurs. While this training method was less efficient, it was safe and reliable. Ordinary people could only command dinosaurs using a whistle, and once an attack order was issued, the dinosaurs would lose all sense of reason and launch a frenzied, indiscriminate assault on everything around them. Even in the face of vastly superior elite dinosaurs, a Trex would recklessly charge to its death. But Lin Mo was different. Thanks to the control chip embedded in his wrist, he could issue not only basic commands but also more detailed and precise instructions. This allowed him to guide his dinosaurs safely and even help them level up independently. After watching Feng Yao leave, Lin Mo turned his attention to a pressing issue. The two remaining pieces of mutton were on the verge of spoiling. Even if stored in Tuazu's inventory, they would only last another 2 hours at most. He made a mental note that once his dinosaur army was established, he would tame a high-level giant rhino and equip it with a platform saddle and a drying box to extend the shelf life of his food supplies. While the giant rhinos used by trade caravans were typically outfitted for defense, Lin Mo envisioned his own rhino as a dual-purpose combat and support platform. For now, though, the immediate priority was dealing with the 2 pieces of mutton. The ideal solution would be to tame a carnivorous dinosaur immediately, but there were no raptors in sight. After weighing his options, he decided to tame 2 Dilophosaurus instead. Riding Tuazu to the area where he had previously spotted some Dilophosaurus, Lin Mo soon found 4 of the small creatures chasing after a helpless dodo. Standing less than a meter tall and barely 2 meters long, these small dinosaurs were only slightly heavier than a husky. They looked fragile and, in truth, they were. However, they possessed a troublesome ability. They could flare their crests and spit venom that, while not lethal, temporarily blurred their target's vision, giving them an opportunity to gang up on their prey. Lin Mo vividly remembered falling victim to these little troublemakers in his previous life during the game. The first time, he panicked and ran blindly after being hit with their venom. The second time, he was driven into a river and ended up as a meal for piranhas. But with experience came wisdom, and these Dilophosaurus eventually became easy targets for farming experience. Their venom had a straight trajectory, making it easy to dodge by simply stepping aside. To select the best targets, Lin Mo had Tuazu step forward on its own to draw the dinosaur's attention. The 4 Dilophosaurus, having just finished off a dodo, immediately surrounded the leisurely Ankylosaurus. Despite their venomous spits and relentless bites, Tuazu remained unfazed, even letting out a bored yawn. With its damage reduction ability, saddle defense, and high health pool, Tuazu rendered their attacks almost completely ineffective, recovering health faster than it lost it. Taking advantage of their focus on gnawing Tuazu, Lin Mo crept closer and used his wrist chip to scan the dinosaur's levels one by one. 12, 26, 58, and an impressive 110. The vividly patterned male Dilophosaurus was a delightful surprise. While high-level Dilophosaurus were not uncommon due to their strong reproductive capabilities, a level 110 specimen was still a lucky find. Though the species was inherently weak and even a 100-strong army of high-level Dilophosaurus would struggle against a single Trex, these 2 high-level individuals were perfect for Lin Mo's current needs. He decided to tame the level 110 and 58 Dilophosaurus, leaving the lower-level ones to fate. Lin Mo pulled out his last tranquilizer arrow and carefully aimed at the back of the level 110 Dilophosaurus's head. With a half-strength shot, the arrow struck true, severely injuring the dinosaur but leaving it alive. He silently thanked himself for holding back. Had he used full force, the creature would have died, and all his efforts would have been wasted. Meanwhile, the other 3 Dilophosaurus were still persistently attacking the unimpressed Tuazu. Lin Mo turned his attention to the level 58 dinosaur and landed a controlled punch. Even holding back, the blow caused its torpor meter to spike by a third. Thanks to his armored suit and damage reduction, Lin Mo was unbothered by the creature's bites, which probably felt more like chewing on steel to them. After 2 punches, the level 58 Dilophosaurus collapsed. The level 26 dinosaur tried to spit venom at him, but Lin Mo easily sidestepped the attack and knocked it out with a single punch. Seeing its companions fall one by one, the level 12 Dilophosaurus attempted to flee, but Lin Mo quickly caught up. He intended to subdue it with a controlled punch, but underestimated his own strength and accidentally crushed the weakest dinosaur's skull with a single blow. Lin Mo frowned and sighed. If only he had a slingshot, he could have used stones to knock it out more gently. Unfortunately, he lacked the blueprint to craft one. While slingshots were excellent tools for taming small creatures, they were far less effective against larger dinosaurs, where success often relied more on luck than skill. Forget it. Just kill at perfect timing since we're low on meat. Lin Mo picked up the iron pickaxe he had claimed as spoils of battle and skillfully began harvesting the Dilophosaurus carcass. The iron pickaxe was ideal for gathering meat, while the iron axe was better suited for collecting hide and keratin. With just 2 swings, he had 30 pieces of fresh dinosaur meat in hand. The taming process began immediately. Lin Mo placed a piece of prime mutton into the inventory of the level 110 Dilophosaurus and carefully observed the result. Moments later, the creature's hunger bar dropped slightly, and it devoured the mutton in one bite. The taming progress shot up to 90, and the taming effectiveness mirrored that rate. The prime mutton's effect was astonishing. Just 1 piece had nearly tamed this high-level Dilophosaurus. Considering that the Dilophosaurus wasn't a critical asset for him, Lin Mo decided not to waste another piece of the precious prime mutton. Instead, he fed it 5 pieces of regular meat. Before long, the creature ate 1 piece of regular meat and stood up, signaling the taming was complete. The system displayed its base level as having risen to 135, but its stats were underwhelming. Its health was a mere 380 points, and for now, it could only have its health attribute upgraded. Just as I thought Bottom tier among carnivores, Lin Mo sighed internally. However, he quickly rationalized that these Dilophosauruses could still be useful for transporting supplies, storing food, or even intimidating enemies. With that, he felt more at ease. He then moved on to tame the other 2 Dilophosauruses. The level 58 one required only a single piece of prime mutton and was tamed with its base level boosted to 80. The level 26 one was tamed entirely with regular meat, taking about 10 minutes, but due to the lower taming effectiveness of regular meat, its base level only rose to 28. Lin Mo named the 3 Dilophosauruses Venom 1, Venom 2, and Venom 3. He then set off with them to find Madbite, his Carnotaurus. Before long, they spotted Madbite on the plains, feasting on the corpse of a Paraceratherium. Lin Mo immediately issued detailed tactical instructions. The 3 Dilophosauruses were to team up with Madbite. Madbite would handle large dinosaurs, while the trio would focus on smaller targets. Against strong enemies, the 3 would use their venomous spit to obscure the enemy's vision, giving Madbite an opening to attack. If the situation turned dire, the trio was to sacrifice themselves to protect Madbite's retreat. Though all the dinosaurs were tamed by him, Lin Mo knew that in this harsh world, some were fated to be cannon fodder. The 3 Dilophosauruses let out low growls, acknowledging their orders. They showed no signs of sadness, fully submitting to their master's commands. By now, Lin Mo had leveled up from level 20 to level 25, with 14 unallocated attribute points. He decided to stick with the Red Wing caravan for a while. It would allow him to earn some rewards, gather intel on unlocking other functions of the chip, and explore major tribes for advanced blueprints and high-quality saddles. Riding on Camelfoot and accompanied by Dasheng, Lin Mo set off toward the caravan. Meanwhile, atop the massive rhino platform of the caravan, Yun Xiao stood gazing into the distance, as if waiting for someone. "Don't tell me she actually thinks that kid will come back to be the caravan's guard," came Anx's sour voice from behind. "You do well to reflect on yourself before spouting nonsense." Yun Xiao replied coldly without turning around. Anxi stormed forward. "Yun Xiao, don't push me too far. I've been pursuing you for so long, and you've always been indifferent to me. If it weren't for my family's financial support, your father's caravan would have been seized to pay off debts long ago. You only inherited the Red Wing caravan because of my family's help, yet you show no gratitude. Have you said enough?" Yun Xiao spun around abruptly, her sharp gaze piercing straight through Anxi. "Yes, your family saved the caravan, and I am deeply grateful. But let's not forget it was your father who stepped in to help, not you." Yun Xiao's voice was cold and resolute as she locked eyes with Anxi, unyielding. "Besides, I signed an agreement with him. 40% of the caravan's revenue goes to him. It's a fair and square business deal." She took a step closer, cutting off any chance for him to argue. Her stunning face carried an aura of undeniable authority. "Your poor judgment yesterday cost the caravan dearly. If not for Mr. Lin's timely intervention, the caravan would have been wiped out." "I didn't," and she began to protest. "Be quiet and listen." Yun Xiao interrupted sharply. Despite her breathtaking beauty, she was not one to be trifled with. "Not only did you fail to contribute, but you also attacked the very person who saved us. Worse still, you tried to sacrifice him. Do you even realize what a grave offense this is in our trade circles?" And she flushed with humiliation and anger, his face turning crimson as he shouted, "Fine. You're amazing, all right? You're the best. I shouldn't have taken command. I should have just let the caravan scurry around like headless chicken." "The caravan is no headless flock," Yun Xiao cut in, her voice calm but firm as she turned to gaze into the distance. She began to recount the legacy of the Red Wings caravan. "With over 2 decades of trading history, more than half of our members are seasoned veterans. They've weathered countless crises and know how to hold the line and wait for reinforcements, even without a leader's guidance. The real problem, however, lay within Shi. This so-called deputy leader had landed his position solely due to his father's influence, not his own competence. His sole motivation for joining the caravan was to pursue Yun Xiao, while the team tolerated him out of respect for his father, and Shi's arrogance knew no bounds. His reckless orders not only caused severe losses, but also squandered a golden opportunity to eliminate the bandits." Yun Xiao seized the moment to be blunt. "Young master and Shi, your position in the caravan is entirely thanks to your father, not your abilities. Also, I'd appreciate it if you stopped pestering me. I have no feelings for you whatsoever." As she finished speaking, something in the distance caught Yun Xiao's attention, and a faint smile played on her lips. And she followed her gaze. only to see a velociraptor-like creature kicking up a plume of dust as it charged toward them. The rider was none other than Lin Mo, the man he loathed. Jealousy burned in Anshi's chest as he glanced at Yun Xiao's flawless profile. But she was far from concerned with his emotions. Her focus was entirely on Lin Mo. To her, this skilled warrior who had fought armored foes with nothing but a wooden spear and leather armor was a valuable asset to the caravan's future. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao stepped forward, dismounted her massive rhino-like steed, and took hold of the reins of Lin Mo's mount. "Mr. Lin, I knew you'd come back. Am I really that easy to figure out?" Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. It didn't take long for the two to strike a deal. Lin Mo would escort the caravan to their next destination in exchange for 15 pearls. They sealed the agreement by tapping their wrist chips together, formally solidifying the contract. A soft tap produced a crisp metallic ding. Lin Mo's chip immediately received a contract notification from the Red Wing caravan. Escort the caravan safely to its next destination in exchange for 15 pearls. Abandoning the mission midway would be considered a breach of contract. Without hesitation, Lin Mo accepted the terms. At the same time, Yun Xiao's chip also received confirmation of the employer's version of the contract. The reward was unusually high. Most escort fees were determined by the guard's strength and the level of danger along the route. 5 pearls indicated some risk, while anything over 10 signified a life-threatening mission. 15 pearls was the absolute ceiling for escort jobs, clearly reflecting Yun Xiao's confidence in Lin Mo's previously demonstrated abilities. "I see you're heading southwest. What's your destination?" Lin Mo inquired. "Redwood. The Redwood tribe." This answer was exactly what Lin Mo had hoped for. As one of the largest tribes within a 100-mile radius, on par with the Northern Jailing tribe, the Redwood tribe was a bustling hub for caravans. Its trading post offered everything from equipment and technological blueprints to dragon feet. The caravan members were visibly delighted to have Lin Mo join them. With this capable young man teaming up with their formidable leader, any bandits would think twice before attacking. The caravan set off promptly. They were still 2 days away from the Redwood tribe, and that evening, they decided to camp on a riverside hill. The terrain provided natural protection against carnivorous dinosaurs and easy access to water. The caravan set up wooden chevauxefries at the front of the camp, effective barriers against small to mid-sized dinosaurs, but non-retrievable once deployed. Seeing Lin Mo's regretful expression, Yun Xiao explained that someone in the group carried blueprints for these barriers and could make more as needed. "Miss Yun, just call me Yun Xiao," she interrupted. "Unless you'd prefer to call me Big Sis like everyone else, then you can call me along," Lin Mo replied. With that change in address, the two instantly felt more at ease with each other. Curious, Lin Mo asked about the caravan's cargo. Yun Xiao admitted that while they usually kept such details private, she trusted him. "This time, we're transporting some valuable goods: crystal ore, obsidian, rare royal jelly, and a few highly sought-after dinosaur eggs used in making premium feed." Lin Mo, however, expressed his concerns. "The Red Wing caravan is no small operation. You're well equipped, with 2 giant rhinos, a massive ballista, and someone as skilled as you. Most bandits wouldn't dare challenge you after seeing the Red Wing banner." Yet these attackers didn't hesitate. "Something's off," he continued, analyzing the situation. There were only about 20 of them, mostly raptor riders, but only 3 were fully armored. Even factoring in the ambush unit you eliminated, taking down a well-defended large caravan like this is almost impossible unless... Yun Xiao seemed to catch on. "You're suggesting they were specifically targeting us and might come back for another attempt? It's just a theory, but it's something we can't ignore. It's also one of the reasons I decided to stay." Yun Xiao immediately ordered heightened security measures. "Spread the word, double the watch tonight, and set up hidden sentries. Everyone should rest early and follow wartime protocols." When Lin Mo asked what she meant by wartime protocols, Yun Xiao explained, "It means staying in a state of readiness, sleeping fully dressed, keeping armor on, and leaving saddles on the dragons, prepared to respond to emergencies at any moment." With business out of the way, their conversation turned casual. Lin Mo carefully revealed only that he came from a small tribe, temporarily inaccessible due to a plague. Yun Xiao, respecting his discretion, refrained from probing further. Instead, she became fascinated with Lin Mo's little monkey, eagerly feeding it fruit. Amused, Lin Mo let Dashing hop onto her shoulder, much to her delight. "This little monkey is adorable. Did you buy it, or train it yourself?" "Trained it. Who could afford to buy one?" "What level is it?" "Level 20, Lin Mo casually replied, though in truth, he had hidden all his creature's levels to avoid unnecessary attention. "Level 20? That's impressive. A monkey of that level doesn't come cheap," Yun Xiao said enthusiastically. "Do you have any tips? Teach may want one too." "You want one?" "Yeah, long trade routes can get pretty boring," she said with a smile, though there was a faint trace of melancholy behind it. Yun Xiao gently placed a shang on her lap, softly stroking its fur. The little creature nestled comfortably on her thighs, and soon began to snore contentedly. Lin Mo observed the scene and, lowering his voice, said, "There's no special trick to taming it, just patience, and maybe a bit of luck. If you really like it, the next time I catch one, I'll give it to you." "Really?" Yun Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. "I never break my word." Yun Xiao smiled gratefully, her face glowing even more beautifully under the flickering light of the campfire. She carefully lifted Deshang and handed it back to Lin Mo. Their eyes met, sharing a brief, warm smile, before they each retreated to their respective tents. Meanwhile, 50 meters away in the shadowy forest beyond the camp, and she was venting his fury by ferociously hacking at trees with a stone axe. He had hidden in the darkness earlier and witnessed the seemingly intimate exchange between Yun Xiao and Lin Mo. Jealousy consumed him. Using the excuse of needing to relieve himself, he had stormed off to unleash his anger. "Damn it, Dragon Lord? Huh? If I don't take you down, am not in she." As he vented his rage, a shadow silently crept up behind him. Having already inspected the area earlier and found no signs of carnivorous dinosaurs, and she had carelessly ventured out without his mount, let alone any real precautions. Suddenly, a cold blade pressed against his throat, and a low, menacing voice growled from behind him, "Don't move if you want to live. Make one sound, and your blood will stain the ground." And she, who had been fuming moments ago, was now trembling in fear. "Who are you?" "You'll find out soon enough." At that moment, a patrolling team member approached, calling out, "Young Master and she, are you there?" The figure behind him whispered threateningly, "Send him away. No tricks or else." And she stammered, "What do you want?" The patrol member replied, "You've been out for a while. The others sent me to check if you're safe." "I'm fine, just my stomach's acting up." "Go back. If I need help, I'll call." After the patrol member left, the shadowy figure sneered, "Good. You know how to follow orders. Now, come with me, young master." And she was dragged several hundred meters to a concealed camp. There, more than a dozen raptors were tethered, and a group of men clad in iron armor sat around 3 roaring bonfires. Their savage glares made Zai's blood run cold as he was shoved to the ground. "Friends, Im and she, from a prominent family. Just name your price and me father can pay you in pearls, no matter how many you want." And she pleaded desperately. The leader of the group let out a hearty, mocking laugh. "We don't want money. We want something else. Tell me, is your caravan on a mission from the Shilin mine to the Redwood tribe?" How do you know that?" And she stammered, his voice trembling. In the firelight, he recognized the man as the bandit leader who had attacked their caravan earlier that day before escaping. The leader smirked. "Good eyes. You can blame yourselves for not finishing the job. Now, answer my questions truthfully. If you lie, they'll carve your flesh into slices for a feast." Under the threat, and she revealed that Yun Xiao had brought back a half-meter square wooden box from the Shilin mine. The leader listened intently, but didn't press further. One of his men suggested punishing and she for commanding the archers during the earlier attack, which had injured several of their group. "Hold it," the leader barked. "Since he's cooperated, there's no need for that. And she, do you want to live?" And she quickly dropped to his knees. "Yes. Yes, I do." The leader handed him several vials of green liquid. "Good. Tomorrow, pour this anesthetic into the caravan's lunch. If you do this right, we'll take what we want without harming anyone. You might even be hailed as the hero who saved the caravan." And she hesitated, but eventually steadied himself. "Really? You promise not to hurt the others?" "Of course. I don't care about the others, just don't harm Yun Xiao. And as for that Dragon Lord, make sure he doesn't live." And she spat venomously. The leader's eyes narrowed. "The one who fought us hand-to-hand earlier? That's Dragon Lord? Humph, don't worry. He's already marked for death." The leader narrowed his sly eyes and curled his lips into a cold smile. "It seems like you've taken quite a liking to that woman, huh? Haha, fine. I'll agree to your terms, kill the Dragon Lord, and I'll let you win the girl. You'll even become the great hero of the caravan, driving us bandits away. How does that sound?" These words instantly turned and she's despair into joy. "Deal!" he exclaimed eagerly, ready to leave, only to be stopped by the leader. "Hold on, not so fast. Let's seal the contract first." "Contract? What contract?" And she froze in confusion. The leader raised his wrist and forcibly connected his chip with Zai's. A contract to serve the bandits and betray the Red Wing caravan appeared instantly, and she knew full well that while such agreements held no legal weight, signing it was akin to handing over leverage to the bandits, making him their puppet, unable to escape their control. Yet, at this moment, he had no other choice. Outside, he was the eldest son of a powerful family. But here, he was nothing more than a coward who didn't dare to face danger alone. "What's the matter? Don't want to sign?" The leader's expression darkened, swallowing hard, and she stammered, "I'll sign, I'll sign." With no other options, he reluctantly confirmed the contract. "Good." The leader waved his hand in satisfaction. "You two, Escort brother and she back. Make sure no one sees you. After the three left, a bandit sidled up to the leader. Boss, are you really going to spare the rest of the caravan? Especially that girl, she's a rare gem. In all my years of roaming, I've never seen someone that stunning. She might even be untouched. Are you really going to let that kid have her? The leader watched Nzai's cowardly figure retreating and sneered. Do you think ID actually keeps such a promise? Heh, boss, you're the best. When you're done with her, don't forget your little brother. Slap. A sharp slap cut him off mid-sentence. Stunned, the man stood frozen, confusion written all over his face. The leader glared at him viciously. Have you lost your mind? Do you think I'd dare keep someone like her for myself? You mean, she's for them? At the mention of them, the bandit's voice trembled with fear. Even the leader involuntarily shuddered. What we gain here is just fulfilling their orders. But if we offer them a beauty like her, it might please them. They might even reward us with better equipment. The underlings nodded repeatedly, praising the leader for his foresight. Yet, the unspoken thought in the leader's mind sent chills down his spine. If they failed to complete the mission, the punishment those people would inflict would be beyond terrifying. As the night passed, the caravan rose early the next morning to prepare for the journey. Lin Mo, having finished his breakfast, joined in to help. Despite his remarkable skills, he carried himself with humility and quickly bonded with the caravan members. Through their conversations, he learned much about the state of this vast continent. The continent was home to over 100 tribes, with the Northern Snow Mountain Alliance and the Southern tribes locked in long-term opposition. The Snow Mountain Alliance, led by the High Ridge tribe, controlled unique mountain resources and Arctic creatures, including the rumored and fearsome feathered Ravager dragon. The Southern tribes, though outwardly peaceful and engaged in trade, were rife with internal strife. In times of crises like the elite dragon's attacks, they often turned a blind eye to others' suffering, as seen during the Riverside tribe's plague. This selfishness left the Southern tribes, despite their numbers, unable to stand against the Snow Mountain Alliance. Only during large-scale conflicts would the Redwood tribe, the strongest in the South, call for unity. However, each tribe would try to push others to the front lines, leading to repeated defeats. Fortunately, the Snow Mountain Alliance lacked the strength to conquer such a vast region, resulting in a tenuous cycle of skirmishes and ceasefires. After piecing together this information, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. If all the tribes could unite, they wouldn't just defeat the elite dragon, they could even take down the far more terrifying Southern Titan beast. Just then, he overheard an unfamiliar term: starfarers. Starfarers? What's that? Lin Mo asked, intrigued by the name he was hearing for the first time. The Triceratops rider took a sip of water to moisten his throat as he shared a startling piece of news with Lin Mo. I haven't seen them myself, but they say the starfarers are incredibly powerful, stronger than even the divine folk. Even the weakest among them could easily defeat a teeth Rex. Lowering his water flask, the rider continued, these mysterious people rarely show themselves. They stay hidden, observing the various tribes. Rumor has it they're searching for allies and want to use their technology to enhance the strength of the tribes they choose. Really? Lin Mo asked, half skeptical. Of course it's true, the rider replied with conviction. Otherwise, how do you think the Redwood tribe rose to power? Are you saying the Redwood tribe got help from the starfarers? The rider paused to think before answering. I'm not entirely sure about the details. But think about it, weren't the first stories about the starfarers spread by the Redwood tribe? 5 years ago, they were just an unremarkable tribe. In such a short time, they've advanced far beyond the surrounding tribes in terms of technology. If you ask me, there's no way they achieved that without the starfarers' help. Lin Mo gave a faint response, still skeptical of such semi-legendary tales. Information like this was likely only heard by travelers like the Redwing caravan, who roamed far and wide. During his 2-month stay with the Riverside tribe, he hadn't heard a single mention of the starfarers. Still, the name starfarers left a deep impression on his mind. The caravan progressed slowly due to the rugged terrain. Yun Xiao led the group at the front, frequently scanning the surroundings and confirming the route. Now and then, she glanced back at Lin Mo, seeing him chatting and laughing with the others. Her lips curled into an unconscious smile. Seated on the platform of a giant rhinoceros, and she observed the scene with seething resentment. She discreetly touched the tranquilizer hidden in her pocket, a faint, sinister smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. The blazing sun hung high in the sky as the caravan came to a halt at a lush, verdant spot to set up camp. The members quickly sprang into action, constructing temporary fortifications and diligently attending to their assigned tasks. Before long, the rich aroma of stew and roasted meat wafted through the air as food was being distributed. Uncle Amos, the caravan's head cook and one of its founding members, had been with the Redwing caravan since its inception. Though his role was primarily in logistics and cooking, his cautious and reliable nature earned him Yun Xiao's trust. Whenever Yun Xiao was away, he entrusted Uncle Amos with overseeing the group. According to the caravan's strict protocol, Food distribution followed a clear hierarchy. The leader was served first, followed by key figures, then the guards, and finally the regular members. Yuan Shao and Lin Mo were among the first to receive their portions. Here, Mr. Long, give the old man's cooking a try. Uncle Amos cheerfully handed Lin Mo a hearty bowl of stew and even added 2 generous pieces of roasted meat. The tantalizing aroma immediately whetted Lin Mo's appetite. Uncle, your cooking is amazing. You could easily be the private chef for a tribal chief. Lin Mo exclaimed. Haha, you flatter me. As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. Uncle Amos chuckled warmly as he turned to serve the others. Lin Mo stirred the stew with his spoon, closely examining the ingredients. Chunks of meat, carrots, potatoes, and purple fruits. The combination caught his attention. It was strikingly similar to the recipe for the endurance stew that provided buffs in the game. However, after taking a bite, he confirmed that this world's version held no special effects. It was simply a delicious stew. But soon, Lin Mo noticed something unusual. While the food initially tasted fine, a strange bitterness emerged as he chewed. The familiar, distinct bitterness immediately raised his suspicions. A sudden realization struck him, and he shouted urgently, "Everyone, stop eating immediately!" The abrupt warning left everyone stunned, including Yuan Shao, who hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Uncle Amos quickly approached, concerned. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Too salty or too bland? Uncle, there's something wrong with the food, Lin Mo said in a low voice, stopping Amos from tasting it himself. At that moment, and she stepped forward, her tone skeptical. Isn't it obvious? You were the one by the pot the whole time. If something's wrong, it must have been you who tampered with it. The accusation left Uncle Amos both shocked and furious. Some of the newer members began whispering among themselves, questioning whether the seasoned cook might be in cahoots with bandits to sabotage the caravan. However, the veteran members staunchly defended his integrity. Uncle Amos strode to Yuan Shao and declared with indignation, "Leader, I swear on my life, I would never commit such a despicable act. If I'm lying, may I be devoured alive by a raptor and left with no remains." Yuan Shao raised a hand to calm him. Uncle, we all trust you. But first, we need to confirm if there's truly an issue with the food. He then turned to Lin Mo for an explanation. Lin Mo elaborated, I've been targeted with sedatives before, and that distinctive bitterness is something I'll never forget. While I can't be certain, I thought it best to warn everyone just in case. Acting swiftly, Yuan Shao used a piece of carrot from the stew to conduct a test. Sure enough, within 2 minutes of feeding it to a low-level iguanodon, the creature wobbled and collapsed into unconsciousness. This revelation left no doubt in anyone's mind about Lin Mo's warning. Yuan Shao immediately ordered all potentially tainted food to be discarded. However, this created a new challenge. The area was sparse in prey and vegetation. Even with the most efficient gatherers, such as the mighty Paraceratherium, the yields were disappointingly meager. Seeing Yuan Shao troubled over the food shortage, Lin Mo stepped forward with a proposal. Let me handle gathering berries. You can take a team to the nearby river to fish. Your Therizinosaurus is excellent at fishing, but the shrubs here are scarce, and iguanodons aren't very efficient gatherers in this area. Are you sure you can manage? Yuan Shao asked, his concern evident. Lin Mo, however, grinned confidently. Trust me, I might end up collecting more berries than you catch fish. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Yuan Shao's worry eased, and he quickly rallied his team to head to the river. After Lin Mo successfully averted a potential crisis, the caravan members couldn't stop singing his praises. Mr. Long is incredible. He even noticed such a subtle anomaly. Exactly. I drank a sip and didn't notice anything wrong. Lucky I didn't drink much. The boss hiring Mr. Long was truly a wise decision. However, someone voiced a concern. I heard Mr. Long's contract ends once we reach the Redwood tribe. It'd be great if he could stay with the caravan longer. Why not bring it up with the boss and see if he can officially join us? Great idea. Listening to the discussions, and she was seething internally. He was the one who had spiked the water with the sedative, but not in the cooking pot since Amos was constantly guarding it. Cunningly, he chose the water bucket, reasoning that no matter how vigilant Amos was about the ingredients and the pot, he wouldn't suspect the water source. His plan was on the brink of success when Lin Mo uncovered the scheme. To deflect suspicion, and she took the initiative to question Amos. Seeing the matter seemingly unresolved, he felt smug about shifting the blame in time, knowing further investigation might have exposed him. What he didn't realize, however, was that Lin Mo had already marked him as a prime suspect. While riding on the camel-foot beast and gathering berries, Lin Mo quietly analyzed the situation, and she had immediately accused Amos, even before confirming if there had indeed been tampering. That alone was suspicious. Although she harbored hostility toward him, he seemed to favor Yuan Shao. But why would he drug everyone? Lin Mo glanced toward the 2 giant rhinos carrying the caravan's most valuable goods, pondering. Could the caravan be transporting something extraordinarily rare? Couldn't she have ulterior motives? Unable to figure it out just yet, he decided to focus on gathering while keeping a close eye on she and ensuring the camelfoot beast remained alert. Meanwhile, 200 meters away, two bandits lay hidden in the tall grass on a small hill, watching Lin Mo as he gathered alone. He's so far from the caravan. Should we take this chance to get rid of him? The boss would reward us handsomely. Are you out of your mind? The other bandit hissed in reproach. You weren't here last time, so you don't know. This guy is unbelievably dangerous. Even with two more of us, we might not be able to take him down. We'd probably end up dead instead. Is he really that formidable? He single-handedly shot down 7 or 8 of our brothers and dared to fight our iron-armored riders with just leather armor and a wooden spear. What? The other gasped. Leather and wood against iron armor and weapons on raptor mounts? What happened then? What do you think? Only a few of us made it back alive. No wonder the boss ordered poison instead of a direct confrontation. Don't let the boss hear you say that. Let's just keep watching. We'll wait until she meets with us tonight before making a move. As the scheduled time approached, Lin Mo returned to the caravan. Yun Xiao and the others also came back, bringing over 100 fish caught by their clawed raptors. Lin Mo emptied the camel-foot beast storage, revealing a bounty of fruits, 270 purple berries, 460 red berries, 398 blueberries, and 420 yellow berries. With each number Lin Mo called out, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Yun Xiao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the mountain of fruit. She hadn't expected Lin Mo to gather such an astonishing amount in such a short time. The crowd stared at the basket of berries Lin Mo had brought back, their exclamations of amazement echoing one after another. The sheer quantity was astonishing. Collecting such a plentiful harvest in just 20 minutes seemed almost unbelievable. Along, you're incredible. And your mount is just as remarkable. To gather so many berries from just a few bushes, it's unheard of, someone exclaimed. In response to the admiration, Lin Mo simply gave a calm smile. I just ventured a bit farther and picked from a few more bushes. That's all, he said modestly. His words only sparked an even livelier discussion. An experienced forager couldn't help but remark, I'm a level 20 Subceratosaurus, and even after 3 hours of foraging, I might not collect this much. Mr. Long achieved this in just 20 minutes. This level of efficiency is nothing short of masterful in any tribe. Standing on the outskirts of the crowd, and she listened to the chatter, his expression growing darker by the moment. He had intended to sabotage things quietly, but instead, Lin Mo had stolen the spotlight. Frustration gnawed at him, though he could only endure it until nightfall, when he planned to rendezvous with his accomplices. With the plan having failed, he dreaded how the bandit leader might punish him, his heart gripped with anxiety. The caravan had become increasingly vigilant, entrusting all remaining provisions to Amas for strict oversight. However, Lin Mo chose not to voice his suspicions about Shi to Yun Xiao just yet, allowing her to focus on managing the caravan. He decided it would be better to share his concerns once the truth was fully uncovered. As night fell, the caravan, following Yun Xiao's instructions, traveled for another hour before setting up camp on a sheltered hillside. This time, they took extra precautions. Every food item was first fed to the dinosaurs for testing, and only after ensuring it was safe did they distribute it to the group. Witnessing this, Shi had no choice but to discard his last bottle of anesthetic, not daring to risk keeping it. When it was time to rest, Shi found an excuse to leave, pretending he needed some privacy. Slipping away to a secluded spot, he soon met with the bandit leader, who appeared with 2 henchmen. The leader wasted no time, demanding harshly, "Why is the caravan still intact? Did you not act as planned?" Shi hurriedly explained, "I did drug their food at noon, but that man with the surname Long was too sharp. Caught on him again." The leader's face darkened as he pressed further. "You're not lying to me, are you?" "I wouldn't dare." Shi replied with a bitter smile. "The contract is still in your hands. That's my leverage. How could I possibly deceive you?" The leader let out a smug, cold laugh, sending shivers down Shi's spine. "So, what's the next step?" Shi asked in a trembling voice. "Poisoning is definitely not an option anymore. They're being so cautious now that there's absolutely no chance. Of course, poisoning is out of the question. But don't worry, I have another plan." The leader gestured mysteriously for Shi to come closer. Hesitant and trembling, Shi leaned in. After hearing the leader's whispered scheme, his face turned ghostly pale. "Well, what about me? What do I do?" he stammered. "You've got legs, don't you? When the time comes, just run for it." The leader replied nonchalantly. Shi swallowed hard and reluctantly agreed. The two parted ways, completely unaware that atop a nearby tree, Desheng had witnessed everything. As soon as Shi was out of sight, Desheng leapt down from the branches and darted back to the camp, slipping into Lin Mo's tent. Although the torches inside had been extinguished, Lin Mo was still awake. Seeing Desheng return, he immediately scooped the little creature into his hands. "You're back. What did you find out?" Deshang gestured animatedly while transmitting fragmented thoughts. Lin Mo, whose chip was not yet fully functional, couldn't completely process Deshang's thoughts, but from its movements and scattered signals, he pieced together the gist of what had happened. So it's true, and she really is the traitor. Lin Mo thought to himself. Those bandits have been relentlessly pursuing us. Clearly, the caravan is carrying something they're desperate to get their hands on. After the heavy losses they suffered last time, ordinary thieves wouldn't dare come back, especially with me here. The fact that they're still taking such risks proves my theory. But what exactly is this object that they're so obsessed with? After rewarding Deshang with a few purple fruits, Lin Mo tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Inspecting the cargo wouldn't normally be an issue, but if it involved entrusted goods, it would be a different matter entirely. In this precarious situation where the enemy lurked in the shadows, remaining in the dark about the truth made it even harder to devise a strategy. After much deliberation, he decided to seek out Yun Xiao. Coincidentally, Yun Xiao was also awake, stepping out of her tent just as Lin Mo approached. "Oh, you're not asleep either?" "No, just getting some fresh air." "Good timing. I need to talk to you." Lin Mo led her to a secluded spot. Yun Xiao, curious, asked, "What's going on?" Her eyes seemed to hold a hint of anticipation, though Lin Mo didn't notice. "Is the caravan transporting something unusual or valuable?" he asked directly. Yun Xiao froze for a moment. "Why do you ask?" Her response was as good as a confirmation. Lin Mo didn't beat around the bush. "Yun Xiao, the caravan is in serious danger. The poisoning attempt wasn't random. Whoever's after you is targeting a specific item you're transporting." "Who would be so bold?" "Who else?" "Those persistent bandits." "You mean them? They dare come back?" Yun Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "We already dealt them a heavy blow last time. Ordinary bandits would have given up after such a loss, but this group is different," Lin Mo analyzed. "If they're after a particular object, they won't stop until they get it." Yun Xiao frowned. "So, what do you suggest we do?" "Just tell me the truth. What exactly are you transporting?" Lin Mo asked, meeting her gaze. After a moment of silence, Yun Xiao admitted, "There is something special. It was entrusted to me by the manager of the Shilin mines to deliver to the Red Cedar tribe. They sent someone to speak with me privately, saying it's an important mineral sample. The fewer people who know about it, the better. That's why I've been handling it alone. No one else in the caravan knows." "What kind of item is it?" "I don't know. I've never opened the box." "Can I take a look at it?" Yun Xiao hesitated, but eventually snapped her fingers. Her heavy-clawed dragon responded immediately, and she retrieved a wooden crate from its storage compartment, placing it gently on the grass. Lin Mo examined the box carefully. It was tightly sealed, with no way to see inside. As he tapped on the wooden surface, his chip suddenly emitted a notification. Beep. Nearby upgrade module detected. Move closer to the signal source to initiate the upgrade. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. The upgrade method he had been searching for was inside this box. Though elated, he maintained his composure and asked, "Can we open it to take a look?" The inability to get closer to the signal source through the wooden barrier was maddening. Yun Xiao shook her head. "It's best not to open it. This concerns the caravan's reputation. Besides, you already have a general idea of the situation. There's no need to break the seal." Lin Mo understood her reasoning and didn't push further. As long as the item didn't fall into the bandits' hands, he figured there would still be an opportunity to upgrade later. His main concern now was how the upgrade process worked. Would mere proximity to the item suffice, or would the chip need to fully absorb it? If it was the former, he could retrieve the item and open the box at a later time, claiming to have recovered it from the trader. If it was the latter, he'd have to come up with another plan. After Yun Xiao put the crate away, the two discussed the route for the next day before returning to their tents to rest. At dawn, the caravan set off again. With only one day's journey left to the Red Cedar tribe, Lin Mo felt certain the bandits would make their move today. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't stand a chance once the caravan reached the tribe's territory, where patrol teams would provide escort. Yun Xiao seemed to share his concerns, as the caravan's pace was noticeably faster. Meanwhile, Anqi, looking visibly uneasy, was still under the impression that no one suspected him. Little did he know, Lin Mo had been keeping a close eye on him all along. The caravan raced forward along the route that Lin Mo and Yun Xiao had meticulously mapped out. To save time, the group abandoned their usual midday rest, instead settling for roasted meat and wild fruits to stave off hunger. At this pace, they could reach the Redwood territory by early dawn the next day. Not far behind, a band of bandits trailing the caravan quickly caught on to their plan. Their leader wasted no time, dispatching a scout atop a swift raptor to deliver a message to their ambush party. "Let them run," the leader sneered. "By the time they enter the ambush zone, they'll be completely drained, making them easier prey." He issued his orders with a cold smirk. "Our primary target is that square wooden box. Grab it and retreat immediately." After a pause, he added, If we can eliminate the Red Wing caravan along the way, even better. Remember, only attack the Dragon Master if we have an overwhelming advantage. And if possible, capture Yun Shao alive. Understood, boss. The bandits responded in unison. The leader knew this would be a do-or-die operation. Aside from a particular dinosaur that couldn't be present, they had brought nearly their entire force. But no matter what, the primary mission was the box, everything else was secondary. The caravan pressed on at full speed. This time, Lin Mo adjusted his position, riding alongside Yuan Shao at the front. Yuan Shao took charge of navigation, while Lin Mo directed his mount, Tuazu, to scout for threats. This intelligent creature acted like a living radar, capable of detecting any hostile presence within a 100-meter radius. Along the way, they encountered only a few stray Dilophosaurus, which, upon seeing the size and strength of the caravan, quickly fled in panic. Several hundred meters ahead, a narrow canyon came into view, its steep terrain forming a natural choke point. Lin Mo immediately ordered the caravan to halt. Yuan Shao, look at that canyon, he said, pointing ahead. If I were the bandits, I'd definitely set up an ambush on both sides. From those heights, they could easily break through the Triceratops' defensive formation and expose everyone to crossbow fire. Yuan Shao nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. I'll send someone to scout the area. I'll go. Lin Mo volunteered. With Tuazu's ability to sense danger in advance, he had a better chance of navigating the risks and retreating if necessary. Be careful, Yuan Shao urged, her concern evident. Lin Mo acknowledged her warning and rode toward the canyon. The cliffs on either side were steep and treacherous, making them difficult to scale. Judging by the terrain, the canyon's exit would likely be a few kilometers ahead, where the ground leveled out, making it easier for both people and dinosaurs to climb. If he were the bandits, he would have already stationed forces at that exit, lying in wait. Proceeding cautiously for about 50 meters, Lin Mo sent out 2 waves of warning signals using Tuazu's abilities, but found no signs of danger. Even so, he decided to press on, aiming to reach the canyon's exit and climb to a vantage point. From there, he could survey the area and ensure the caravan's safe passage. Positioned on high ground with his crossbow, he would be able to inflict significant damage on any attackers, even if they launched a full-scale assault. After advancing another 200 meters, Lin Mo sent out another wave of detection signals. This time, his heart nearly stopped. A massive cluster of red signals lit up before him, over 200 in total. His breath caught as a chill ran down his spine. Could there really be so many enemies lying in ambush on both sides of the cliffs? This was no ordinary bandit group. It was the size of a small army. Even the Redwood tribe couldn't muster such a force. He double-checked the signals, and the numbers remained staggering. And this was only within the detection range. Who knew how many more were lurking beyond? The danger here was immense. Lin Mo instinctively prepared to turn back and warn the caravan. But then he paused, realizing something crucial. The enemy hadn't made a move. They were clearly waiting for the caravan to fully enter the ambush zone before striking. More importantly, they had no idea their position had already been discovered. Regaining his composure, Lin Mo carefully analyzed the red signals. If they were all bandits, the signals should have been organized in neat formations along the cliffs. However, these signals were unusually dense and chaotic, suggesting that not all of them were human. The caravan couldn't proceed, yet retreating recklessly wasn't an option either. A dangerous thought that flashed through Lin Mo's mind. He quickly grasped the key point. They had to buy the caravan enough time to establish a solid defense system before seizing an opportunity to break through. With this realization, Lin Mo deliberately put on a relaxed smile. Looks like I was overthinking. Haha, there's no danger at all. The caravan should be able to pass through. With that, he instructed the camel to maintain its pace and head back. This simple act of deception worked. The enemy, fooled by his performance, took no action. Just like that, what could have been a fatal ambush for Lin Mo was skillfully averted through his quick thinking and composure. When Lin Mo returned to the group with a smile, everyone visibly let out a sigh of relief. Yuan Shao also smiled and said, "So, there's no problem, right?" Still smiling, Lin Mo lowered his voice and said, "The problem is extremely serious. There are hundreds of enemies lying in ambush on both sides of the canyon." Yuan Shao's pupils constricted sharply. "Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious," Lin Mo replied, his tone calm despite the smile on his face. "Don't act too surprised. There's a traitor among us, and I'm certain bandits are secretly watching us right now. Whatever you do, don't let them realize we've uncovered the ambush. Act natural." Yuan Shao quickly understood and forced a relaxed grin. "Hundreds of enemies? Are you absolutely sure?" "At least 200, Lin Mo said in a hushed voice. "And they're not all human. There might be other trained creatures among them. What should we do? Retreat immediately?" Lin Mo shook his head and, pretending to speak casually, pointed toward the canyon. "That's not an option. Their forces are too large. If we retreat, they'll likely chase us and form a complete encirclement. At that point, it'll be even harder to fend them off. Then what do we do? Yuan Shao's eyes betrayed deep concern. This was the first time she had felt such intense anxiety. She knew all too well what hundreds of enemies meant. It could be the end of the caravan. In this dire situation, she had no choice but to place all her trust in Lin Mo, as she herself had no solution to offer. Lin Mo faced the crisis with remarkable composure. His voice was steady and firm. I believe staying put and defending is the best option. Are you crazy? Yuan Shao stared at him in disbelief. Staying here to defend is no different from waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Mo gestured for him to calm down and began to explain in detail. Hear me out. Even if we retreat while maintaining a defensive formation, the enemy will find openings. Once the perimeter of the caravan is breached, the group will inevitably be divided and surrounded. Then it's truly a dead end. But if we defend here, we can build a sturdy encampment and establish a solid defensive system. As long as we can hold them off with my skills, they'll have the chance to identify their weaknesses and either break through or even counterattack. He paused briefly before continuing. Besides, the enemy's large numbers mean their supplies are bound to be stretched thin. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it becomes for us. This is the only feasible plan right now. Lin Mo secretly lamented that if Niolong were here, his own strength would undoubtedly increase. He had considered sending Deshang back to deliver a message, but given that Niolong was not yet equipped with a saddle and its abilities hadn't been enhanced, it would likely become cannon fodder in the heat of battle. Moreover, sending Deshang on a solo journey was far too risky, so he dismissed the idea. Yuan Shao thought for a moment. While he agreed this was the only viable option, he still had reservations. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming. Even with or without the Dragon Clan's help, our Triceratops defensive formation might not hold. Lin Mo had already anticipated this. Last night, I noticed you still have a lot of spare caltrops, and you can make more on-site, correct? Yuan Shao's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting we set up another layer of caltrops outside the Triceratops defensive perimeter? That way, unless the enemy has strong aerial forces, forcing their way through will cost them dearly. Combined with the two giant rhinos and the ballistae, we might actually stand a chance. Meanwhile, on the cliffs overlooking the canyon, a group of bandits was secretly observing the caravan's movements. Second brother, do you think the caravan will take the bait? One of the lackeys asked. Of course, the bandit leader said smugly. That brat hasn't noticed anything unusual. Look, they're already starting to move. The lackey glanced down and saw the caravan members gathering wood from all directions. Second brother, why are they collecting resources? The bandit leader pondered. Maybe they think the canyon is too dark and want to make torches for light. Or perhaps they're preparing to camp here. After all, they didn't even stop for lunch earlier. Relax, our hiding spot is flawless. There's no way they've noticed us. Just wait for these fat sheep to walk into our trap. Little did they know, this was all part of Lin Mo's plan. Following his strategy, Yuan Shao deliberately made it seem like the caravan was preparing to enter the canyon. He even organized the team's formation in detail to mislead the traitor in their midst. The large-scale resource gathering was explained as preparation for potentially camping in the canyon, which seemed logical given the caravan's earlier losses. The poisoning incident had depleted much of their food supplies, forcing the group to rely on foraging to sustain themselves. This made their actions appear entirely reasonable. With the help of iron axes and picks, the caravan's gathering efficiency soared. Wood, thatch, fibers, and flint were transported back in abundance. Under Lin Mo's direction, the pack animals frantically gathered fruits, ensuring enough food to last the caravan for 2 days. It wasn't until she and the others realized they had collected so much that even the giant rhinos were struggling to carry it all that suspicions began to arise. Yuan Shao stood before the group, his expression grave as he announced the crisis they had just uncovered. His voice was clear and commanding, echoing across the entire camp. Listen carefully, everyone. Along has discovered a large ambush of enemies in the canyon. Their numbers far exceed our expectations. If we retreat now, we'll undoubtedly fall into their trap. After careful consideration, we've decided to hold our ground and defend this position. He swiftly began outlining the defense plan, his tone firm and decisive. We'll form an outer defensive ring using Chavoxtafries and establish a Triceratops defense structure within. Craftsmen, start building the Chavoxtafries immediately with full effort, while the rest focus on distributing supplies. Those with blueprints for arrows, begin producing them at once to prepare for battle. Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Mo. The entire setup of the defense system will be under Along's command. Lin Mo was momentarily surprised to hear her appointment, but gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Without saying much, she immediately began organizing the construction of defensive structures. The moment the orders were issued, the caravan sprang into action. Though the situation was alarming, their long-standing teamwork allowed them to operate with efficiency far beyond that of an ordinary group. The craftsmen worked intently on the Chavoxtafries, and as soon as one was completed, It was promptly transported to the positions designated by Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao led the other guards to patrol the perimeter, keeping a close watch for any signs of the enemy. And she, though overwhelmed with anxiety, found himself out of options. He had initially planned to flee, but Lin Mo had anticipated this. Yun Xiao had already ordered strict control over all the mounts, forbidding anyone from leaving the camp without permission. In the distance, the bandit leader, who had been smugly waiting for chaos to unfold, was instead greeted by an unexpected sight. The caravan not only refused to proceed into the canyon, but had begun fortifying their position with chevaux de frise. At first, he dismissed it as a temporary rest stop, given that the caravan had been traveling non-stop since midday. But it quickly became apparent something was amiss. The number of chevaux de frise was rapidly increasing, forming layer upon layer of defenses, even sealing off potential escape routes. When he recognized that the person commanding the defensive operations was none other than the dragon leader, it finally dawned on him. They'd been tricked. This caravan had never intended to enter the canyon. Furious, the bandit leader flew into a rage, but it was already too late. The leader stood on high ground, seething with rage, roaring, "That damned guy, I want him dead. He must die." He gritted his teeth, the memory of the last failed operation fueling his fury. If it weren't for that young man meddling, the plan would have succeeded. Now, the carefully orchestrated ambush, set up at great cost, had been discovered again. It was almost unbelievable. "Boss, what do we do now?" one of his subordinates asked anxiously. "Damn it." The leader punched the trunk of a nearby tree. "We have no choice. Notify the forces at the cliff to attack immediately. Strike before their defenses are fully formed. Well, fight to the death." He knew full well that an attack now would result in heavy casualties, but any further delay would allow the enemy to fortify their defenses even more, making victory an even slimmer prospect. A black flag was hoisted on the hillside shortly after. Although the forces stationed by the cliff knew the move was risky, they obeyed without hesitation. "Look over there!" someone in the caravan suddenly shouted. Lin Mo turned his head and saw a swarm of creatures emerging from the cliff's edge. Some leapt down, while others glided through the air, resembling a black wave surging forward. Their numbers were staggering, 300 to 400 at least. The team collectively gasped in shock, while Lin Mo calmly climbed onto the giant rhino platform to observe. The enemy forces were primarily composed of Dilophosaurs, making up more than half. There were also iguanodons, triceratops, and even over a dozen stegosauruses. In the air, a dozen or so small, bird-like microraptors spiraled nimbly. Despite their size, these creatures could knock riders off medium or small mounts, leaving them stunned for 10 seconds. "Everyone, dismount. Use your mounts as cover and prioritize taking out the flying creatures," Lin Mo ordered decisively. Though hesitant at first, the group followed suit after Yun Xiao set the example. As the enemy forces slammed into the chevaux de frise defenses, many low-health Dilophosaurs were killed outright by the retaliatory damage. Only the sturdier Triceratops and Stegosauruses could endure the defense. Lin Mo shouted, "Fire your arrows. Don't waste them on the smaller dinosaurs. Focus all firepower on the Triceratops and Stegosauruses." At that moment, the swarm of microraptors broke through the defenses and began circling overhead. Yun Xiao, experienced and composed, held a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, skillfully blocking and counterattacking. He managed to take down several of the creatures quickly. Inspired by his actions, the other team members began to follow his lead. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, from atop the giant rhino platform, fired precision shots, already having taken out over a dozen large dinosaurs. Yet, the enemy's numbers remained overwhelming. In the distant forest, the bandits began to regroup, though they kept their distance, staying 200 to 300 meters away, wary of Lin Mo's deadly archery skills. Yun Xiao climbed up onto the platform, his face streaked with feathers and blood. "Lin Mo, there are too many of them. The chevaux de frise is about to collapse. Should we break through?" he asked urgently. Lin Mo shook his head. "Forcing our way out would be suicide." He stared intently at Yun Xiao and suddenly asked, "Yun Xiao, do you trust me?" "Of course. We're comrades in life and death." Yun Xiao replied without hesitation. "Good. I have an idea, something that might get us out of this alive. At the very least, it gives us a slim chance." "What's the plan?" Yun Xiao asked eagerly, a glimmer of hope lighting up in his eyes. "Hand over that wooden chest to me. I'll take it and leave the caravan." Lin Mo's voice had barely fallen when Yun Xiao's mouth dropped open in shock. Lin Mo quickly explained, "These bandits are here for what's inside the chest. If they see me taking it away, they'll undoubtedly focus all their efforts on chasing me. That way, the caravan will no longer be in danger." Yun Xiao understood his reasoning, but her face was clouded with worry. "But this is no time for hesitation." Lin Mo cut her off sharply. "No reputation is worth more than the lives of everyone here. If we lose both the cargo and our lives, then it's truly over." Unexpectedly, Yun Xiao shook her head. No, I agree we need to protect the caravan. But what worries me is, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Her words warmed Lin Mo's heart. Yun Xiao was level-headed, and not someone who stubbornly clung to honor at the expense of reason. This realization gave him a sense of relief. Don't worry about me. I can handle this. Lin Mo replied firmly. As long as I take the chest and draw them away, the pressure on the caravan will ease. Once you've dealt with these creatures, move through the canyon as fast as you can and head straight for the redwoods. Do not stop. If necessary, abandon any non-essential supplies to travel lighter and faster. And what about you? Yun Xiao asked, her concern evident. I'll find a way to lose them and circle back to meet up with you. What's the chance you'll make it out alive? She pressed. Roughly 30%, Lin Mo admitted with a wry smile. Hearing this, Yun Xiao's chest tightened with guilt. I'm so sorry. I hired you, and now I'm asking you to take such a risk. There's no need to apologize. This was my idea, and it's the only viable solution right now. Lin Mo gave her a reassuring smile that filled her with a bittersweet warmth. The two deliberately stood on the platform, so the bandits in the distance could see them clearly. Yun Xiao retrieved the wooden chest and handed it to Lin Mo. The bandit leader, who had been closely observing the caravan, immediately fixed his gaze on the chest, his eyes widening. Yet he hesitated, wary that this might be a trap to lure him away. Lin Mo knew that simply holding the chest wouldn't be enough to bait them. Without hesitation, he struck the chest with his palm, shattering it. In an instant, a brilliant green light shot skyward. In his hands was a long, crystalline mineral, glowing with mysterious green patterns that seemed to pulse with life. It was the artifact known as the Hunter. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. This was no ordinary object, it was a crucial quest item in the game, a key to unlocking the final boss dungeon in the most advanced technology. The moment his hand touched the artifact, a system notification resounded in his mind. Ding. Upgrade signal detected. System is in standby mode for upgrade. Confirm immediate upgrade. Upgrade. Lin Mo commanded without hesitation. Ding. Upgrade confirmed. Loading upgrade package. Estimated time. 10 minutes. Time was of the essence. Lin Mo turned to Yun Xiao and urged, remember, as soon as the bandits leave, finish off these creatures and move out immediately. Don't stop, and don't come back for me. I promise I'll find you again. With that, he whistled sharply. His mount, a sturdy dromedary, trotted over to the massive triceratops nearby. Lin Mo swung himself onto its back and sped off in the opposite direction at full gallop. As she watched his retreating figure, Yun Xiao's heart raced, deeply moved by this brave and resourceful man. The bandits, dazzled by the artifact's radiant glow, no longer hesitated. The leader bellowed to his men, forget the caravan. After him. We must get that artifact. Over 20 raptor-mounted bandits charged after Lin Mo like a pack of ravenous wolves, their iron armor gleaming under the sun. Yun Xiao watched the scene unfold, her heart clenched with anxiety for Lin Mo's safety. But she knew she had to stay and lead the caravan. Thanks to Lin Mo's timely diversion, the caravan was saved from disaster. Without the raptor riders, the remaining creatures posed little threat. Lin Mo's strategy had worked perfectly. Prioritizing the elimination of the larger dinosaurs had left the smaller ones vulnerable. The remaining creatures were now significantly weakened, and even if they breached the defenses, they would be too depleted to do serious harm. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, with colossal crossbows unleashing death from above. Thick, heavy bolts streaked through the air, each shot piercing through ranks of enemy forces like a scythe through wheat. Yun Xiao, ever decisive, commanded the caravan members to tighten their formation and deploy newly constructed defensive barricades behind the faltering front line. The design was ingenious. Should the first line of barricades fall, the charging dinosaurs would crash headlong into a second layer. Flanking the sides, impenetrable triceratops blocked any gaps, while archers and spearmen in the rear seized the opportunity. Lin Mo had bought them with his life-threatening diversion, raining death upon the ferocious beasts. A kilometer away, Lin Mo sprinted across the rugged terrain, his senses sharp as he kept an eye on the pursuit behind him. As expected, 20 heavily armed bandits burst from their ambush, riding swift and fearsome velociraptors in relentless pursuit. Though the raptors were faster than his mount, their riders' iron armor and heavy weapons slowed them enough to give Lin Mo a slim advantage, at least for now. Arrows whistled through the air, but Lin Mo, a veteran of countless skirmishes, weaved and ducked with practiced precision. Even when 2 arrows struck his back, his sturdy iron armor absorbed the impact entirely. Iron armor, you're a lifesaver, he thought with a surge of relief. Had he been wearing leather, those bolts would have skewered him. The clock was ticking. Lin Mo's survival hinged on buying time for his chip upgrade to complete. He silently prayed, please, unlock something useful. Life, speed, resistance, anything. Just not something useless like reducing food or water consumption. 8 minutes left. The Velociraptors, though burdened by their riders, were steadily closing the gap. Clutching his artifact tightly, Lin Mo bided his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, the bandit leader roared, "All archers, fire! Kill him!" The order sent a chill down Lin Mo's spine. The gap had closed to just over 20 meters, and their accuracy was now dangerously high. Without hesitation, he swung his artifact behind him. The bandit leader's eyes widened in panic. "Stop! Stop! Don't shoot! Don't damage the treasure!" 6 minutes to go. The leader quickly shifted tactics. Flank him, box him in and take him down. Four riders peeled off, accelerating to outpace Lin Mo and trap him from either side. With their quarry nearly in their grasp, Lin Mo's hands flew to his pack, moving with lightning speed. In a flurry of motion, he pulled out two defensive barricades, clank, clank, and dropped them directly in the path of his pursuers. The Velociraptors, charging at full speed, had no chance to stop. They slammed into the barricades with devastating force, their riders and mounts reduced to chaos and carnage. The bandits behind them veered off to avoid the sudden obstacles, breaking their formation. The leader, watching the carnage unfold, erupted in a torrent of curses. What baffled him even more was how this young man could place structures instantly. In this world, everyone relied on their chips to deploy buildings and facilities. Yet Lin Mo seemed to defy the rules entirely. In this world, there are specific rules for placing objects. The larger and heavier the item, the longer it takes to place. Lightweight objects, like a campfire, can be placed instantly, but larger items such as battering rams or chips require at least 10 seconds of preparation time. However, the scene unfolding before the leader's eyes completely shattered his understanding of these rules. The young man casually waved his hand, and a massive battering ram materialized out of thin air on the ground. The entire process was so fast it defied belief. No preparation, no delay, just a nonchalant gesture to make it happen. This kid, could he be one of the divine folk? The leader speculated silently. Divine folk were naturally superior, with higher level caps and base attributes far beyond those of ordinary people. Perhaps even their object placement speed was enhanced in some way. Thinking about how he had been outmaneuvered time and again by this person, the leader's fury reached a boiling point. "Long, you bastard! When I catch you, I'll skin you alive and feed you to the piranhas." Faced with this threat, Lin Mo responded with nothing but a mocking middle finger. The provocative gesture sent the leader into a frenzy, and he screamed orders at his men to continue the assault. This time, the attackers were far more cautious, staying alert for the sudden appearance of more battering rams. Lin Mo, however, remained calm, waiting patiently as they approached. Just as the enemies were about to close in, he suddenly swept both hands to the sides. Before the expletive could even be finished, two more battering rams flashed into existence, slamming into the group and sending the fully armed attackers sprawling. Watching another wave of his men fall, the leader was consumed by both rage and fear, trembling uncontrollably. In just a few minutes, he had lost 7 elite soldiers, all clad in full iron armor. What the leader didn't know was that these battering rams were far deadlier than ordinary ones. Standard battering rams used by merchant caravans might cause minor injuries at most, but never anything fatal. Lin Mo's rams, however, were a different story. Because the system classified the damage from the rams as melee damage, Lin Mo's enhanced damage bonuses were fully applied to them. The result? Instant, lethal devastation, no exceptions. According to the rules of this world, the damage bonus of structures depends on the one who places them, not the one who crafts them. The barricades Lin Mo had acquired in advance from the caravan's craftsman immediately inherited his terrifying damage bonus as soon as he placed them. This tactic instantly intimidated all the pursuers. No one dared to approach recklessly, fearing he might set up more barricades. "Boss, what do we do now?" one of the subordinates asked anxiously. "Keep your distance and follow him. Wait until his parasaur runs out of stamina before making a move." The leader gritted his teeth and ordered, only to realize how foolish his decision was moments later. Within just a minute, all the raptors began to noticeably slow down. The leader roared in frustration, "Keep your distance and don't slow down." But his own mount was also losing speed, and no amount of urging could change that. Checking the chip, the leader's face turned pale. Every mount's stamina was completely drained. They had to stop and rest to recover. Only then did he realize his fatal mistake. The parasaur was known for its endurance and load capacity. While it wasn't as fast as the raptors over short distances, it had a significant advantage in a long chase. As Lin Mo's figure grew more distant, all the mounts were forced to halt, gasping for breath. The leader frantically fed his mount meat while inwardly despairing, "It's over. If he escapes, I'm dead for sure." Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lin Mo leisurely rode his parasaur back toward them. The creature's gait was light and relaxed as Lin Mo deliberately circled around them. A mocking smile plastered on his face. The sight made the leader clench his teeth in fury. "You son of a..." The leader's curse was cut short as Lin Mo suddenly raised his bow and shot an arrow. Though the leader dodged in time, the iron-armored rider behind him was struck, instantly losing a quarter of his health. The astonishing damage left everyone gasping in shock. Lin Mo laughed loudly as he resumed his escape. "Huh. A bunch of trash. Damn it. Has everyone regained stamina? Chase him. Whoever catches him gets 50 pearls." The leader roared in rage. The promise of a hefty reward reignited the bandits' spirits, and they spurred their mounts into pursuit. Lin Mo's actions weren't mere provocation. His goal was to ensure the pursuers wouldn't give up on him and turn their attention to ambushing the caravan. As long as the caravan safely retreated, he could focus entirely on dealing with his pursuers. His system indicated he needed 4 more minutes to level up. If he could hold out for just 2 more, he'd have the means to counterattack. The bandits adjusted their strategy, splitting into 2 groups, one to cut him off ahead and another to block his retreat. The terrain ahead was treacherous, with a narrow path where 2 bandits had already set up traps, completely sealing off the route. Forced to stop, Lin Mo had his parasaur turn in circles to adjust their position. The pursuers quickly surrounded him, blocking both his escape routes. "You little bastard, got you now. I'll feed you to the piranhas myself," the leader shouted gleefully. "Close in slowly. Use spears and take down his mount first. Remember, strike with all your strength. Don't give that beast any chance to fight back." Eager to earn favor, one bandit rushed forward. The parasaur immediately raised its front legs and delivered a powerful headbutt, toppling the bandit and his mount to the ground. Lin Mo moved like lightning, firing an arrow that struck the bandit's head. As the weapon slipped from the bandit's grasp, Lin Mo swiftly switched to an iron spear and delivered 3 consecutive strikes to the head. The iron helmet shattered, and the bandit's skull burst like a watermelon. The gruesome scene made the other bandits hesitate, stepping back in fear. Only now did they understand why their leader had been so cautious. This was no ordinary parasaur, and Lin Mo's combat prowess was downright terrifying. In just 1 arrow and 3 spear thrusts, he had slaughtered a fully armored rider. "Attack together. You idiots. He can't take all of us at once," the leader barked from the rear. The situation grew dire. While Lin Mo could handle 3 opponents at a time, facing over a dozen was overwhelming. He glanced at his system. 1 minute left to level up, but the bandits would close in within 10 seconds. The bandit leader barked orders at his men relentlessly, vowing to capture Lin Mo at all costs. As the bandits closed in, forming a tightening circle, Lin Mo's mind raced. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He raised the artifact in his hand high above his head and shouted, "This is what you want, isn't it? I can give it to you, but only if you agree to my condition. Otherwise, we all go down together." The leader immediately called off his men. "Stop," he bellowed. His greatest concern was the artifact being damaged. It was something he couldn't afford to explain to his superiors. Lin Mo let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Good thing they don't know this artifact is indestructible. If they did, they'd attack outright, and I'd be done for." "You think you're in a position to negotiate with me, boy?" the leader sneered. "Do you have any idea how trapped you are right now? There's no way out." Lin Mo calmly surveyed the encircling bandits and replied with a steady voice, "Of course I do. But if I wasn't, why would you order them to stop?" The leader was momentarily stunned, then broke into a grin, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. Well, you've got some nerve, haven't you? Fine, tell me your condition. But let me make one thing clear, we're not letting you walk away from this." "I'm well aware of that," Lin Mo said, buying time while sneaking glances at the chip interface's upgrade still needed 30 seconds. He continued, "My condition is simple. It won't cost you anything extra." "All right, let's hear it," the leader said, intent on keeping Lin Mo talking. Securing the artifact was his top priority. "I have just one request," Lin Mo began slowly. "After I'm dead, you can take this artifact. But you must spare the Red Wing caravan." The leader looked surprised. "You want to protect them? Weren't you just a temporary addition to their group? Why go to such lengths for them?" "Don't tell me," he gave a lewd smirk. "You've got your eye on that pretty little girl, haven't you?" Lin Mo responded with a faint smile. "I just think that, given your current strength, taking on the caravan might be more trouble than it's worth. You might even end up losing everything in the process." At that moment, the system notification chimed in his head. Ding! Upgrade download complete. Lin Mo was just about to check his stats when another notification followed. Installing upgrade, 30 seconds remaining. Lin Mo nearly choked in frustration. Another 30 seconds? He thought. But he reminded himself that delays were to be expected during the first upgrade. He had no choice but to keep stalling. Clearing his throat, he continued, "So, I advise you don't bite off more than you can chew. Take the artifact and leave while you still can." The leader stared at him, deep in thought. He knew Lin Mo wasn't bluffing. The caravan, under Lin Mo's sharp command, had managed to fend off waves of biological creatures with minimal losses, thanks to strategic positioning and tactical maneuvers. His own group, now reduced to just over a dozen men, would struggle to launch another attack. If the caravan repeated their tactics, his side would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. All right, the leader said, feigning confidence. Hand over the artifact and surrender, and I promise to let the caravan go. But don't think we don't have other tricks up our sleeve. If we wanted to, there's no way they'd escape. In truth, he had no other cards to play. The biological army he had assembled was a makeshift force, cobbled together over 2 days by taming every combat-capable dinosaur within a 10-mile radius. The ragtag army was already running low on food and could only hold out until nightfall. Once supplies ran out, hunger, injuries, and exhaustion would quickly take their toll. He knew that Yun Xiao, leading the caravan, wouldn't make any reckless moves, leaving them with virtually no chance of success. Lin Mo smirked but didn't call out the lie. Instead, he toyed with the artifact in his hands and asked, "So, it's a deal?" The leader nodded. "It's a deal. Now, put the artifact down." Lin Mo glanced at the timer still needed to stall for another 10 seconds. Casually, he began tossing the artifact between his hands, as if it were nothing more than a toy. The leader watched nervously as Lin Mo casually tossed the artifact in his hand, his heart pounding in his chest. He was terrified that one wrong move could shatter the precious treasure into pieces. "Just hand it over directly, no tricks," the leader said, trying to suppress his anxiety as he signaled to one of his subordinates. Catching on quickly, the underling cautiously approached Lin Mo. The leader himself didn't dare step forward, worried that this cunning guy might pull something unexpected and take him hostage. Lin Mo noticed the approaching lackey and deliberately drew out his words, "Hand it over? Sure, but should I use my left hand or my right hand? You know, it's a very important decision." Just as the tension reached its peak, a series of notifications suddenly echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Ding. Chip system upgrade complete. Current version 2.0. Ding. New attributes unlocked. Ding. Technology blueprints for the corresponding level unlocked. Immediately, the system detected the presence of the artifact hunter and activated a series of powerful buffs. Stealth effectiveness 100. Attack damage 100. Attack stun effect 100. Weapon penetration 100. Damage to non-human entities 100. Damage taken from non-human entities reduced by 50. These effects would last for 48 hours, with a cooldown of 30 days. Lin Mo was overjoyed and quickly opened his character interface to check out the newly unlocked attributes. One flashing stat caught his attention right away: health. 300. This was one of the most critical stats. With high health combined with strong armor, even a boss wouldn't be able to take him down easily. After defeating several Triceratops, Stegosauruses, and a few bandits in previous battles, Lin Mo had leveled up from 25 to 29, earning 18 attribute points. He hesitantly added 1 point to test it, and his health instantly shot up to 400. The increase was 10 times the usual in-game rate normally. 1 point only added 10 health, but now it granted 100. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he decisively allocated 6 more points, boosting his health to a staggering 1,000. This wasn't just a tank. He was practically a walking fortress. After using 7 points, he still had 11 remaining. Lin Mo decided to hold on to them for now, planning to assess the situation before deciding whether to invest further or wait for other attributes to unlock. The moment Lin Mo's vitality attribute surpassed 1,000, he felt a warm surge coursing through his body. This energy, akin to the vigorous growth of new sprouts in spring, brought about a qualitative leap in his physicality. The increase in vitality not only enhanced his survival ability but also significantly boosted his recovery speed. The remaining 11 attribute points seemed far less critical in the current situation. Besides, he possessed the powerful enhancements provided by his artifact. With anticipation, Lin Mo opened Tuazu's attribute panel and, as expected, discovered that his mount had also gained new attributes and additional 350 points of carrying capacity. This revelation filled him with elation. The upgraded chip not only strengthened himself but also enhanced his tamed creature. Although Tuazu could only level up through gathering and had limited combat abilities, it had already reached level 3, thanks to relentless gathering efforts. All the points gained had been invested in its vitality, further improving its survivability. This validated Lin Mo's hypothesis. His creatures could also share in the benefits brought by chip upgrades. This entire sequence of actions took merely a dozen seconds. To the bandits observing him, Lin Mo appeared momentarily lost in thought. The leader, suspecting he was stalling for time, couldn't discern the intricacies of what had just transpired. "You little punk! Hand over the goods now," the leader cursed, glancing warily around, fearing an ambush. Though he knew the caravan couldn't possibly resolve the biological army and send reinforcements so quickly, Lin Mo's repeated unpredictable actions kept him on edge. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo suddenly revealed a sinister smile, his gaze sharp as a blade. Without a trace of panic, he stored the artifact in his inventory and then calmly drew out a crossbow, loading it with an arrow. "What are you trying to do, kid?" the leader barked. To him, any resistance in this situation was nothing short of suicidal. But Lin Mo paid him no heed. Instead, he set the crossbow aside, picked up his iron spear, and swung it a few times, exuding an air of casual confidence. "Heh, I've changed my mind," Lin Mo said with a grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "The goods stay with me, and none of you are leaving." Before his words fully sank in, Lin Mo ordered Tuazu to charge at the nearest enemy. The mount responded almost instantly, moving in perfect sync with his thoughts, a level of coordination that delighted him. Seizing the momentum of the charge, he thrust his spear directly at the opponent's chest armor. Crack! The sharp sound of armor breaking echoed through the air. The spear pierced through with unstoppable force, skewering the opponent's body. The man stared in disbelief as he fell, unable to comprehend how his iron armor was as fragile as paper. Lin Mo wrenched his spear free and turned to stab a Velociraptor with brutal precision. With the artifact's dual enhancements, a 100 increase in base attack power, and an additional 100 damage boost against non-human creatures, the strike unleashed power far beyond what the raptor could withstand. The poor creature was instantly torn apart, exploding into a mist of blood. The horrifying scene left everyone present in utter dread. In a matter of moments, 3 lives were snuffed out, an iron-armored warrior impaled in one strike, a Velociraptor obliterated in another, and a double kill with a single crossbow bolt. The arrow not only pierced through one rider's forehead, but also continued with enough force to puncture the neck of his companion behind him, finally snapping against a rock. "Damn it," the leader cursed, his voice trembling as his entire body shook uncontrollably. The bandit leader's face darkened abruptly as he finally realized Lin Mo's true strength. Such a terrifying opponent was far beyond what they could handle. "Fire the arrows. All of you, fire the arrows," the leader bellowed desperately. Arrows rained down like a storm, several of them striking Lin Mo with precision. Yet, Lin Mo seemed completely unfazed, charging straight toward them. 3 of the bandits, seeing this, gripped their iron spears tightly and roared as they lunged forward. 3 iron spears pierced into Lin Mo's body simultaneously, but his own spear struck with deadly accuracy, impaling one of the bandits through the chest. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as a torrent of blood erupted, and his body crumpled to the ground. What was even more horrifying was that, despite being stabbed by 2 iron spears at once, Lin Mo appeared to feel no pain at all. He swiftly withdrew his spear and delivered another sharp thrust, taking down the second bandit instantly. The last man, overcome with despair, wildly flailed his spear in a frenzy. But his attacks were as futile as scratching an itch. Lin Mo swung his spear with a single, decisive motion, shattering the bandit's skull. The remaining 10 bandits stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by what they had just witnessed. They all knew that iron armor provided formidable protection, and ordinary iron spears would struggle to penetrate it quickly. But under normal circumstances, even someone wearing armor would show some reaction when struck, at least a momentary hesitation. Yet Lin Mo, despite being stabbed repeatedly, seemed as indifferent as if he'd been bitten by a mosquito. "All together now. Fight him. Let's see how long he can hold out," the leader screamed hysterically. "He's definitely wearing high-quality iron armor. Once we break through it, he's nothing but trash. We have to get that item today. Or do you want to face the consequences? You know what will happen to us if we fail. Kill him." These words instantly ignited the bandits' savage instincts. They seemed to forget their fear of Lin Mo, charging at him from all directions in a frenzied assault. Lin Mo's heart tightened as he keenly caught the critical information hidden in the leader's outburst. Face the consequences? This meant there was someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. And whoever it was, they must be truly fearsome to drive this group of outlaws to such reckless desperation. However, Lin Mo had no time to dwell on it. With his divine weapon in hand, he was ready to take down as many as dared to come his way. The bandits charged forward in a frenzy, their iron spears raining down like a storm upon Lin Mo, who was surrounded at the center. The clash of metal echoed sharply in the air, sparks flying in all directions. At first, Lin Mo did feel a hint of concern. After all, he was outnumbered, and even minor injuries could add up over time. But within seconds, he completely relaxed. These attacks were nothing more than tickles to him. Unless they could last until the end of time, they posed no real threat to his life. Taking advantage of the bandits closing in, his spear moved like a bolt of lightning, each strike claiming a life. In the blink of an eye, several corpses lay sprawled in pools of blood. The bandits, having no way to retreat, fought desperately. Just as Lin Mo struck down the 4th man, an unexpected event occurred. A sharp crack rang out as his chest armor shattered. Moments later, his helmet and leg guards followed suit, breaking apart to reveal the simple cloth garments underneath. His armor's broken, the leader shouted in ecstatic delight. Brothers, kill him. The bandits howled with excitement, charging forward, each eager to claim the glory of the kill. Sharp spearheads jabbed at Lin Mo from all directions, but what followed was a chilling sight. Not a single spear could fully pierce his flesh. The deepest puncture barely sank half a centimeter, while the shallowest left only a faint scratch. What drove the bandits to despair was that these wounds healed visibly in mere moments. Lin Mo, expressionless, swung his spear with deadly precision, continuing to reap lives. In this kind of battle, the most demoralizing thing wasn't being unable to hurt your opponent, it was realizing that the damage you inflicted was far outpaced by their ability to recover. The leader finally realized that the true strength lay not in Lin Mo's armor, but in Lin Mo himself. They were facing an absurdly powerful human tank, one with terrifying offensive capabilities. A monster impervious to iron spears, who could kill armored warriors in a single strike, was something beyond human comprehension. You're with them, aren't you? The leader stammered, trembling all over. No, you're even worse than they are. His voice broke into a panicked scream as he threw down his spear and spurred his mount into a desperate retreat. Lin Mo's overwhelming might shattered the mental fortitude of these hardened criminals. The smarter bandits quickly followed their leader's example and fled for their lives, but two were not so lucky. One was struck down by a spear to the head, while the other's mount was killed, sending him sprawling to the ground. As he scrambled to get up, Lin Mo stomped on his back, pinning him down. Helpless, he could only watch in despair as his comrades scattered in all directions. The battlefield was now reduced to just Lin Mo, the pinned bandit, and a sea of corpses. Lin Mo whistled to signal to Azu to stay alert, then kicked off the bandit's helmet with one swift motion. Spare me, big brother. The man begged, trembling uncontrollably, all traces of his earlier ferocity gone. Spare you? Lin Mo sneered. If you answer my questions honestly, I might let you die quickly and leave your body intact. He pressed down harder with his foot, causing the man to cry out in pain, even through his armor. The bandit hastily agreed. Lin Mo's first question was about the location of their hideout. The man revealed it was in the swampy area between the Green Shade and Black Rock tribes, near a small hill in the central region. On the north side of the hill, there was a mine. This matched the information Lin Mo had received earlier from Deshang, but the details were now more precise. Next, Lin Mo asked about the group they served. The bandit revealed that a month ago, several cloaked figures riding wyverns had stormed into their cave. After effortlessly killing a few of their men to establish dominance, these mysterious individuals had a private discussion with the bandit leader. Instead of wiping out the group, they supplied them with a large cache of iron armor, weapons, raptor saddles, and tranquilizer arrows. From that point on, the bandits took orders from this enigmatic group, lying in wait until they received their recent command to act. Lin Mo frowned slightly after hearing the explanation. The logical flaws in it were impossible for him to ignore. If those mysterious individuals truly possessed such power, why wouldn't they act directly to seize the artifact themselves? Considering they could supply a large amount of iron equipment, it was evident they had technology far beyond the Iron Age. Taking down an ordinary caravan should have been a simple task for them. His thoughts quickly shifted to another critical point: the artifact's unique properties. Even if those mysterious individuals obtained the artifact, they wouldn't be able to gain its buffs, as that was a function exclusive to his chip. This meant their true objective was clear: summoning the boss and acquiring tech technology. The thought of tech technology's immense power sent a chill down Lin Mo's spine. Just a single set of tech armor could exponentially enhance the combat capabilities of an ordinary person. If worn by an experienced warrior, it would make them as formidable as an entire small Iron Age army. The ambitions of these mysterious individuals were now crystal clear: they sought to monopolize tech technology and use it to dominate the world. To obtain the artifact, they had resorted to recruiting bandits and slaughtering innocent merchants. If such a malevolent force were to acquire tech technology, it would undoubtedly plunge the world into chaos. Lin Mo himself would also become their primary target. What unsettled him even more was the fact that these individuals were deeply concealed and could very well be hiding among ordinary people. Lin Mo continued interrogating the captured bandit. How do you communicate with them? He asked. They send someone to contact us, the bandit stammered. That person is always cloaked from head to toe and rides a lightning-fast pterosaur. He delivers orders from our leader, and we carry them out as instructed. If we fail, they'll have the pterosaur peck one of us to death. Under Lin Mo's threats, the bandit revealed more details. Their group had primarily been tasked with monitoring tribes and mines. This caravan ambush had been their largest operation yet. From this information, Lin Mo deduced that the mysterious individuals were well aware of the artifact's location, demonstrating their deep understanding of the world's secrets. After confirming that the next meeting between the bandits and the mysterious individuals was scheduled for tomorrow night and that the bandits' hideout was now guarded by only a few injured members and 7 or 8 raptors, Lin Mo decisively ended the bandits' life. He meticulously scavenged the battlefield, collecting usable arrows, the most durable iron spear, and intact iron armor. He stored everything in the inventory of his camel-like mount, ensuring the load was balanced at 310 units. Once all the items were organized, Lin Mo mounted the creature. Instead of pursuing the caravan, he headed straight toward the swamp. The artifact's buff only had 2 days left, and Lin Mo knew he had to seize the moment. As he strode forward briskly, he calculated in his mind. Not only did he need to eliminate the bandits before the buff expired, but it would be ideal to capture one of the strange figures for interrogation. As for the promise to return the artifact to the caravan, now was clearly not the time to fulfill it. In the face of greater priorities, minor details could be set aside for now. Perched on his shoulder, his pet named Deshang was alertly scanning the surroundings. This little creature was seasoned in combat, always hiding in bushes or trees at the first sign of danger, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush enemies. This strategy had proven effective in the past, though it was less successful against fully armored foes. Considering its fragility, Lin Mo decided he wouldn't let it fight unless absolutely necessary. Opening Deshang's attribute panel, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Just as he was thinking about how frail it was, here was an opportunity to boost its health. With only 120 health points at present, it was far too low. He decisively allocated 2 attribute points to health, raising it to just 200 points. Each point only added 40 health. The increase wasn't ideal, but it was within expectations. After all, mid-level monkeys excelled in speed, not endurance. Their strength lay in agility. Lin Mo resolved to prioritize increasing Deshang's speed in the future and consider adding points to its carrying capacity once that attribute was unlocked. He had even devised a strategy, train Deshang to infiltrate enemy camps and plant timed explosives. The thought of enemies panicking over sudden explosions made him chuckle to himself, but that was a plan for later. The immediate task was to storm the bandits' hideout and eradicate the remaining force. This wasn't just about eliminating a threat, it was personal. These bandits, acting under the orders of the strange figure, had crossed his path at the wrong time. He needed the artifact's upgrade chip to unlock new abilities, and these criminals had not only been wreaking havoc but also attempted to steal the artifact. They had to pay. According to the captured bandits' confession, the strange figure wouldn't be collecting intel until tomorrow night, meaning the organization was currently unaware of Lin Mo's existence. This gave him a rare advantage, but it also meant he had to find a way to keep the caravan from spreading word of his actions, which could attract unwanted attention. In a situation where the enemy was in the dark while he remained in the light, keeping a low profile and developing his strength in secret was the smarter move. Meanwhile, the caravan had finished their battle. The biological horde had been completely wiped out. Although the horse-drawn defensive circle was on the verge of collapse, they had secured victory with only minor casualties. The engineers' supplies were now depleted, and if another wave of enemies attacked, the consequences would be disastrous. Amid cheers, some shouted Mr. Long, expressing their gratitude for him diverting the bandits. "Boss, what do we do now?" one of the team members asked, snapping Yun Xiao out of her thoughts. Emotionally, she wanted to support Lin Mo, driven by her respect for a strong ally and her care for a companion. Rationally, however, she knew they should follow Lin Mo's advice and hurry through the canyon. Normally, she would have chosen the latter without hesitation, but now, she was torn. He's been gone for more than 10 minutes. Who knows how things are going? Yun Xiao thought for a moment before issuing an order. Take the fastest mount and scout ahead. Remember, go no further than 7 minutes out before turning back. Don't risk your life. Understood, boss. The scout, skilled at reconnaissance, accepted the order and left immediately. Just then, Zai's mocking voice rang out. It's been so long, that long guy is probably dead by now. What are you still waiting for? Let's just go. Yun Xiao turned and glared at him. Taking in his spotless attire, there wasn't a single sign he had been in battle. Suppressing her anger, she demanded. Everyone else was fighting. Where were you? I was on the platform across the way, shooting arrows. Didn't you see? And she replied smugly, showing off his empty quiver. See? I even ran out of arrows. Yun Xiao couldn't be bothered to respond to this coward. If it weren't for the fact that his father was an important figure, she would have kicked someone like him out of the team long ago. Yun Xiao, can't you think about the caravan for a moment? Is this really the time to go looking for that dragon lord? And she stood at the edge of the giant rhino platform, her tone laced with obvious dissatisfaction. Seeing Yun Xiao remain silent, she grew bolder and continued, that dragon lord is just an outsider. He's been gone for so long, if you ask me. He's probably in cahoots with the bandits. He must have run off with the treasure. You've been duped. She shook her head with exaggerated pity, her expression full of mock regret as she looked at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was about to retort when one of the team members on the platform spoke up first. Mr. Long is absolutely not a bad person. I saw him with my own eyes take down bandits and fend off dinosaur attacks multiple times. If it weren't for his help, our caravan would have been wiped out long ago. Who gave you permission to speak? Get down from here. And she snapped furiously, her embarrassment turning into anger. But before she could finish her tirade, voices of support for the Dragon Lord began to rise around the giant rhino. Mr. Long is a good man. Exactly. My brother was almost bitten by a raptor, and he killed the beast with one punch. If it weren't for Mr. Long's warning, we would have been ambushed in the canyon and wouldn't have made it this far. If he were really with the bandits, he could have ambushed us in the canyon himself. Why go to all this trouble? Vice Captain, that's such an irresponsible thing to say. Boss, Mr. Long must be in danger. We have to go save him. Surrounded by the crowd's fervent support for the Dragon Lord, and Zai's face flushed deep red. Gritting her teeth, she turned and stormed off the platform, retreating into her tent. Yun Xiao waved her hands repeatedly to calm everyone down. Though her heart was stirred by their loyalty, she forced herself to stay composed. I know you all trust Mr. Long, and I do too. I believe he's not a bad person, but the situation is still unclear, and the bandits might have more tricks up their sleeves. Before he left, Mr. Long specifically instructed us to cross the canyon immediately after he lured the bandits away, without stopping. For everyone's safety, we must follow his directions. As soon as the scouts return with news, we'll set out right away. As she spoke, Yun Xiao suddenly felt a sharp, inexplicable pang in her chest. She had to consider the well-being of the entire caravan. Though the team members showed disappointment on their faces, they all understood it was the wisest decision. Without hesitation, everyone threw themselves into preparing the caravan, their hands busy with tasks while their hearts were filled with concern for Lin Mo's safety. The scout is back. A loud shout shattered the heavy atmosphere. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the figure sprinting toward them in the distance. The scout's face was etched with exhaustion, but he couldn't hide the joy radiating from him. He waved energetically as he ran. Mr. Long is alive. He's alive. The cry sparked an uproar. The group surged forward, surrounding the scout. Where is Mr. Long? What about the bandits? Is he injured? Why didn't he come back with you? Questions poured out in rapid succession. Yun Xiao felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing the news, but seeing only the scout return, she immediately pushed through the crowd to confront him. What happened? Is Mr. Long all right? Don't worry, boss. The scout replied loudly. I combed through the entire scene. Mr. Long is definitely unharmed. As for those bandits, they're completely wiped out, every single one of them taken down with a single strike. Even their raptors were all slain. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Yun Xiao pressed further, her concern unabated. But where is he? Is he injured? That's the tricky part, the scout explained, panting for breath. The only thing I found was a trail of dromaeosaur footprints leading back the way we came. The news left everyone momentarily stunned. Dromaeosaur tracks were unmistakably from his mount, meaning Lin Mo was indeed unharmed, but had chosen to leave the scene. Yes, he's heading back the way we came. I followed the trail for a while but couldn't catch up, so I rushed back to report. Thank you. Go and get some rest, Yun Xiao said, frowning slightly. While it was a relief to confirm Lin Mo's safety, his decision to return alone rather than rejoin the caravan left her deeply puzzled. Isn't it obvious? And she suddenly appeared on his mount, sneering. That Mr. Long must have taken the treasure and made a run for it. And she? Stop making baseless accusations. Yun Xiao snapped sharply. But she was relentless. Baseless? The facts are right in front of us. Sure, he saved the caravan, but in the end, he took the treasure and fled, returning the same way we came. It's clear he's abandoned us. All his promises were just to get his hands on the treasure. Enough. Yun Xiao shouted angrily. And she, however, was emboldened. Enough? Think about it. He's probably in cahoots with the bandits. Maybe they had a falling out over splitting the loot, so he used some kind of sedative to take them all down in one go. Otherwise, how could one man and a single dromaeosaur take out 20 armored raptor riders? You all know I'm right. With that, he smugly rode to the front of the group. His words sparked a heated debate among the caravan members. Some found his reasoning plausible. Taking down 20 fully armed raptor riders alone does sound impossible. Even the divine people couldn't do that. The Redwood tribe's experiments show it takes at least 3 equally equipped divine people to handle 10 armored raptor riders. Others, however, were adamant in their defense. Mr. Long would never do such a thing. In the end, the caravan was divided into 2 factions. The majority believed Lin Mo had his reasons for leaving, while a minority sided with Shi, convinced he had fled with the treasure. Someone voiced their concern. If that's true, doesn't it mean our transport mission has failed? We'll ruin our reputation. Yun Xiao stood on the massive rhino platform, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below. His voice rang out clear and powerful, echoing across the desolate wilderness. Listen up, everyone. Mr. Long has stepped forward multiple times to save our caravan from grave danger. Without his assistance, we might have perished long ago on this journey. Now, He has drawn the bandits away on his own and is fighting bravely. Though he has yet to return, I firmly believe he must have his reasons. His tone was resolute as he continued. Our top priority now is to reorganize the team and head for Redwood City as quickly as possible. As for the treasure, if he truly does not return, I will bear all the responsibility. Alanite has nothing to do with the caravan. Now, everyone, back to your positions. We set out immediately. These powerful words conveyed her unwavering trust in Lin Mo. After mounting her steed once more, she began directing the caravan forward, but couldn't help glancing back toward the horizon. The empty expanse was eerily silent, a stillness that gnawed at her heart. She silently berated herself. If anything had really happened to him, she could only blame her own misjudgment. Late into the night, Lin Mo arrived at the spot where he had first encountered the caravan. Thanks to his speed, he had covered in half a day what had taken the caravan a full day to traverse. Though the Triceratops was not built for fast travel, the caravan had to maintain a moderate pace to accommodate everyone. Along the way, he sustained himself with fruit and roasted meat, never allowing himself a moment's rest. Lin Mo decided to search for Madbite and the Venom group first. In the past 2 days, given the rapid leveling pace of carnivorous dinosaurs, they should have gained several levels by now. Since this area was free of large, dangerous creatures, he boldly whistled to call for Madbite. Moments later, a clear response suddenly appeared in his consciousness. It was Madbite's presence. The sensation was strikingly similar to the first time the Great Sage had called him, but now, thanks to the chip upgrade, his connection with the dinosaurs was even stronger and more precise. Following the sense of direction, Lin Mo quickly moved forward. Along the way, scattered bloodstains and scraps of dinosaur hide littered the ground, but no living creatures were in sight. It was clear these were the handiwork of Madbite and its group. Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled in satisfaction. It seemed they had been diligently working on leveling up. Lin Mo hurried toward the source of the distinctive roar unique to his Niulong, Fengyao. Near a small stream, he witnessed an exhilarating scene. His loyal Fengyao was leading 3 Dilophosauruses in a fierce battle against a pair of robust Triceratops. The Triceratops, a male and female pair, were formidable opponents, and even Fengyao found it challenging to gain the upper hand. With a faint chuckle, Lin Mo recognized his Fengyao and the Venom squad. He let out a whistle, and Fengyao immediately broke off from the battle, rushing toward its master. The Triceratops pair gave chase for a few steps, but soon gave up and retreated, resuming their search for food. After leading the team to a safe area, Lin Mo carefully inspected Fengyao. Its head still bore a few unhealed scars, evidence of its recent fierce battles. The 3 Dilophosauruses, on the other hand, had only minor injuries. They had stayed behind Fengyao, relying on their venom spitting and ambush tactics to gain experience with minimal risk. Opening the chip interface to check Fengyao stats, Lin Mo let out a joyful exclamation. Wow, level 99. Overjoyed, he hugged Fengyao's massive head and stroked it. You've been fighting your heart out, haven't you? Fengyao purred with satisfaction, much like a contented cat, as it basked in its master's praise. Lin Mo examined the attribute panel. Fengyao's health remained at 3,200, but now he had 19 points available to allocate freely. He tested by adding 1 point to attack power, which instantly skyrocketed from 160 to 210. Just 1 point adds 50 damage. This is amazing. Excited, he quickly allocated another 10 points. Fengyao's attack power surged to an impressive 660, putting it on par with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, mindful of Fengyao's lack of a saddle and its relatively low defense, Lin Mo decided to invest the remaining points into health. Each point added 200 health, ultimately increasing Fengyao's health to 100, comparable to that of a level 40 Trex. With this much health, it could take on 10 armored riders and still come out on top. Lin Mo thought proudly. Just a bit more experience, and it'll hit level 100. Without hesitation, he commanded, Fengyao, attack. With a thunderous roar, Fengyao charged at the Triceratops pair. Sensing danger, they immediately assumed defensive stances, lowering their heads and aiming their sharp horns at the approaching threat. But Fengyao showed no fear. With a powerful charge, it sent the male Triceratops flying several meters, shattering its frill and fracturing its neck vertebrae. Before the female Triceratops could react, Fengyao darted behind her and tore off a large chunk of flesh with its powerful jaws. Despite her desperate attempts to fight back, her cumbersome size made it impossible to match Fengyao's speed. In moments, Fengyao severed her spine. It then turned to the immobilized male and swiftly ended its life by crushing its throat. The entire battle lasted less than 30 seconds. Lin Mo clapped enthusiastically, praising Fengyao. A quick check of the chip revealed something astonishing. The 2 Triceratops were elite creatures, at levels 50 and 45 respectively. Lin Mo witnessed an awe-inspiring battle unfold before his eyes. Frenzy Bite, facing 2 opponents alone, swiftly defeated and killed 2 wild Triceratops creatures. Even slightly lower-level Carnotaurus dared not challenge lightly. What was even more astonishing was that Frenzy Bite emerged almost unscathed. Its overwhelming combat prowess left Lin Mo deeply impressed, and he immediately decided to take it to the bandit's lair to test its ability against the armored foes. While Frenzy Bite was busy feasting on its prey and gathering resources, 3 Dilophosaurus suddenly approached Lin Mo. They wagged their tails and shook their heads, gazing at him with pleading eyes. The sight jolted Lin Mo, reminding him that he had indeed been neglecting them. He quickly opened the attribute panel to check their stats and found that all 3 had only leveled up by 5, unlocking a new speed attribute. Clearly, most of the experience points had been snatched up by Frenzy Bite. After careful consideration, Lin Mo allocated all 5 of their attribute points to speed. Even so, the improvement was minimal. This decision was grounded in pragmatism. Dilophosaurus, being inherently weak creatures, were unlikely to become powerful assets even with chip enhancements. Rather than investing in health points, boosting their speed seemed more practical. It would allow them to keep up with the group and have a better chance of escaping danger. Of course, in dire situations, Lin Mo was prepared to use them as cannon fodder if necessary. For now, his priority was to preserve Frenzy Bite, his strongest combatant. As long as it survived, there were endless possibilities when paired with his own strategies. After preparations were complete, Lin Mo led his small team, consisting of a Stegosaurus, a Mesopithecus, a Carnotaurus, and 3 Dilophosaurus, toward the swamp at a brisk pace. While not a massive army, it was a solid start. Watching the dinosaur squad trailing closely behind, Lin Mo felt a surge of pride and anticipation for what lay ahead. Guided by dashing, Lin Mo quickly located the target swamp. Before him lay a complex terrain of murky waters, knee-deep and teeming with hidden dangers beneath the surface. The water was overgrown with aquatic plants and dotted with low trees, making it hard to see the surroundings even in daylight. To avoid alerting enemies, Lin Mo refrained from using a torch for light. Instead, he relied on Tuazu's warning signals as he carefully navigated the muddy terrain. Dashing led the team to a secret, man-made path. Though the path was flat and devoid of vegetation, Lin Mo chose not to use it hastily, suspecting it might be guarded. He opted instead to move slowly through the water about 10 meters away from the path. This swamp, being the bandits' hideout, had been cleared of most dangerous creatures. The once frequent sightings of giant crocodiles and pig-nosed crocodiles were gone, as were the swarms of piranhas. Only ordinary fish swam in the water now. As Lin Mo proceeded cautiously, Tuazu suddenly sent a warning. A red marker appeared in his vision, indicating a spot about 40 meters ahead near a tree. Using the marker, Lin Mo identified a bandit sentinel armed with a crossbow. He signaled the team to halt, raised his spear, and before the marker disappeared, struck the sentinel with precise accuracy. After eliminating the sentinel, the team moved forward, soon reaching the hillside mentioned by the bandits. Multiple warnings confirmed there were no ambushes, so Lin Mo led the team carefully around the slope. With Dashing's guidance, they quickly located the cave entrance on the other side of the hill. Tuazu's scans revealed enemies stationed not far inside the cave. Studying the narrow entrance, Lin Mo frowned upon realizing that Feng Yao couldn't fit through. He instructed Feng Yao to hide in the nearby forest while he entered the cave with only Dashing, Tuazu, and the Venom Squad. Even Tuazu had to crouch to squeeze through. Inside, the cave was dark, damp, and filled with a nauseating stench of mold. The ground was slippery and treacherous. Sparse torches cast faint light. About 5 meters in, a wooden wall blocked their path, with a locked double door at its center. Peering through the gap, Lin Mo spotted a bandit guard clad in leather armor and armed with a spear, dozing by the door. 2 empty chairs nearby suggested that the original 3 guards had been reduced to 1, corroborating the intelligence about the bandits' lack of manpower. Dashing effortlessly dealt with the lock and slipped through a gap between the wall and the rock ceiling. Lin Mo silently pushed the door open and swiftly killed the guard with a single strike. The Venom Squad followed him in, but Tuazu, due to its size, couldn't proceed further. The height of the passage was just enough to allow a raptor through, hinting that the bandits might have their own raptors inside. Lin Mo ordered Tuazu to return and join Feng Yao, instructing it not to act without further commands. Though they lost Tuazu's warning capabilities, the cave's straightforward structure made ambushes easy to spot. Surprisingly, apart from the door guard, there were no other sentries or patrols inside. This was either a sign of negligence or severe manpower shortages. However, Lin Mo soon realized that both of his assumptions were wrong. Lin Mo stood at the fork in the cave, hearing a commotion echoing from the tunnel on the left. In the dim light, he focused his attention and listened carefully. "Ha ha ha, is this the beer we snatched last time? It's good stuff," a gruff voice exclaimed. "Yeah, paired with this premium jerky, it's perfect," another voice chimed in. "They say a drink can wash away all worries. Cheers." "Boss, What if that weirdo comes for the treasure tomorrow and we haven't gotten it? What are we gonna do? A nervous voice interjected. The leader's tone was laced with irritation. Do what? Screw it. If we die, we die. What's there to be scared of? Drink while we can. To hell with it. It was clear he had already resigned himself to the punishment awaiting him, choosing instead to drown his fears in alcohol. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Perfect. Drink all you want. I'll deal with you one by one soon enough. He was about to head toward the other tunnel where the low growls of raptors could be heard, likely the mounts of the bandits. His plan was to take care of the beasts first, knowing the bandits might be too drunk to put up a fight by the time he returned. Suddenly, a woman's desperate plea shattered his train of thought. Please, I have money. My family can pay a ransom. Just don't come any closer. Ransom? The leader let out a disgusting laugh. I don't even know if he'll survive tomorrow. Tonight, I just want to have my fun. The other bandits jeered and egged him on. Boss is gonna take her by force. Who'd have thought we'd run into such a beauty? The leader lowered his voice, but his tone was full of menace. Be a good girl, and I'll let you go after I'm done. But if you dare bite me... He brandished a dagger in his hand. See this knife? It'll cut off your nose. The silence that followed was thick with the woman's despair. Lin Mo's expression darkened, and his plan shifted instantly. The raptors could wait. Right now, saving this innocent woman was his priority. Stealthily, he moved toward the direction of the bandits, each step radiating with deadly intent. Lin Mo pressed close to the wall, moving swiftly and silently, and soon reached the end of the tunnel. The space ahead opened up into a massive stone chamber, roughly the size of half a basketball court, with a ceiling 7 or 8 meters high. Stalactites hung from the dome, and the dim flicker of a few torches along the walls cast shifting shadows over the room. 8 bandits were gathered in a circle, shouting and jeering. At their center, the leader, his face twisted with lecherous intent, was forcing liquor down the throat of a woman in her early 20s. She coughed violently, her face pale with terror. The leader tossed the cup aside with a smirk and began pulling off his shirt. The woman cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, her complexion ashen. At this moment, all attention was fixed on the woman, and everyone's back was turned to Lin Mo. He directed his 3 Dilophosaurus to quietly target their marks while he, spear in hand, circled silently to the outermost bandit's position. With a sharp command, Lin Mo struck. His spear pierced the back of the bandit's head with deadly precision. He quickly stepped forward to catch the falling body, preventing it from making any noise. Without hesitation, he moved to his next target, dispatching him with equal efficiency. At the same time, the 3 Dilophosaurus unleashed their venom, hitting their targets with pinpoint accuracy. The poisoned bandits let out agonized screams, but their cries were drowned in the drunken laughter and shouting that filled the chamber. Lin Mo seized the opportunity, moving swiftly and methodically to eliminate his enemies. The 3 bandits who were still laughing moments ago soon fell lifeless to the ground. The leader, still tearing at the woman's clothing, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He glanced up at the stone wall opposite him and saw a shadowy figure standing behind him. Whipping around, his blood ran cold at the sight before him, a masked young man holding a blood-soaked spear, surrounded by the corpses of his men, all sprawled across the ground with fatal wounds. Who the hell are you? The leader bellowed, grabbing the woman and pressing a blade to her throat. In the flickering torchlight, he squinted, trying to make out his foe. Lin Mo hadn't expected the leader to react so quickly. Let her go, he commanded in a low, menacing voice. The leader flinched at the sound, his drunkenness dissipating in an instant. It's you. How did you find this place? This place is spacious and will lead a little too easy to find. Lin Mo replied with a cold smirk. To tell you the truth, I've been tracking you ever since your first attack on the caravan. I just didn't think you'd push your luck this far. The leader tightened his grip on the woman's neck, panicking as Lin Mo took a step forward. Don't come any closer, or he'll kill her. Lin Mo quickly calculated his next move. He ordered the Dilophosaurus to circle to the sides, preparing to unleash another venom attack, while Deshang, the monkey perched on his shoulder, leapt down and stealthily crept onto the table on the other side. A mere half-second of distraction would be enough to end this. The leader, noticing how Lin Mo commanded the dinosaurs without even using a whistle, felt a shiver of fear. Not even those powerful individuals with flying mounts had such control. Though these were just Dilophosaurus and a monkey, under Lin Mo's command, they were enough to strike terror into his heart. I'm warning you, don't try anything. Attack. Lin Mo suddenly roared, charging forward. 3 streams of venom struck the leader with precision, and Deshang leapt onto his neck, clawing furiously at his eyes. The leader howled in pain, shoving the woman aside in his struggle to fend off the monkey. Lin Mo caught the woman, but before he could pursue the leader, a sharp whistle echoed from the tunnel behind him, followed by the guttural roars of a velociraptor reverberating through the passage. There was no time to chase the leader. Lin Mo quickly retreated to the entrance with the woman, positioning the Dilophosaurus and Deshang to guard his flank. Stay back and don't run around. With them here, those bandits won't dare to come close. Lin Mo sternly instructed the woman behind him. She nodded repeatedly, her face filled with terror. Lin Mo swiftly drew his spear, assuming a battle stance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the gang leader stumbling toward a storage cabinet. The man used all his strength to push it aside, revealing a narrow, pitch-black tunnel. Damn it! Lin Mo's heart sank as he immediately realized the man's intention to escape. Without hesitation, he pulled out his crossbow, aimed, and fired. But it was too late. The leader had already slipped into the tunnel, and the arrow only struck the stone wall with a crisp clang. Curse you! I'll deal with you later, Lin Mo muttered, unfazed. He knew well that this kind of tunnel would have only one exit, leaving the leader no choice but to hide deeper inside. The priority now was to handle the pack of raptors before pursuing the leader. A group of raptors charged viciously, sending the woman cowering in a corner, trembling with fear. Lin Mo stood firm at the entrance, spear in hand, delivering precise and deadly strikes with every move. The number of raptors inside the cave was staggering, at least a dozen. As he fought, Lin Mo couldn't help but think, no wonder there hasn't been a single raptor spotted in this area. They've all been tamed. This is the advantage of technology. Those freaks and their equipment make taming these small dinosaurs ridiculously easy. The raptors didn't even have saddles on, clearly indicating they were in a resting state. Lin Mo didn't need to exert his full strength. Each strike was effortlessly lethal. Before long, a pile of raptor corpses lay at his feet. The woman had witnessed the entire scene, utterly speechless with shock. As someone who led a free life, she had seen her fair share of brutal battles. A regular armored warrior could at most handle 2 or 3 raptors, but this masked man had taken down over a dozen on his own, without a single scratch. It was beyond anything she could comprehend, leaving her deeply shaken. Seeing Lin Mo single-handedly take down all the raptors with ease, the woman asked in shock, Savior, are you one of the divine people? Lin Mo simply waved his hand and responded briefly, no. Stay here and don't wander around. He then instructed Deshang to scout another tunnel to check for any remaining raptors. Before long, Deshang returned with good news: another tunnel had been completely cleared. After confirming that all the raptors in the cave had been dealt with, Lin Mo felt a slight sense of relief. He had already explored all the other passages. Now, only the path the leader escaped through remained. Sensing that the situation was still unsafe, he gave the woman clear instructions. Follow them to the outside. I have reinforcements waiting for you outside the cave. Make sure to stay hidden and don't expose yourself. Wait for me to come out, and I'll take you back to the tribe. The woman thanked him repeatedly and asked with concern, Savior, aren't you coming with us? Lin Mo glanced toward the dark tunnel entrance and replied in a steady voice, I have to eliminate these bandits. I can't let them continue wreaking havoc. Go now, and remember, no matter what happens, don't reveal yourself. With Deshang leading the way, the woman was brought to a concealed area in the nearby jungle. There, a Shunosaurus and a Carnotaurus were already lying in wait. Seeing these powerful dinosaurs, the woman immediately felt much safer. Holding a torch, Lin Mo cautiously ventured deeper into the tunnel, carefully scanning for any traps. After navigating a winding and narrow path, the space gradually opened up, though the terrain sloped steadily downward. Turning a corner, the scene suddenly expanded. A vast ancient ruin came into view. Although the broken earthen and wooden structures were dilapidated, traces of human civilization were still evident. The ruins were situated near the edge of a waterfall, with a bottomless abyss ahead. Lin Mo concluded that the leader couldn't have descended from here, and must have continued along the path. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he spotted a staggering figure in the distance. Hearing movement behind him, the leader turned around and saw Lin Mo sprinting toward him. His face immediately turned ashen, and he fled for his life. Though Lin Mo was naturally faster, the leader, driven by sheer survival instinct, managed to summon an extraordinary burst of speed. Considering the steep and treacherous terrain, Lin Mo refrained from reckless pursuit and instead drew his crossbow to take aim. However, the shot went astray just as the leader stumbled and tumbled down the slope, rolling violently before slamming into a massive boulder at the bottom. Bloodied and motionless, he could no longer get up. This was the bottom of the slope, where a river flowed beneath the waterfall. The area was lush with vegetation, and a few dodos could even be seen leisurely foraging. What appeared to be an ordinary mine had, through a hidden crevice, revealed an entirely new world. Lin Mo walked unhurriedly to the leader's side. The man groaned in pain and begged, Please spare me. I don't want to die. Save that nonsense for the people you've killed, Lin Mo said coldly, raising his crossbow to aim at the man's head. Don't kill me, the leader cried out desperately. I can tell you about a real treasure. Lin Mo didn't immediately pull the trigger, but instead watched him warily. The leader quickly explained that the treasure was hidden at the end of the river, beneath the grass in a tunnel. There was a blue chest there that required a high level to open. Since none of the bandits had reached the necessary level, it remained untouched. Lin Mo wasn't particularly surprised by this revelation. In this world, human civilization had advanced largely thanks to high-level individuals unlocking various chests to obtain equipment, materials, and technological blueprints. After questioning the leader about his group's activities, Lin Mo's primary concern was the location of the bandits' stored equipment and supplies. Just as the leader hesitated and stammered, he suddenly sprang up and launched a frenzied attack with a machete. It turned out his severe injuries had been a ruse. Yet Lin Mo didn't even bother dodging the wild assault. The leader's strikes landed on him, one after another, but failed to penetrate his defenses. As the attacks grew weaker, the leader's cries of rage turned into sobs, his spirit utterly broken by Lin Mo's impenetrable defense. Lin Mo stood motionless, his expression calm and indifferent. His intentions were crystal clear. First, to personally test the defensive power granted by the artifact's buff, and second, to completely crush his opponent's confidence. This psychological warfare was far more enjoyable for him than simply ending it with a single strike. As his opponent's attacks continued for some time, Lin Mo finally showed a hint of impatience. To him, this level of offense was no more than a mild itch. Even with the relentless assault, the durability of his iron armor, enhanced by the artifact, showed no significant wear. Enough. Die. With lightning speed, Lin Mo thrust his spear forward, piercing his opponent's abdomen with precision. Without hesitation, his second strike followed, impaling the man's lung. Neither wound was immediately fatal, but both ensured a slow and excruciating demise. Normally, Lin Mo wasn't this ruthless. Even with enemies, he would grant them a swift end. But against this vicious and depraved criminal, he decided to take a different approach. After all, time was on his side, and letting such a scoundrel savor the agony of death seemed fitting. The leader collapsed heavily to the ground, each breath sending waves of searing pain through his punctured lungs. Fear consumed him, and hallucinations began to set in. He imagined the innocent souls he had wronged clawing at his body, seeking vengeance. Lin Mo sat leisurely nearby, waiting for his opponent to take his last breath while casually checking his attribute panel. The battle had brought him to level 32, and with his previously accumulated points, he now had 14 unspent attribute points. Ever cautious, he refrained from using them immediately. For one, he was waiting for his chip to upgrade and unlock more attributes. Secondly, he preferred to save the points for emergencies. Suddenly, Lin Mo remembered something important. Right, the level up unlocked the technology blueprint feature. Switching to the new interface, Lin Mo was thrilled to see the screen filled with manufacturing blueprints for various technological items. All blueprints below level 32 were now unlocked, much to his excitement. This ability far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, who typically required their chips to scan blueprints and, in some cases, needed specialized workstations to craft items. Eager to test it out, Lin Mo gathered some fibers and crafted a piece of cloth armor. To his surprise, the finished product was of green quality, with attributes significantly better than the standard gray quality gear. Every subsequent piece of cloth armor he crafted was also green quality. This indicated that his chip not only unlocked the manufacturing function, but also enhanced the quality of the items produced. Looks like finding more artifacts to upgrade the chip is the key, Lin Mo thought to himself. Who knows? Maybe one day he'll be able to craft legendary quality equipment. Though he didn't put much stock in the leader's talk of treasure, there were still unexplored areas deeper within the ruins. There was a chance he might stumble upon a new artifact. As Lin Mo pondered his next move, the faint, broken voice of the leader reached his ears. I want to live. Save me. The plea was accompanied by tears of regret, but the man's life force was already fading away. Lin Mo stared at the scumbag in front of him, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. Your fate was sealed the moment you crossed paths with me. Someone like you what's there to cry about? In your next life, don't bother being human. Maybe come back as a meat roll for someone's dinner table. Before the last word had fully left his mouth, the spear in his hand had already pierced through the man's skull with precise, ruthless efficiency, bringing the fight to an abrupt end. Retracting his spear, Lin Mo let out a long breath. The gang of bandits that had plagued the area was finally eradicated, and this hidden cave turned out to be an unexpected prize. It had great potential to be transformed into a secret base. Too bad there weren't any large carnivorous dinosaurs in the vicinity. Otherwise, he could have assembled a formidable dinosaur army. As he ventured deeper into the winding cave passages, Lin Mo kept his guard up, scanning his surroundings carefully. The cave was spacious, but the paths were winding and unpredictable. Not long into his exploration, several giant cave spiders appeared within his line of sight. These creatures were the size of wagon wheels, with grotesque appearances that could churn anyone's stomach. The most troublesome thing about them was their ability to shoot webs, which could slow down their enemies' movements. While these spiders could technically be tamed, Lin Mo had no interest in the idea. First, they weren't particularly useful. Second, taming them would be a hassle. And third, they were simply too revolting. Compared to them, ancient millipedes were a far superior choice. Without hesitation, he drew his crossbow and swiftly dispatched the spiders one by one. While gathering the spider corpses, Lin Mo collected some rare chitin. This material had a wide range of use. It could be ground into cement, forged into lightweight yet durable saddles for flying mounts, and even served as a delicacy for certain dinosaurs. By now, fully equipped, Lin Mo could feel the weight of his load starting to build up. His base carry capacity was 120, and he had already reached 95. To avoid exceeding 70 of his limit, which would slow down his movement speed, he decisively discarded some unnecessary items like fruit and other supplies he didn't immediately need, reducing his load to 80. After all, with his built-in crafting blueprints, he could create any tools he needed on the spot. There was no sense in carrying excess gear and weighing himself down. With his load lightened, he pressed forward into the depths of the cave. Lin Mo moved steadily along the narrow cave path, his weapon slicing through the air with precision. A few spiders and bats fell to his swift strikes, their threats efficiently neutralized. He only kept the most valuable chitin and a small amount of fur, discarding the rest of the materials without hesitation. In the past 2 days of relentless hunting, had amassed 3 full stacks of fur, enough to craft all the leather equipment available at his current level. Clearing out these minor threats steadily increased his experience points, leaving him just a quarter away from leveling up. The cave tunnel meandered unpredictably, sometimes widening into spacious chambers, other times narrowing to tight passageways. Along the way, Lin Mo noticed a peculiar type of mushroom growing along the walls. These fungi emitted a faint green glow, casting an ethereal light that added a dreamlike quality to the dim cave. Curiosity piqued, he collected a few and was rewarded with 30 rare mushrooms. This is a real treasure, Lin Mo thought, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. These mushrooms weren't just edible. They could be used to tame kangaroos, prepare rare dishes, or even craft premium dinosaur egg feed. More importantly, their true value was a well-kept secret. Lin Mo had seen these mushrooms back in the tribe, where only the wealthy could afford them to pair with steak. Yet, like the bland stew had tasted before, food made by ordinary people didn't provide any beneficial effects. As for the recipe for high-grade dinosaur egg feed, it was almost entirely unknown except to someone like Lin Mo, whose extensive knowledge of dinosaur lore and survival strategies was unmatched. Pressing forward, Lin Mo entered a strikingly unique chamber. Passing through a narrow entrance, he found himself in a vast stone cavern, 5 meters high and over 10 meters wide. At its center was a flat, open plaza, surrounded by tiered stone seating reminiscent of an ancient amphitheater. At the far end, 3 intricately carved but damaged stone thrones stood atop a raised platform. Could this be the ruins of an underground civilization's council chamber? Lin Mo mused aloud, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he cautiously approached the center of the plaza. There, etched into the ground, was an enormous stone carving. It depicted a fully armored warrior locked in fierce combat with a strange, monstrous dragon. The moment Lin Mo stepped onto the dragon's eye in the carving, the stone beneath his foot gave way with a crisp click. Instinctively, he jumped back, dropping into a low, defensive crouch as he readied his iron crossbow, his eyes darting around for danger. The surroundings remained eerily still, but a soft mechanical sound soon drew his attention. Ahead of him, the ground shifted, and a triangular, pyramid-shaped chest began to rise slowly. Its surface was adorned with glowing blue patterns that pulsed with an otherworldly, sci-fi aura. It was a rare cave treasure chest. Similar to the supply drops scattered across the surface, these chests often contained valuable resources or high-level blueprints, though their origins remained shrouded in mystery. The contents were entirely luck-based. If fortunate, one might find gold-quality weapons or gear. At worst, the chest would still provide basic supplies. However, cave chests were particularly coveted as they exclusively contained equipment and blueprints, free of any miscellaneous junk. The chest's interface revealed that it required level 25 to open. A confident smirk tugged at Lin Mo's lips. At level 32, accessing this chest would be a breeze. This was his first time opening a treasure chest, and the thought of what might lie inside filled him with anticipation. A long-neck rifle would be perfect, Lin Mo muttered with a wry smile. Though, let's be real, a level 25 chest probably won't have anything that amazing. Still, anything I get is a win. After verifying his access with his chip, the chest responded with a satisfying click and unfolded. Lin Mo's inventory instantly gained several new items: a blueprint for a blue-quality iron spear, a blue-quality fur chest piece, a blue-quality raptor saddle, and most exciting, Li 3C4 explosive charges. Lin Mo's eyes widened in delight, his mouth slightly agape. The iron spear blueprint was especially thrilling. With enough resources, he could craft the spear repeatedly, using it for himself, sharing it with allies, or even selling it for profit. This haul was better than he could have dreamed. Lin Mo has a unique perspective on the sales of weapons and equipment. He has developed a strict, tiered sales system. The highest quality he is willing to sell is purple-grade equipment. Gold and sky blue legendary equipment, however, are strictly off-limits for sale. These top-tier items are reserved exclusively for his own use or as gifts for those he trusts the most. His strategy is crystal clear. By ensuring that his equipment is always 2 levels above that of others, combined with his powerful base attributes and his formidable dinosaur army, he guarantees an undefeated position in any battle. This meticulous plan is a critical part of his preparation for the future. As for lower-tier equipment, Lin Mo adopts a more flexible approach. He uses green and blue-grade items until he acquires better replacements, after which he considers selling them. Based on his observations, these 2 grades are relatively common in the world. Purple-grade items, however, are already considered rare, gold-grade items are even scarcer, and as for sky blue legendary equipment, they are almost mythical. Only a few pieces have ever been seen, mostly in tribes like Hongshan and Jialing, and they are typically held by tribal leaders, highlighting their extraordinary value. Lin Mo also has specific plans for special equipment. For instance, he intends to use the raptor saddle himself, but he has no interest in low-level raptors anymore. His standard now demands high-level mounts of at least level 60. As for the fur chest armor, it is a piece of protective gear designed specifically for cold regions. Lined with thick fur, it offers exceptional warmth and far surpasses regular leather armor in defense. While it falls short of iron armor in terms of protection, its unique resistance to both cold and heat compensates for this drawback. However, given Lin Mo's inherently superior base attributes, his adaptability to harsh environments is exceptional. In the depths of this damp and chilly cave, where an ordinary person clad in iron armor would likely be shivering uncontrollably, Lin Mo only finds the atmosphere pleasantly cool. For now, the fur chest armor is unnecessary, so he decides to store it away and save it for future expeditions to frigid regions. Lin Chi had just finished preparing his gear and was about to explore the surrounding environment when a sudden, thunderous roar erupted behind him. He spun around sharply, only to see a massive stone door crash down at the entrance, sealing off the entire area. As he stood there, caught between shock and uncertainty, a hidden trapdoor beneath the stone pedestal began to open slowly. A gust of foul, putrid wind rushed out, carrying with it an ominous chill. Lin Mo instinctively stepped back a few paces, raising the iron spear in his hands, ready to face whatever threat might emerge. Though the darkness beyond the trapdoor was impenetrable, he could feel an overwhelming presence lurking within something immensely dangerous, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Damn it, this is a trap, Lin Mo muttered, scanning his surroundings before realization struck him. No, this is more like an ancient coliseum. Take the treasure in the center, and you'll have to face the beasts it guards. To test the creature in the shadows, Lin Mo quickly pulled out a crossbow and fired a bolt into the darkness. Clang! The low growl of a beast echoed back, and then, from the pitch-black void, a pair of glowing golden eyes appeared. Heavy footsteps reverberated through the chamber as a massive red-skinned dinosaur, nearly 4 meters tall, emerged from the shadows. It was a banlong. The ferocious creature had a long, narrow head, its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth akin to those of a shark. Its muscular frame and powerful hind legs exuded raw strength, while its glowing golden eyes locked onto Lin Mo with a predatory glare. As one of the rarest and most formidable carnivorous dinosaurs, the banlong's combat prowess was second only to the Tyrannosaurus rex, far surpassing that of other predators. What made it particularly fearsome was its unique circadian rhythm. During the day, especially at dawn, it became sluggish and its combat abilities waned. But after 8:30 p.m., it would become energized, its strength surging to the point where even a T-Rex would tread cautiously around it. Worst of all, it could easily kill a human, a mere snack for such a predator with a single bite. Despite the banlong's overwhelming presence, Lin Mo's initial shock had already subsided. With his enchanted gear and full set of equipment, he was confident he could hold his own against even a level 100 banlong. The key was to avoid being caught in its jaws. His earlier crossbow bolt had hit the banlong's arm, but it had only inflicted minor damage, proving this was a top-tier banlong with exceptionally high defense and health. An idea dawned on Lin Mo. Instead of killing such a magnificent creature, why not tame it? Wasting no time, he used a newly acquired blueprint to craft a slingshot. This primitive taming tool was typically used for smaller creatures like Dilophosaurs or dodos, and at best, mid-sized dinosaurs like iguanodons. Using it to tame a top-tier predator like a banlong was unprecedented. But Lin Mo was confident. With his high attack bonuses and artifact buffs, even an ordinary slingshot could deliver stunning effects comparable to tranquilizer bolts fired from a crossbow. Plus, The area was littered with stones that could serve as ammunition. The Banlong let out a menacing snort, as though sensing that this human was no ordinary prey. It held back from attacking immediately, and the two locked eyes in a tense standoff, each waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But Lin Mo was already eager to make his move. With his artifact-enhanced arsenal in hand, he felt no fear as the impending showdown between man and beast loomed. Lin Mo quickly picked up a few stones and aimed straight at the Banlong's head. With a crisp crack, the stone shattered, enraging the colossal beast. The Banlong let out a deafening roar and lunged fiercely at Lin Mo with its massive jaws wide open. Swiftly dodging to the side, Lin Mo retaliated with another stone. However, the enormous Banlong displayed unexpected agility. It missed its strike, but almost immediately pivoted in place, baring its fangs and lunging for Lin Mo's lower body. In a desperate move, Lin Mo drew his iron spear and thrust it with all his might toward the Banlong's head. A dull impact sounded, and the beast let out a low growl. To Lin Mo's shock, the massive creature seemed entirely unfazed. In an instant, it launched another ferocious attack. This scene set off alarm bells in Lin Mo's mind. He knew his melee attacks far outclassed his ranged ones, especially when enhanced by his artifact. A single strike from this spear could pierce through even armored foes, and a level 15 Yo Long would undoubtedly succumb to such a headshot. Yet, this Banlong, apart from a faint wound on its head, continued its relentless pursuit as if nothing had happened. As its fangs came dangerously close, Lin Mo rolled awkwardly across the ground to evade. Something's not right. He finally realized the anomaly. A normal Banlong, even at the max level of 120, couldn't possibly endure this much damage. First, it took a bolt from the iron crossbow, and now a direct headshot, yet it seemed completely unscathed. This was beyond comprehension. Could it be an elite dragon? Lin Mo scrutinized the creature, but it lacked the signature flame-like red glow of elite dragons. More importantly, there were no elite variants of the Banlong species. Among land-based carnivorous elite dragons, only the Tyrannosaurus, Niulong, and Velociraptor existed. Faced with this bizarre foe that even his artifact-enhanced attacks couldn't phase, Lin Mo had no choice but to fight while retreating, searching for an opportunity to strike with his slingshot. Since conventional attacks proved ineffective, he decided to switch tactics. If my attacks don't work on you, then I'll find a way to knock you out. The system separating stamina and health values worked in Lin Mo's favor. He quickly realized that even though the Banlong wasn't heavily injured, accumulating enough stamina damage could still bring it down. While the Banlong's resistance to stunning was far inferior to apex predators like the Tyrannosaurus rex, even a level 120 Banlong could be taken down with a sustained stun strategy. He began employing a kiting tactic, circling the treasure-laden stone pillar at the center of the arena. Each time the Banlong lunged at him, Lin Mo skillfully dodged out of the way. Over 50 stones had already been fired from his slingshot, wearing it down to the point of needing urgent repairs before he could continue the assault. But the constant sprinting and evasion were draining his stamina at an alarming rate. If not for his rapid recovery speed, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. What worried him more, however, was that the Banlong showed no signs of being stunned. Distracted for a brief moment, he didn't notice the creature closing in until it was too late. The Banlong lunged, its gaping maw snapping toward his arm. He managed to pull back just in time, but not before it tore off his arm guard. The iron bracer was crushed effortlessly in the Banlong's jaws, the sight sending a chill down Lin Mo's spine. Its bite strength was absolutely terrifying. Taking advantage of a short lull, Lin Mo shoved a piece of dried meat into his mouth to replenish his stamina, all while hurriedly gathering more stones from the ground. He knew he couldn't afford to stop attacking, or the stun effect would gradually wear off. "You don't chase me, they'll just keep pelting you," he muttered under his breath as he resumed hurling stones. The enraged Banlong roared and charged once more, and the deadly dance between predator and prey continued. All of a sudden, the Banlong pivoted and lashed out with its tail. Lin Mo, mid-turn to fire another shot, was caught off guard. The powerful tail slammed into his legs, sending him sprawling to the ground despite the protection of his iron greaves. Pain shot through him as he struggled to regain his footing, but the Banlong was already upon him, its massive jaws descending toward his face. Instinctively, Lin Mo rolled to the side, but he was a fraction too slow. The Banlong clamped down on him, lifting him high into the air. Its razor-sharp teeth scraped against his armor, producing an ear-splitting screech of metal. The iron plating quickly gave way, and its fangs sank into his flesh, unleashing a searing pain far worse than anything he had felt before, even worse than the bites of a Carnotaurus. His health began plummeting at a terrifying pace. 1,980, 960, 940. Each bite tore away 20 health points, even with the damage reduction buff from his artifact. The Banlong's bite skill was a lethal control move, capable of immobilizing any smaller creature. Unless it ran out of stamina or voluntarily released its grip, escape was impossible. Lin Mo, abandoning all thoughts of taming the beast, now only sought survival. He gripped his iron spear and frantically stabbed at the Banlong's head, but the creature seemed unfazed, its jaws locked tightly around him. In mere moments, his health dropped to 800. Despite his desperate counterattacks, he couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. What kind of monster was this Banlong? Why was it so overwhelmingly powerful? It might even be stronger than an elite dinosaur. Anyone else would have been shredded to pieces by now, even in 10 layers of iron armor. Even with his exceptional stats, Lin Mo was already at his limit trying to endure. His health continued to plummet, reaching 500. Lin Mo roared in frustration, wildly thrusting his spear. He landed at least 20 critical strikes, enough to bring down a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the Banlong still held firm. Then, with a sickening crack, his iron spear broke, its durability exhausted, and it vanished back into his inventory. Why won't you die? What kind of beast are you? Lin Mo gasped, his heart pounding as he hastily drew a fresh spear. This time, his attack finally left a noticeable wound on the Banlong, a trickle of blood signaling that its health had just dropped to half. But instead of relief, despair washed over him despite his relentless assault. The Banlong had only lost half its health, while he was down to just over 300. He had no confidence he could kill the creature before it killed him. The Banlong, the apex predator of the cave, had never let prey escape its jaws, and it wasn't about to start now. Yet even the Banlong was beginning to struggle. It had to endure Lin Mo's relentless strikes while burning through stamina to maintain its grip. The creature seemed to realize this human was far from ordinary. If it let him slip away, it might not get another chance. Both combatants had reached their breaking point, driven purely by willpower. Lin Mo's health had plummeted to a critical 100, with only seconds left before his demise. In this world, he wasn't even sure if death would allow for revival. Damn it, I should have placed a sleeping bag first. At least then I could have tried to respawn, he cursed himself. Although sleeping bags were a revival mechanism in the game, no one in this world had ever confirmed if they worked the same way. His health continued to nosedive. 80, 60, 40, 20. As the Banlong's jaws closed in for the final bite, Lin Mo knew he was out of time. The creature's injuries were far from severe, and it showed no signs of collapsing. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me, he roared, channeling every ounce of strength into one final, desperate strike. Suddenly, the Banlong let out a strange, guttural cry. Its massive body trembled, and Lin Mo felt the crushing grip of its jaws loosen. He tumbled to the ground, landing hard but wasting no time rolling several meters away. Using his spear for support, he forced himself to his feet despite the searing pain coursing through him. Turning back, he saw the Banlong swaying unsteadily, its eyelids drooping as if drunk. The once fierce golden eyes now looked dull and lifeless. Its breathing slowed, and it collapsed in a heap, curling up like a hibernating animal. Moments later, it began snoring softly, completely ignoring Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood frozen, staring in utter disbelief. He was truly stunned. Lin Mo stood frozen in place, completely unable to comprehend the situation before him. The Banlong suddenly stopped moving, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Panicking, he quickly accessed his chip to check the time. When he saw 6:30 a.m. displayed, he burst into laughter. So that's what it was. He had struggled through the entire night, only for the Banlong to enter a forced hibernation mode at this critical moment. Having already resigned himself to certain death, he unexpectedly survived due to this twist of fate. In that instant, he deeply appreciated the beauty of being alive. Although the Banlong had fallen into slumber, Lin Mo dared not let his guard down. He quickly retreated to the edge of the area and opened his inventory to tend to his wounds. After eating a few pieces of roasted meat and drinking some water, his health points recovered to 850 after 10 minutes. Curious, Lin Mo cautiously approached the sleeping Banlong and activated his chip to scan it. When the scan results appeared, he was utterly shocked. Banlong level, 360. Health? Attack? Speed? These stats completely overturned his understanding. According to the world's rules, wild dinosaurs could only reach a maximum level of 120. Even if tamed and enhanced, their levels typically wouldn't exceed 170. Yet this Banlong before him had a base level of 360. With the Banlong set to wake up at 8:30 p.m., Lin Mo decided to explore its lair. The passageway was pitch black, so he lit a torch and discovered the ground was littered with shattered weapons and armor. Many of these items bore designs that differed entirely from the current world's technological standards. After walking 10 meters, he arrived at a circular stone chamber. In the center lay a massive beast's nest lined with moldy straw, and the ground was still strewn with fragments of equipment. Lin Mo gasped. This Banlong must have killed hundreds of people. As he puzzled over how a wild dinosaur could surpass the level cap, the murals on the stone walls caught his attention. Though ancient, the story they depicted was still discernible. This place had once been an arena where locals regarded the Banlong as a divine trial. Each year, 20 elite warriors were sent to challenge it. Yet no one ever succeeded. The final mural revealed the truth. When the obelisk ascended into the sky, the creatures on the surface were transformed by the new world's rules. However, this Banlong, having hidden underground, retained its pre-arc powers. This explained how it could achieve such an extraordinary level. Gazing at the remnants of equipment scattered across the ground, Lin Mo finally understood everything. This was a creature from a prehistoric era, unbound by the current world's laws, and it had preserved its unmatched strength to survive until now. Lin Mo stood amidst the underground ruins, letting out a cold laugh as he saw through everything. That bandit leader had clearly lured him here to meet his demise. They had already explored this place before, losing a group of men to Banlong's wrath due to their greed. The intense battle earlier had indeed caught him off guard. But who could have anticipated a level 360 ancient creature lurking deep within the ruins? The murals on the walls were faded and damaged, offering only vague hints about the decline and migration of the ancient city. After finding nothing of value, Lin Mo returned to the stone gate. Banlong was still in a deep slumber, but in just a short time, most of the bloodstains on its body had disappeared, showcasing its formidable regenerative abilities. Seeing how high its level was, Lin Mo dismissed the idea of taming it recklessly for now. Even after stabbing it with his spear over 50 times, he had barely inflicted any serious damage, which meant ranged weapons would be even less effective. The potency of tranquilizer arrows was tied to ranged damage, and using just a slingshot would likely require dozens of shots to stand a chance. Moreover, Banlong's nocturnal habits made nighttime confrontation nearly impossible. Lin Mo decided to first raid the bandits' hideout for resources, and use the unlocked technology blueprints to craft tools and tranquilizers on site. If everything went smoothly, he could potentially tame this prehistoric Banlong before the artifact buff wore off the following evening. Successfully doing so would significantly boost his strength. This Banlong's combat power far surpassed that of a level 120 wild Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although Banlong's health and area damage were inferior to that of a Trex, its single-target attack growth was slightly better. The Trex, with its massive size, excelled in both solo battles and group fights, making it a versatile force. In contrast, Banlong was more suited for unknown combat, though its lack of stamina was a notable weakness, especially as dawn approached, when its strength drastically diminished. At this moment, killing it would be a breeze. Even if it woke up, its speed would only be about one-third of its normal capacity, resembling a staggering elderly man. This unique trait made it an ideal mount. Finding a weak spot in the stone wall, Lin Mo used his spear to carve out a small opening and squeezed through. However, the hole was too difficult to enlarge. The rock was far sturdier than expected. This meant that if anything went wrong during the taming process, this exit would be far from reliable as an escape route. Back on the surface, Lin Mo assessed that the strange group likely had no idea of Banlong's existence. The bandit leader had cleverly concealed the entrance to the ruins with a storage cabinet, clearly intending to claim this treasure trove for himself and explore it at his leisure. To prevent the rescued woman from discovering the ruins and potentially causing trouble, Lin Mo decided to find a way to hide the entrance. On his way back, he saw Alien playing with Deshang. She gratefully introduced herself as the daughter of a mine owner, explaining her earlier attempt to buy her freedom with money. Lin Mo introduced himself as the Dragon Lord, earning Alien's genuine admiration. Upon learning that she was also headed to the Redwoods tribe, he offered to escort her along the way. After ensuring the polite young woman was settled and guarded by the venomous group, Lin Mo ventured alone into the storage room to begin his search. Lin Mo initiated a thorough search operation. He opened every box he could and used brute force on those he couldn't. All supplies were gathered in the bandit stone chamber, piling up into a massive heap. First, using available materials, he crafted 3 storage boxes and began sorting the items. The resource box held basic materials like wood, fiber, and stone. The equipment box contained mostly wooden tools, along with a full stock of 300 arrows, though there was a severe lack of narcotics. The last box was used for miscellaneous items. While inspecting the equipment, Lin Mo discovered a key piece of information. The bandits did not possess any blueprints for narcotics. This realization made him secretly relieved, as dealing with a group armed with an abundance of narcotics would have been far more challenging. These bandits were low-level, lacking technological advantages, and relied heavily on equipment provided by a peculiar individual. Their camp didn't even have basic facilities like a forge or a grinder. The only notable thing about them was their enthusiasm for resource collection. Once the storage boxes were filled, Lin Mo carried the remaining supplies with him. He immediately set to work crafting 4 grinders, an essential tool for processing materials in the early stages. Next, he took stock of the crossbows, finding a total of 15. with 8 in perfect condition and the rest showing varying degrees of wear. Weighed down by heavy equipment and arrows, Lin Mo struggled through a narrow crevice, taking a full 10 minutes to reach the ruins cave. In a relatively open area, he built 5 storage boxes to temporarily store excess crossbows and arrows, reducing his load. He then quickly constructed wooden foundations and installed the grinders on top of them. After several trips back and forth, he successfully transferred all the supplies. He proceeded to craft preserving bins and began producing spark powder in the grinders using stone and flint. Spark powder not only significantly extends the shelf life of food, but is also a crucial ingredient for making gunpowder. To mass-produce narcotics, Lin Mo took all the raw meat stored by the bandits and left it to rot. Combined with the 2 batches of spoiled meat he already had, the total would amount to 400 pieces. He also made several stimulants to use in case he became sedated. With these tasks completed, Lin Mo stepped outside the cave to check on Tuazu and Feng Yao, who were still waiting as instructed. Due to their large size, they couldn't enter the cave. He gave them clear orders. Tuazu was to patrol and gather berries, keeping only the blackberries, while Feng Yao was to protect Tuazu and retreat to notify Lin Mo if they encountered a strong enemy. Thanks to their chip upgrades, the 2 dinosaurs could now understand about 6,070 of these complex commands. While their handling of finer details was still lacking, they were able to grasp the main tasks. After nodding in acknowledgement, they set off to carry out their duties. Lin Mo returned to the cave and used the waiting time to visit Lin. During their conversation, he learned that her caravan had suffered heavy losses when ambushed by this group of iron-armed bandits. Fortunately, Lin Mo had saved her. Lin was straightforward in her demeanor, full of trust toward her savior, and had no objections to setting off the next day. In fact, she found staying in the cave to be a unique and interesting experience. Before leaving, Lin Mo reminded her to lock the door and left her a spear and a slightly damaged iron crossbow for self-defense, along with ample food supplies. After departing with Deshang, he received a signal from Tuazu around noon. At the rendezvous point, Lin Mo was delighted to find that Tuazu had collected a full 20 batches of blackberries, reaching its carrying capacity. He and Deshang transported the berries back to the ruins in batches. By this time, the raw meat had already spoiled. He placed all the materials into the grinders and began crafting narcotics. Each batch required 5 blackberries and 1 spoiled meat. This remarkable technology gave Lin Mo insight into why the ancients ultimately chose to leave the underground and venture to the surface. Before the Ark controlled the world, humans couldn't compete with the dinosaurs on the surface and had to survive underground. However, the technology provided by the Ark eventually gave humans the ability to stand against dinosaurs, making surface exploration for resources a necessary step. With Deshang's assistance, Lin Mo repeatedly transported the blackberries until all of them were stored in the cave. He also collected some additional meat from Feng Yao to let it spoil, then began waiting for the narcotics production process to complete. As night fell, Lin Mo completed his final preparations in the cave. The mysterious figure the bandits had mentioned was about to arrive, and he was ready for anything. Clad in brand new iron armor and armed to the teeth, he carried a set of spare equipment just in case. Inside the cave, he had meticulously set up a deadly trap. His plan was straightforward: leave no room for negotiation. The moment the target entered the trap's vicinity, he would launch his attack without hesitation. To Lin Mo, this accomplice of the bandits, who committed numerous atrocities, deserved nothing less than death. More importantly, they were both after the same artifact, making them irreconcilable enemies. With the advantage of surprise on his side and the opponent unaware of his presence, Lin Mo knew he had to strike first. His strategy was to eliminate the messenger, using the corpse to gather information about the enemy's equipment and abilities. Capturing the target alive for interrogation would be ideal, but given the lethality of his trap, survival seemed unlikely for anyone caught in it. At this moment, Lin Mo lay hidden in the dense bushes outside the cave, accompanied by Feng Yao and Tuazu. They had chosen a carefully concealed spot under the shade of trees and surrounded by thick foliage to avoid detection from airborne threats. Tuazu maintained intermittent vigilance, ready to signal danger at any moment. As Lin Mo checked the time, a faint whistling sound came from above. Tuazu immediately sent out a warning pulse, and a red marker descended from the sky, circling once before landing at the cave entrance. It was an exceptionally rare ancient god wyvern, with a cloaked figure seated atop its back. The ancient god wyvern was not only rare but also renowned for its extraordinary alertness and difficulty to tame. It required a custom-made, high-grade saddle, and anyone capable of riding such a beast was undoubtedly formidable. Lin Mo gripped his iron spear tightly, his heart a mix of excitement, anticipation, and a tinge of unease. After repeatedly confirming his surroundings, he was certain there was no one else within 100 meters. Though the night was deep, the wyvern's limited stamina made it unlikely that other allies were lurking in the skies. The cloaked figure dismounted and confidently approached the cave entrance. Without hesitation, They grabbed a torch from the wall and stepped inside. Lin Mo had carefully erased all signs of a previous battle and deliberately spilled liquor to create the illusion that the bandits had been celebrating. The intruder reached the first wooden wall and banged on the door with a heavy fist, demanding that the people inside hand over the artifact. Clearly accustomed to ordering the bandits around, the figure was unaware that the cave was now empty, save for Lin, who was hiding silently in the resting chamber, holding her breath. At that moment, Lin Mo quietly closed in. Just as the figure grew impatient, waiting for a response, a sudden, chilling click echoed from behind them. As he spun around in haste, the stranger's pupils contracted sharply. A solid wooden wall had suddenly materialized just 2 meters behind him. The abrupt appearance of this massive structure left him utterly stunned, his mind racing. Such a large wall would normally take at least half a minute to construct. How could it appear out of nowhere? Things only got worse. With wooden walls blocking both the front and back, he was now trapped. His rough, booming voice echoed through the tunnel. "What are you trying to do? Rebelling against me?" Listening carefully, Lin Mo deduced that the voice belonged to a man in his 30s. Before he could think further, a faint blue glow flickered on the other side of the wall. The stranger had drawn out an iron axe, emitting an eerie, bluish light. "A mere wooden wall? You think this can stop me?" the man shouted arrogantly. Lin Mo's heart tightened. A weapon of blue-tier quality. That likely meant the rest of the man's gear was even more extraordinary. But Lin Mo had prepared for this moment. Taking advantage of the stranger hacking at the wall, he quickly slid an object into the narrow gap between the wall and the rocky surface. He had rehearsed this mechanism countless times during the day, knowing every angle by heart. The stranger's axe strikes were relentless, rapidly diminishing the wooden wall's durability. His raw strength and attributes were clearly exceptional, might even be one of the fabled divine folk. Just then, something suddenly dropped to the ground near his feet, a timed explosive. Before the man could react, Lin Mo had already triggered the control switch. With a deafening explosion, the entire tunnel shook violently, and the 2 wooden walls were obliterated into splinters in the blast. Lin Mo was certain that such a close-range explosion would be fatal, unless someone was equipped with extraordinarily strong armor. He recalled the power of a remote-controlled bomb he had witnessed back in the tribe. Several tribesmen clad in full leather armor had been blown to pieces from just 5 meters away. Now, the bomb was right at the strange man's feet. To ensure there were no loose ends, Lin Mo didn't recklessly approach after the wall was destroyed. Instead, he quickly erected a wooden barrier and threw another bomb. With a deafening blast, thick smoke filled the cave, and the sharp smell of gunpowder permeated the air. The torchlight pierced through the haze, making the scene even more surreal. Just when Lin Mo was convinced the enemy could not have survived, a shadowy figure began to move within the smoke, slowly rising to its feet. The impossibility of the sight sent a chill down his spine. Without waiting for the figure to fully regain its stance, Lin Mo hurled a third bomb, landing it precisely at the man's feet, and immediately sealed the passageway with another wooden wall. With a thunderous explosion, the wooden wall shattered, and the figure was blasted into the air, slamming hard against the rocky wall. This time, Lin Mo heard the distinct sound of armor breaking. He couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. What kind of armor could withstand such devastating blasts? Remaining vigilant, Lin Mo pulled out his iron crossbow and fired an arrow into the haze. The groan of pain confirmed the figure was still alive. What shocked him even more was the sound of a gunshot. The bullet whizzed past his ear, striking the rocky wall behind him and scattering fragments of stone. Lin Mo quickly constructed a wooden wall with a small window for cover and began firing through the opening. The shadowy figure in the smoke continued to struggle, attempting to rise, like an indestructible monster. He fired 4 consecutive arrows, each enhanced with divine energy, yet the figure kept moving. When the 6th arrow hit its target, another sharp sound of armor breaking echoed through the cave. Lin Mo suddenly realized the enemy must have switched to backup armor. Even the secondary iron armor could withstand 6 divine-enhanced arrows. The strength of this technological equipment was terrifying. Who the hell are you?" the enemy roared in fury. Lin Mo ignored him, continuing to fire arrow after arrow with precision. He didn't stop until the figure collapsed to the ground, unable to move. You bastard!" the strange man cursed weakly in his final moments before falling silent. Lin Mo, ever cautious, fired 3 more arrows to ensure the man was truly dead before lowering his weapon. The brutality of this battle far exceeded the strange man's expectations. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that these so-called bandits would not only fight back but do so with such ruthless determination. What chilled him even more was their cold and unwavering resolve. There was no hesitation, no negotiation, only an unrelenting intent to kill. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the battlefield as the thick smoke began to dissipate, his heart still pounding with lingering fear as he gazed at the bodies scattered on the ground. This brutal fight had made him acutely aware of the limitations of his own strength. That monster's vitality was unbelievable. I gave it everything I had just to finally bring him down, he muttered to himself, cold sweat still clinging to his forehead. As he carefully analyzed the battle, an even more troubling thought crossed his mind. If there had been two enemies, his trap strategy would have been utterly ineffective. One could have taken the hits while the other attacked the wooden barricade, breaking through in no time. The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. The harsh reality was undeniable. In a heated confrontation, his chances of victory were slim. Against an army of these monsters, he stood no chance at all. While his own strength combined with that of his companion dinosaurs like Frenzy Bite was enough to handle patrols of 20 or 30 people, it was woefully inadequate against these monsters. Their technological advantage was overwhelming, to the point of being utterly crushing. As the smoke continued to clear, Lin Mo gripped his iron spear tightly and cautiously approached the body. To ensure there were no surprises, he drove the spear forcefully into the enemy's back, snapping their spine. Only after confirming that the target was completely dead did he light a torch and begin a thorough inspection. The corpse lay face down, its right hand stretched forward, clutching a crude handgun. The left hand was pinned beneath the body, obscured from view. The explosion had left the body mangled, with flesh torn apart and armor shattered. Despite the extensive wounds, it was clear this was a physically formidable warrior. The final blow, however, had come from a series of precisely aimed arrows. Lin Mo picked up the handgun and scanned it with his chip. The results left him stunned. A gold-quality crude handgun? Base attack power at 220. This high-quality weapon was far beyond the reach of an ordinary tribe. Even more unsettling was the realization that such a well-equipped warrior was merely a messenger for the enemy. The weight of the situation pressed down on Lin Mo like a mountain. The enemy's strength was far greater than he had imagined, and he would have to exercise extreme caution moving forward. His top priority now was to accelerate his development and unlock advanced blueprints as quickly as possible. If the opportunity arose, he needed to secure an artifact before the enemy could. Allowing them to obtain such a powerful resource and worse, to unlock technology would render them truly unstoppable. Lin Mo flipped over the corpse, trying to investigate further, when he suddenly heard a faint click. In an instant, he noticed that the hand of the figure beneath him was gripping a black object emitting wisps of smoke, a grenade. Before he could fully hit the ground, a deafening explosion erupted beside him. The shockwave threw him to the ground, leaving a persistent ringing in his ears. Though he felt some pain, it was nothing serious. As he got back on his feet, Lin Mo noticed his iron armor was dented and riddled with shrapnel marks from the grenade. The blast had only cost him 35 health points, but the corpse wasn't as fortunate. It had been blown to pieces. Staring at the gruesome remains, cold sweat trickled down Lin Mo's back. These maniacs were insane enough to choose mutual destruction. He silently vowed to himself. From now on, if he encountered enemies like this, he'd need to act swiftly and decisively, leaving no room for them to retaliate. The explosion not only obliterated any chance of identifying his opponent, but also destroyed their equipment. The sole gain was a golden-quality makeshift pistol, capable of delivering the power of 2 iron crossbow bolts with superior accuracy and firing speed. Unfortunately, the ability to craft bullets for it could only be unlocked at level 34. Just as Lin Mo was about to check on Alien, a warning suddenly echoed in his mind from 2 Azu enemies were approaching. He immediately became alert, grabbed his iron crossbow, and moved stealthily toward the cave entrance, stopping at a corner to observe. At the same time, he ordered 2 Azu and Feng Yao to remain hidden and not act recklessly. Under the moonlight, a massive shadow suddenly descended from the sky. It was a function pterosaur, with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters and a beak 2 meters long, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. On its back, seated on a dragon saddle, was a figure cloaked in red. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. The function pterosaur was not only the largest known flying creature, but also renowned for its exceptional aerial abilities. It could sustain long flights at high altitudes and even hover in place, making it incredibly difficult to capture. Anyone capable of taming such a beast must be a truly formidable individual. The red-cloaked figure leapt from the pterosaur and strode directly toward the cave entrance. Lin Mo quickly retreated, deciding to use his makeshift foundation and wooden walls with windows to set up a defensive position. As soon as the wooden wall was in place, the enemy appeared in the passageway. "You're hiding behind the wall, aren't you? A sneak attacker?" A deep, masked voice called out. Lin Mo didn't reply, silently raising his pistol and taking aim. The figure let out a cold chuckle. "A sneak attack? Huh, is that all you've got?" With that, he pulled out an automatic rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets tore through the air. Lin Mo barely dodged them, only to see a dark object fly through the window, a remote explosive. He rolled desperately, and with another thunderous blast, the wooden wall was obliterated. Though he managed to avoid the worst of it, the impact left him dazed and disoriented. Facing a well-equipped opponent, Lin Mo realized he couldn't win in a direct confrontation. He had to buy time, find an opening to escape the cave, and then coordinate with Feng Yao and Tuozu to turn the tide in his favor. Lin Mo quickly devised a strategy. First, lure the enemy deep into the cave, then find an opportunity to slip out and join forces with Feng Yao, who was waiting outside. Given Feng Yao's massive size, it couldn't enter the cave, but as long as Lin Mo could escape, they could coordinate and attack together. To achieve this, he decided to sacrifice the 3 double-spined raptors as decoys. All they needed to do was delay the opponent for a few seconds, and he'd have a chance to break free. Just as he was about to retreat, a chilling laugh echoed from the darkness. Heh, heh, heh. Why are you backing away? Weren't you so bold when killing my men? Lin Mo's heart sank. The earlier explosion had extinguished all the torches in the area, leaving him struggling to navigate in pitch-black darkness, while his opponent could clearly track his movements. Before the voice faded completely, the roar of an automatic rifle shattered the silence. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets struck Lin Mo with precision, producing crisp metallic clangs as they hit his armor. His chest plate shattered instantly. Alarmed, Lin Mo hastily raised his crossbow and fired back without confirming whether he hit the target, then fled deeper into the cave in desperation. The man, confident in his suppressive firepower, suddenly staggered backward, his body jerking involuntarily. Regaining his balance, he looked down to see an arrow embedded deep in his chest armor. The arrowhead had pierced through the protective plating. Furious, he yanked the arrow out, snapped it in half, and muttered to himself, "An arrow that can penetrate my armor? Unbelievable. Even elite carnivores couldn't tear through this armor. Who is this kid?" Growing more cautious, the man pulled a palm-sized blue technological device from his pouch. It was a metallic box. He pressed a switch and tossed it to the ground. A flash of blue light erupted, and a pitch-black beast materialized out of thin air. The creature was the size of a leopard, smaller than a raptor, but sleek and agile, with scythe-like claws. The man leapt onto the beast, which was already equipped with a saddle, and resumed the chase. Lin Mo had barely gotten far when he heard a series of rapid, sharp sounds behind him like an animal closing in at high speed. He lit a torch and hurled it backward. In the brief burst of light, he clearly saw the man riding a massive dog-like creature racing toward him. It was unmistakably a reaper hound. The sight left Lin Mo utterly shocked, not because of the creature itself, but because it had no business existing in this world. Based on his gaming experience, the current world resembled an early-stage map, while the reaper hound was native to a different map called Aberration. These two worlds should have been completely separate unless someone had used the power of an obelisk to travel between them. In the game, finding an obelisk allowed players to teleport between worlds. But in reality, Lin Mo had no idea what conditions were needed to achieve this. More importantly, the people of this world were entirely unaware of the existence of other worlds. To them, the floating obelisks were merely ancient relics, oblivious to the fact that these structures held the ultimate power to connect realms. The appearance of the Reaper Hound immediately made Lin Mo realize. This man was most likely from the Aberration Arc world. That was an extremely dangerous place, where the area surrounding the obelisks was teeming with creatures far more terrifying than dinosaurs. Anyone capable of traveling from such a world must possess unimaginable strength. With this world's current level of technology, any tribe attempting to venture there would be annihilated by the monstrous beasts with ease. Lin Mo stood in the stone chamber, his brows furrowed. A question that had long troubled him lingered in his mind. Why were these powerful invaders so intent on coming to this world to seize the artifacts? Given their ability to locate obelisks in the distorted worlds, they could easily acquire artifacts there, defeating bosses to unlock technology. Could it really be just to suppress the technological development of this world? It seemed the laws of this world held secrets he had yet to uncover. But now was not the time for deep contemplation. Lin Mo quickly assessed the current situation. Engaging this fully armed intruder hidden in such a confined space would be tantamount to suicide. His only chance lay in the ruins. The artifacts of the hunter there not only provided various buffs, such as attack boosts and stun effects, but most importantly, concealment while in stealth mode. The complex terrain and numerous ruins could serve as his cover, allowing him to use his crossbow for a prolonged battle. Previous encounters had already proven that while these invaders were well equipped, their physical strength was far from remarkable. In unarmed combat, Lin Mo was confident he could easily overpower them, including their Ravager Hound. More crucially, as long as he had sufficient food, he could recover from injuries quickly, an advantage his opponents did not share. As Lin Mo moved the storage box, preparing to escape through the crevice behind it, a sudden voice broke the silence. So there's a hidden passage here. The intruder had already ridden his Ravager into the hall, his gun aimed directly at Lin Mo. In the blink of an eye, several streams of venom shot out from the side, striking the intruder with precision. It was the Dilophosaurus. The three dinosaurs charged at the enemy, trying to buy their master some time. Dilophosaurs? Ha! Pathetic tricks. The intruder sneered, turning his gun to unleash a torrent of bullets. The already weakened dinosaurs fell instantly under the relentless barrage. When the intruder turned back toward Lin Mo, however, he found that his target had vanished into the passage. Damn it! The intruder spat angrily. Humph! You still want to escape my grasp. Lin Mo cautiously crept into the cave, but refrained from venturing too far. Using the narrow entrance as cover, he quietly observed the activity outside. The gap at the entrance was just as he'd expected, only wide enough for one person to pass through, making it impossible for the plunder hounds to squeeze inside. This was an advantage for him. Any pursuer would have to leave the hounds outside to enter. As he was contemplating his next move, a sudden flash of blue light illuminated the outside, and to his astonishment, the plunder hounds vanished into thin air. Lin Mo's eyes widened as he noticed the man holding a blue, cube-shaped crystal in his hand. With a casual flick, the man tossed the crystal into the cave. The moment it hit the ground, the plunder hounds reappeared as if summoned by magic. A cryo capsule. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he instantly recognized the advanced piece of technology. This device contained its own internal space, capable of storing any dinosaur. It was portable and could release its contents simply by being thrown on the ground. It reminded him of the pokeballs he'd seen in anime during his past life. However, the cryo capsule had its limitations. First, the release area needed to be large enough to accommodate the dinosaur, or the release would fail. Second, it couldn't be used in rapid succession. If used too frequently, subsequent releases would cause the dinosaurs to fall into cryogenic stasis, becoming more of a burden than an asset. Seeing the cryo capsule in the man's hand, Lin Mo finally understood why his opponent was so confident. What worried him even more was the possibility that the man might have other capsules, potentially containing more powerful dinosaurs, perhaps even a Trex. In the vast expanse of these ruins, that would be a deadly threat. Most people in Lin Mo's situation would hesitate to kill the plunder hounds, fearing it might provoke their opponent into releasing something even stronger. But Lin Mo didn't hesitate for a second. He raised his bow and fired an arrow straight into the head of one of the hounds. The injured plunder hound let out a furious roar, triggering its defensive instincts as it lunged toward Lin Mo. Instead of retreating, Lin Mo advanced, spear in hand, ready to meet the attack. Meanwhile, the man outside was struggling to squeeze through the narrow entrance, hindered by his heavy armor. Impressive courage. The man sneered through the gap, watching the scene unfold. But I doubt you even understand what kind of beast you're dealing with. No wonder you wouldn't know, because it's not even from your world. Ha ha ha. The man was still gloating, unaware that Lin Mo had already deduced his origins. What he also didn't realize was that Lin Mo's close combat skills had far surpassed what anyone could imagine. Even with the plunder hound's reinforced saddle enhancing its defenses, Lin Mo's 5 consecutive strikes, amplified by the power of his artifact, brought the creature to its knees with a final, earth-shaking thud. The man, still halfway through the entrance, froze in shock and fury as he saw his prized hound collapse. He stood on guard and shouted, "You damned bastard! Who the hell are you? How did you manage to kill my plunder hound?" Lin Mo chuckled darkly and, mimicking a bandit's tone, replied, "Oh, what's the matter? Scared now? Did you really think we were so easy to bully? That we just roll over and let you enslave us?" The man's face darkened. "A bandit? You're finished. I suggest you surrender now and tell me where the rest of your gang is hiding. Otherwise what?" Lin Mo interrupted rudely. "What can you do to me? If you've got the guts, come on in. I'll even tell you, all waiting for you right here inside." Infuriated by Lin Mo's defiance, the man snarled, "You filthy scum. I knew it. I told the God King we shouldn't trust your kind, but he wouldn't listen." God King? Lin Mo's ears perked up at the mention of this key term. Realizing his slip, the man's expression grew even darker. "Oomph, you've heard too much. Now I have no choice but to kill you to keep you quiet." Lin Mo burst into laughter. "Ha ha, are you an idiot? You were going to kill me anyway, weren't you? Why bother with this whole act? What? If I hadn't heard about your so-called God King, you'd just let me go. Ridiculous. You people from the radiation zone, are all of you this brain damaged?" The mention of the radiation zone sent a visible jolt through the man. He stared at Lin Mo in shock. How do you know we come from the radiation zone?" Lin Mo, intentionally adopting a cryptic tone, replied, "Oh, I know plenty. Don't think you're the only ones from other Ark worlds. Let me tell you something, me organization comes from a place far more extraordinary than anything you can imagine. Their technology makes yours look like child's play." The blatant fabrication was designed to rattle the man, to extract more information while planting seeds of doubt. In a life-or-death battle, hesitation and fear could lead to fatal mistakes, and Lin Mo was a master at seizing those fleeting opportunities to turn the tables. The man's confidence faltered for a moment. You a star migrant? Star migrants? Lin Mo scoffed with a cold smile. They're nothing compared to the organization I serve. You and the star migrants are like ants waiting to be crushed. The man's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he scrutinized Lin Mo, but then he snorted dismissively. You're bluffing. You're just trying to confuse me. You don't know anything. Don't know anything? Lin Mo countered, smirking. Sure, I don't know anything except that you're after the hunter artifact, and that you're planning to use it to unlock technology. The man's face turned pale with shock. You even know the name of the artifact? And technology? You're not a bandit. Who are you? Lin Mo simply smiled silently, refusing to answer. Heh, curious about who I am? Then come and catch me. Lin Mo sneered, raising the iron crossbow in his hand and loosing an arrow toward his adversary. In the narrow passageway, the strange man couldn't dodge in time. The iron bolt struck his arm squarely, yet he seemed unfazed. Without hesitation, he raised an automatic rifle and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Lin Mo, prepared for this, rolled deftly across the ground, narrowly avoiding the bullets. In one fluid motion, he accessed the inventory of a fallen scavenger hound lying nearby. This was a fundamental rule of survival. An enemy's inventory could not be forcibly opened while they were alive, but once dead, their possessions were free for the taking. Lin Mo quickly retrieved a batch of automatic rifle ammunition and some food, then stripped the saddle off the carcass and stashed it in his own inventory. The strange man, in the midst of reloading, could only watch helplessly as his supplies were looted. By the time he managed to make it through the narrow passage, Lin Mo had already vanished. That damn bastard, the man growled. His teeth clenched as he stared at the scavenger hound stripped bare of its gear. But his anger quickly gave way to a calculated calm. He realized that his opponent was no ordinary foe. Not only did this individual possess exceptional resilience and combat skills, but their evident familiarity with artifacts and technology hinted at an extraordinary background. After swiftly reorganizing his equipment, the man surveyed his surroundings. To his surprise, the underground passage opened up into a vast hidden chamber. A colossal ancient ruin sprawled before him. Those filthy bandits kept this monumental discovery from us? When I find them, they'll wish they were never born. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had no intention of returning to the small hideout where he'd stored his critical supplies. Instead, he deliberately retreated deeper into the ruins, leaving behind an obvious trail. As expected, the strange man immediately took the bait and followed. Thus began a tense game of cat and mouse. Lin Mo attacked sporadically while retreating, but his opponent, clearly a seasoned veteran, maintained a safe distance, using his automatic rifle to keep Lin Mo suppressed at range. In the exchange of fire over the 20-meter gap, the limitations of Lin Mo's crossbow became glaringly apparent. His arrows were either dodged or missed their mark, while he himself took hits to his left arm and shoulder. Though the injuries were manageable for him, Lin Mo let out exaggerated cries of pain. Damn it, why don't you fight me without that gun if you've got the guts? The man sneered, taunting. What's the matter? Weren't you supposed to be tough? Is that powerful patron of yours only good for handing out primitive toys like that? Where's your ambush squad? Lin Mo didn't respond. Instead, he deliberately stomped his feet harder as he retreated deeper into the ruins. The game continued. Retreat, attack, retreat again. Lin Mo appeared to be losing ground, taking more hits, and eventually resorting to hiding in the shadows to fire off desperate shots. The strange man's confidence only grew. He glanced at his own well-stocked arsenal. 5 sets of rifle ammunition, 20 grenades, 5 remote explosives, 10 medkits, 5 stimulants, and a full set of backup armor along with an assortment of melee weapons. With this, he was certain he could handle even 7 or 8 enemies at once. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to a relatively intact coliseum. The strange man smirked as he saw Lin Mo, battered and bloodied, scrambling through a hole near the gate. He didn't rush in. Instead, he stood his ground, his helmet emitting faint mechanical scanning noises. Huh. Looks like this is the perfect spot for an ambush. Too bad I've already scanned it. No other people. No traps inside. With a smug grin, he crawled through the hole after Lin Mo inside. He found Lin Mo slumped against a wall, panting heavily. Nearby, a pitch-black tunnel loomed like a yawning abyss. Looks like you've finally run out of places to hide, the man said, keeping a cautious 3-meter distance, his rifle trained squarely on Lin Mo. I'm not running, Lin Mo gasped, his voice trembling. I'm luring you into a trap. The strange man burst into laughter. Oh, stop pretending. You don't have any reinforcements. What makes you so sure? Lin Mo stammered, feigning shock and terror. If you really had backup, the man explained, savoring Lin Mo's panicked expression, they would have attacked when I was in that narrow passage. That was the ideal ambush point. Even if I managed to retreat, I'd be severely injured. And there'd be no need to lead me this far. There's no way they could have been certain you'd succeed in luring me here. He chuckled darkly, relishing Lin Mo's apparent despair. That's more like it. This is how you should act in the presence of a true predator. Where's all that arrogance from earlier? The man reached into his inventory and pulled out a cryopod, tossing it onto the ground. With a low hiss, the pod opened, releasing a black-skinned scavenger hound striped with yellow. Its predatory gaze locked onto Lin Mo. Listen, kid, the man said coldly. You know I'm not letting you walk out of here alive. But if you spill everything you know, I might make it quick for you. Otherwise, you're nothing more than its next meal. Lin Mo's face showed a flicker of fear, though he tried to maintain a facade of composure. His eyes glimmered with a mix of emotions. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, don't you want to know who told me all of this? The strange man let out a low his eyes narrowing with a trace of seriousness. This question struck at the heart of his concerns. Their organization had always operated in secrecy, leaving no loose ends. By all logic, no outsider should know they hailed from the world of the aberration Arkansas. Yet, this young man not only exposed their secret, but also accurately mentioned technology. This was no coincidence. The strange man's mind raced. Beyond the source of the information, what truly mattered was understanding the kind of adversary their organization was facing. That was the crucial point. With this in mind, he suppressed his immediate urge to kill. Everything was unfolding just as Lin Mo had anticipated. Initially, he planned to confront the man within the ruins, but his strategy shifted the moment he noticed the cryo chamber the man carried. The addition of a mount to the equation made fighting in the ruins highly disadvantageous for him. Even with the aid of an artifact enhancing his offensive power, his equipment was a glaring weakness. His crossbow, though powerful, reloaded too slowly, and close combat was out of the question. The opponent's high-quality automatic rifle could keep him at bay effortlessly. Besides, the man had already used a grenade earlier, meaning he likely had other powerful weapons at his disposal. If the mount was unleashed, attacking while on the move, Lin Mo wouldn't stand a chance. Fortunately, Lin Mo was well aware of the cryo chamber's limitations. It couldn't summon a second creature in quick succession, as the latter would enter a dormant state. Exploiting this cool-down period, he carefully orchestrated this scenario, luring the strange man into the arena step by step. Even with the gun aimed at him, Lin Mo felt an unusual calm within. He knew he could use the information he had to stall for time. All he needed to do was hold out until 8:30, the moment when the Banlong would awaken. For minutes to go, he just had to endure. The strange man took the bait. The information Lin Mo divulged struck a nerve, forcing him to dig deeper. You've got a point. All right, spill it. Tell me everything you know. Who are you? Who's backing you? What's their deal? Lay it all out. The man lowered his gun, confident in the intimidating presence of his high-level ravager. Wait, the man suddenly interrupted. Before you answer, remove all your armor and weapons. Lin Mo feigned reluctance, slowly complying. The man relaxed slightly, watching as Lin Mo stripped of his gear. He stroked the hungry ravager at his side and threatened. Now, talk? And don't even think about lying. You know the consequences. My pet just came out of the cryo chamber, and it's starving. Lin Mo pretended to ponder for a moment before asking. Have you ever heard of the Overseer? The Overseer? Is that a person? The man frowned slightly. It's not a person. It's a position, held by a super AI robot. A robot? Yes, a robot. And I'm giving you the most critical piece of information right off the bat. So, you're saying your backer is this so-called Overseer? Exactly. And it's the ultimate authority over all Ark worlds, controlling everything. Ridiculous. The man raised his gun again. Are you telling me that everything within the Ark is governed by a single robot? Nonsense. Believe it or not. But there's one thing you should know: this Overseer doesn't just control everything, it can destroy everything. Lin Mo's voice echoed across the empty expanse. The strange man froze for a moment, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. Destroy everything? The Ark's iron law? What does that mean? Lin Mo's expression grew serious as he explained, enunciating each word clearly. If someone violates the iron law, the Overseer will obliterate everything. The iron law prohibits individuals from different Ark worlds from maliciously interfering with another Ark world's normal order after teleportation. Once things spiral out of control, destruction becomes inevitable. The strange man let out a derisive laugh, his eyes filled with contempt. Huh, are you trying to threaten me? Don't tell me you just made that up. Lin Mo smirked coldly in response. I told you, believe it or not. But there's one thing you must understand: whether you come from aberration, scorched earth, or Elysium, all of your actions are under the Overseer's watchful gaze. Otherwise, why would it send me to stop you? The strange man's expression shifted ever so slightly. Aberration, scorched earth, and Elysium, these names of the Ark worlds couldn't have been fabricated on a whim. More importantly, their organization was indeed active in these worlds, simultaneously hunting for artifacts. Interesting. The strange man sneered. Even if I believe what you're saying, the Overseer sent you to stop us? That's absurd. His mocking laughter was drenched in scorn. And why do you think I can't? Lin Mo countered. The strange man sneered dismissively. I've already scanned your stats. You're only level 35. In this world, you don't even qualify as a divine citizen, just an upper citizen at best. Why would the all-powerful overseer choose someone like you to stop us? The tension in the air was palpable, and Lin Mo could feel the killing intent radiating from his opponent. In truth, he had been at level 32 just moments ago, but after defeating that other strange man earlier, he had leveled up to 35. A quick glance at the time showed there were only 2 minutes left until 8:30. Determined to buy more time, Lin Mo made a bold decision. Take a shot at me, he suddenly said. What? The strange man was stunned. Take a shot at me, and you'll understand why the overseer chose me. Lin Mo patted his chest confidently while discreetly allocating 10 of his 17 available points into his health, boosting it to 2,000. The strange man stared at Lin Mo with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Do you even realize what kind of quality this automatic rifle is? Without armor, even a graze from it would be a death sentence for most people. And yet, you dare to ask me to shoot you? Lin Mo remained calm, meeting the man's gaze directly. You don't believe what I'm saying, right? Go ahead, shoot me, and you'll see whether I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, you won't trust anything else I tell you. The man sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Fine. Without waiting for a response, he pulled the trigger, and a bullet hit Lin Mo's right arm with pinpoint accuracy. Lin Mo let out a scream of pain but quickly raised his arm, showing the wound. That shot certainly hurt, but look, he held up his arm, and the bullet wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within 20 seconds, it had completely vanished. In truth, Lin Mo, with his 2,000-point health pool, possessed a regeneration ability rivaling that of elite dragon-class beings. The shot had only dealt 25 points of damage, which he had taken directly without any armor. If he had been wearing armor, the damage wouldn't have even reached 10 points. The rifle was not the issue. The high-quality weapon was indeed deadly enough to kill an ordinary person in one shot, even through iron armor. But Lin Mo deliberately feigned excruciating pain to make the man believe he had suffered significant damage. That kind of healing, the man muttered, staring at the rapidly disappearing wound in stunned silence. He had never seen such a bizarre physique before. Warily, he asked, how much health did you lose just now? About a third, Lin Mo replied, still feigning a pained expression. The man relaxed slightly. In his mind, while Lin Mo's regeneration was impressive, 3 bullets would be enough to end the fight. An automatic rifle could fire multiple rounds in a second, and no amount of healing could outpace that. His reasoning seemed sound, but he had no idea that Lin Mo's base health of 2,000 points, combined with hidden damage reduction abilities, made him nearly invincible. If the man knew that even an entire magazine wouldn't seriously harm him, he would be utterly dumbfounded. What's the deal with your healing ability? The man asked after a moment of contemplation. My body was modified by the overseer. Lin Mo lied without hesitation. It needs to test me in various scenarios, including combat. Today, it gave me a task to eliminate the person I just killed. Once I complete the task, I'll undergo further modifications and become the ultimate warrior. I see. The overseer. Huh? Interesting. The man didn't question the explanation this time. Having believed Lin Mo's earlier claims, this new information seemed even more credible. So, there's no need to kill me. My task for today is already complete. Lin Mo intentionally sounded weak, hoping to convince the man he was out of options. As expected, the man sneered. Do you think you're in a position to negotiate with me? Sure, your healing is fast, but my rifle can kill you in seconds. And who knows if you're lying to me? For all I know, the overseer's real orders are for you to kill me too. Lin Mo put on a sincere expression. I'm not lying. If I knew you were here, why would I let my guard down? The overseer never mentioned a second person. Wait. Could it be related to that prophecy? He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, feigning shock, then quickly backtracked. No, forget it. It's nothing. Prophecy? What prophecy? The man took the bait, pressing for more information. Lin Mo inwardly rejoiced. This kind of hesitant revelation was perfect for provoking curiosity. It's nothing, really. Bang. A bullet struck Lin Mo's left leg, and he collapsed to the ground, pretending to be in unbearable pain. You think you can brush me off? I'll kill you if you keep playing games. Now, tell Mewhats this prophecy, the man demanded, his tone menacing. Even the scavenger hound beside him let out a low growl. All right, I'll tell you. Calm down. Lin Mo put on a frightened expression, secretly calculating that he needed to stall for another 30 seconds. The prophecy comes from the overseer. I only know bits and pieces. Then spill it. Now. The man stepped closer, pointing the gun at Lin Mo's head. Okay. Here it is. Lin Mo looked terrified, all while scheming his next move. The Overseer used its vast computational power to determine that I am not the true savior it seeks. The real savior is someone else, someone incredibly strong, highly strategic, and deeply ambitious. I can't even compare to them. Seeing the man lower the gun slightly, Lin Mo knew he had taken the bait and continued his fabricated story. The Overseer said, I am merely a guide for this person. They will rise to become the unchallenged ruler of all the arcs and the second most powerful being after the Overseer itself. This person will be the Overseer's avatar in the human world, the one true king of humanity. But I don't know if the Overseer is lying to me. After all this time, I haven't even seen this person. The redrobed man fell silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Even the scavenger hound looked confused by its master's reaction. Lin Mo stayed alert, ready to grab his spear and fight if necessary. This was a risky gamble, but he had no other choice. It didn't lie to you. Ha ha ha. I am the savior from the prophecy. The man finally shouted. You? How is that possible? Lin Mo feigned utter disbelief, delivering an Oscar-worthy performance. The man, brimming with arrogance, began analyzing the situation. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why didn't the Overseer warn you about a second person being here tonight? Why did it say you'd be a guide for the savior? Can't you see? It's because I am the savior it predicted. And you're the guide. You'll reveal the truth to me and lead me to the Overseer. I'll replace you as its chosen representative, conquer the world, and become the ruler of all. How can this be? Did the Overseer deceive me? Lin Mo said, pretending to be in shock. Haha, no, it didn't deceive you, it just used you. The man mocked arrogantly. And so, one kept spinning tales while the other eagerly filled in the gaps, creating a seamless collaboration built on mutual deception. Lin Mo's face twisted in despair as he staggered back a few steps, his body trembling uncontrollably until his back hit the icy wall. He slid down helplessly to the ground, embodying the very essence of a man who had just discovered the harsh truth after being cruelly used. His spirit shattered. His performance captured the raw anguish of a broken soul, flawless in every detail. If this were my previous life, this acting would definitely earn me an Oscar. Leaving all those so-called best actors in the dust, Lin Mo thought smugly to himself. The strange man observed Lin Mo's pitiful state, a flicker of triumph flashing through his eyes. But just as he seemed to bask in his perceived victory, Lin Mo suddenly raised his head and asked, his voice trembling, You want to become a watcher? But aren't you one of the bad guys? Are you planning to betray the Freak Organization? Freak Organization? The man let out a cold laugh. Did the Watcher not tell you our real name? Of course not. You're nothing more than a guide. Why would it disclose too much to someone like you? This self-righteous freak had fully convinced himself of his own narrative. The term Freak Organization should have been a glaring flaw in Lin Mo's act, but the man, intoxicated by his own excitement, saw it instead as a deliberate ploy by the Watcher. Still clueless, aren't you? The man said smugly. Let me enlighten you. We're not some freak organization. Our true name is Pantheon. Pantheon? Lin Mo silently committed the name to memory, his mind whirring. Of course, you've never heard of it. It's a highly classified organization. People like you insignificant mortals aren't worthy of knowing its existence. The man sneered, his tone dripping with disdain and pride. To him, Lin Mo, a mere level 35 elite citizen, was utterly beneath notice. When the man learned about Lin Mo's regenerative abilities granted by the Watcher, his heart burned with envy. Yet, in his delusional mind, he convinced himself that he was the true chosen one. His arrogance swelled, and he began rambling about his grand ambitions. The Pantheon sent our special task force to this Ark Island to seize the artifact and take control of technology. We're also gathering intelligence on the various tribes to prepare for the arrival of the main forces. The man grew increasingly animated as he spoke. I have the greatest strength and intellect, yet I wasn't made the team leader. That bootlicking idiot got the position instead. Why? If the Divine Overseer lacks vision, then such a Pantheon isn't worth serving. Once the Watcher transforms me, I'll overthrow the Pantheon myself. Ha ha ha. I am the true chosen one, the future ruler of all. Lin Mo carefully memorized every word, biding his time. When the moment felt right, he spoke in a voice filled with hopelessness. If that's the case, I have nothing more to say. If you really are the savior chosen by the Watcher, you'll naturally pass through the teleportation point. As for me, I'll simply burn to ashes. Hearing this, the man lowered his gun. Then lead the way. I won't even have to lift a finger. You can die peacefully, perhaps that's the Watcher's reward for you. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Lin Mo's lips as he turned to guide the man towards the cave where the basilisk resided. When the man questioned the location of the teleportation point, Lin Mo deliberately provoked him. What? Aren't you supposed to be the savior, destined to rule the world? Are you scared? What did you just say? The man barked, raising his gun to point at Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly explained. I found the teleportation point inside this cave by chance. Otherwise, how could a mere mortal like me have ever encountered the Watcher? The man found the explanation plausible. According to ancient research records, in the early days before the Ark was fully operational, humans had survived by hiding underground, developing mysterious civilizations. Perhaps this ruin really did lead to the Watcher's domain. But just so you know, Lin Mo added, there's a basilisk inside. Every time I meet the Watcher, I have to lure it away first. Ha ha ha. The man burst into laughter. Pathetic. You can't even handle a basilisk? I can take it down with just a few shots. Lead the way. Suppressing a grin, Lin Mo led the way, holding a torch aloft. As they entered the cave, the faint growl of a ravager echoed around them, its tone filled with unease. The man scoffed dismissively and barked, quiet. To him, it was only natural for the ravager to feel threatened by the basilisk, a predator of a much higher tier. Lin Mo deliberately raised the torch higher, casting its light over the jagged walls and concealing the remnants of equipment strewn along the passage. He allowed the man's arrogance to lull him into a false sense of security, all while the gears of his plan turned ever closer to fruition. The two figures moved quickly, one leading and the other following close behind, and soon arrived at the habitat of the Banlong. Inside the spacious stone chamber lay a massive Banlong, deep in slumber but teetering on the brink of awakening. This is the teleportation point? Yes, right here. But the Banlong's nest needs to be moved first for it to appear. The stranger sneered and shoved the Banlong with the butt of his rifle. Out of the way. I'll deal with it first. And you'd better teach me how to teleport to the Overseer. Don't even think about running. Lin Mo obediently stepped aside, tossing the torch from his hand onto the ground in front of the stranger before disappearing into the darkness. The stranger was unfazed. His unique helmet allowed him to clearly track Lin Mo's movements even in pitch black. Keep an eye on him. If he moves, tear him apart. He ordered the Raider Hound, which immediately stood guard over Lin Mo. The stranger then raised his weapon, aiming at the Banlong. He didn't even bother to scan its level after all. It was just a Banlong. With his gear, he could easily take down even a level 100 Tyrannosaurus. Rat-a-tat-tat. Muzzle flashes lit up the chamber as bullets rained down on the Banlong like a torrential storm. Roar. The Banlong abruptly woke. Its battle instinct surging to their peak. It was 8:30 p.m., the prime time for its combat prowess. Its eyes gleamed with golden light as it let out a deafening roar and charged at the stranger. At first, the stranger remained indifferent, assuming the Banlong's resilience was merely due to its high level. He continued to hold the trigger, unloading round after round. His overconfidence kept him rooted in place. But as the Banlong closed the distance with undiminished vigor, panic began to set in. The beast lunged with its jaws wide open, and just as it seemed the stranger was doomed, his boots emitted a mechanical hum and burst forth with dazzling blue flames. Propelled by the sudden jet of energy, he shot backward at high speed, narrowly evading the lethal bite. Its tech gears wearing tech boots. Lin Mo muttered to himself, both surprised and unsurprised. It wasn't unusual for someone capable of traversing the Ark worlds to possess tech equipment. He silently rejoiced that he had manipulated the two into fighting each other. If it had come to a direct confrontation, his current gear, even with decent attribute bonuses, would be no match against tech armor. The Raider Hound, which had been keeping an eye on Lin Mo, immediately rushed to its master's aid upon seeing the attack. Lin Mo calmly stepped out of the shadows, retrieved his discarded gear, and equipped it before heading toward the crevice in the chamber. The stranger and his hound fought in tandem, launching a relentless assault on the Banlong. An entire magazine of bullets was emptied, but all they managed to do was leave faint bloodstains on its hide, barely a scratch. What kind of monster is this? The stranger exclaimed in shock. The realization dawned on him. I get it now. This Banlong must have been modified by the Overseer. There's no way a wild Giganotosaurus could be this powerful. He hailed from the Aberration Ark, where Banlongs were a familiar sight. There, the radiation-altered Banlongs were formidable war machines, capable of fighting around the clock and serving as the vanguard of the Pantheon Legion. Even a perfectly tamed level 150 Banlong from their ranks, outfitted with a high-grade defensive saddle, would suffer severe injuries from a full magazine. Yet this Banlong, without even a saddle, was practically unscathed. Realizing the danger, the stranger activated his tech boots again, gliding rapidly to create distance while reloading his weapon. The Ravager Hound lunged at the Banlong without hesitation, determined to buy its master some time to escape. Annoyed, the Banlong turned its massive head, opening its gaping maw, and in one swift motion, clamped its jaws around the hound. The sickening sound of fangs piercing flesh sent shivers down the spine. It's fine. This is a level 110 Ravager Hound with purple-grade saddle protection. The strange man's words trailed off as the scene before him rendered him speechless. In just 5 seconds, The hound he had been so proud of was brutally torn in half by the Banlong's ferocious bite. The hound's agonized howls were abruptly silenced. The sight made the man shudder involuntarily, his entire body going cold. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was a top-tier Ravager hound with 3,500 health points and equipped with a high-defense purple-grade saddle. And yet, it had been shredded to pieces in mere seconds? But amidst his shock, a twisted excitement began to brew within him. Impressive. Such a powerful Banlong must be one of the Overseer's perfected creations. If I can gain its recognition and undergo modification myself, wouldn't I become unstoppable? He indulged in his grand fantasies, completely oblivious to the fact that he was walking straight into a trap meticulously set by Lin Mo. The Banlong spat out the remains of the Ravager hound, letting out a deafening roar before charging directly at the man. No matter how strong you are, as long as I use my tech armor properly, I can still take you down. The man was just about to activate a teleportation skill when a sudden blow struck his back. In a split second, the Banlong had closed the distance and slammed into him, sending him flying. Staggering to his feet, the man spotted Lin Mo not far away, calmly reloading his crossbow. "You bastard! How dare you ambush me?" the man shouted, both furious and alarmed, realizing that it was Lin Mo's sneak attack that had left him vulnerable to the Banlong's charge. With the Banlong still in relentless pursuit, the man had no choice but to flee while firing back with his weapon. Suddenly, an arrow struck his arm with pinpoint accuracy, the force nearly causing him to drop his gun. The stranger shot a sideways glance, his rage boiling over. It was Lin Mo causing trouble again. That kid had been hiding in the shadows, firing sneak attacks, each arrow managing to knock off 30 health points despite his full tech armor defense. Such firepower was simply absurd. Although he had 300 health points, far beyond the average person, if he ran out of medical supplies, just 10 arrows would be enough to take him down. What was even more baffling was that the ferocious wild Banlong was only targeting him, completely ignoring Lin Mo. Even when he deliberately passed mere inches away from Lin Mo, the Banlong acted as if he didn't exist. This bizarre phenomenon left the stranger utterly puzzled, unaware that Lin Mo carried a divine artifact that greatly enhanced his stealth abilities. As long as he remained still and refrained from attacking the Banlong, he was essentially invisible. Just as the stranger was momentarily distracted, another arrow struck his right leg, causing him to stumble and fall. The Banlong seized the opportunity, sinking its teeth into his leg. In desperation, the stranger threw 2 grenades, the explosions forcing the Banlong to retreat. As he tried to get back on his feet, an arrow struck his waist, forcing him to use a medical kit. Enraged, he hurled a grenade in Lin Mo's direction, but the latter effortlessly dodged it. A fierce firefight broke out between them. Lin Mo's formidable regenerative abilities gave him the upper hand, while the stranger's supply of medical kits dwindled rapidly. To make matters worse, the Banlong had recovered from its daze and was once again locked onto him. The stranger realized he had to escape quickly, but Lin Mo had already blocked the only entrance to the cave. The narrow passage required crawling to get through, and if the Banlong caught him there, it would spell disaster. He decided to deal with Lin Mo first, only to discover that his opponent's strength far exceeded expectations. While Lin Mo used to writhe in pain after taking a bullet, he now seemed unfazed, trading shots with ease. When his ammunition ran dry, the stranger was forced to switch to close combat. Activating his tech armor, he charged at the Banlong with incredible speed, unleashing a flurry of attacks with his power gauntlets and machete. But this only enraged the Banlong further. Its tail whipped around, sending him flying before it launched a series of 4 brutal charges. Even the strongest tech armor couldn't fully withstand the assault, costing him 120 health points. In a split second, the stranger activated his jetpack, propelling himself into the air. Caught off guard, the Banlong slammed headfirst into the wall, momentarily dazed. Watching this unfold, the stranger had a sudden realization: if he couldn't kill it, perhaps he could keep it in a perpetual state of dizziness. The strange man quickly noticed that Banlong's resistance to dizziness seemed rather low. Without hesitation, he pulled a golden single-barrel shotgun from his backpack. Swiftly loading a tranquilizer dart, he aimed at Banlong's back and fired. The shot landed with precision, and Banlong let out a pained roar, lifting its head to glare fiercely at the man hovering in midair. Using his tech gear, the man circled above while firing tranquilizer darts at Banlong below. Despite the onslaught, Banlong refused to retreat, its eyes fixed on him, unwavering. The man knew this prolonged flight was draining his energy reserves rapidly. If his energy ran out, he would plummet to the ground. He had no choice but to replace the energy cell before it was too late. Without an energy cell, tech gear was reduced to providing only basic physical protection. All its other capabilities, such as damage reduction, resistance boosts, flight, acceleration, or the devastating punches, would be rendered useless. Energy cells were incredibly rare and valuable. Even someone like him, an elite among strange beings, carried only one spare. What made him even more uneasy was Lin Mo's behavior. Strangely, Lin Mo, who had already loaded his crossbow, showed no intention of aiming at him. Instead, he stood by the cave entrance, observing as if he had no stake in the matter. This sudden shift in attitude left the man perplexed, but he couldn't afford to dwell on it. His focus had to remain on subduing Banlong. Although the man despised Lin Mo to the core and had considered shooting him several times, he couldn't waste a single dart. Every tranquilizer round was precious, and Lin Mo was clearly on guard. With the dart's speed, Lin Mo could easily dodge any attack. Internally, the man speculated about Lin Mo's intentions. I know exactly what you're up to. You've got your eyes on my tech gear. You're just waiting for me to drop dead, so you can claim it for yourself. You're holding back because you're afraid of damaging it. With your primitive technology, you wouldn't even know how to repair it. Keep dreaming. Once I've dealt with Banlong, you're next. But Lin Mo's actual thoughts were entirely different. He understood that while tech gear was impressive, it was useless without energy cells. In this Ark world, energy cells could only be obtained by defeating bosses or collecting artifacts. Most tribes didn't even know technology existed. Trying to steal the gear risked attracting the attention of the Pantheon. Instead, Lin Mo decided to focus on the real prize in front of him, the ancient Banlong, a creature of immense value. Lin Mo opted to wait and watch. He would let the strange man exhaust Banlong's strength and strike when the moment was right. He noticed the man's golden single-barrel shotgun was exceptionally powerful. Every hit caused Banlong to stagger violently. The tranquilizer effect far surpassed that of his own arrows. As time passed, the flames from the man's jetpack began to sputter, and his altitude steadily dropped. When his energy reserves fell to 5, he had no choice but to retrieve his precious spare energy cell. Tech armor had 5 components: helmet, chestplate, leggings, boots, and gloves, and each required energy to function at full capacity. Naturally, this sole spare cell was reserved for the critical chestplate. Just as the man was about to replace the energy cell, an arrow suddenly pierced his wrist. The energy cell slipped from his grasp and plummeted to the ground. Lin Mo darted forward like lightning, snatched up the cell, and retreated swiftly to the cave entrance. The abrupt turn of events sent the man into a furious rage. "You little bastard," he bellowed. With his flight system on the verge of shutting down, the man managed to fire 2 last tranquilizer darts at Banlong before the jetpack gave out completely. He plummeted to the ground, landing with a heavy thud. Banlong charged like a streak of black lightning toward the strange man who had just landed. Although the man managed to evade by activating his jet boosters, a deep sense of dread filled him. Banlong had begun to understand his movements after their prolonged skirmish. Sure enough, a powerful tail swipe struck him off balance, nearly leaving him exposed to Banlong's snapping jaws once again. With ammo running dangerously low and medical supplies completely depleted, the man faced an unyielding Banlong, still full of vitality. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave. "I need to retreat. Take care of that kid first and regroup," he calculated grimly. He put his plan into motion, luring Banlong away before using his jet boosters to make a break for the cave exit. Just as he ducked to escape, a metal spear suddenly stabbed wildly through the opening. Lin Mo's hated face appeared at the entrance, blocking his only way out. Abandoning any hope of activating the teleport station, the man pulled out an automatic rifle and unleashed a hail of bullets at Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo dodged the attack, the man decided to endure the spear strikes and push his way out. But after just 3 strikes, his prized tech chest armor shattered into pieces. "This can't be happening," he gasped, stunned by Lin Mo's incredible ability to pierce his armor. Yet his mind couldn't help but ponder the power of the Overseer's modifications. Firing wildly to keep Lin Mo at bay, he activated his jet boosters at full power and surged toward the exit. Freedom was within reach until a wooden barricade suddenly materialized in front of him. The impact left him dazed and reeling. Lin Mo had laid a simple foundation on the ground earlier, waiting for this precise moment. Panic set in as Banlong closed in from behind. Swinging his iron axe frantically, the man quickly realized he needed to destroy the foundation rather than the barricade. 3 heavy strikes later, the foundation gave way, and the wooden wall collapsed. But before he could celebrate, excruciating pain shot through his legs. Banlong had clamped down on them with its powerful jaws. Things only got worse. Lin Mo seized his helmet, attempting to rip it off. "Please, spare me. Help me," the man pleaded desperately. Lin Mo sneered. "Help you? Dream on. Every single one of you Pantheon lunatics will meet the same fate." With a final tug, Lin Mo removed the helmet, revealing an ordinary-looking black man underneath. Even as his legs were shredded by Banlong, the man clung to the ground, making a last-ditch effort to survive. "Take all my gear. I'll give up my spot for the Overseer modifications," he shouted, his voice trembling. Lin Mo's expression twisted into a mocking grin. Oh, that? I almost forgot to tell you it was all a lie. What? The man's eyes widened like saucers, staring at Lin Mo in utter disbelief. That's right, Lin Mo replied with a mocking grin. I lied to you. The Watcher does exist, but I've never seen it. All that talk about modifications? Pure fabrication. The truth is, my abilities far surpass anything you could imagine. Even with your full tech armor, you wouldn't stand a chance against me in close combat. I only tricked you into fighting Banlong to increase my odds of success. He let out a cold, mirthless laugh. And you fell for it, like a fool. You followed me into this cave without a second thought, calling yourself the chosen one. Let me teach you a phrase biting off more than you can chew. Before the man could respond, Lin Mo lashed out with a powerful kick to his face. The blow landed with brutal force, leaving the man dazed and defenseless. His grip slackened, and in an instant, Banlong dragged him deeper into the cave. Lin Mo stood at the cave's entrance, watching with detached indifference as Banlong tore into the man. The tech armor, once a formidable shield, was quickly shredded, leaving him utterly vulnerable. Unlike Lin Mo, who benefited from damage reduction attributes and artifact buffs, the man suffered grievous injuries with each bite. Every attack from Banlong drained 200 health points 10 times the damage Lin Mo would have endured. Even without the artifact's 50 damage reduction, Lin Mo's natural resilience far exceeded his opponent's. It only took a single bite for the man to lose all signs of life. The cave echoed with the grotesque sounds of Banlong gnawing on bones, blood pooling on the ground like a crimson waterfall. Lin Mo scoffed under his breath and turned his attention to the fallen man's gear. Spotting an automatic rifle that had been dropped during the struggle, he used his iron spear to hook it closer for inspection. The weapon gleamed with a purple glow, signifying its rarity and power, a 150 attack boost. No wonder his shots packed such a punch, Lin Mo thought with a smirk. With enough ammo, this weapon could be a game-changer in my hands. Next, he picked up the man's helmet. It was a gray-grade tech helmet, unimpressive in quality, but equipped with night vision and the ability to detect hostile creatures within the wearer's line of sight. While not as versatile as Lin Mo's camel-footed companion, which could sense obscured threats and even scan creature levels, the helmet's utility was undeniable. That guy was too arrogant, Lin Mo mused. He didn't even bother scanning Banlong's level. If he had known the truth, he might not have been so easy to deceive. After cleaning the helmet's interior, Lin Mo tried it on, marveling at the convenience of technology. The helmet responded seamlessly to his thoughts, switching functions with ease. However, its high sensitivity to mental commands proved challenging. Even a slight lapse in focus caused it to switch modes. It would take practice to master its use. Mindful of the limited energy reserves and the risk of exposing his technology prematurely, Lin Mo decided to reserve the helmet for critical moments. He continued searching the cave for additional gear, but Banlong had already devoured most of the remains. What Lin Mo truly desired were the man's single-shot rifle and cryopod. The rifle, a standard iron weapon, could fire tranquilizer darts or sniper rounds with far greater accuracy than a crossbow. Most available models were gray-grade, occasionally green, with modest attack bonuses of around 10. Unfortunately, all Lin Mo found was a broken barrel. The cryopod was an even greater loss. Capable of storing tamed dinosaurs of any size, it would have been invaluable for exploring tight spaces like this cave, significantly enhancing safety. But it, too, was nowhere to be found. Lin Mo consoled himself. I've already gained plenty a rare rifle, a tech helmet, and crucial intel about the Pantheon. 2 enemies down, and a wealth of new opportunities ahead. Patience. One step at a time. With his newfound knowledge and equipment, Lin Mo felt confident in maintaining his strategic advantage. As long as he stayed ahead, victory was within reach. Returning to the bandit hideout, Lin Mo checked in on Alien. She had been shaken by the earlier explosions and gunfire, but had kept her promise to stay in the room. Lin Mo reassured her, explaining that the attackers were remnants of the bandit group and had been dealt with. He assured her that she would be safely escorted home by morning. Overjoyed, Alien expressed her heartfelt thanks before settling down to sleep, her fears finally put to rest. After calming her down, Lin Mo instructed Dashing to stay in the cave and keep watch, warning him to notify him immediately if anything unusual happened. Stepping out of the cave, Lin Mo's gaze settled on the strange man's 2 mounts, a windrake and an ancient drake. These colossal beasts were in a passive defensive state. As long as they weren't attacked, they wouldn't retaliate or flee. Lin Mo decided to exploit this characteristic to deal with them. He quickly gathered resources and constructed a simple foundation, using walls and ceilings to trap each of the drakes. This was a strategy he had learned from a game known as the Dragon Trap. The principle was straightforward but highly effective, using structures to immobilize the creatures, making them easy targets for either elimination or taming. Although this was the perfect opportunity to tame the 2 drakes, the priority was to eliminate them. Leaving these massive creatures alive would inevitably attract the attention of other strange figures, and an enemy's mount must not be left intact. Otherwise, their comrades could reclaim them, turning them into a renewed threat. Lin Mo skillfully built the trapping enclosures. The smaller ancient drake was confined in a 4x4-meter wooden structure. For the larger wind drake, he took a different approach, using just a few wooden pillars and ceilings to cleverly pin its head and wings, rendering it unable to take flight. Once everything was ready, Lin Mo let out a sharp whistle, summoning his mount, Feng Yao. The ferocious Carnotaurus charged forward at his command. Attack! Tear them apart! At Lin Mo's order, the beast roared and lunged, sinking its massive jaws into the hindquarters of the wind drake. The enormous drake struggled to fight back but was firmly trapped by the structure, unable to move. Though its saddle provided some protection, Feng Yao's relentless assault quickly brought it down. The wind drake collapsed lifelessly, and Feng Yao leveled up from 99 to 104 in one go. As Feng Yao turned to attack the ancient drake, Lin Mo swiftly scavenged the wind drake's equipment. A gray-quality wind drake saddle, 100 rounds of automatic rifle ammunition, 50 tranquilizer darts, 100 units of narcotics, and a substantial supply of food, including jerky, fruits, mutton, and vegetables. To his great delight, he also discovered a workbench, a furnace, 200 iron ingots, 100 units of cement, 10 preserving salts, and even a complete set of 3x3 wooden house components. Haha, this fool really brought along extra supplies. Lin Mo laughed in satisfaction. The presence of a spare workbench suggested the enemy was prepared to craft or repair metal tools on the go. While it couldn't fix automatic weapons or tech gear, this level of preparation reflected the enemy's considerable wealth. These resources were enough to set up a camp anywhere, but they also revealed the Pantheon's ambition to expand its influence. By now, Feng Yao had finished off the ancient drake, leveling up to 105. Lin Mo immediately allocated all the newly earned points to its attack power, boosting it to an impressive 960. Haha, not bad at all. Now that's the kind of damage we're talking about. It could take down a smaller Carnotaurus in a single bite. The ancient drake's loot was relatively modest, primarily consisting of its saddle and food supplies, along with 100 rounds of simple pistol ammunition. While these bullets packed decent power, the simple pistol Lin Mo obtained despite being of gold quality was limited by its low base damage. Still, as a backup weapon, its compact and maneuverable design made it a practical choice. The real prize was the assault rifle, whose sustained firepower far outclassed a crossbow. Lin Mo couldn't help but calculate in his mind. If he had possessed such a weapon during the Red Wing caravan ambush, a single magazine would have been enough to take out all the enemies. Lin Mo ordered Crazy Bite to return to its original position and remain in hiding, then proceeded to gather all the supplies into his bag. However, he quickly realized that his movements had become unusually sluggish. The excessive load had brought him close to his weight limit. He shook his head with a helpless smile and could only shuffle step by step toward the cave. Looks like I'll have to invest some points into weight capacity in the future, Lin Mo thought to himself. Otherwise, I won't be able to carry much gear, and being unable to move properly would be utterly embarrassing. But that was a problem for another time. For now, he had to make do with the current situation. Once back at the small cabin in the ruins, he immediately organized the supplies and stored them in the cabinets, which instantly lightened his load. Checking the grinder, he found that all 400 tranquilizers had been successfully crafted. Overjoyed, Lin Mo quickly retrieved 200 arrows and began synthesizing tranquilizer arrows. During this process, he noticed his crafting speed was astonishing. Normally, a typical craftsman would need to use a chip to scan a technological blueprint and then mentally deconstruct the blueprint's information step by step to produce the item. Even a skilled craftsman would take 40 seconds to craft a single tranquilizer arrow. Lin Mo, however, could finish one in less than 2 seconds, practically instant. This advantage was particularly noticeable when crafting small items. Even more impressive was the fact that the process barely consumed any of his mental energy. In comparison, other craftsmen would experience greater mental strain the higher the item's level, the larger its size, or the more complex its structure. For instance, when the caravan was attacked by bandits earlier, the craftsman who built the defensive outpost nearly collapsed afterward and had been bedridden ever since. It would take him at least 7 or 8 days to recover. It seems the chip not only enhanced my crafting speed but also significantly boosted my mental endurance, Lin Mo mused. And combined with my ability to instantly place structures, I could theoretically create miracles if I used these abilities strategically. Lin Mo once again employed his signature tactic, just as he had against the redrobed stranger. In the most perilous moment for the Banlong, he swiftly summoned a wooden wall, cutting off its final escape route. This ability to instantly construct massive structures was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. During the brief respite while crafting tranquilizer arrows, Lin Mo set up a workstation and a forge inside his wooden shelter. Though the temporary camp was small and felt cramped after adding these facilities, it was sufficient for the time being. He also fashioned a simple wooden bed using animal hides and straw. While primarily intended for rest, the bed theoretically had the ability to revive him. However, the blueprint didn't confirm this function explicitly, and Lin Mo dared not test it after all. If he were to die and couldn't be revived, the consequences would be dire. Next, he used the workstation and iron ingots to repair all his equipment. The cost of repairing basic gray or green grade gear was minimal. For instance, a nearly broken iron crossbow only required 2 iron ingots. However, higher quality gear was much more expensive. A slightly better grade iron crossbow consumed 18 iron ingots to repair, while his gold-tier pistol, with just 14 durability lost, demanded a staggering 120 iron ingots. The higher the gear's quality, the more exorbitant the repair costs. Once the tranquilizer arrows were ready, Lin Mo armed himself with 4 iron crossbows, 100 tranquilizer arrows, and other essential supplies before heading back to the Colosseum. Thanks to the redrobed stranger's earlier shotgun attack, the Banlong's torpor level was still significantly high. Combined with Lin Mo's ranged attack bonuses and the double damage boost provided by his artifact, these 200 tranquilizer arrows would have the effect of 2,000 in the hands of an average person. Upon entering the Colosseum, Lin Mo glanced at the tightly shut gates and pondered his next move. Once the Banlong was tamed, he needed to find a way to break through the gate. Otherwise, there was no way to escort it out. If only he had managed to secure a cryo chamber earlier, it would have been so much easier to transport the creature. Clearly, he needed to find opportunities to eliminate a few more of those strange individuals and seize their cryo chambers. Activating the night vision function on his tech helmet, Lin Mo could clearly see the Banlong inside the cave, licking its claws and occasionally shaking its Yada telltale sign of high torpor. From a distance, Lin Mo loosed an arrow, hitting the Banlong squarely on the head. Enraged, the creature charged out of the cave but failed to locate its attacker. After scanning the area in confusion, it turned to retreat, only to receive another arrow, this time to its rear. This cat-and-mouse game continued for 2 hours as Lin Mo fired arrow after arrow, a total of 179 tranquilizers. When the 180th arrow struck, the Banlong began to falter. Instead of continuing its search for the assailant, it turned and fled back into the cave. Overjoyed, Lin Mo quickly replenished his stock with 30 more arrows and pursued it into the depths. Inside the cramped stone chamber, the Banlong had lost all will to fight, focused solely on avoiding the relentless barrage of arrows. Finally, when the 220th arrow hit its mark, the ancient beast let out a mournful cry and collapsed heavily to the ground. Overcome with excitement, Lin Mo approached the fallen Banlong and ran his hand over its rugged, rock-like scales, worn smooth by the passage of countless years. This natural armor was a testament to the creature's enduring existence through the ages. Lin Mo stood beside the Banlong, carefully observing the massive creature. He finally understood why his previous attacks had been so ineffective. The Banlong's natural hide provided incredible defense. If it had a high-quality defensive saddle on top of that, this thing would be practically invincible, he thought to himself. Opening the inventory, he found it as empty as ever, no different from any other wild dinosaur. Lin Mo quickly retrieved all the mutton he had from his backpack and placed it inside, along with 2 pieces of preserving salt. This specialty from the scorched earth ark was a miracle for food preservation, extending shelf life by 10 times. When combined with the preserving salt, the duration increased tenfold again. The only drawback was that the salt itself degraded over time and would be completely consumed in about 10 days. After securing the supplies, Lin Mo finally had the chance to examine Banlong's stats in detail. When the data appeared, he couldn't help but gasp. Health, 86,000. Attack, 620. Speed, 90. Level, 360. This health is several times higher than that of a top-tier Tyrannosaurus rex. Lin Mo exclaimed in shock. Among wild creatures, probably only the Giganotosaurus could rival it. Even more astonishing was its torpor level, a staggering 2 million. Lin Mo felt a wave of relief at his earlier strategy. Having the strange creature exhaust it first, then relying on the power of his artifact to shoot hundreds of arrows to subdue it. If he had tried to take it hidden, he would have been dragon food by now. Calculating the rate at which its torpor decreased 500 points per second, it would drop 1.8 million in an hour. That left him with plenty of time to complete the taming process. Lin Mo patted Banlong's head lightly and joked, having such a high torpor isn't always a good thing. Looks like you'll be out cold for quite a while. By this point, Banlong had started eating. With just 1 piece of mutton, the taming progress instantly jumped by 10. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. 12 pieces of mutton would be more than enough to achieve a near-perfect taming. For a super Banlong of this caliber, every one of perfect taming progress translated to a significant boost in its stats. Just then, the chip notification sounded. Midnight has passed. All buffs from the hunter's artifact have expired. Cooldown, 30 days. Leaning against a stone wall, Lin Mo glanced at the slumbering Banlong, but his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. I need to get Alien and the artifact to the Redwood tribe. Without the buffs, the artifact is useless to me for now, and it's part of the caravan goods entrusted to me by Yun Xiao. I need to honor that promise. After careful consideration, Lin Mo decided not to take the artifact with him for the time being. He was fully aware that if news of him taking the artifact were to spread, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Pantheon. Rather than taking such a risk, he concluded it was better to let the capable Red Sequoia tribe continue safeguarding it. After all, the Pantheon had only stationed a task force in this world. While they had the advantage of advanced technology, their limited numbers made it unlikely for them to act recklessly. This decision brought Lin Mo a sense of relief. By keeping his true strength hidden and fabricating a plausible cover story, he could temporarily avoid drawing the Pantheon's focus. Though a direct confrontation with the Pantheon was inevitable in the future, every day he could gain now was a valuable opportunity for growth. His power would only continue to increase with time. After leaving the Red Sequoia tribe, Lin Mo had already charted his next course of action. He needed to venture into dangerous regions and begin assembling his own dinosaur army. According to his vision, the core lineup of this army would consist of 5 elite species: the Giganotosaurus, Tyrannosaurus rex, Utaranus, Spinosaurus, and Allosaurus. This formidable force would prioritize quality over quantity, with each dinosaur being an exceptional high-grade specimen. Lin Mo was keenly aware of the terrifying strength of top-tier high-level dinosaurs. Their combat capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary species. Combined with his unique ability to enhance their attributes, every fully matured dinosaur in his army could take on 10 opponents at once. This overwhelming advantage was precisely what he needed. However, the Giganotosaurus and Utaranus were exceedingly rare, found only in specific mountainous regions and frigid climates. Capturing them would require meticulous planning and thorough preparation before making a move, even if their tracks were discovered. On the other hand, plans to tame the Tyrannosaurus rex, Spinosaurus, and Allosaurus could begin immediately. With the assistance of his Banlong and Frenzy bite guards, the risks associated with entering the mountainous areas had been significantly reduced. The primary objective of heading to the Redwoods tribe was to obtain a dinosaur saddle, preferably a Banlong saddle. Lin Mo knew all too well that only by personally riding a dinosaur could he unlock its full potential. This was because tamed dinosaurs gained attribute-enhancing buffs when ridden by their owners. While this ability was something all humans possessed, it didn't make much of a difference with ordinary mounts. However, once Lin Mo mounted his high-attribute dinosaur, the boost would be extraordinary. Exhausted, Lin Mo leaned against the cave wall and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Suddenly, a wet sensation startled him. A Wakea menacing face loomed before him, its golden eyes gleaming with an intimidating light. It was the Banlong, and it had awakened. Instinctively, Lin Mo leaped to his feet and backed away, but the Banlong quickly closed the distance. It seemed even faster than before. Just as Lin Mo prepared to raise his iron spear in defense, the Banlong abruptly stopped in front of him, displaying an unusual docility. Looking closer, Lin Mo noticed a green marker floating above the Banlong's head. He let out a sigh of relief. A smile spreading across his face was tamed. Without hesitation, he whistled, signaling the Banlong to stay put, and quickly concealed the marker. This was his usual cautious approach. Hiding the marker would prevent others from viewing the dinosaur's level, unless they managed to knock it unconscious or kill it to scan its data chip at close range. Opening the Banlong's attribute panel, Lin Mo couldn't help but gasp. Level, 450. Health, 100,000. Attack, 1,000. Speed, 100. Thanks to the use of mutton during the taming process, the taming completion was nearly perfect, causing its initial level to skyrocket from 360 to 450. Every attribute had received a significant boost, even its weakest stat, speed, which had increased by 10. 100,000 health points and 1,000% attack boost. This kind of power might even rival a Giganotosaurus. Lin Mo muttered excitedly to himself. He understood well that attack power was calculated based on a creature's base attack. Even if a Hypsilophodon were given a 1,000 attack boost, it wouldn't compare to an average Tyrannosaurus rex because of its low base attack. But this ancient Banlong already possessed an exceptionally high base attack, and with a tenfold increase, its power was beyond imagination. The only downside was the lack of enemies nearby to test its strength. However, a level 450 creature meant that leveling up further would be exceedingly difficult, even with the ability to double experience points. Gazing at the Banlong's imposing figure and its fierce, predatory eyes, Lin Mo clapped his hands and declared, "They'll call you Deathbringer. Let's hope you live up to the name and become an unstoppable force." Just as Lin Mo was about to place some food supplies into the Banlong's inventory, he was stunned to discover 2 blue items already inside 2 cryogenic pods, the very ones those strange individuals had used. What an unexpected surprise! Lin Mo stood amidst the ruins of the Colosseum, staring in disbelief at the two intact cryochambers in his hands. Under the fierce onslaught of the Banlong, almost all of the strange men's equipment had been destroyed. The survival of these two cryochambers was nothing short of a miracle. Amazing! These are divine artifacts. Lin Mo burst into laughter and eagerly activated one of the cryochambers. He pressed a button, aiming the chamber at the Banlong. Instantly, a strange blue light shot out, resembling an invisible net that quickly enveloped the massive creature. In a flash, the Banlong's figure vanished, sealed within the cryochamber's space and put into a dormant state. Lin Mo carefully inspected the functions of the cryochamber. To release the Banlong, all he needed to do was press the button and throw the chamber onto the ground. However, this artifact came with limitations. It couldn't release a second dinosaur consecutively within a short period. If attempted, the second dinosaur would fall into a deep sleep. A cooldown period was necessary before it could be used again. He tossed the cryochamber in his hand a few times with a smug grin, calculating his gains for the day. Not only had he successfully taken down two strange men and acquired critical intel about the Pantheon, but he had also secured a haul of high-quality gear, including a tech helmet and these two precious cryochambers. The most thrilling part was that the Pantheon remained completely in the dark about all of this. Based on the information revealed by the strange men, their contact with the bandits was infrequent, indicating that the Pantheon's special expedition camp was quite far from this location. While they had sent people to retrieve the artifacts, it was unlikely they could return anytime soon. This meant tonight was absolutely safe, but the future was uncertain. Lin Mo quickly packed up his equipment and cautiously left the Colosseum. Along the way, he meticulously erased all traces of the battle. For scenes that couldn't be cleaned up, he directly destroyed them to ensure no evidence could be traced back to him. Back at his small cabin, he immediately began organizing his gear. He kept all critical items on him, leaving only some resources and basic iron armor and crossbows in the cabin. This way, even if the cabin was discovered and looted, no vital equipment would be lost. In his eyes, resources could be sacrificed, but his equipment could never fall into enemy hands. After handling his affairs, Lin Mo returned to the bandit cave and began setting it up meticulously. He placed several storage crates around the entrance, both to conceal it and to make it appear natural. To enhance the realism, he scattered a few resources inside the crates and used an iron axe to leave attack marks on the wooden surfaces, reducing their durability. With this arrangement, even if the Pantheon sent someone to investigate, they would likely conclude that the bandits had rebelled and ambushed their people, never suspecting Lin Mo. Other battle sites required no such disguise, as the traces of a fierce fight were already evident. After finishing the setup, Lin Mo rested peacefully in the cave. At dawn, he woke Lin, and the two set off on their journey to the Redwoods tribe. As the morning sun rose, Lin Mo had Lin ride the camel-footed creature, while he lay on the back of a bull dragon. Riding the dragon without a saddle was incredibly uncomfortable. Its constant jostling made it difficult to stay balanced, and prolonged riding was exhausting. To solve this problem, Lin Mo seized an opportunity when they encountered a few Paraceratherium along the way. He signaled Lin to rest nearby, then quickly subdued a level 5 Paraceratherium using tranquilizer arrows. With his skilled taming techniques, he made quick work of taming the creature and even crafted a Paraceratherium saddle on the spot using available materials. Lin was astonished by how swiftly Lin Mo tamed the wild dinosaur. However, when Lin Mo explained that this was a backup mount he had prepared in advance, she believed him immediately. After all, in the mercenary world, it was common practice to preposition resources. Coming from a prominent family, Lin was well-versed in such strategies, making it easier for her to accept his explanation. The newly tamed Paraceratherium was affectionately named Emerald by Lin. With the bull dragon's menacing presence, even ferocious Dilophosaurus kept their distance, allowing the pair to travel swiftly. Thanks to her experience frequently accompanying her clan on inspections, Lin easily adapted to the fast-paced journey. Lin Mo's urgency to press forward stemmed from his desire to distance himself from the mine area as quickly as possible. He was well aware that the Pantheon would send people to inspect the battle site, and with their fleet-foot pterosaurs, they could easily track him down if he didn't move fast enough. Meanwhile, outside the swamp mine, a massive Quetzalcoatlus, resembling an airborne carrier, hovered high in the sky. On the enormous platform's saddle on its back, a figure in a purple robe stood at the front, commanding the beast. For pterosaurs were neatly stationed along the platform's sides, their riders poised and ready. At the robed figure's signal, two riders swiftly sprang into action, diving toward the ground on their pterosaurs. This tactical configuration was near perfect, maintaining the pterosaur's peak condition while allowing for rapid deployment of combat units when needed. The two pterosaur riders landed and were immediately on high alert upon seeing the bloodstains and wreckage scattered across the area. Drawing their automatic rifles, they cautiously began investigating the cave. Moments later, they quickly returned to the platform to report their findings. Vice Captain, no sign of anyone. A member of the scouting team rushed to report to the man in the purple robe. The man in the purple robe frowned deeply, his voice carrying a chilling edge. What do you mean? Explain in detail. The bandits have all vanished, and so have Leader Ander and his entourage, the scout continued. The cave is littered with signs of a fierce battle, scars of combat everywhere. Damn Ander! The purple-robed man growled through gritted teeth. I knew I shouldn't have entrusted such an important mission retrieving the artifact to him. Now we must find someone alive to figure out what happened. What about the artifact? We searched every corner, but there's no trace of it, the scout replied grimly. What's worse, all the storage chests have been completely looted. The purple-robed man let out a cold snort. If Ander's dead, then so be it. That arrogant fool stopped being one of us long ago. The priority now is to locate the artifact. Vice Captain. Another scout chimed in. There's still a strong smell of gunpowder lingering in the air. The battle likely took place just a few hours ago. If there are any survivors, they can't have gone far. The purple-robed man fell into thought. You said the supplies were looted? That means someone must have taken advantage of the chaos and they're still alive. The artifact was being transported from the Shilin mines to the Redwood tribe. If it's fallen into the hands of someone capable of wiping out both the bandits and Ander, they'll either keep it for themselves or continue delivering it to the Redwoods. He issued a decisive order. The four of you, fly in different directions and search the wilderness within a 50-mile radius. Investigate anyone you come across. If they resist, kill them. Understood, Vice Captain. The four riders immediately mounted their pterodactyls and shot off in different directions like arrows from a bow. The Pantheon had always excelled at concealing its power, manipulating others as pawns. But at this moment, the man in the purple robe could no longer afford to be cautious. The lives of a few mortals meant nothing. As long as their true identity remained hidden, these killings would simply be dismissed as ordinary acts of banditry. While his subordinates dispersed to search, the purple-robed man mounted his winddrake and sped toward the direction of the Redwood tribe. Lin Mo urged his horse forward, galloping swiftly across the wild plains. Deshang clung securely to his shoulder, keeping a vigilant eye on the rear. The sky was already tinged with the colors of dusk, and after more than 2 hours of hard riding, they had covered over 50 kilometers. To avoid drawing attention, they had chosen secluded paths for their journey. While these routes were slower, they offered better concealment. After passing through the area where they had earlier encountered a bandit ambush, the landscape opened up to a vast, endless grassland. Here, there were no trees to provide cover, and the view stretched far and wide. However, this also worked to their advantage. Any aerial assault from the enemy would be visible from a distance, giving them the upper hand, as it would be much harder for their pursuers to locate them on the ground. Brother Long, I'm feeling a bit tired. Can we stop and rest for a while? Alien finally spoke up. The hours of relentless travel had clearly taken a toll on the young lady from a wealthy family. Yet, her determination impressed Lin Mo, hadn't uttered a single complaint. Hang in there a little longer. There's a forested area up ahead where we can stop and rest. It's safer there, Lin Mo reassured her. Alien simply nodded silently and pushed herself to keep going. Suddenly, Deshang leapt up and let out an urgent cry, pointing towards the sky behind them. Lin Mo quickly turned to look and spotted a distinct black. On the horizon it was a function pterosaur, carrying a rider. This could only mean one thing. Someone from the Pantheon was after them. So, they finally caught up, Lin Mo thought grimly. But they might not know that I'm their target yet. He knew the enemy's capabilities well. Only known combat would be manageable, but a group attack would spell trouble. With the unpredictable alien by his side, there was a high risk of collateral damage, even if he were to unleash his trump cards like the frenzied Fong or the mighty Banlong. Quickly formulating a plan, Lin Mo decided to halt their progress and set up camp. He efficiently prepared a fire, laid out sleeping bags, and arranged 3 horses to form a semi-enclosed barrier, an effective defensive formation he had learned from the Red Wing caravan guards. The fire was lit, meat placed on a makeshift grill, and extra charcoal added to the flames. Someone strange might show up soon, Lin Mo casually explained to Alien. He's the leader of the mercenaries in this area. Those bandits we encountered were originally his targets, and I might have stolen his thunder. If he finds out the truth, he might get upset. Well, just act out a little scene to fool him. He deliberately used a light-hearted tone to ease her nerves, ensuring she wouldn't betray any unease. Sure enough, Alien smiled and replied, I see. Don't worry, Brother Long, I understand. She then calmly went about tending to the horses. Before long, the function pterosaur spotted them and began circling overhead at a height of about 20 meters, surveying the scene. Lin Mo immediately assumed a defensive stance, gripping his iron spear and positioning Alien behind him. At the same time, he ordered Frenzied Fong to stay on high alert. A man in a purple robe descended from the function pterosaur, ignoring Lin Mo's weapon as he approached. Stop right there. Lin Mo barked sharply. I'm a hired guard of the Scimitar Mercenary Corps, tasked with protecting this young lady. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed to come closer, or you'll be making an enemy of the entire guild. His words painted a vivid picture of a dutiful mercenary. The man in the purple robe scrutinized them both, his tone calm but tinged with suspicion. No need to be so tense. I'm a merchant from the northern tribes, heading to the Red Pine settlement. Can you point me in the right direction? Lin Mo remained wary and gestured vaguely. Follow that river, it's about a day and a half on foot, or half a day if you're flying. Where are you two coming from, and where are you headed? The purple-robed man asked suddenly. That's none of your business, Lin Mo retorted, feigning defiance. The man smirked coldly and raised an automatic rifle. I asked politely. Don't test my patience. Shielding alien, Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before reluctantly replying. We were from the Green Shade settlement, heading to the Clover settlement. This young lady is visiting relatives. He was already prepared for a fight if the man turned hostile. Frenzied Fong would launch a surprise attack to prevent him from activating his tech armor, followed by a lethal strike from Banlong. To Lin Mo's surprise, the man simply responded, Oh, so you're heading toward the marshlands? Yes, but we've heard rumors of bandits in that area. So we plan to take a detour and move quickly, Lin Mo said, deliberately mentioning the marshlands to mislead him. His words had the desired effect. The man's suspicions eased. After all, if they were truly connected to the Pantheon, they would have avoided mentioning the marshlands or the bandits. Instead, Lin Mo's candidness only made their story more convincing. The peculiar man scrutinized Alien carefully. She wore an elegant gown that only the wealthy could afford, her skin fair and delicate, clearly not the attire or appearance of a warrior. This only solidified his belief about her identity. Still, he wanted to probe Lin Mo further. Normally, he would resort to force, intimidating his target and extracting answers with brute strength. It was quicker and more satisfying. But this time, he restrained himself, compelled by the circumstances. That mysterious individual had killed two of his companions in one fell swoop, one of whom had been clad in full tech armor. Such power was enough to send chills down his spine. Though the exact method remained unclear, the opponent's combat prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary. Heh, I know how troublesome those bandits can be. You mean to say you managed to escort this young lady through their territory alone? The man asked, testing him. Lin Mo saw through the man's intentions but remained unfazed. I may not be the best in the guild, but I've earned my reputation. My bull drake is level 50, it's more than enough to handle common bandits. Plus, my crossbow is top-notch. As he spoke, Lin Mo gestured toward a seagull prowling for food in the distance. See that over there? These little creatures are fragile, one shot is all it takes. But they're quick and hard to hit. Before he had even finished speaking, Lin Mo swiftly raised his iron crossbow and fired a bolt with barely any aim. With a sharp crack, the seagull fell to the ground, lifeless, without even a chance to cry out. The man in the purple robe raised an eyebrow at the display. Such marksmanship was indeed remarkable, enough to command respect. No wonder Lin Mo dared to take on solo missions. He thought to himself, the true culprit wouldn't flaunt their skills so openly before me. This man, being so forthright and even attempting to intimidate me with his abilities, is clearly not the one I'm looking for. As he regarded the young man before him, the purple-robed man felt a growing admiration. This individual was not only skilled but also seasoned from years of experience in the mercenary guild. Even more impressive was his unwavering courage in the face of danger, as well as his loyalty in protecting his charge. With Anderl dead, there were now 2 vacant spots that needed to be filled. Recruitment for the Pantheon had always been rigorous, typically sourcing only from tribes within the Aberration Arkansas. This was the safest approach. However, when the strike teams operated in other Ark worlds, any losses sustained meant they couldn't rely on reinforcements from their home base. This often forced them to seek suitable replacements locally. The criteria for recruitment were strict. First, the recruit couldn't belong to a tribe, as their ties to their homeland might conflict with loyalty to the Pantheon. Second, they had to possess formidable strength. Third, they needed to demonstrate unwavering loyalty. Lin Mo happened to meet all these requirements. More importantly, recruiting him wouldn't just bolster the team, it could also provide the purple-robed man with a reliable subordinate. What's your name, kid? The man asked, probing further. Lin Mo, ever vigilant, remained calm and composed. I go by Bai Ying. Bai Ying? A fine name, the man remarked as he strode toward the campfire. Opening his inventory, he noted over 50 pieces of charcoal inside. These were the remnants of burned wood, essential for crafting gunpowder. Lin Mo carried charcoal regularly to avoid the hassle of making it on the spot. Earlier, he had even added some to the fire, just in case. Surveying the charcoal, along with the surrounding sleeping bags, torches, and spike walls, the purple-robed man calculated. Based on the timeline, they must have camped here last night. There's no way they could be the culprits. This realization put his mind at ease. He turned and headed toward his Quetzalcoatlus, climbing onto the platform and settling into the pilot's seat. The man in the purple robe gazed at Lin Mo with an approving tone. White Shadow, huh? Not bad, kid. Solid skills, loyal and reliable, well-placed defensive formations, and you can even tame a bull dragon. That's some impressive talent. As he spoke, he casually tossed an item. Lin Mo swiftly caught it, feeling its weight in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a green quality bull dragon saddle. This unexpected gift left him momentarily puzzled. The man in the purple robe continued, "This is for you. In a few days, I might send someone to your guild to hire you for a big job." Lin Mo immediately assumed the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, clasping his hands together in a respectful gesture. "Always at your service." The man in the purple robe said no more, leaping onto his wyvern and vanishing into the sky in an instant. Once the man was gone, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief, secretly thankful. He had been worried about his identity being exposed, but not only did he manage to bluff his way through, he also unexpectedly received a green quality bull dragon saddle. Upon inspecting its attributes, he found it offered a 25 damage reduction. While it wasn't a massive upgrade from the gray quality version, it was still a pleasant surprise. Alien patted her chest and laughed. "Brother Long, you're amazing. Not only did you fool that guy, but you also got a saddle out of it." He seemed pretty reasonable too, not like some savage brute. Lin Mo shook his head, his expression turning serious. He cautioned, "Miss Alien, remember this. The truly dangerous people are the ones who pretend to be kind. They lower your guard before they strike. Those who openly show their wickedness are less of a threat. As long as you're strong enough, you can deal with them. But the ones who disguise themselves as good people, those are the ones you really need to watch out for. They earn your trust and then strike when you're least expecting it." Alien nodded thoughtfully. "You're right, Brother Long. My dad always says, it's not the strength of your opponent you should fear, but the lack of brains in your teammates. I guess it's the same idea. If the opponent is clever, that's even scarier." Lin Mo chuckled. "You could say that. But honestly, I think a clueless teammate might be worse than a strong opponent." Haha. Although it was still unclear what tricks this guy was playing, time was running out. They had to retreat immediately. Lin Mo quickly scanned his surroundings. A dense forest not far ahead would provide excellent cover. If they could make it there, the trackers would have a hard time following their trail. Just as he was about to saddle Feng Yao, Dashing suddenly leapt onto the back of the bull dragon, urgently pointing at the saddle and chattering incessantly. Lin Mo frowned and immediately established a mental connection with it. His expression turned serious as he carefully inspected the saddle. Finally, he discovered a small, hidden device on the underside, faintly blinking with a red light. After running a chip scan, Lin Mo's face darkened. It was a tracking device. As long as the device remained intact and undisturbed, their pursuers could monitor their precise location and direction at any time. "So that's it," Lin Mo sneered. "No wonder he was so generous in giving us a saddle. That cunning scoundrel wants to use our route to verify the truth. If we head toward the swamp, it proves I wasn't lying. Otherwise, it means I was bluffing." Alien, recognizing the device, exclaimed, "Brother Long, I finally understand your earlier warnings. The kinder an outsider is to us, the more we need to be on guard. So, what should we do now? Should we double back to mislead them?" Lin Mo gazed at the cloudless sky, a confident smile curling at his lips. "No, we press on, and we'll move as fast as we can." Seeing Alien's puzzled expression, Lin Mo handed the device to Dashing and gave detailed instructions. "You'll ride to Wazoo and take this device toward the swamp. Stick to hidden paths as much as possible. Once you're near the swamp, linger for a bit, then ditch the device somewhere inconspicuous and immediately head to the canyon to meet us. If you encounter enemies along the way, drop the device and hide." Dashing took the device and hopped onto Tuazoo's head. Its small size made it unstable on the saddle, but this spot suited it better. With the device in hand, it sped off toward the swamp, disappearing from sight in no time. After thoroughly inspecting the saddle to ensure no other anomalies, Lin Mo finally secured it onto the bull dragon. With the saddle in place, the riding experience was completely transformed. The nearly 2-meter-tall bull dragon exuded an intimidating presence that could easily deter most adversaries. The two set off at full speed, heading straight for the canyon. The decision to rendezvous there was carefully calculated. First, the canyon's complex terrain made it an ideal hiding spot. Second, it was the furthest point Dashing and Tuazoo were familiar with. Beyond that, they would need Alien to guide them. The story's final scene shifts to the summit of a crystal-rich mountain, where several stegosauruses were fiercely battling Argentinian giant eagles, defending their nests. In the heat of the battle, a massive figure silently appeared behind the stegosaurus and the giant eagle. By the time they noticed the enormous shadow looming over them, it was already too late for fear to spread. A colossal dinosaur, as tall as a 6-story building, opened its gaping maw. With a powerful bite, it tore its prey to shreds in an instant, sending a rain of blood cascading down. The dinosaur's body was covered in bluish-green skin, and its reddish-brown eyes gleamed with a mix of savagery and cunning. Its blood-stained, menacing face made it all the more terrifying. Just as it finished devouring its prey, a small device glowing red suddenly embedded itself into the creature's skin. The beast jerked its head upward, unleashing an earth-shaking roar that reverberated through the skies. In its line of sight, a Quetzalcoatlus hovered motionlessly high above. Seated on a platform atop the creature was a man in a purple robe. His expression remained calm as he gazed down at the massive dinosaur. In his hands, a rifle that had just launched the tracking device was yet to be holstered. Even the ruler of this land, faced with the high-flying predator, could do nothing but roar futilely before reluctantly retreating. The man in the purple robe watched the dinosaur's retreating figure and sneered coldly. This is the difference between humans and animals. No matter how strong a body nature has bestowed upon you, no matter how exceptional your abilities, even if you can kill a Trex in a single bite, you are powerless in the face of humanity armed with supreme technology. The only thing you need to do is survive long enough to be tamed by us. Before his words had fully faded, for dark silhouettes approached rapidly from different directions. It was his team of pterosaur riders. They landed one by one on the platform, and the deputy leader immediately reported, "We've searched all directions. There's no sign of any suspicious individuals. This area doesn't even show traces of any living humans." The man in the purple robe nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. "That's to be expected. Those bandits have long tarnished the reputation of this area. Except for large caravans, no one dares to travel this route anymore." He let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with disdain. "These foolish bandits are biting the hand that feeds them." He continued his analysis. Even bandits should know how to pick their targets. Under the current rules of the world, they could easily live self-sufficiently off the resources around their camp. But these idiots just don't get it. His fingers tapped against the weapon at his waist. "And now look what's happened. The entire swamp has become notorious, and they've lost any chance of ambushing travelers. What's worse," he said, his brows furrowing, "is that this kind of behavior can easily provoke widespread anger. If the surrounding tribes join forces for revenge, even with the iron weapons provided by the Pantheon, those bandits are doomed." Recalling an earlier argument, a flicker of impatience crossed the man's eyes. "I was against working with those useless scum from the start. I knew they'd create too many enemies and bring trouble our way. People like them have no sense of loyalty and could betray us at any moment." But the captain wouldn't listen, claiming that they were easy to control. He cursed the captain inwardly, thinking of him as a liability. Fortunately, following his advice, the bandits had temporarily ceased their raids to avoid drawing attention and jeopardizing the mission. If the captain hadn't reined them in time, those iron-armed bandits would have probably started targeting even the small nearby tribes, he said with a cold laugh. "Honestly, the world would be better off without scum like them." Turning to his subordinates, he asked, "Have you found anything else?" The four replied in unison, "Nothing." "All right, just report this to the captain when we get back." A sudden spark of excitement lit up his eyes. "I've just located a southern titan beast. Get the tranquilizer guns ready. We're going to tame it." Their Quetzalcoatlus, serving as an airborne mount, carried an inventory full of ammunition. The platform saddle was designed to allow them to safely launch attacks from above, leaving ground-bound dinosaurs unable to retaliate. In the eyes of the man in the purple robe, no matter how ferocious a dinosaur was, it was no match for human ingenuity. The subordinates immediately began preparing their equipment, loading tranquilizer rounds into their single-shot rifles. Their faces were a mixture of exhilaration and apprehension. It was clear this was their first time attempting to tame such a colossal creature. The man handed a tracking device to one of the team members and instructed the four to pilot the Quetzalcoatlus in search of the southern titan beast. Meanwhile, he sat in the back, pulling out another Devisea tracker he had secretly planted on Lin Mo's Carnotaurus saddle. Though the radar interface was simple, showing only movement direction and approximate distance, it was more than enough for someone as experienced as him. "Let's see if you were telling the truth," he muttered, watching the display. The marker remained stationary at first, then began moving steadily toward the outskirts of the swamp, perfectly matching the route Lin Mo had previously described. This wasn't something that could be faked by randomly planting a tracker on any dinosaur. Looks like he wasn't lying. Good. Saves me the trouble of dealing with him later. The man mentally weighed his options. Once this mission was complete, he would consider hiring Lin Mo to test his skills. If Lin Mo proved capable, he would recruit him into his team. As a mercenary, Lin Mo was unlikely to refuse the right price. Of course, the man had no intention of revealing the truth about the Pantheon up front. Instead, he planned to use lies to manipulate Lin Mo into completing tasks. Whether Lin Mo could eventually join the Pantheon would depend on his future performance. Before long, the tracker's signal stopped near the edge of the swamp before disappearing entirely. The man smirked. "Looks like he found my little trick. No matter, it's not needed anymore." He shut off the tracker and shifted his focus to instructing his team on taming the southern titan beast. By sunset, Lin Mo and his group reached the canyon and set up camp in a dense forest at the base of a cliff. With the fierce Madbite guarding them, no wild animals dared to approach. As a result, they didn't light any torches or campfires, opting instead to construct two small temporary wooden huts. Though modest in size, the huts were warm enough with sleeping bags inside, offering better protection than camping out in the open and avoiding the risk of exposure from firelight. After a simple meal of roasted meat, Lin Mo couldn't help but think about Dashing and Tuazu, wondering whether they had completed their tasks. Lin Mo was deep in thought, considering every possible unforeseen situation. He even ran through various scenarios in his mind on how to respond if their plan was exposed by the enemy. Just as his worries were weighing heavily on him, the familiar mental signal from Dasheng suddenly broke into his thoughts. He immediately stood up and walked briskly to the edge of the cliff to look out. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, an exhilarating sight came into view. Tuazu was steadily carrying Dasheng, galloping through the canyon towards him. Seeing his two reliable companions returning safely, Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. He quickly signaled for them to take the detour up the mountain. Although Dasheng couldn't verbally recount the details of the mission, the clarity of its mental transmission was enough to confirm to Lin Mo that the task had been successfully completed. In contrast, Tuazu's mental signals were vague and fragmented, a clear reflection of the difference in intelligence between the two. Once he was certain the mission was accomplished, Lin Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. Well done. Here your reward. Lin Mo retrieved some rare carrots from his storage space and handed them to the two companions. The little creatures immediately began enjoying the treat with delight. The night should have passed peacefully, but in the middle of the night, a group of velociraptors launched a sudden disturbance. Luckily, Feng Yao acted swiftly, killing two velociraptors in quick succession, which sent the rest scattering in panic. It wasn't until the next morning, when Lin Mo noticed the remains of the dinosaurs on the ground, that he learned about the nocturnal skirmish. So, there's a pack of velociraptors in this area, Lin Mo mused to himself. I need to find an opportunity to tame them. Although velociraptors were no longer essential to him given his current strength and wouldn't be much help against the strange enemies he faced, their speed and stealth made them incredibly effective against ordinary foes. Once they got close, an unarmored enemy would stand no chance. Besides, Lin Mo had the ability to enhance the dinosaur's attributes. A high-quality elite dinosaur army is a rare find. If the opportunity arises, I must seize it and tame them, Lin Mo calculated. The key is to target high-level ones. Other attributes can be improved through upgrades. The immediate priority is to establish absolute superiority over the ordinary tribes. Once his strength was solidified, Lin Mo's primary goal would be to return to the Green Shade tribe not only to seek revenge for himself, but also to rescue his master and senior brother from there. This thought burned constantly in his heart. The first rays of dawn filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting a soft light on the forest floor. Lin Mo knew the Pantheon had given up their search. What he didn't realize was that the man in the purple robe didn't care about the fate of the man in red or the whereabouts of the artifact. To the purple-robed man, the loss of a single artifact was inconsequential. There were numerous artifacts, and only specific combinations could unlock the boss dungeon and access technology. As long as the Pantheon controlled the key artifacts, the tribes of the Ark would never gain the power of technology. With this clear logic in mind, the purple-robed man, after confirming that Lin Mo's movements posed no threat, turned his attention to taming the Titanosaur. Though the effort drained him significantly, he knew such a devastating weapon must never fall into the hands of others. Lin Mo and Alien traveled swiftly, finally reaching the borders of the Redwood tribe by midday. From a distance, they spotted a patrol team of raptors, and both breathed a sigh of relief. As the patrol approached, they were about to question Lin Mo's identity, but upon seeing Alien, they immediately saluted and exclaimed, "Miss Alien, you've returned?" This scene made Lin Mo realize that Alien's identity might be far more complex than that of a mere wealthy heiress. Alien smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Is everything all right?" "All is well, Mississippi. The tribe's surroundings are secure. These past few days, trade caravans have been coming and going, and business is thriving. The chief is preparing a feast to reward everyone." However, the patrolman hesitated. "However, what?" "Speak freely," Alien encouraged. "Yes, Mississippi. 2 days ago, the Red Wing tribe visited, but they lost an important item meant for the chief. The chief is furious." Lin Mo's heart sank. He quickly asked, "What about the Red Wing caravan? How is Yun Xiao?" Seeing that Lin Mo was a friend of the young lady, the patrolman replied politely, "The caravan is currently restricted from leaving, and Miss Yun Xiao has been detained by the chief. The chief said that unless her companions return the item, she will be executed at the feast." "What?" Lin Mo's anger flared. In the heat of the moment, while he did have personal motives to use the artifact to upgrade and fight stronger foes, taking it to divert the bandits' attention had been the best course of action. Yet the chief, ignoring the peril of that situation, now intended to execute Yun Xiao? If the intent was to exchange the artifact, why not simply keep her as a hostage? This string of irrational actions filled Lin Mo with rage. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the tribe. Alien hurried after him. Brother Long, don't worry. The chief is a close friend of my father. I'll plead on her behalf. Everything will be fine. Thank you, but Lin Mo replied gratefully, I fear it won't be that simple. He had a nagging feeling that there was more to these strange actions than met the eye. Relying solely on Alien's plea might not be enough. Alien, since you can meet the chief, can you help me get inside? That's easy. Just follow me. No one will dare stop you. No, I mean to appear only when the feast begins, right when they're about to execute Yun Shao. Why wait until then? Alien asked, puzzled. If we go now, the truth might be buried. But appearing publicly will expose the truth, and even if someone tries to interfere, they won't dare do so openly, Lin Mo explained. Ever since being framed by Quang Tai, he had learned to be especially cautious around tribal leaders. To clear his name, he knew he needed to confront them in public, under the scrutiny of witnesses, and not allow them to fabricate lies behind closed doors. Alien nodded repeatedly, showing her understanding. Once inside the tribe, Lin Mo played the role of her bodyguard. In this southern powerhouse of a tribe, riding a trike wasn't uncommon. Each patrol unit had a trike and 5 raptors, and mercenaries in the trade caravans often rode trikes as well. With Alien leading the way, they passed through without issue. The patrols greeted her warmly, and she asked them to keep her return a secret, saying she wanted to surprise the chief. As they moved through the bustling market, Lin Mo truly experienced what it meant to be in a crowded hub. Dozens of trade caravans from all over had gathered here, selling everything from slingshots to stone dinosaur gates. Ascending a slope to the upper district, Lin Mo was struck by its sheer scale. It was comparable to the entirety of the Riverside tribe. The residents here were well-dressed and prosperous. Although outsiders were prohibited from bringing carnivorous dinosaurs into this area, Alien vouched for Lin Mo, explaining that he was her personal guard. The patrols immediately allowed them to pass. The banquet in the central square was already being set up. Dozens of long tables were being laid with fragrant dishes. The two of them found a concealed spot nearby to wait. Alien soon learned that Yun Shao was being held in the dungeon, while the caravan was confined to the patrol's camp. For now, everyone was safe. Lin Mo felt somewhat relieved, resolving to wait patiently for the feast to begin and for Yun Shao to be brought out. Brother Long, if the chieftain truly made a mistake, what do you intend to do? Alien's eyes shimmered with worry. Lin Mo understood her concern. It was the potential escalation into a violent conflict. Speaking calmly, he reassured her, don't worry. I've always believed in reasoning things out. Even if it comes to taking action, as long as they don't cross the line, I won't go to extremes. This was the greatest concession he could offer. Alien knew this well, and immediately expressed her support. I trust your judgment, brother. I'll do everything I can to persuade the chieftain and work toward a peaceful resolution. Lin Mo acknowledged her with a quiet nod, his gaze shifting toward the bustling square. Guests of honor from merchant caravans and prominent figures from various tribes were gradually taking their seats. Moments later, the doors of the council hall creaked open. Amidst the rising applause and cheers, the chieftain appeared, flanked by the elders, and stepped onto the square. On either side of the gathering stood raptor riders, poised and ready, each side accompanied by a formidable bull dragon. The riders watched the crowd with sharp vigilance. The chieftain, a stout man in his 40s with a neatly trimmed mustache, wore a fur coat and carried a warm, amiable smile. At first glance, he seemed approachable, but as the saying goes, appearances can be deceiving. Lin Mo's attention, however, was drawn to one elder walking behind the chieftain. The man's expression was cold, and his gaze sharp as a blade. Beyond this piercing demeanor, there was little else to discern about him. The chieftain raised a hand to quiet the crowd, clearing his throat before addressing them. On behalf of the Red Cedar tribe, I warmly welcome all our esteemed guests. It is through your tireless efforts in trade that we've fostered prosperity and harmony among the tribes. The strength and success of the Red Cedar tribe today would not have been possible without your contributions. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Smiling, the chieftain continued, as a token of our gratitude, I have prepared a small gift for each of you. Please accept it with my heartfelt thanks. Servants began distributing gift boxes to everyone present. When the guests opened their boxes, they were astonished to find lively, adorable little monkeys inside. Their surprise quickly turned to delight, and many began holding and playing with the small creatures, marveling at them. This is incredible. A monkey like this would cost 50 pearls and still be impossible to find. Taming a monkey is no easy feat. They're practically priceless. The chieftain has outdone himself giving one to each of us. This is why I love doing business with the Red Cedar tribe. Absolutely. No other tribe is this generous. The Red Cedar tribe truly is the most powerful in the south. Even if the other tribes joined forces, they couldn't compare. Listening to the guest's praises, the chieftain beamed with pride, and the people of the Red Cedar tribe wore expressions of satisfaction. Sensing the lively atmosphere, the chieftain spoke again at the perfect moment. "There is one more matter I wish to announce." The crowd immediately quieted, their anticipation palpable. The chieftain stood atop the high platform, a faint smirk of disdain tugging at the corners of his mouth. He swept his gaze over the gathered crowd and spoke in a powerful, resonant voice. "Among us, there are those who work tirelessly to help and support our cause. But naturally, there are also those who stoop to thievery and sabotage, undermining the peace we strive for in secret. However, these scoundrels, who sought to exploit the Redwood tribe for their own gain, have been uncovered by the elders and detained for several days. Today, I will show you the true faces of these villains." The crowd erupted into murmurs and whispers. Villains? Could he be talking about the Red Wing caravan? "I heard they came here a few days ago, but I don't know why they were arrested." The Red Wing caravan is well known along the northern and southern borders. 3 years ago, they were ambushed, their leader killed, and they suffered heavy losses. Now the leader's daughter is in charge. She rarely does business in the south anymore. They've always had a solid reputation. It doesn't seem like they'd stoop to underhanded actions. The chieftain, hearing the discussions and realizing the rumors had already spread, decided to address the matter head-on. "Yes, it is indeed the Red Wing caravan. Who would have thought that such a reputable and well-established trading group would resort to betraying their trust? The precious goods entrusted to them for transport from the Shaolin mines were sold at a high price halfway through their journey to some unknown figure, who then vanished without a trace." At these words, the crowd was instantly incensed. Betrayal of trust? That's a violation of the very foundation of a trade caravan. Secretly selling entrusted goods? That's a disgrace to their name. "Chieftain, people like this deserve the harshest punishment to set an example." One of the elders leaned in to whisper something into the chieftain's ear. After listening, the chieftain nodded in agreement before announcing, "Very well. Let us bring them forth so everyone can see these despicable culprits with their own eyes." "Bring them up." Guards marched the caravan members onto the platform, each bound in shackles. Lin Mo observed them closely. Most bore bruises and injuries, evidence of beatings, while a few appeared unscathed, likely those who had chosen to cooperate. However, Lin Mo noticed that Yun Xiao and In Shi were nowhere to be seen among the prisoners. The chieftain pointed at the shackled prisoners and shouted, "Look at these pitiful excuses for humans. Not only did they betray our trust, but they also fabricated lies about being attacked by bandits. Everyone here knows that there haven't been any bandit attacks in the Redwood region recently. To accuse us of poor security is an insult on top of their crimes." The crowd roared with anger. "Execute these frauds who tarnish the name of trade caravans." One of the prisoners, his face covered with wounds, could no longer contain his rage. He bellowed, "We're not lying. We really were attacked by powerful bandits. We had no choice." Before he could finish, a soldier charged forward and struck him brutally with the shaft of a spear. The blows continued until the man fell silent, his voice silenced forever. The clan leader, his face livid with rage, slammed the table forcefully and roared, "You despicable fools! How dare you try to argue back? Do you think your own deputy would falsely accuse you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. A sharply dressed young man walked gracefully onto the platform. Everyone turned their eyes toward him and gasped in surprise. It was In Shi, standing beside the clan leader, and she wore a smug smile. Pointing at In Shi, the clan leader addressed the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is In Shi, the former deputy leader of the Red Wing caravan." He witnessed firsthand all the dealings between the Red Wing caravan and that man called the Dragon Lord. He saw them sell a divine artifact for a mere 500 pearls, all while falsely claiming it was to escape bandits. The clan leader patted In Shi on the shoulder with satisfaction and continued, "In Shi has chosen to turn over a new leaf, a truly commendable decision. I have reached an agreement with him. All the Red Wing caravan's assets will now belong to him. Furthermore, the Red Maple tribe will fully fund the rebuilding of the caravan, with In Shi as its new leader. Do well, I have high hopes for you." And she bowed repeatedly, his face barely able to hide his glee. "Rest assured, clan leader, I, and she, will learn from past mistakes and lead the reborn Red Wing caravan to serve the Red Maple tribe with all my might." And she, though born into a small tribe and a wealthy family, had always been overshadowed by the elite of the Red Maple tribe. This opportunity was nothing short of a godsend. From now on, he would be among the tribe's upper class, no longer subject to disdain. However, as he reveled in his newfound fortune, he failed to notice a pair of eyes burning with fury watching him intently from the shadows. "Bring the main culprit forward," the elder commanded. Moments later, a woman in shackles and coarse clothing was brought onto the platform. It was Yun Xiao. Her face was haggard, her expression full of indignation, and all her belongings had been confiscated. In just 2 days, she had become a shadow of her former self. Yet the crowd could not help but marvel at her stunning beauty. Such a gorgeous woman. And she's the famous leader of the Red Wing Caravan? They murmured. As Yun Shao passed by and she spat at him fiercely. You vile rat. Scum like you deserve to rot in the deepest pits of hell. And she flinched momentarily, but quickly remembered his elevated status. Emboldened, he rebuked her. Watch your mouth. I, and she, am an upright man who speaks only the truth. I couldn't stand by while you used the guise of trade to commit treachery. Fellow merchants, when I discovered her secretly selling goods, I sternly tried to stop her. But when she saw I wouldn't yield, she shamelessly attempted to seduce me. Do you think I, a man of integrity, would stoop so low? I refused her at once and reported everything to the clan leader upon arriving at the Red Maple tribe. I did it to uphold justice and protect the honor of merchants. These words enraged the caravan members, who were about to protest when the guards beat them back with clubs. Yuan Zhao's eyes blazed with fury as she retorted, You despicable, ignorant worm. You're worse than a beast. Our caravan must be cursed to have let trash like you infiltrate us. And she, stung by her scorn, strode closer and lowered his voice. Say what you will. It doesn't matter to me. Why waste your breath on someone who's about to die? If only you'd agreed to marry me yesterday, you wouldn't be in this predicament. You could have been my wife, living a life of luxury. Before he could finish, Yuan Shao suddenly kneed him viciously between the legs. And she doubled over in pain, his face ashen, barely managing to remain standing. Had it not been for the shackles on Yuan Zhao's feet restricting her movement, the blow might have rendered him childless. Disgusting. I'd rather die with my dignity intact than become your wife, Yuan Shao declared, her head held high as she walked toward the judgment platform. The caravan members erupted in cheers. Well done, Captain. Teach that scumbag a lesson. Hey, and she, I curse your descendants to suffer forever. Oh wait, my bad, you won't have any descendants now. The crowd burst into laughter. Even some of the guests chuckled. For them, this farce was just entertainment, and they couldn't help but admire the Red Wing Caravan's spirit. Clearly, they were not the type to grovel for survival. And she, his face twisted with pain, struggled to his feet and tried to maintain his composure. But his feeble attempt only made him look all the more ridiculous. The clan leader watched in Shi's humiliating performance with a deep frown. Internally, he cursed, this fool. Even when given a chance, he's useless. Getting beaten so badly by a woman whose hands and feet are tied, how will he ever command respect? Looks like he'll have to find an opportunity to replace this worthless idiot. And she noticed the clan leader's displeased expression and desperately tried to salvage his reputation. Limping forward, he stopped in front of the tied-up team members and loudly declared with a forced air of authority, Listen up, you're all about to lose your heads. But I'll give you one last chance if you point out Yuan Shao's crimes. He'll plead with the clan leader on your behalf. Before he could finish, a glob of spit landed squarely on his face. Traitor, get lost, someone shouted angrily. And Zai's face twisted with rage. Gritting his teeth, he spat back, Fine. This is on you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he hurried over to the clan leader, anxiously urging, Clan leader, let's not delay any longer, execute them now. He knew very well that someone like Yuan Shao, an exceptional beauty, was rare to come by. But her fiery and unyielding personality made her impossible to tame. If he couldn't have her, he'd rather destroy her than let anyone else claim her. The clan leader impatiently waved his hand. Enough, do it. Start by beheading the woman. He had initially planned to humiliate the caravan members, hoping to break a few of them and make it easier to rebuild the team later. But their unwavering defiance had ruined his plans. What frustrated him even more was that what should have been an extraordinary spectacle had been completely botched by Zai's incompetence. All his efforts to set the stage had been wasted. The executioner dragged Yuan Shao forward, the gleaming blade of the axe aimed at her neck. She trembled slightly, her gaze drifting into the distance as though hoping Lin Mo would arrive in time. Finally, she closed her eyes slowly, resigning herself to her fate. The team members watched her, their tears falling uncontrollably as she faced imminent execution. Some even bowed their heads, unable to bear the cruelty of the scene. Do it. And she sneered, his twisted heart reveling in the moment of sadistic satisfaction. The executioner raised his blade high, ready to strike when suddenly, snap, a sharp sound echoed. He clutched his arm in shock, froze for a moment, and then collapsed stiffly to the ground, motionless. Almost simultaneously, two soldiers let out brief cries before falling in the same manner. What's happening? The chieftain gasped, his face pale with alarm. An ambush, the elder exclaimed, his sharp eyes catching the trajectory of a few small stones flying in from a distance. These seemingly insignificant projectiles had incapacitated the robust soldiers in an instant. The skill of whoever was behind this attack was beyond imagination. Protect the chieftain, the soldiers shouted, forming a human shield around the chieftain and elder. Lock down the entire city. Assemble the guards. Surround the venue. The elder's commanding voice reverberated through the air. More soldiers poured in, sealing off every possible escape route. Who's there? Show yourself, the elder roared. As his voice faded, a steady rhythm of footsteps echoed from a distance. The crowd parted like a wave, revealing a figure clad in iron armor, their face concealed, riding an imposing Biasta Nyolong. It was none other than Lin Mo. The Hongshan tribe claims to be the greatest city in the south, Lin Mo said, his voice resonating with authority. Since when did you lose the ability to distinguish right from wrong? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yuan Shao froze, her expression shifting from shock to joy, and then to worry. You came? Sorry I'm late, Lin Mo said with a faint nod of apology. I was delayed while dealing with the remnants of the bandit forces. I regret that you all had to suffer. Yuan Shao tried to speak but was overcome with emotion, her words caught in her throat. The other team members, upon seeing Lin Mo astride his Nyolong, erupted into cheers. Mr. Long is here. He kept his word. This proves it, someone in the crowd shouted. And she was lying. Chieftain of Hongshan, you've been deceived. Laughter rippled through the crowd, mocking and derisive. And she, panicked by the sudden turn of events, attempted to slip away but was swiftly blocked by the guards. He shrank back, trying desperately to avoid Lin Mo's piercing gaze. Silence, the chieftain barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. He turned his sharp gaze to Lin Mo. You there, rider? Who are you to trespass into the Hongshan tribe and attack us? Lin Mo's eyes locked onto the chieftain, his gaze sharp as a blade, radiating a chilling, unmistakable aura of power. It wasn't a pretense, this was the presence of a true warrior. The chieftain's legs trembled involuntarily under the weight of that gaze. Didn't she not tell you? Lin Mo said coldly. The artifact was entrusted to someone named Long Zhu for safekeeping. You're Long Zhu, the chieftain roared, his voice filled with rage. You colluded with the merchant caravan to steal our treasure and now dare to harm my men to stop an execution? This is treason. Guards, kill him. At the chieftain's command, two Nyolongs charged at Lin Mo from opposite sides. The ground shook with their thunderous steps. But with two deafening bangs, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Lin Mo and his mount remained utterly unmoved. Instead, the charging Nyolongs stumbled backward, their momentum completely halted. The two riders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and fear. It felt as though they had rammed into an immovable fortress. Upon inspection, they found their Nyolongs had sustained minor injuries, while Lin Mo's mount was entirely unscathed. The audience was stunned. Everyone knew the sheer force of a Nyolong's charge enough to send a raptor flying several meters, or even kill weaker creatures outright. Yet Lin Mo's mount had stood firm, as if the attack had been nothing more than a gentle breeze. This was no coincidence. Lin Mo's mount, Fengyao, possessed a health pool several times greater than the combined strength of the two opposing Nyolongs. The higher the health, the greater the resistance to impact and the faster the recovery. For Fengyao, this clash was barely a scratch, with the minor damage healing almost instantly. The two riders hesitated, reluctant to engage further. But under the chieftain's furious orders, they had no choice but to command their Nyolongs to attack again, this time with vicious bites. Yet after several rounds of ferocious assaults, Lin Mo and Fengyao remained completely unscathed. Ever since equipping the Nyolong saddle, Fengyao's resilience had become nearly unmatched, losing less than 10 points of health with each bite. Yuan Shao and the others watched in awe, their jaws practically on the floor. In just 2 days, Mr. Long had not only acquired a Nyolong, but had also grown unimaginably powerful. Yuan Shao's initial worry melted into a mix of astonishment and relief. As the crowd remained frozen in disbelief, Lin Mo suddenly let out a commanding shout. Leaning forward, he extended his arms, grabbing both riders who dared to approach. Effortlessly, he lifted them into the air, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Lin Mo casually lifted 2 riders off their mounts, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. His eyes, sharp as lightning, swept over the members of the Red Fur tribe as he bellowed. Listen up, people of the Red Fur tribe. I'm not here to fight you today. If I wanted to, taking care of you lot would be child's play. I have 2 reasons for coming here. First, to honor my promise and complete the exchange. Second, to demand justice for my caravan. Before his words fully settled, he hurled the 2 riders toward the chieftain with a force that sent them crashing down into a cluster of soldiers, toppling them like dominoes. Take a good look. Fengyao, attack. Lin Mo commanded, his voice ringing with authority. Fengyao, the fierce predator, had been itching for a fight after being provoked by the 2 cumbersome oxtragons earlier. Now, with its master's order, It unleashed a deafening roar. It lunged at the oxtragon on the left, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying precision, tearing the creature in two as if it were paper. The second oxtragon, oblivious to the danger, continued its mechanical assault, an inherent flaw of ordinary trained dinosaurs, which mindlessly follow their last command unless directed otherwise. Feng Yao wasted no time. It clamped its teeth onto half of the second oxtragon, swung its massive body, and flung the two-ton beast toward the raptor-mounted riders. The opposing raptors scrambled to dodge, but the oxtragon's carcass slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact, fracturing the stone surface into a web of cracks. The sheer brutality of the scene left everyone present in stunned silence. The soldiers quickly grasped the reality of the situation. This was no ordinary man they were facing. Lin Mo was a force they could not hope to contend with. Lin Mo's voice thundered again, cutting through the tense air. You've been warned. I've shown you enough mercy. Don't test my patience. If you force my hand, I won't hesitate to raise your entire tribe to the ground. Drop your weapons now. Some of the more timid soldiers immediately obeyed, letting their spears clatter to the ground. But the elite riders, though hesitant to engage, stubbornly refused to disarm. The chieftain, unwilling to be cowed by a lone outsider, spat back with fury. You insolent brat. This is the Red Fur tribe. How dare you barge in and flaunt your arrogance? Snipers, fire. With a sharp gesture, 3 gunshots rang out from the watchtowers above. The bullets struck Lin Mo squarely in the head, sparks flying off his iron helmet. Yet he stood unmoved, as if the shots were no more than harmless pebbles. Before the snipers could line up a second volley, Lin Mo's hand flashed, and fire erupted from his weapon. Rat-a-tat-tat. 3 precise shots rang out. The snipers dropped lifelessly from their perches, each with a fatal wound to the head. I warned you. Lin Mo's voice was ice cold as he raised his automatic rifle, pointing it toward 2 other concealed positions. You two hiding over there, drop your weapons in 5 seconds, or you're next. The crowd looked around in confusion, seeing nothing where Lin Mo had aimed. But the 2 snipers in ghillie suits who were hidden in those spots felt a chill run down their spines. They had been certain their camouflage was flawless, and at this distance, there was no way they could have been spotted. What they didn't know was that Tuazu, Lin Mo's loyal companion, had already scanned the entire area and revealed their locations to him. Clinging to a sliver of hope, the 2 snipers adjusted their aim, targeting Feng Yao's eyes in a desperate attempt to exploit its weakness. Lin Mo, seeing through their gambit, smirked. Time's up. Bang, bang. 2 more shots echoed, and the lifeless bodies of the snipers tumbled from the rooftops, their ghillie suits doing nothing to save them. The crowd finally understood who Lin Mo had been addressing moments ago. I gave you a chance to live, and you chose not to take it. Lin Mo's voice thundered, echoing across the space. He held his firearm firmly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd before him. Drop your weapons within 10 seconds, or face death. The atmosphere froze instantly. Lin Mo knew he had to assert his authority, to establish order among these arrogant criminals. His stance was unyielding, and his eyes radiated an undeniable aura of dominance. Nobody drops their weapons, the elder bellowed suddenly, his voice filled with an unchallengeable command. Anyone who disobeys is a traitor to the Redwoods and will be executed. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, caught in a dilemma. In this tense standoff, Lin Mo pulled the trigger without warning. A deafening gunshot rang out, and the elder collapsed to the ground, a smoking bullet hole in his forehead. The once lofty tribal elder, even in his final moments, could not fathom that Lin Mo would dare to shoot him. You killed the elder, the chieftain stammered, his voice quivering with a mix of shock and rage. Lin Mo's expression remained cold as he fixed his gaze on the chieftain. Yes, I killed him. So what? His tone dripped with disdain. You 2 fools turned a blind eye to a grave injustice. You were ready to massacre innocent traitors and their guards based on the lies of a despicable coward. With your muddled judgment and reckless bloodshed, you dare to stand before me and bark orders? Keeping you alive would only bring more harm to others. He leveled his gun at the chieftain. You're the chieftain? Kneel. Ordi. The chieftain's entire body trembled, his plump cheeks quivering uncontrollably. Fear of death clawed at him, yet the humiliation of kneeling would shatter his dignity. He knew the elders and tribespeople would surely oust him from power if he submitted. His eyes darted to the elder's lifeless body, still faintly warm, silently testifying to Lin Mo's resolve. Lin Mo gave him only a few seconds to decide before raising his gun impatiently. With a loud thud, the chieftain dropped to his knees, the speed of his surrender as though rehearsed countless times before. The entire scene fell into a dead silence. The once arrogant chieftain was now on his knees without hesitation, drawing scornful looks from the guests and residents alike. Yet, they didn't know that the chieftain's choice was one of sheer necessity. The opponent wielded an automatic rifle of tremendous firepower, capable of piercing even the blue-grade iron armor worn by the elders. This armor was renowned for its resiliency, could withstand 5 ordinary crossbow bolts without the helmet being breached, and even endure 3 shots from a single-barrel rifle. But against this weapon, a single shot was enough to shatter a skull instantly. This meant the opponent's weapon was of exceptional quality. Facing such a formidable enemy, one with extraordinary strength, a fearsome mount, and advanced weaponry, launching an all-out assault would result in devastating losses, even if they managed to scrape out a victory. Moreover, the chieftain knew he would be the first target. Weighing the pros and cons, staying alive was the only sensible choice. Lin Mo had anticipated the chieftain's surrender, but hadn't expected him to grovel so quickly after just a few threats. It was even more pathetic than Lin Mo had imagined. In truth, if Lin Mo had tried to attack from outside the settlement, success would have been almost impossible. The settlement's outer defenses were robust, featuring watchtowers, stone walls, and heavy weaponry like mounted ballistae. Even with an automatic rifle, breaching these defenses would have been a challenge. And even if Head managed to infiltrate the settlement, the upper district's fortifications would have been equally impenetrable. However, with aliens' assistance, Lin Mo had effortlessly infiltrated the heart of the square, stripping the enemy of their territorial advantage. It was akin to a game scenario where a super assassin bypasses defensive towers to directly eliminate vulnerable targets. At this moment, apart from the settlement's sturdy defenses, no one could stand against Lin Mo. And even that advantage would soon vanish once he secured a powerful flying mount. In fact, he could already use his cryogenic chamber to deploy a dinosaur and break through, but he preferred not to reveal that trump card too early. With the chieftain on his knees, the soldiers had no choice but to follow suit, dropping their weapons and kneeling in unison. The guests exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how to react. Lin Mo turned to the crowd, clasped his fists, and declared loudly, "This matter has nothing to do with any of you. Since everyone is here, why not bear witness to clearing the merchant caravan's name? Once the truth is revealed, you can resume your business and festivities as usual." Hearing this, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. Even those reluctant to get involved had no choice but to sit quietly under Lin Mo's imposing presence. This was precisely Lin Mo's intention. If someone had falsely accused the merchant caravan and tarnished their reputation, they needed to be vindicated publicly. The banquet, attended by the Red Pine Tribe's elites and representatives of major merchant groups, was the perfect stage to ensure the news would spread quickly. "Release the merchant caravan," Lin Mo commanded. The soldiers hurried to untie the caravan members. The team looked at Lin Mo with gratitude, and Yuan Shao gave him a solemn nod. Her respect for him deepened after narrowly escaping death. "Bring in Shi to me." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a few team members darted into the crowd, dragged Shi out, and threw him heavily to the ground. Zai's face was ashen, and he trembled uncontrollably. Lin Mo motioned for the bull dragon to approach Shi. As its sharp fangs hovered dangerously close, the once arrogant second-generation heir completely broke down. He had seen Lin Mo's ruthless decisiveness in killing and knew that if he refused to cooperate, he'd be torn apart by the bull dragon without hesitation. He'll talk, and she stammered, swallowing hard. I was terrified because the merchant caravan handed their goods to you, and the chieftain was furious. I was afraid of being implicated, so I foolishly accused the caravan of stealing to clear my own name." Without a word, Lin Mo flipped his spear and struck Shi across the face with the iron shaft. Shi howled in pain as he collapsed to the ground, his cheek swollen and bleeding, 2 broken teeth spilling from his mouth. Faced with Lin Mo's interrogation, Shi trembled all over, immediately dropping to his knees and kowtowing repeatedly. His voice quivered as he pleaded, "Mr. Long, I may be timid and cowardly, but I had no intention of harming anyone. I just wanted to save my own life. I'll accept any fine you impose. Just please spare me." Lin Mo cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze at him, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "Tell everyone exactly what happened when the caravan was ambushed, without leaving out a single detail." Under Lin Mo's relentless questioning, Shi dared not hide anything and revealed the entire truth. Lin Mo then raised his gun and pointed it directly at the chieftain, his voice sharp and commanding. "I clearly remember that after those bandits were killed, the caravan collected a large amount of iron loot. Those are solid evidence. Now, where are those items? Did you embezzle them?" The chieftain shuddered at these words, too afraid to speak. He merely gave a slight nod. This small gesture immediately caused an uproar among the crowd, further confirming the caravan's innocence. "Hand over everything." Lin Mo's commanding tone left no room for resistance. Before the chieftain could respond, several soldiers quickly spread the word, and soon they began bringing in piles of iron items. Damaged armor, iron crossbows, iron spears, and even Velociraptor saddles, all spoils of battle. The crowd gathered to inspect the items closely. Many pieces of armor were riddled with cracks and still bore traces of blood, clear evidence of fierce combat. There was no doubt they were spoils of war. It seems the Red Sequoia tribe's chieftain not only believed slander and wronged innocent people, but also embezzled the caravan's property, adding crime upon crime. Lin Mo's words cut through the tension, and the chieftain trembled once more. The guests finally came to a realization and began murmuring among themselves. So the caravan survived 2 bandit attacks and still made it out alive. What an incredible feat. To think we almost blamed the innocent. How could the Red Sequoia tribe handle this so recklessly? This chieftain, only in power for 2 months, truly doesn't live up to his position. The rumors seem to be true. Migration Star replaced the previous corrupt chieftain with him, but it seems this one is no better. Finally, someone scoffed. If you ask me, the position of chieftain needs to be reassigned to someone more capable. Although the merchants harbored grievances about the chief's incompetence, as outsiders, they had no right to interfere in the internal affairs of the Redwood tribe. The position of chief was no trivial matter, yet Lin Mo remained calm, his expression indifferent. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the crowd before finally landing on the chief. Do you have anything to say in defense of the accusations against you? He demanded. The chief trembled with rage at the question. No matter how he responded, the outcome seemed predetermined. This is completely unfair. You ask me to speak, yet you deny me a fair chance. Lin Mo threw his head back in laughter, the sound abruptly cutting off as his gaze turned icy. Fairness? Now you speak of fairness? When the trade caravan was interrogated, they told you the truth. Did you listen? Did you give them a fair chance? The rapid-fire questions rendered the chief speechless. Members of the trade caravan erupted in anger. They never gave us a chance to defend ourselves, one shouted. Exactly. They said if we didn't confess, they'd beat us until we did, another added. And now he wants fairness? What a joke, came another voice. Amid the rising tide of indignation, the chief's face turned ashen. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair, supported by a servant, made his way to Lin Mo. Bowing respectfully, he said, Honored warrior, I am the former Grand Elder of the Council. May I have a word? Lin Mo, noting the elder's composed demeanor, returned the gesture with a nod. Please, elder, speak. If your words are reasonable, I will listen with an open mind. The elder, reassured by Lin Mo's willingness to reason, began. The chief has indeed made mistakes, and you have already shown restraint multiple times. It was that particular elder who kept provoking action, and he paid the price for his own folly. He deftly shifted the blame onto the deceased, a tactic Lin Mo saw through but chose not to expose. The elder continued, while the chief has erred, his actions were driven by a desire to protect valuable goods. It's often hard to discern truth from lies, and who among us is without fault? If blame must be assigned, the true culprit is surely Anshi. The elder's words carried weight, but Anshi, hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. He glared venomously at the elder, cursing silently. Lin Mo hummed lightly in acknowledgement. Elder, you speak wisely. Let me be direct. Anshi betrayed the caravan, and that is for Captain Yuan Shao to deal with. I will not interfere. As for the chief, his inability to distinguish right from wrong and his disregard for human life are grave offenses. Minor faults I can overlook, but when it comes to matters of life and death, they cannot be brushed aside. To let this go unpunished would make it impossible to command respect in the future. The elder nodded repeatedly. Master Long, your judgment is indeed sharp. However, I must remind you of one thing. He lowered his voice. The current chief was appointed by the Starfarers. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He had heard of the mysterious Starfarers from the caravan, knowing they secretly evaluated tribes, forming alliances with the worthy and replacing ineffective leaders when necessary. Through further discussion, Lin Mo learned that the chief 2 terms prior had also been chosen by the Starfarers, who had provided advanced technological blueprints and equipment. The Redwood tribe had prospered under their guidance, but the previous chief proved inadequate and was replaced by the current one. Elder, Lin Mo said, your experience and wisdom are invaluable, and I will surely seek your counsel in the future. However, today's matter cannot be left unresolved. To provide closure for all involved, the chief must face punishment. This statement offered a compromise. The elder, a seasoned negotiator, immediately grasped its implications. The punishment could be symbolic or severe, depending on how it was handled. Facing a warrior as formidable as Lin Mo, it was clear that any attempt at evasion would be disastrous. Though I am retired, the elder replied, my influence remains. State your terms, and if they are within our power, we will not decline. This was a calculated move to protect the chief's life. After all, if the chief were to die, the Redwood tribe's reputation would be in tatters. Any successor would face a dilemma. Avenging the chief would violate the tribe's rules, but failing to do so would undermine their authority. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. He had considered eliminating the chief, but realized it would breed a deep-seated enmity. While he had no fear of the Redwood tribe's retaliation, the Red Wing caravan still needed to trade in the region. Being targeted for ambushes would be disastrous. Weighing the options, he decided to show leniency. Sparing the chief was a simple gesture, and Lin Mo had already taught the tribe a harsh lesson. The caravan's grievances had been redressed, and there was no need to push further. Meanwhile, the Redwood tribe had suffered significant losses, including several elite warriors and high-ranking bull dragons, and had been utterly intimidated by a single man. Their humiliation was evident to all. Now, they had to offer concessions to make peace. Everyone present understood the implications. Lin Mo's name would soon resound far and wide as the Dragon Lord. Very well, since Elder Xian has spoken, I'll give you this courtesy, Lin Mo said cheerfully. He first brought up the matter of compensation. Elder Xian nodded in agreement, signaling him to continue. Lin Mo turned to Yun Xiao and deliberately asked, how much did the caravan lose this time after being captured? Yun Xiao immediately understood. In reality, the total value of the goods was about 300 pearls, and with the spoils from killing the bandits, along with dinosaur hides and meat, the total wouldn't exceed 400 pearls. But considering they had narrowly escaped a wrongful death, she boldly exclaimed, 500 pearls. Lin Mo nodded and addressed Elder Xian. The loss of goods amounts to 500 pearls. But for falsely accusing the entire caravan, there must also be compensation for emotional distress and damage to reputation. Elder Xian nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. The caravan consists of 35 people. Each should receive 100 pearls for emotional compensation, totaling 3,500 pearls. Additionally, each person should receive 100 pearls for personal reputation damage, with an additional 3,000 pearls for the caravan's overall reputation. That brings the total to 10,000 pearls. Not too much, is it? This figure left everyone present utterly stunned. Yun Zhao's jaw dropped in disbelief. Such a sum was enough to purchase 2 top-tier caravans. The members of the Red Wings caravan were so shocked they forgot to celebrate and simply stood frozen in place. To everyone's surprise, Elder Xian agreed without hesitation. No problem, 10,000 pearls. He immediately instructed a servant to prepare the amount from the treasury. Lin Mo was secretly astonished. Clearly, Elder Xian held a significant position in the Redwoods tribe to be able to produce such an enormous sum so effortlessly. In fact, Elder Xian was a senior figure in the tribe, having served through 3 generations. He had co-founded the tribe with the former chieftain and wielded considerable influence within the Council of Elders and the tribe's leadership. From the moment Lin Mo entered, Elder Xian had been silently observing him, impressed by both his strength and intelligence. Not only did he want to resolve the conflict, but he also saw an opportunity to win Lin Mo over. Excellent, Lin Mo said with satisfaction. The material compensation is settled. Now for the second demand. Your chieftain must kneel before the Red Wings caravan in public and apologize sincerely. He cast a meaningful glance at the chieftain, who was already slumped on the ground. And lastly, Lin Mo continued, the items the caravan was escorting, which should have been returned after I diverted the bandits, will now remain in my possession as part of the compensation. At that moment, a cold snort came from above. Bold of you, boy. Aren't you being a bit too greedy? You dare to claim even that? Aside from Lin Mo, everyone looked up in astonishment at the towering redwood trees surrounding them. The plaza was situated midway up the trees, with massive trunks and dense foliage creating a canopy that blocked out the sky. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh and addressed the top of one of the trees. Why hide so laboriously, my 3 friends? If you have something to say, why not come down and discuss it face to face? A silence fell over the treetop. The area at the top of the tree trunk was relatively flat, with branches extending outward like a giant hand, making it an ideal hiding spot. 3 individuals dressed in blue ghillie suits had been stationed there for some time, confident that even a dinosaur wouldn't detect their presence. At this moment, the 3 of them were utterly shocked. They were certain they couldn't have been discovered and assumed Lin Mo was merely bluffing. The crowd in the square followed Lin Mo's gaze, but saw nothing. The dense canopy of leaves and the blinding sunlight perfectly concealed the 3 figures atop the trees, allowing them to observe everything happening below while remaining undetected by those on the ground. Thanks to Tuazu's warning, Lin Mo had been aware of the ambushers from the very beginning. Initially, he assumed they were snipers from the Red Cedar tribe who had taken up advantageous positions. However, since the 3 didn't fire, Lin Mo decided to hold his ground for the moment. It wasn't until they suddenly spoke that their unfamiliar tone betrayed their true identity. If you have any issue with what I, Long, am doing, come down and speak face to face. There's no need to hide up there. Lin Mo called out confidently. Friends from the migrators. The mention of the term migrators sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the 3 figures in the trees were momentarily stunned. They were, in fact, special agents sent by the migrators to monitor the Red Cedar tribe. Stationed in the treetops for 2 months since the new chieftain took office, they had been relying on giant eagles for periodic resupply. Their mission was to ensure that the chieftain, supported by the migrators, maintained firm control over the tribe. Today's feast, the favorable treatment of the caravan, and even the execution of the Red Wing caravan were all orchestrated performances by the chieftain to impress the three agents and demonstrate his competence as a wise and capable leader. However, Lin Mo's sudden appearance disrupted everything. The three agents had refrained from acting immediately, intending to assess Lin Mo's strength and the chieftain's ability to adapt. The results, however, were disappointing. "What do we do now, leader?" one of the agents whispered. The leader furrowed his brow in thought before replying. "We must stop him from removing the chieftain. This is about the migrator's authority." After a pause, he added, "We'll try negotiating first. If he doesn't comply, we'll use force." The high priest made it clear anyone who defies the migrators is our enemy. With that, they loaded their advanced semi-automatic sniper rifles. These were high-tech weapons exclusive to the migrators, requiring electrical technology to function. Their craftsmanship was intricate, and their power and precision far surpassed that of ordinary rifles. Through Tuazu's continuous warnings, Lin Mo could clearly see three red markers quickly spreading out, each taking position atop a different tree and forming an attack formation that could cover the entire square. "Everyone, get inside the buildings immediately," Lin Mo commanded decisively. He then turned to Yun Shao and instructed, "Have the caravan arm themselves and escort and Shi to the Elders' Hall. Alien, you go with them as well. No one comes out without my orders." Yun Shao noticed Alien's presence and felt a fleeting wave of emotion, but promptly carried out Lin Mo's instructions. Lastly, Lin Mo addressed the disarmed soldiers, saying, "The situation is critical. The enemy has already taken up attack positions. I'm authorizing you to rearm and defend every door to protect everyone. This is about the safety of the Red Cedar tribe." Despite having clashed with Lin Mo earlier, the soldiers had witnessed his actions firsthand and recognized him as a fair and reasonable person. In this world that revered strength, his order to protect their fellow tribespeople was both logical and just. Without hesitation, they quickly formed groups to guard the entrances, keeping a vigilant eye on the treetops. The chieftain attempted to sneak away amidst the chaos, but was stopped by Lin Mo's stern rebuke. "Get down on your knees and stay put. Don't even think about moving." From the treetops came a loud declaration, "People of the Red Cedar tribe, listen up. We are the Migrator Task Force, stationed here under orders to safeguard your tribe, not to harm you. This boy surnamed Long is attempting to depose your chieftain, which violates the laws of the Migrators. This cannot be allowed. Anyone interfering with Migrator law will be deemed an enemy. Boy, this is your final warning. Leave with your people and never return." Lin Mo let out a mocking laugh. "Oh, really? Then let me ask you this: why should the Migrators interfere in the affairs of the Red Cedar tribe? And why does the appointment of a chieftain require your approval?" His words left the people of the Red Cedar tribe deep in thought. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end, laced with unmistakable arrogance and disdain, said, "Everything the Red Sequoia tribe has today is because of us. Without the Migrators' help, they would never have developed to this extent." His tone grew even more condescending. "We Migrators are like their second parents. What's so strange about appointing a chief? As the saying goes, a dog raised at home lives and dies at its owner's will. The rise or fall of a chief is for us alone to decide. No one else has the right to interfere." Turning to Lin Mo, he sneered, "And you, a nobody who just arrived here, dare to call for the chief's removal? What qualifications do you have? What have you ever contributed to the tribe?" Such arrogant and self-important remarks caused the faces of the Red Sequoia tribe's people present to darken. Though they had always been aware of the Migrators' covert support, being so blatantly compared to mere watchdogs sparked a wave of suppressed anger in everyone. Lin Mo sharply noticed the man's lack of experience in handling such situations. He seemed to rely solely on the Migrators' name to intimidate others. Lin Mo's expression hardened as he spoke in a stern, commanding voice, "Are you joking? I came here to fulfill my promise." This chief listened to slander, disregarded human lives, and committed heinous crimes. The fact that I haven't taken his life immediately is already a concession to the Migrators. His words rang with conviction. "What I seek is justice. Contributions or no contribution stats are irrelevant to me. I do not interfere in the internal affairs of the Red Sequoia tribe. That is their right, and I fully respect it." This resolute declaration won the approval of those present. The senior members of the Red Sequoia tribe nodded subtly, recognizing Lin Mo as someone both bold and respectful, someone worth forging ties with. The guests, witnessing the entire exchange, grew increasingly dissatisfied with the Migrators' arrogant attitude. They felt that while aiding the tribe's development was commendable, it did not justify demanding perpetual submission. Lin Mo pressed further, "Since you claim to have chosen the chief and to be supervising him, where were you when he falsely accused the caravan and sentenced them to execution? Did you intervene then?" The Migrators were left speechless. This was undeniable proof of their failure in oversight. Attempting to defend themselves, one of them said, "We supervise major events, not trivial matters like the..." "Trivial matters?" Lin Mo interrupted with a furious shout. Over 30 lives are nothing but trivial to you. This exchange completely enraged everyone present. The migrator's arrogance and disregard for human life made it clear that these so-called protectors were merely exploiting the Red Sequoia tribe. Meanwhile, the senior members of the council were whispering among themselves near the elder. However, Lin noticed Yuan Shao watching Lin Mo with admiration, a soft smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Big sister Yun, do you have a crush on Brother Long? Lin teased. What are you saying? Yuan Shao's face immediately turned crimson. He often mentions fulfilling his promise to you. Lin said with a playful grin. Oh really? Of course. A strong, intelligent, and courageous man like him, what girl wouldn't admire him? Do you like him too? Yuan Shao suddenly asked. Alien gently shook her head, a soft smile gracing her face. I already have someone in my heart. Besides, I prefer someone more refined. Someone like Brother Long is out of my league. I've always seen him as an elder brother, and he's been very kind to me. These words dispelled the last trace of doubt in Yuan Shao's heart. He affectionately put his arm around Alien's shoulders, and the two appeared as close as lifelong confidants. At that moment, Lin Mo seized the opportunity and announced in a commanding voice, let me reiterate, everything I've done is for the caravan and for fairness in rewards and punishments. This tribe leader has slandered the caravan and must step down and be punished. You, the Xingja, claim to be the overseers of the tribe and preach about protecting its development. Yet now you're shielding this scum? That's sheer hypocrisy. You have no right to oversee this tribe. His voice grew more resolute. Mark my words, the tribe leader must be removed today and judged according to the Red Cedar tribe's laws. No one can change this decision, not even the Xingja. The moment his words ended, the elders' hall erupted in thunderous cheers, all from the caravan members. Lin Mo's powerful declaration showcased his extraordinary determination. While the guests present were worried about his open defiance of the Xingja, they couldn't help but admire his courage. His speech undoubtedly provoked the three individuals across from him. It was the first time they had encountered someone so bold, someone unafraid of the Xingja's authority and daring enough to openly challenge them. To make matters worse, they had no retort. They were fully aware that, according to the Xingja's own rules, the tribe leader should indeed step down and face punishment. Though their desired outcome was the same, the dispute lay in authority. It had to be the Xingja who made the decision, with no interference from others, including the Red Cedar tribespeople. What they failed to realize was that what Lin Mo despised most was this condescending attitude. Had they approached him with equality, even with a hint of superiority but reasoned discourse, Lin Mo wouldn't have been so uncompromising. But their reliance on the Xingja's reputation to intimidate him had backfired, as they inadvertently provoked a force as unyielding as bedrock. So, you're refusing to back down? You do realize this means you're declaring yourself an enemy of the Xingja? They demanded, their tone thick with threat, though they knew it was a poor choice. Lin Mo responded with a steely expression, I've already conceded. If I hadn't, the tribe leader's head would have rolled long ago. I propose that the Elders' Council remove him, deliberate on his crimes, and then judge him. That's entirely within the rules. The elders agreed. So I don't understand why you're interfering now. What's your agenda? If you had objections, why didn't you speak up earlier? And now you expect me to take the fall? Dream on. If being your enemy is the price, so be it. If you're no better than scum, what's there to fear? This barrage of questions left the three visibly uneasy. Their leader, unable to respond, finally snapped in anger. Fine. If you're so intent on courting death, I'll grant your wish. We've already warned you this is the path you've chosen. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Bullets tore through the air, striking Lin Mo and Yo Long. Lin Mo immediately recognized the sound and foresaw it was a sniper rifle. The attackers had access to advanced electrical technology. With a sharp crack, the repeated gunfire shattered his iron armor. Lin Mo silently marveled at the power of this semi-automatic sniper rifle. He had lost 50 health points, and Frenzy Bite had dropped by 400 points. Though the armor's defense was insufficient, it had absorbed most of the damage. The tribe leader, seeing the battle break out, scrambled away to hide at a safe distance. Tuazu, alert! Mark the targets for me. Lin Mo commanded swiftly, switching to his backup iron armor and raising his assault rifle. Tuozu's lightwave scan pinpointed the enemy positions in his field of vision. Without hesitation, Lin Mo aimed at one of them and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat! The target reacted quickly, ducking behind a tree trunk as Lin Mo's bullets hit the bark, releasing wisps of smoke. You brat! How dare you fight back? This is outright rebellion against the Xingja. One of them shouted. Lin Mo roared back, shut your damn mouth. You've already attacked me. Did you expect me to surrender? My rule is simple. Anyone who dares harm me or my people will pay 1,000-fold. Prepare to die. While suppressing them with rifle fire, Lin Mo retrieved a grappling hook he had crafted at the ruins workshop and attached it to his crossbow. Though the grappling hook lacked offensive capabilities, it could latch onto distant objects for pulling or climbing. A toolhead originally planned to use against the Pantheon, but now it was proving just as useful. With a sharp twang, the grappling hook latched onto the top of a tall tree. Lin Mo used the momentum to leap upward, scaling the tree trunk with remarkable speed. Kill him. Don't let him get close, the leader shouted urgently. He had witnessed Lin Mo's combat prowess against riders and knew the man was lethal in close quarters. Though the three of them were skilled snipers, their melee abilities were far less reliable. If Lin Mo got too close, they were finished. One of them opened fire immediately, landing 2 shots on Lin Mo. Yet Lin Mo seemed unfazed, climbing even faster. As his assailant stared in disbelief, Lin Mo grabbed the rope with one hand while drawing a makeshift pistol with the other, firing twice. The sniper dodged quickly but still took a shot to the shoulder. Ah! He cried out, blood gushing from the wound. His bulletproof armor's durability dropped by a third in an instant, leaving him in shock. Their armor was specially designed to resist firearms, typically reducing the impact of even assault rifle rounds to minor damage. Yet this simple makeshift pistol had dealt such severe damage and left him badly injured. The only explanation was that Lin Mo's firearm was of exceptional quality. Anything less would have been impossible. The leader, upon seeing Lin Mo injure one of his men, immediately prepared to fire back. But Lin Mo was faster, aimed directly at the leader and fired. Bang! The leader reacted swiftly, and the bullet whizzed past the edge of his helmet. This scene left the 3 men stunned. This young man had precisely pinpointed their positions, yet it was unclear how he had been exposed. After emptying his magazine, Lin Mo grabbed a rope and climbed upward at lightning speed. As he neared the treetop hideout, the 3 snipers, though armed, were powerless to stop him. The leader gritted his teeth in frustration. Never before had anyone forced them into such a dire situation. In desperation, the leader clenched his jaw and, ignoring the consequences, hurled a blue crystal toward the square. The moment it hit the ground, the crystal exploded, and a massive gray-black Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared out of thin air. It had a saddle on its back, and its deafening roar shook the earth. In the presence of this colossal beast, all other dinosaurs seemed insignificant. The untrained Velociraptors scattered in terror, some even losing control of their bowels on the spot. The guards either fled into buildings or abandoned their gear and ran for their lives. The mere presence of the T-Rex was enough to instill absolute fear. Only Feng Yao, under Lin Mo's command, continued to circle and evade, avoiding a direct confrontation with the massive creature. However, with a sharp whistle from the leader, the T-Rex suddenly changed direction and charged straight toward the Elder Hall. This move caught Lin Mo off guard. If it were just the villagers, he might have continued climbing. But remembering that his friends, including Yuan Shao, were still inside, he immediately slid back down the rope. These friends who trusted him could not be put at risk. Though the Elder Hall was made of stone, it prioritized aesthetics over defense and stood no chance against the ferocious T-Rex. Inside, the elders and villagers looked pale with fear, while the caravan members gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight to the death. The T-Rex smashed through the roof and was about to bite down when a sharp pain shot through its hind leg. Lin Mo, riding Feng Yao, had delivered a powerful strike, causing the massive creature to stumble. It roared in fury and, following its master's orders for indiscriminate attack, lunged at Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew he couldn't face it hidden. While directing Feng Yao to dodge, he prepared his assault rifle for a ranged attack. Just then, the sound of concentrated sniper fire came from above, and a bullet struck his arm. Lin Mo cried out in pain, dropping his rifle. The battle instantly turned against him. The leader smirked in satisfaction. He had deliberately ordered the attack on the Elder Hall to force Lin Mo to intervene. Once Lin Mo was eliminated, he planned to use the T-Rex to intimidate everyone into submission under the migrators. Though he had no intention of harming anyone initially, the unfolding events had already shattered the Red Sequoia tribe's trust. Damn it! These migrators are despicable. The tribe's people cursed in anger. They claimed to help us, but now they've unleashed a T-Rex to kill us. At that moment, Yuan Shao stepped forward and addressed the Elder Sage. Elder Sage, you've seen the true face of the migrators. To cover up their crimes, they won't hesitate to silence us. This organization will eventually treat you as expendable pawns. Why don't we unite now? Help Mr. Long fight the T-Rex and defend the tribe together. Elder Xian fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed. As the leader of the Council of Elders, he was fully aware of the grave consequences of offending the migrators. But the situation was dire, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. The senior members of the council began to plead with him urgently. Elder Xian, the migrators have already unleashed the tyrant King Dragon to slaughter us indiscriminately. It's clear they intend to wipe us out. We must join forces with Mr. Long immediately to resist them and ensure everyone's survival. Outside, the battle raged on. Lin Mo was locked in a tense standoff with the tyrant King Dragon. He dodged the precision shots from 3 sniper rifles aimed at him from above, while commanding Feng Yao to circle the dragon. Though his assault rifle had been lost, he continued firing relentlessly with his iron crossbow. The 3 attackers above targeted his arms, not causing any serious injuries, but severely compromising his accuracy. So far, the Tyrant King Dragon had only been struck twice, and both hits were to insignificant areas. Not even a trace of blood had appeared on its massive frame, indicating it was still in peak condition. This level 100+ Tyrant King Dragon, equipped with a high-quality saddle, boasted an astonishing level of defense. Lin Mo quickly adjusted his strategy. Drawing his iron spear, he shouted, "Feng Yao, attack with me." They maneuvered to the dragon's rear, and Lin Mo leapt from Fengio's head, landing firmly on the dragon's back. He drove the iron spear deep into its hide, eliciting a deafening roar of pain. The dragon thrashed violently in an attempt to throw Lin Mo off, but he clung tightly to the spear, using it as an anchor. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yao lunged at the dragon's leg, tearing out a chunk of flesh. At last, faint traces of blood appeared on the dragon's body, signaling that it had sustained minor injuries. The 3 attackers in the treetops were stunned. This was a rare second-generation mutant Tyrant King Dragon, renowned for its extraordinary vitality. Combined with its blue-tier saddle, it was nearly impervious to harm from ordinary individuals. Yet Lin Mo had managed to injure it with just a few attacks, completely defying their expectations. "Leader, something's off about this guy. Could he be wearing tech armor?" one of them asked. The leader shook his head, his expression grave. "No, he hasn't used energy blasts or jet propulsion, and he's not even wearing a helmet. That's what makes this all the more unsettling." Seeing that the Tyrant King Dragon might be defeated, the leader issued a sharp command. "Fire at full power. Kill him at all costs and protect the dragon." The 3 immediately switched to assault rifles, unleashing a hail of bullets. Lin Mo's armor shattered in an instant, forcing him to retreat with his spear in hand. Just as he leapt toward Feng Yao, a grenade detonated beneath the Carnotaurus. In that split second, the Tyrant King Dragon spun around and clamped its massive jaws down on Lin Mo, swallowing him whole. A collective gasp erupted from the onlookers. Yuan Shao, stricken with grief, struggled to contain his anguish as he addressed the crowd. "I don't care what any of you do, but Mr. Long sacrificed himself to protect us. Our caravan must avenge him. If the Red Fur tribe wants to cower in fear, so be it. Brothers, charge. Avenge Mr. Long." The caravan members raised their weapons and charged forward. Meanwhile, the 3 attackers in the treetops heaved a sigh of relief. The leader sneered, "They're just members of the Red Wing caravan, nothing more than Long's lackeys. Anyone who attacks the Migrator's dragon is declaring war on the Migrators themselves. Warn them if they don't back down. Kill them all. If the higher-ups hold us accountable, we'll have our justification soon." A voice called out. To those below, listen carefully. The troublemaker has been executed on the spot. Anyone who dares attack the Tyrant King Dragon will be deemed an enemy of the Migrators and will face the consequences. The caravan members ignored the warning entirely, quickly spreading out and relentlessly firing their iron crossbows at the Tyrannosaurus. The squad leader sneered, "Humph, a bunch of desperate fools. All the better killing them cleanly will be easier." With that, he blew a sharp whistle, and the T-Rex immediately understood, its predatory gaze locking onto Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao realized he had become the target, yet his expression remained fearless as he continued firing at the colossal beast. Every member of the caravan shared the same resolve. Long had sacrificed himself to save them, and even if it cost their lives, they were determined to avenge him. However, to everyone's astonishment, the T-Rex did not attack as commanded. Instead, it began to pace in place, shaking its enormous head back and forth. Before long, it let out a pained whimper, its massive jaws clamped shut. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Shao unleashed a barrage of shots. From their perch in the trees, the trio of onlookers was equally stunned. The squad leader furiously blew his whistle, urging the beast on, but the T-Rex ignored him entirely, continuing to writhe in apparent agony. The leader cursed in frustration. What the hell is wrong with this thing? How could a second-generation dragon disobey orders? Suddenly, the T-Rex opened its mouth wide in a roar of pain, and everyone froze in disbelief. Standing within its gaping jaws was Lin Mo, his hands braced against the beast's fearsome upper and lower jaws. "Dragon brother, along!" Yuan Shao and the others cried out in shock and joy. Lin Mo's arms trembled under the strain. Even with his extraordinary close combat strength, holding back the crushing bite of a second-generation mutant dragon was pushing him to his limit. At the critical moment, Desheng sprang into action, leaping onto the T-Rex and clawing at its eye. The beast roared in agony, and Lin Mo took the chance to break free, leaping down and mounting the frenzied raptor before riding it to Yuan Shao's side. "You're alive. Thank goodness." I thought it had devoured you. Yuan Zhao's voice quavered, a mix of laughter and tears in his words. Lin Mo smirked, teasing. It wanted to eat me? Not a chance. It didn't even give me a dinner ticket, huh? From their vantage point in the trees, the trio of mercenaries was rendered speechless by the turn of events. The squad leader, now livid, blew his whistle with reckless fury, commanding the T-Rex to kill Lin Mo at all costs. Meanwhile, within the Council of Elders, the sages and leaders were watching Lin Mo's incredible feats with awe. His daring escape from the jaws of the T-Rex was a testament to his unparalleled prowess, far surpassing that of the Star Migrants. Realizing that the Star Migrants had already turned against them, they decided to gamble everything on this formidable warrior. Under immense pressure from the council members, the elder sage made a decisive call. So be it. If that's the case, let's act now. Support Dragon Brother with everything we've got and bring down the T-Rex. The massive gates of the council's stronghold swung open with a thunderous crash. Soldiers poured out in droves, while swift raptor riders joined the fray, surrounding the T-Rex from all sides. Seeing this, Lin Mo's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He appreciated the Red Fur tribe's pragmatic approach. At the Elder Sage's request, Lin Mo quickly assumed command. Everyone, follow my orders. I'll distract the T-Rex. Raptor riders, keep it occupied on the flanks. Spearmen, protect the archers. All archers, focus your fire. Defend the Red Fur tribe. Defend the Red Fur tribe. The crowd roared in unison. Among the leadership, heads nodded in approval. Lin Mo's calm and decisive battlefield command far surpassed that of the former chieftain, earning him newfound respect. The trio stood frozen, witnessing the scene before them, something far beyond their expectations. The audacity of the Redwoods to stand against the Star Movers was unheard of. The team leader gritted his teeth and issued the order. According to the Star Movers' rules, anyone who opposes us is an enemy. No mercy, kill them all. Before his voice had faded, the snipers opened fire, bullets raining down on the crowd like a storm. Screams of pain echoed as several people were hit and injured. Sensing the danger, Lin Mo immediately shouted, "The Star Movers are attacking. Everyone, retreat into the building. Focus fire on the Trex." The crowd quickly withdrew into the building. The sturdy walls provided effective cover, rendering the bullets much less of a threat. This round of assault completely enraged everyone, including those who had initially been reluctant to confront the Star Movers. Their actions had blatantly crossed the line. It was one thing for the Redwoods to send reinforcements to deal with the T-Rex. It was, after all, a threat they had to address. But firing on civilians? That was an entirely different matter. United by a common enemy, the crowd fired back through windows and doors. Under the relentless assault from all directions, combined with Lin Mo's agile harassment, while riding his Carnotaurus, the Trex's health visibly deteriorated. Soon, its body was covered in wounds, and it was severely injured. The trio fired wildly in response, but their weapons had little effect on Lin Mo. With his current abilities, as long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could recover quickly. Moreover, his nimble dodging made many of their shots miss entirely, a stark contrast to the earlier one-sided beatdown. As time dragged on, the gunfire began to dwindle. The trio's ammunition was nearly depleted. They had come to monitor the Redwoods, not to establish a stronghold, so their ammunition was limited. To them, it should have been more than enough to handle typical threats. But Lin Mo had proven to be far more challenging than they had anticipated, burning through their reserves with minimal results. Seeing Lin Mo growing stronger with each passing moment, the trio found themselves in a dire situation. They didn't even dare to risk retrieving the now crippled Trex. While releasing a creature could be done from any distance, retrieval required proximity within 3 meters and a certain amount of time. For a massive creature like the Trex, the process took a full 20 seconds. Attempting such a feat in the current chaos was nothing short of suicidal. The team leader clenched his jaw. "We have no choice but to retreat for now. Once we're back, keep your mouths shut. We'll return in a few days to settle everything quietly." As for how to resolve it, he had no clear plan. He could only take it one step at a time. The other two had no choice but to comply. They were already too deeply entangled in this mess. Perhaps their descent into this path of no return had begun the moment they allowed the clan leader to slander the merchant caravan. The trio pulled out cryopods and released their respective Argentavis. Just as they were about to take off, Lin Mo suddenly heard the roar of wind overhead. Looking up, he saw 3 giant eagles breaking through the canopy and soaring into the sky, one of them already high above. "Trying to run? Think you can just flee after hurting people? You've underestimated me." Lin Mo quickly loaded a tranquilizer arrow, aimed at the highest flying eagle, and pulled the trigger. The team leader, preoccupied with how to explain the Trex's loss, suddenly felt his mount shudder violently. He turned to see an arrow embedded in the eagle's neck. Dismissing it as a minor issue, he urged the eagle to ascend further. Moments later, another arrow struck, this time hitting its jaw. Though blood streaked its feathers, the blue-tier saddle it wore prevented a fatal injury. By now, the eagle had climbed almost vertically above the plaza, making it nearly impossible for Lin Mo to land another shot. Relieved, the team leader sneered, "Ha! You've underestimated the Argentavis. It's far stronger than a pteranodon. This kind of injury is nothing." His words were cut short as the eagle suddenly lost balance and plummeted straight down. Damn it! The team leader finally realized the arrows were tranquilizers. But what baffled him was how just 2 arrows had been enough to knock out the eagle. While it wasn't particularly resistant to sedation, it shouldn't have been this fragile. He had no choice but to abandon his mount, deploying a parachute midair. Spotting Lin Mo raising his crossbow, he panicked and cut the chute straps, dropping from a height of nearly 10 meters. With a sickening crack, he landed on his legs, one of which fractured on impact, the bone piercing through the flesh. He let out a blood-curdling scream of pain. The surrounding onlookers finally got a clear view of the star mover, clad in a ghillie suit, carrying a sniper rifle, and now lying on the ground, groaning in agony. "Help me!" the team leader shouted, blowing a whistle to summon the severely wounded Trex. He intended to use it to escape, abandoning any thoughts of killing Lin Mo. Though the Trex was gravely injured, it could still withstand the soldiers' weapons for a while. And with its speed far surpassing that of Lin Mo's Carnotaurus, there was no way Lin Mo could catch up. Realizing the leader's plan, Lin Mo raised his crossbow, only to find that he had run out of bolts. Seeing the Trex charging swiftly toward its master, Lin Mo immediately made a decisive move, commanding Feng Yao to dash at full speed towards the Trex's rear. Just as the Trex lowered its massive head to seize its prey, Lin Mo seized the fleeting opportunity. He urged Feng Yao into a sprint, using the momentum to leap onto the swaying tail of the Trex. From there, he sprinted up its enormous body, making his way to the creature's head. With his iron spear glinting coldly in his hand, Lin Mo leaped high into the air and aimed a powerful strike at the back of the Trex's head. At that precise moment, the Trex lifted its head, and the combined force of Lin Mo's descent, his impact, and his close combat enhancements turned the strike into a fatal blow. The spear pierced straight through the Trex's formidable skull and into its brain. Roar! The Trex let out a final, anguished cry. Its massive body swayed twice before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The scene fell into complete silence. "The Trex is dead." Someone finally broke the stillness. Immediately after, thunderous cheers erupted, "Dragon Slayer." The chant echoed powerfully, the highest praise for anyone who could slay a Trex. Lin Mo had undoubtedly earned this title. His incredible precision and strength, from escaping the jaws of the beast to delivering the fatal strike, showcased his extraordinary skills. The crowd surged forward, filling the square with joyous celebration. The star migrant with broken legs lay immobile, and seeing the shift in momentum, the other star migrants temporarily retreated. Members of the trade caravan and guests were overwhelmed with excitement, marveling at the legendary battle they had just witnessed. They couldn't stop praising Lin Mo and his Mount Feng Yao for their astonishing abilities. Despite his inner pride, Lin Mo remained composed. He climbed atop the Trex's lifeless body and raised his hand to signal for silence. Once the crowd quieted down, he issued a series of orders. Closely guard the injured star migrant, tighten the tribe's defenses, and reassure the people. He also promised to stay in Hongshan until the crisis was fully resolved. This declaration brought great relief to everyone. Without Lin Mo, they knew they would have stood little chance against the overwhelming power of the star migrants. His presence was a source of hope and security. As the leader of the star migrants was carried away, he continued to issue threats, vowing that Lin Mo would pay for attacking them. Before he could finish, Yun Xiao stepped forward and slapped him twice with resounding force. The crowd clamored for the man to be executed, but the wise elder intervened, reminding everyone that the prisoner could serve as leverage in negotiations with the star migrants. Lin Mo agreed with this reasoning. However, when the leader began to shout arrogantly again, Lin Mo acted without hesitation. He twisted the man's arm until it broke and said coldly, "I never tolerate threats. Besides, you haven't even declared your surrender yet. So technically, you're not a prisoner. Am I right, everyone?" The crowd's fury erupted in an instant, with shouts and cries echoing all around. "This guy hasn't surrendered yet, still the enemy. Step aside. Let me at him. My leg's still aching from that gunshot. They killed my friend. I'm going to make him pay." The mob surged forward. The team leader turned pale as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Mo yanked off his ghillie suit, revealing an utterly unremarkable face somewhere in his 30s, with ruddy skin and greasy short hair plastered to his forehead. So this is all the so-called star migrants amount to. Nothing special, just ordinary people." Lin Mo sneered. The man gritted his teeth. "You underestimate us star migrants. The things we've endured are beyond anything you mere mortals could ever comprehend." Smack! A sharp slap cut off his tirade. "Shut up, you worthless fool," Lin Mo said coldly, looking down at him with disdain. "With your pathetic skills, what makes you think you can talk big in front of me? Whether it's Onionon or a group fight, haven't I already crushed you every time?" The man's face turned an ashen gray, unable to offer a comeback. Everything had unfolded in full view of the crowd. There was no room for denial. Seeing his defiance linger, Lin Mo decided to extinguish his arrogance completely. "He hasn't surrendered yet. He's all yours now. Settle your scores however you see fit. As for the star migrants, I'll handle them." The crowd stirred, ready to pounce, and the team leader finally panicked. "Wait, I surrender. What was that? Speak up," Lin Mo said deliberately, feigning confusion. "I said I surrender," the man shouted, his face flushing with humiliation as he raised his voice. "So, you're my prisoner now. Is that correct?" Yes, I'm your prisoner." Yun Xiao burst out laughing, and the crowd joined in, their laughter echoing all around. The man lowered his head in shame, rendered speechless, his last shred of dignity utterly obliterated. Only then did Lin Mo signal for him to be taken away. When dealing with people like this, Lin Mo always employed a dual strategy, both physical and psychological. If someone thought they were strong, head beat them into submission. If they thought they were superior, head reduced them to a pathetic, broken state. "Long live the Dragon Slayer," someone shouted, and the cheers erupted once more. "Dragon Slayer, Dragon Lord." Lin Mo raised his hand to quiet the crowd and spoke aloud. "Rest assured, they'll see this through. The star migrants? They'll take responsibility for them." With his assurance, the crowd gradually dispersed, returning to their tasks, but the air buzzed with excited chatter about the legendary battle they had just witnessed. Elder Xian approached with the senior members of the Council of Elders. "Dragon Lord, please accompany us to the council hall. We have important matters to discuss." Lin Mo nodded in agreement and turned to Yun Xiao. "You should come too. I'd like to hear your thoughts." Yun Xiao was surprised but quickly agreed without hesitation. The elders, observing their close relationship and Yun Xiao's striking beauty, assumed the two were a couple. After all, why else would Lin Mo have risked so much to save the caravan? Just then, a team member dashed over, breathless. "Boss, bad news. And she has escaped." "What happened?" "While we were dealing with the Treks, no one was watching him, and he slipped away." Yun Xiao turned to Lin Mo along. "What do we do?" Lin Mo immediately addressed Elder Xian. "That man is dangerous. Could I request the tribe to send out a search party?" Elder Xian, pleased by Lin Mo's respectful tone, felt a swell of pride and promptly issued an order. "Of course. Lock down the entire city, find him, and deliver him to Mr. Lin for judgment." With that settled, the group entered the council hall to deliberate. The first order of business was the removal and detainment of the tribe leader, with plans to hold a trial at a later date. According to tribal law, the leader had immunity from execution, but given the severity of his actions, life imprisonment was the harshest punishment that could be imposed. Yun Xiao was visibly dissatisfied, given how close they had come to losing their lives. Elder Xian, noticing her displeasure, explained, "Miss Yun, please don't worry. We've prepared a special prison cell for Hyman, isolated room built on a swampy foundation, with no windows, where hell be plagued by mosquitoes day and night. Trust me, even a single day there will feel unbearable." Yun Xiao, well aware of the misery such conditions would bring, finally smiled in satisfaction. Seeing her content, Lin Mo nodded in agreement with the arrangement. Elder Xian silently observed the interaction, thinking to himself, "These two really are a pair. No wonder Mr. Lin is so concerned about Miss Yun's feelings." As for the tribe leader's downfall, it was entirely self-inflicted. He had never been the council's ideal choice for leadership, lacking both talent and courage. The star migrants had inexplicably favored him, and the council had reluctantly complied under pressure. In recent months, the man had grown arrogant, first attempting to force Elder Xian into retirement, then working to weaken the council's authority and seize its resources, all under the guise of returning benefits to the people. Emboldened by the star migrants' backing, he had offended every powerful figure in the tribe. Granting the people the right to elect council members had been the final straw, an act that stirred a hornet's nest. After all, most council seats were hereditary, with a few reserved for those who had made exceptional contributions to the tribe. Allowing public elections would have thrown the entire system into chaos. The Council of Elders, faced with Lin Mo's arrival, decided to adopt a status quo strategy. When Lin Mo learned of the clan leader's actions, he immediately saw through the ploy. The leader was suppressing the council to consolidate his own power. As for the generous rewards given to the trade caravans, they were merely a facade to project an image of diligence and devotion in front of the starfarers. "Mr. Long, regarding the power structure within the clan, we would greatly appreciate your insights," Xian Lao said earnestly. With the clan leader now deposed and imprisoned, and relations with the starfarers fractured, The tribe urgently needed a leader capable of uniting its people. Privately, the elders had already begun considering an unprecedented move appointing Lin Mo as the new clan leader, but they first needed to test his wisdom. Without hesitation, Lin Mo responded, "I believe the existing system can remain intact, but the matter of granting voting rights to the people should be approached with caution." His sharp gaze swept across the room. Most people are primarily concerned with leading stable lives and have little understanding of governance. Allowing them to elect elders without sufficient guidance would undoubtedly lead to chaos. His words were met with vigorous nods from the elders. Seeing their agreement, Lin Mo continued, "Xian Lao, I've heard that the council reserves 2 seats for outstanding individuals from the general populace. Why not let the people nominate candidates, with the final selection made by the council?" This proposal was immediately met with approval. It preserved the council's authority while offering the people a voicey and elegant compromise. Lin Mo's insight quickly earned him the respect of the elders. He understood all too well that in turbulent times, an exceptional leader and a dependable team were both indispensable. The leader sets the strategic course, the team ensures its execution, and the people must stand united. Excessive democracy, in his view, would only sow discord and lead to ruin. The previous clan leaders' reforms, to Lin Mo, were nothing short of a farce, and the failures of certain Western nations had already demonstrated the pitfalls of such systems. As for the responsibilities of the clan leader, Lin Mo elaborated, they should focus on stabilizing morale and setting the direction. Day-to-day matters like hunting, gathering, or patrolling can be delegated to the council. Think of the clan leader as the brain and the council as the body, each playing its role to ensure the tribe's prosperity. His remarks left the elders in awe. The former clan leader, despite amassing power, had neglected governance, leading the people to mistakenly blame the council for incompetence. Lin Mo's pragmatic and balanced approach was undoubtedly the best solution for the current crisis. Xian Lao glanced around the room, noting the unanimous agreement among the elders. Bowing deeply to Lin Mo, he declared, "Mr. Long, you are both wise and courageous. We earnestly ask you to take up the mantle of clan leader and guide the Redwoods through these trying times." Lin Mo looked to Yuan Shao in surprise, but she simply said in a soft voice, "The decision is yours." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo set forth his condition. "I will accept the role, but only as an acting clan leader. Once the crisis with the Starfarers is resolved, I will step down, and you may choose a permanent leader according to tradition." The elders hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. Sensing their reluctance, Lin Mo made a show of preparing to leave. "If you cannot agree, then I won't take the position. You can find someone else." Xian Lao hurried forward, grabbing his arm. "We agree. We agree." Lin Mo turned around, his gaze firm. "I can temporarily take on the role of clan leader." His words brought a wave of relief to the elders present, their faces lighting up with approval. Indeed, there was no one more suited for the position than him. During the subsequent meeting, Lin Mo proposed a significant decision: to centralize the tribe's fragmented military authority under the sole command of the clan leader, leaving only the patrol and hunting teams under the management of the Council of Elders. He emphasized that all military forces must prioritize obeying the leader's directives. This proposal immediately sparked controversy. Faced with opposition, Lin Mo did not argue but instead posed a sharp question. "Think back to the scene when we were attacked by the Tyrannosaurus. How many among the Council of Elders were able to respond promptly?" His words hit like a hammer, leaving the dissenters speechless. The memory of that day was still vivid, panic-stricken leaders unable to make decisions, too overwhelmed even to think of escaping. Seeing the somber expressions around him, Lin Mo continued, "Even if you were given military authority, in moments of crisis, you would fail to make the right decisions. To put it bluntly, poor decisions would only result in more casualties. In such situations, making no decision at all would be the lesser evil." The elders broke into cold sweats at his words. Though harsh, Lin Mo's reasoning was irrefutable. They knew they were not skilled in commanding troops and lacked tactical knowledge. In the past, the Council of Elders had controlled half of the military, primarily to balance the power of the clan leader. After the arrival of the Star Migrants, their authority was reduced to 1/3, which had left them disgruntled. However, the recent events forced them to confront the truth. They were incapable of effectively leading the military and could potentially cause chaos. The eldest elder sighed and nodded, as if to say, "It's time to let go." In the end, the proposal was unanimously approved without opposition. Lin Mo successfully consolidated military command under his leadership. He then outlined his vision for the military. It must have unified command, clear objectives, and unwavering resolve. The Redwood tribe's army needed ideological reform, ensuring that soldiers understood their purpose: to protect the tribe, not to serve as private enforcers for the elite. This statement stunned everyone present, including Yuan Shao, who was well-traveled and experienced. She had visited dozens of tribes, and without exception, their armies were extensions of the ruling class, existing to protect their interests under the guise of defending the tribe. She had even witnessed soldiers raising weapons against civilians to serve the elite's agenda. Lin Mo's plan to sever the military's ties to the privileged class was a radical move destined to face immense challenges. Lin Mo was fully aware that this decision would offend the powerful, but he stood firm. The star migrants, though enigmatic, undoubtedly possess advanced technology and formidable military strength. To stand against them or even greater threats in the future, we need a truly united army. Soldiers must understand that they are protecting their own families and homeland. Only then can we inspire the courage needed to face powerful enemies. He then addressed the issue of private armed forces maintained by the elite. The eldest elder explained that these so-called private militias were essentially personal guards, ranging from 7 or 8 individuals to over 20. Lin Mo agreed to allow these private guards to remain, but imposed strict limitations. They could only be used to protect personal property, were forbidden from equipping iron weapons, and could not possess offensive capabilities. The eldest elder expressed his agreement, saying, "Private guards were never meant for combat. Think about if your guards ever participated in hunting, patrols, or city defense. If not, then the clan leader's decision is reasonable. As long as the army is strong enough to protect the tribe, your properties will naturally be safe. Guards are sufficient to deter petty theft." This decision struck at a common issue among tribes. The private militias of the elite were often better equipped than regular soldiers, leading to enforcement difficulties and widespread public resentment. Even in a large tribe like Redwood, the army's iron armor distribution rate had only just surpassed 50. Lin Mo's move aimed to eliminate this underlying threat, though he understood that changing the entrenched mindset of the elite would take time. Lin Mo remained calm, silently observing the ongoing discussion. He knew well that, over time, his people would come to realize the immense benefits of these decisions, which far outweighed any drawbacks. While the elites might lose some opportunities to flaunt their power, the prosperity brought by a stronger tribe would more than compensate for these minor sacrifices. As the meeting progressed, the focus shifted to the tribe's most pressing defense issues. Yun Xiao proposed several suggestions, most of which were accepted by the group. After the meeting adjourned, everyone shared a meal together. Then Lin Mo turned to the logistics elder and got straight to the point. "How many iron ingots does the tribe currently have in reserve?" "Chief, are you asking about usable iron ingots?" the elder cautiously clarified. "What are there ingots we can't use?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The elder gave a bitter smile. "To be honest, the rules set by the migrators restrict us to using only 300 iron ingots per month. You know, given the size of our tribe, just maintaining everyday tools and replacing worn-out equipment is already a massive burden. Those 300 ingots barely cover repairs, leaving no room for crafting new gear." "How many ingots are in total reserve?" Lin Mo asked. "Around 5,000, but they've all been sealed off by the migrators, forbidden for use," the elder replied. Without hesitation, Lin Mo waved his hand decisively. "The Redwood tribe no longer answers to them. I make the decisions now. Lift the seal. All iron ingots are to be made available for immediate use." The logistics elder's face lit up with joy. He eagerly asked, "Does that mean other resources can also be freely allocated without the migrators' restrictions?" "I'll say it clearly, every unreasonable rule imposed by the migrators on this tribe is now null and void," Lin Mo declared firmly. "Start inventorying all available resources immediately. Compile a detailed report and bring it to me as soon as possible. The sooner, the better." "Understood, Chief," the logistics elder responded enthusiastically before hurrying off to carry out the orders. Next, Lin Mo summoned the manufacturing elder to inquire about the tribe's current technological blueprints. The elder, well-versed in the subject, provided a detailed report. After listening carefully, Lin Mo gained a clear understanding of the tribe's technological standing. While they had a complete set of wooden equipment designs, only about a third of the stone construction blueprints were available, leaving essential items like reinforced stone dinosaur gates and stone foundations missing. The iron technology was in even worse shape. They had complete tool designs but only rudimentary weapon blueprints, limited to iron spears and crossbows. Advanced items like iron-plated saddles and even iron helmets were absent. Seeing the elder take pride in the tribe's limited collection of blueprints, Lin Mo frowned and pointed out, "Have you not realized this is the migrators deliberately suppressing our technological progress? This is no act of goodwill." The elder finally grasped the severity of the situation, his expression turning grim. Lin Mo patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, race your task. Coordinate with the logistics elder to identify the equipment most urgently needed by the army. Also, assess the materials required for city defenses and compile a detailed list for me as soon as possible." Relieved that Lin Mo harbored no blame, the elder nodded earnestly and quickly left to fulfill the assignment. After dealing with these matters, Lin Mo stretched his arms and glanced over to see Yun Xiao fast asleep in a chair, her breathing steady and her face serene. He chuckled softly, draped a fur cloak over her, and quietly slipped out. As he stepped outside, he bumped into Lian, who was carrying a bowl of tea. She approached with a bright smile. Brother Long, you've resolved the tribe's crisis and become our chief. Have some tea. I made it myself. Lin Mo accepted the tea and asked, you mentioned before that your father was friends with the former chief? Just drinking buddies, Lin said, waving dismissively. My father would always bring expensive gifts to curry favor with him. Honestly, I'm not the least bit upset that he's been arrested. In fact, after what he did to the caravan and Sister Yun, I'd say he got exactly what he deserved. Hearing this, Lin Mo finally smiled and took a sip of the tea. What a refreshing drink. This is Karen's soup, my own special recipe, Lin said proudly. Lin Mo suddenly realized what it was. This drink, often called cooling soup, was once known for its special ability to boost resistance to high temperatures. However, with the knowledge to make such enhanced dishes lost to time, it now only retained its basic cooling effects. After finishing the soup, Lin Mo had an idea. Lin, could you lend me the recipe for this? I'd like to give it a try. Of course. Lin readily agreed, pulling the recipe from her inventory and handing it to him. Lin Mo thanked her as he accepted it. The moment Lin Mo's hands touched the diagram, the chip instantly activated its autoscan function. A system notification sounded. Unidentified recipe detected. Please maintain connection for 1 minute. Copying recipe data. Lin Mo's eyes lit up with excitement, his expression brimming with joy. Initially, he just wanted to borrow the diagram for reference and attempt to recreate the recipe himself. To his surprise, the system began automatically copying the contents of the locked recipe. This reminded him of the ordinary item diagrams he had found in the bandits' hideout earlier. Since the same technology had already been unlocked, the system hadn't reacted to them. But this unexpected discovery of a new feature filled him with exhilaration. This is amazing, Lin Mo thought to himself. As long as I can get my hands on a diagram, the chip can secretly scan it for a minute and copy it. There's no need to actually obtain the diagram. However, a new question quickly surfaced in his mind. Could high-quality diagrams also be copied this way? For instance, could a higher-quality version of his unlocked gray-grade Raptor saddle be scanned and duplicated? Or would diagrams of the same type be unscannable, regardless of their quality? As he pondered this, the system notified him that the copying process was complete. Lin Mo immediately opened the technology diagram interface to check. As expected, a brand new section labeled Recipes had appeared at the bottom. The first entry was for Karen's soup, complete with detailed instructions on how to prepare it. Satisfied, he handed the diagram back to Alien. Brother Long, Alien asked curiously, didn't you say you wanted to give it a try? How are you going to make Karen's soup without the diagram? Lin Mo gave a mysterious smile. Actually, I already have the recipe for this soup. I just wanted to confirm if it was the same as yours. And now I see it's identical. Alien suddenly understood. After exchanging a few more words, she bid him farewell and left. Lin Mo turned and pushed open the door, only to bump straight into Yun Xiao, who was coming in from the other side. Yun Xiao staggered backward, her footing unsteady. Lin Mo reacted quickly, wrapping an arm around her slender waist to steady her. The sudden closeness caught them both off guard, and for a brief moment, they froze. Then, breaking the awkwardness, they exchanged a small, knowing smile. Are you all right? Lin Mo asked gently, helping her regain her balance, his tone filled with concern. I'm fine. Along. Your strength is truly incredible, Yun Xiao said, still a little taken aback. Though she was already familiar with his abilities, the force of their unintentional collision felt like hitting a solid wall of rock. She couldn't help but muse inwardly. Anyone foolish enough to engage Lin Mo in hand-to-hand combat must have a few screws loose. After flexing her slightly numb arm, Yun Xiao asked, I didn't see you inside the house earlier. I thought you might've gone out. I was just getting a recipe from Alien, Lin Mo explained. I wanted to give it a try. Care to join me? A recipe? Yun Xiao chuckled. Are you planning to switch careers and become a chef now? Not quite, Lin Mo replied with a laugh. Being a chef isn't my ambition, I'm just curious to see what's so special about this dish. Come on. Without waiting for her response, he took her soft hand in his and led her outside. Yunxiao's cheeks flushed, and her heart skipped a beat as their hands intertwined. The two made their way to the kitchen at the elders' hall. The chefs, busy preparing for the evening feast, paused when they saw Lin Mo and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Chief. Despite being a newcomer to the Redwood tribe, Lin Mo's reputation as a capable and accomplished leader had earned him widespread admiration. The tribe, known for its inclusivity since its founding, valued talent above all else. Even the elders' hall reserved 2 seats specifically for common folk, a testament to the tribe's open-mindedness. This progressive approach had allowed the Redwood tribe to thrive steadily, independent of the migrators' support. Lin Mo acknowledged the greetings with a warm smile and motioned for the chefs to continue their work. He then asked for the necessary cookware and ingredients to be prepared. Following the recipe step by step, he meticulously began adding the ingredients. His focused movements quickly drew the attention of the chefs, who started whispering among themselves. Why is the chief cooking himself? Do you think he's unhappy with our cooking? That's unlikely. I've heard the new chief is very kind. Lin Mo remained entirely absorbed in his task, unfazed by the murmurs around him. Yuan Xiao, noticing the puzzled looks, stepped in to clarify. Don't worry, everyone. The chief is just testing out a new recipe. Her explanation seemed to reassure the chefs, who resumed their work. Meanwhile, they couldn't help but sneak glances at Yuan Xiao, whispering among themselves. Who is this beautiful woman? I heard she's the chief's girlfriend. The chief is so lucky, strong, capable, and has such a gorgeous girlfriend. Hearing their words, Yuan Xiao felt both shy and secretly pleased. However, when she glanced at Lin Mo, still entirely engrossed in his cooking and oblivious to the chatter, a small pang of disappointment flickered in her heart. Done! Lin Mo suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. He lifted the lid of the pot, revealing not a steaming dish but a pot of vibrant green soup emitting a faint, intriguing aroma. What kind of soup is this? It smells amazing. Yuan Xiao asked, her wide eyes sparkling with curiosity. Instead of answering, Lin Mo ladled some into a bowl and handed it to her. Try it and you'll see. Yuan Xiao took the bowl, sipped a small spoonful, and her eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she finished the entire bowl. It's delicious, she exclaimed. Lin Mo watched her with a faint smile, his gaze unwavering, which made her self-conscious. What? Do I have something on my face? She asked, slightly flustered. Suddenly, a cool sensation spread from her stomach, flowing through her entire body. Wow, what is this? It feels so refreshing, she exclaimed. The chill spread just enough to be soothing, stopping short of becoming uncomfortable. Lin Mo grabbed a torch and gestured for her to come closer. Hold your hand near the flame, but don't touch it, he instructed. Yuan Xiao followed his directions and was amazed to find that, even with her hand mere inches from the fire, she felt no heat, only a pleasant coolness. Curious, she instinctively reached closer. Ah! She yelped as a sudden sting of pain made her quickly withdraw her hand. Lin Mo immediately took her hand in his, checking it carefully. Holding her hand tenderly, he scolded softly. I told you not to touch the flame. Why won't you listen? In the presence of the onlooking chefs, Yang Xiao's cheeks turned crimson. Yet instead of pulling her hand away shyly, as others might, she boldly allowed Lin Mo to hold it. She had never been one to hide her feelings for him. The chefs exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions warm and encouraging. Realizing the situation, Lin Mo cleared his throat and released her hand. He gently squeezed her fingers before leading her back to the pot. Curious about the soup? He asked. It's called Carlin soup. Traditionally, it's a cooling drink to beat the heat, but I've modified it to enhance heat resistance. Heat resistance? The chefs gasped in unison. Yuan Xiao, check your chip interface, Lin Mo prompted. Yuan Xiao quickly opened her panel and was astonished to see her heat resistance jump from 35 to 135. It really increased this much? She exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Mo nodded. Yes, the improved Carlin soup significantly boosts heat resistance, allowing the drinker to endure high-temperature environments for extended periods. But remember, direct flames will still cause harm. Avoid them at all costs. Even so, this is a game-changer for surviving extreme heat, Yuan Xiao said excitedly. I've seen so many southern mines and islands left unexplored because of unbearable temperatures. Some mines are even surrounded by lava. This soup could sell for a fortune. Her entrepreneurial instincts immediately kicked in. Lin Mo, however, shook his head. You're right, it could fetch a high price among southern tribes. But for now, it's best if we keep it for ourselves. Yuan Xiao paused for a moment after hearing Lin Mo's words. For our own use? But the environment around the Redwood tribe is mild and not particularly hot. This cooling soup doesn't seem to have much use here. Lin Mo, however, gave a mysterious smile without explaining. Instead, he waved his hand and called out, Come on, everyone. There's plenty left, try some. The chefs quickly gathered around. As soon as they took their first sip, exclamations of amazement filled the room. Unbelievable. Not only is it sweet and refreshing, but it also makes you feel incredibly cool, one chef exclaimed in awe. The most intriguing part is that it seems to sense what we need, another chef added. It stops cooling us down just before we start to feel cold, as if it has a mind of its own. I only had one sip, and my heat resistance increased by 20 points, someone said excitedly. It seems like the effect scales with the amount you drink. The chefs all nodded in agreement. In this kitchen, where we're constantly roasting over the fire, having a soup like this is amazing. Just one sip keeps you cool for half the day, and even the smoky air seems to vanish, leaving only a pleasant fragrance. They looked at Lin Mo with newfound admiration. Even those who had previously doubted his abilities couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Until now, Cooking had been seen merely as a way to fill one's stomach. No one had imagined it could have such extraordinary effects. Through this experience, Lin Mo made an important discovery. The dishes he prepared retained the special abilities from the game he had come from. While an ordinary cooling soup could only quench thirst and reduce heat, his version not only tasted better but also granted drinkers powerful heat resistance, allowing them to endure extreme conditions for longer periods. Of course, this didn't mean they could directly touch flames or other high-temperature sources. This realization sent Lin Mo deep into thought. Other dishes he prepared might also carry unique buffs. Although the tribe's warriors lagged behind the Xing migrants in combat strength and equipment, consuming his special dishes could grant them significant boosts, narrowing the gap considerably. More importantly, these effects only appeared in dishes he personally made. No one else could replicate them, even with the exact same recipe. Noticing Lin Mo's contemplative expression, Yun Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Along, you must have thought of something important, right?" Lin Mo snapped out of his thoughts and gave her a confident look. "That's right. This soup has great potential. If used wisely, it might even turn the tide and help us defeat the Xing migrants." "How? Tell me," Yun Xiao asked eagerly. "Patience. All will be revealed in time," Lin Mo replied with a smile before quickly leaving the kitchen, leaving Yun Xiao and the group of chefs still licking the edges of the pot exchanging puzzled looks. Back at the Elder's Hall, Lin Mo immediately summoned the logistics elder. The elder handed him a stack of documents detailing the tribe's resource inventory. Lin Mo carefully reviewed the data on vegetable and fruit reserves before setting the papers aside and commending the elder's efforts. Then, he issued a new directive. Store all the fruits and vegetables separately using the best preservation methods available. Also, double the production of dried meat within 3 days. So quickly, the elder asked in surprise. "Yes, it's urgent. Focus all your efforts on this task for the next few days. Other matters can wait. You'll be handsomely rewarded once it's done." The elder promptly accepted the order and left to carry it out. Lin Mo's plan was to produce a large quantity of his special dishes to supply elite warriors during battle, thereby enhancing their combat abilities and narrowing the gap with the Xing migrants. Since it was unclear when the enemy might strike, there was no time to waste. Next, Lin Mo summoned the elder in charge of preserving technological blueprints and began inquiring about the status of various recipes. The chieftain was leafing through the tribe's culinary recipes, his eyes scanning 6 aged pieces of parchment: endurance stew, Philadelphia curry, tartar steak, Lazarus hot pot, enlightenment soup, and charred chili. He looked up and asked the elder if there had ever been any restrictions on using these recipes during the Star Migrants' rule. The elder froze for a moment, furrowing his brows. "Chieftain, that has never been the case. While the Star Migrants restricted our technological advancements and the use of iron ore, they imposed no limitations on these recipes. To them, these were nothing more than ordinary foods meant to satisfy hunger." Lin Mo listened, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his lips. He had already figured it out. The Star Migrants had no idea of the true power hidden within these unique dishes. In their hands, the dishes made from these recipes were nothing but mundane meals, incomparable to the beneficial effects he had mastered. "Bring me all the recipes," Lin Mo commanded in a deep voice. Soon, the 6 recipes were laid out before him. Lin Mo examined each one carefully, scanning and copying them into his personal compendium. Among them, 2 recipes caught his particular attention: endurance stew and tartar steak. Endurance stew could enhance melee power while significantly boosting stamina recovery, allowing warriors to maintain their strength during prolonged battles. Tartar steak, on the other hand, offered a more comprehensive effect. It not only greatly increased melee damage but also enhanced movement speed, improved damage resistance, and accelerated stamina regeneration. What thrilled Lin Mo the most, however, was the discovery that the effects of these dishes could stack. When someone consumed both dishes, the effects of each would take effect simultaneously without canceling each other out. This realization made his eyes gleam with determination. This could be a game-changing advantage in the battles to come. The effects of the enlightenment soup are truly astounding. It can significantly boost the consumer's experience gain rate in a short amount of time. However, for most people, this powerful effect is somewhat underwhelming. The reason is simple. Whether commoners or elites, almost everyone has already reached the level cap, so no amount of experience boost would make a difference. More importantly, crafting the enlightenment soup requires 2 rare materials: rhino horns and black pearls. Rhino horns can still be obtained through trade with the northern tribes, but black pearls are among the most scarce resources in this world. The methods for acquiring black pearls are extremely limited, either by slaying ferocious sea monsters like the azure dragon or elite giant squids, or by taking a chance and searching the insides of trilobites, though the latter has an almost negligible probability. Although black pearls are worth a fortune, most people see them solely as an ingredient for making enlightenment soup. For this reason, few tribes are willing to risk challenging the rulers of the sea for such a narrowly purposed material. Another method of obtaining them is by hunting horseshoe crabs in the deep sea, But without the support of advanced electrical technology, relying solely on holding one's breath or diving with tamed creatures is far too dangerous. However, Lin Mo knew a shocking secret: black pearls are an essential resource for developing technology. This gave the material an entirely different value in his eyes. While they might not be immediately useful, preparing for the future is always a wise move. Elder, Lin Mo said, prepare the ingredients for endurance stew, tartar steak, and Kalian soup. Set up 10 cooking pots for me. I'm going to cook on a large scale. The elder looked puzzled. You're going to cook personally? Don't we have plenty of chefs? He had no idea what had just happened in the kitchen. Just do it. Lin Mo replied curtly. Though still confused, the elder had no choice but to carry out the chieftain's orders. Lin Mo planned to first prepare a batch of meals and select an elite team to use them, dramatically increasing their combat capabilities. However, this operation needed to remain confidential since he suspected that the tribe might have spies from the star migrants. For a major tribe like Redwood, it was unlikely that the star migrants would send only 3 people to monitor them. At this moment, the interrogator came to report. Chieftain, the prisoner is tight-lipped. We've been questioning him for hours, but he won't say a word. Should we use coercion? Lin Mo shook his head. No need. Unless he tries to escape or harm our people, stick to normal interrogation methods. But this way, he'll feel emboldened. We haven't even gotten his name yet, the interrogator said, clearly frustrated. Lin Mo smiled. That's fine. This is actually a chance for you to gain experience. Do you know why I assigned you to this task, even though I anticipated this outcome? To train us? The interrogator asked perceptively. That's part of it. Additionally, I want the 3 of you to take shifts, staying on duty 247. Interrogate him as soon as he falls asleep. Lin Mo decided to use this method to wear down the prisoner mentally. The man who had unleashed a Trex was indeed despicable, and since he showed no remorse, he wouldn't be let off easily. As long as he didn't try to escape or act maliciously, Lin Mo would exhaust him with this relentless tactic. The interrogator nodded repeatedly, feeling a sense of relief. For such stubborn individuals, Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to personally interrogate them. It would only be a waste of effort. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Mo closed his eyes to rest. About 10 minutes later, the elder in charge of city defense and the logistics elder arrived together, presenting 2 reports. One detailing the materials needed to reinforce the city's defenses, and the other listing the tribe's detailed resource inventory. Strengthening the defenses primarily required 2 critical items. The elder of city defense stood by the sand table in the council hall, pointing at the model of the city walls with a grave expression. We need to undertake 2 major renovations. Replacing wooden structures with stone and reinforcing the city gates. Lin Mo stepped closer to the sand table, carefully examining the structure of the gates. The elder continued, his tone heavy with restrained anger. The migrators have imposed far too many restrictions on us. The current gates are not only weak, but also too small. They can't even accommodate larger dinosaurs, let alone massive creatures like a Tyrannosaurus rex. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to suppress our strength and keep us permanently within their control. And there's an even more serious issue, the elder said, running his finger along the base of the walls on the sand table. The migrators have mandated the use of wooden foundations. These foundations have only half the durability of stone ones. If they launch an attack, both the gates and the foundations will become critical vulnerabilities. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, his brow furrowed. Wooden foundations are especially vulnerable to remote-controlled explosives. A single close-range detonation could completely destroy them. Once the foundation collapses, the walls built upon it will crumble instantly. The migrators have been planning for this outcome since the very beginning, ever since we established our tribe. The elder of logistics, standing nearby, wore an equally grim expression. Chieftain, the crux of the problem lies in their tight control over our technological development. We don't even have access to the most basic blueprints for stone foundations. Worse still, the migrators manipulate the major trade caravans, monopolizing the circulation of these critical blueprints. I've inquired about the situation in other tribes, and everyone is facing the same plight. He sighed deeply and continued, on the surface, everything seems peaceful under the migrators' supervision. But in reality, our progress has been frozen between the Stone Age and the Iron Age, with an incomplete technological system. The Elder of Wisdom had long warned that if we ever provoked the migrators, we would be left utterly defenseless. Now, that fear has tragically become our reality. The Elder in charge of city defense spoke urgently, don't be too pessimistic. While Xian Lao is indeed incredibly foresight, even he couldn't predict the arrival of the Dragon Clan chief. That's our biggest trump card and the key to all possible variables. The logistics elder nodded repeatedly in agreement. Lin Mo didn't care whether his agreement was genuine or just perfunctory, and cut straight to the point. So, according to what you're saying, as long as we have stone foundations and stone beast gates, the tribe's defenses will significantly improve? Yes. Lin Mo glanced at the two elders, disappointment evident in his tone. Sigh, I thought you'd come up with a more ambitious plan. I didn't expect such a letdown. The two elders exchanged uneasy looks, wondering if their chief's expectations were too high. After all, replacing the foundations with stone alone would already require a tremendous amount of manpower and resources, especially when they no longer had the blueprints. Lin Mo gestured for them to come over to the table. Using wooden blocks, he arranged them in a circle and placed a potato in the center. Pointing to the potato, he explained, "This represents the Hongshan tribe. We are this potato. If negotiations with the migrators fail, they will undoubtedly launch an attack, dealing us a heavy blow and forcing us to become their subordinates again. Ordinary stone walls won't stop them. Even stone foundations alone won't suffice. Don't forget they have a fleet of giant eagles that can easily bypass our defenses by attacking from the air." He continued his analysis. Although the giant eagles are slow and vulnerable to our ballistae, we only have 8 of them, and their reloading speed is painfully slow. The enemy could sacrifice just a few eagles to breach our defenses. Besides, they likely have long-range siege weapons as well. They wouldn't rely solely on the eagles for a frontal assault. The two elders grew increasingly worried. Then, Chief, what is your plan? Lin Mo smiled. We need to leverage our greatest strength, our numbers. Huh. The two elders were stunned, clearly not expecting this to be considered an advantage. Numbers? Sure, we have more people than other tribes, but the migrators have overwhelming technological superiority. Exactly. Chief, we don't even have a single firearm, while their soldiers are equipped with automatic rifles and sniper rifles. A numbers advantage won't make a difference against them. Lin Mo reassured them. Leave the technological gap to me. As long as we can narrow it, our numbers will become a real advantage. I plan to enhance our city defenses and increase the number of ballistae. All I need from you is to gather resources, stone, iron, and as much of it as you can. The logistics elder patted his chest confidently. You can count on me. There are 2 small mines nearby with abundant iron ore. Previously, we were restricted by the migrators, but now, with your approval, we can extract up to 500 units of iron ore per day. Lin Mo shook his head. That's not enough. I need a large amount of iron ingots, and I need them fast. Hayraced the plan. While you focus on mining and smelting, use our funds to purchase iron ingots as well. Buy as much as you can. Perfect timing. Recently, many trade caravans have been passing through, and several are carrying iron ingots for sale. We can buy in bulk. The city defense elder couldn't contain his curiosity. Chief, what do you need so many iron ingots for? Surely you don't need that much just to build more ballistae? If it's something confidential, just ignore my question. Lin Mo replied openly. There's nothing to hide. In addition to building more ballistae, I plan to replace all our foundations with iron ones. The two elders were stunned speechless. Do you have the blueprints for iron foundations? If I didn't, would I even bring this up? Lin Mo said confidently. And it's not just the foundations. I also plan to replace the bases of the ballista turrets with iron structures. This will significantly enhance our defenses. Only then did the two elders realize why their chief had criticized them for lacking ambition. Completely overhauling the foundations and fortifying the ballista platforms would make it exceedingly costly for the migrators to breach their defenses. They had heard of powerful weapons like rocket launchers, which had similar range to ballistae but lacked precision. Even those weapons would struggle to damage pure iron structures. With these upgrades, the Hongshan tribe would gain considerable counterattack capability and no longer be stuck in a purely defensive position. While this plan would require an enormous amount of resources, the tribe was not short on funds. Years of restrictions from the migrators had prevented them from purchasing equipment and blueprints, allowing them to accumulate significant wealth. They could even afford to purchase tens of thousands of iron ingots in one go. The real challenge lay in manpower. Constructing advanced and complex structures required significant time and mental energy from skilled builders. The tribe currently had 5 builders, and crafting a single wooden foundation took 30 minutes and consumed 1/3 of a builder's mental energy. Even without accounting for rest, they could produce a maximum of 100 foundations per day. Realistically, the number would be much lower, given the need for downtime and recovery. Installing these foundations would also take a great deal of time, making this a long-term project rather than a quick fix. The walls of the Red Sequoia tribe had a storied history. When they were first constructed, 20 builders spent 3 grueling months erecting a wooden barricade. Over time, the wooden structure was painstakingly replaced with solid stone, laying the foundation for the formidable defenses the tribe relied on today. Now, 2 elders stood before the young chieftain, Lin Mo, their faces clouded with unease as they listened to his ambitious renovation plans. Chieftain, one of them began hesitantly, just constructing the new foundations alone would take over a month. Even if we mobilized every builder in the tribe to work at full capacity. Lin Mo chuckled softly, brushing aside their concerns. His eyes gleamed with determination as he continued outlining his vision. I also intend to cover the entire tribe with a sealing. What? The elders gasped in unison, their expressions a mix of disbelief and alarm. Seal the entire tribe with a sealing? Is that even possible? Of course it's possible, Lin Mo replied confidently. This sealing would be a temporary structure, primarily meant to counter the air forces of the celestial migrants. The main focus will still be on reinforcing the foundations and fortifications. As for the ceiling, we can use thatched materials. It doesn't need to be impenetrable, just enough to hinder their aerial assaults. The elders' brows furrowed deeper. It was an unprecedented undertaking. Even a thatched roof of this scale would demand enormous manpower and resources. And before they could voice their concerns, Lin Mo added another layer to his plan. By the way, I've noticed many of the tribe's houses are still wooden. That's not sturdy enough. They should all be rebuilt with stone. All of them, one elder stammered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Yes, all of them, Lin Mo affirmed without hesitation. The elders exchanged uneasy glances, swallowing hard. Chieftain, even with just the fortification and sealing projects, it's going to be nearly impossible to finish in the short term. And now you're proposing a complete overhaul of the residential buildings as well? Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly, his tone light. What's so difficult about it? It's just a matter of gathering materials, constructing the components, and putting them in place. His casual demeanor left the elders momentarily speechless. You only have two tasks, Lin Mo continued, raising a hand to cut off their protests. First, concentrate all available resources and send them to the builders. Second, organize the workforce to begin using the completed materials for the renovations. By tomorrow morning, you can retrieve what you need from the builder's storage. All resources must be gathered and delivered by tonight before dinner. Reluctantly, the elders nodded and left to carry out his orders. Not long after, a figure descended silently from the roof. It was Desheng, the chieftain's trusted companion, who perched on Lin Mo's shoulder and relayed reconnaissance findings through telepathic communication. A knowing smile spread across Lin Mo's face. Just as I suspected, someone's been spying on us. That person must be a celestial migrant agent. Perfect. As night fell, one of the Elder Council's attendants seized a brief moment during the guard's shift change. With careful precision, he fired an arrow carrying a message into the dense canopy of a redwood outside the settlement. Moments later, a celestial migrant riding an Argentine giant eagle swooped down under the cover of darkness, retrieved the message, and disappeared into the night, heading for a ridge 2 miles away. Beneath the ridge, a formidable force lay in wait. 30 carnivores and 2 tyrannosaurs, an army powerful enough to obliterate most tribes with ease. The intelligence was promptly delivered to the commander, a man clad in crimson bulletproof armor. He smirked as he scanned the message, then turned to his subordinates with a mocking grin. Look at this so-called dragon lord, he sneered, holding up the note for all to see. Sure, he's got some decent combat skills and a fierce carnivore, but clearly, the boy's not too bright. The commander's voice dripped with derision as he read aloud. He plans to replace all the foundation stones of his walls with steel, reinforce the turrets, and discover the entire settlement with a ceiling to thwart our aerial assaults. The soldiers erupted in laughter. Is he serious? That's absurd. One of them guffawed. Replacing just one foundation stone with steel takes an hour, and building that many ceilings? It would take weeks, if not longer. What a joke. He must have no idea what it takes to build with steel, another mocked, making bold claims like this completely out of his depth. The commander joined in their laughter, his eyes glinting with amusement and disdain. Let him waste his time on these ridiculous projects. By the time he realizes how futile it all is, we'll already be at his gates. The man in the red armor, Al, silenced the murmurs of the crowd with a cold smirk spreading across his face. Scanning the surrounding riders, his voice carried an air of unyielding command. The priest originally ordered us to hold our position here and wait for the ground forces. But I believe that's unnecessary. Tomorrow night, under the cover of darkness, we'll launch a direct assault on the Elder Council and capture that dragon boy alive. His words sparked a wave of cheers. The riders erupted with fervor, shouting, "Long live Commander Al!" One even let out a boisterous laugh. Finally, a chance to earn some military merits. I was about to rot from boredom. Another chimed in, "Following you is way better than those cowardly Air Force units. The Redwoods' technology has always been inferior to ours. They can't possibly withstand a frontal assault," one rider analyzed. "A few remote-controlled bombs, and their wooden-based walls will crumble like dust." When someone began to question the priest's strategy, Al immediately barked, "Enough. No one is allowed to criticize the priest." He then began laying out the battle plan in detail. The first group will breach their defenses swift, minimize casualties. The second group will charge with kill anyone you see, soldier or civilian. No exceptions. At that moment, a rider named Cole nervously raised a concern. "Commander, Didn't the priest say that civilians are also children of the gods? Al turned sharply, glaring at him with fury. Children of the gods? These ants? He raised the intelligence report in his hand. These people support the new chieftain. They stand against us, the Starborn. And if they're the enemy, they shall be shown no mercy. With that, he crumpled the report into a ball and threw it into the campfire. The flames consumed it hungrily, as if foreshadowing the fate that awaited the redwoods. Meanwhile, the evening banquet in the Redwood settlement was in full swing. Lin Mo had made a special effort to invite all members of the merchant caravan to attend. Although Yun Xiao wasn't seated as an equal, her place beside Lin Mo made their connection unmistakable to everyone present. Lin Mo announced the compensation plan. 100 pearls for each individual, an additional 5,000 pearls for the caravan as a whole, and a 50% discount on all purchases and lodging within the settlement. The crowd erupted into cheers, raising their cups in gratitude. Without Lin Mo's timely intervention, they would have perished and been wrongfully blamed for their deaths. Taking the opportunity, Lin Mo turned to Yun Xiao and said, "I'd like to invite the Redwing caravan to join the Redwoods. It would benefit everyone." Yun Xiao, though perhaps expecting something else, was deeply moved by the proposal. She glanced at her teammates, and though they remained silent, the tears welling in their eyes spoke volumes. Standing up, Yun Xiao raised her cup and declared, "Chieftain, on behalf of the Redwing caravan, I thank you for your generosity. We are willing to serve the Redwoods with all our hearts." Her team echoed in unison. "For the Redwoods, for the chieftain, we will give our all." After the banquet, Lin Mo politely declined Yun Xiao's attempt to have a private conversation and left with his guards for the Elder Council. Though his thoughts lingered on Yun Xiao admiring her beauty, intelligence, and courage, he knew the pressing crisis demanded his attention. In the craftsman's workshop, Lin Mo got straight to the point. "Have the supplies arrived?" The head craftsman promptly replied, "Yes, my lord. Everything has been organized by category. This row holds 25,000 iron ingots. Over there is thatch, and this section contains fiber." Lin Mo scanned the storage cabinets in the workshop, listening attentively to the manager's explanation. "These cabinets out here are empty," the manager said, gesturing around the room. "They're specifically for storing finished products. Originally, they were filled with backup materials, but the logistics elder has transferred everything to the warehouse. This clears up more space for us to use." "Well done. It's all very well organized." Lin Mo nodded approvingly. The manager was just about to smile in satisfaction when Lin Mo's next words left him stunned. "Since everything is ready, you can all head back and rest for the night." "What?" The builders exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily speechless. They had assumed Lin Mo had gathered them to start an overnight operation, mass-producing construction materials. To their surprise, he was dismissing them instead. "Are you sure about this, sir?" the manager asked, seeking confirmation. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. "Don't worry. I have my own way of handling the materials. You'll have a big task tomorrow, replacing the foundations and other components. It's going to be a lot of work, so get some rest tonight. Let's aim to finish all the fortress reinforcements by tomorrow morning." His words shocked them more than the unexpected dismissal. Reinforce the entire fortress in just one morning? Replacing hundreds of foundations alone would be a massive undertaking, not to mention fortifying the turrets. Even for skilled builders like them, laying down a single iron foundation took over an hour. At best, they could manage 30 in a morning, and that would leave them drained, needing the rest of the day to recover their energy. Lin Mo offered no further explanation, simply smiling as he said, "Don't worry about it. You'll see for yourselves tomorrow. Go on, head back." Still skeptical, the group reluctantly left. After ensuring they were gone, Lin Mo ordered the guards to maintain strict security, forbidding anyone from coming within 10 meters of the workshop. He shut the doors and windows tightly, then turned his attention to the materials. The workbench was stocked with iron ingots and other essential resources. Using these, he began crafting 100 foundations. As he programmed the data into his chip, something extraordinary happened. Each foundation was completed in just 5 seconds. The speed was dozens of times faster than even the most skilled builders. Lin Mo silently marveled. This process perfectly replicated the crafting mechanics of a game from his past life, surpassing the natural laws of this world, known as the arc principles. Now, at level 37, Lin Mo had 9 unused attribute points. His true reason for working alone was to claim all the experience points for himself, leveling up as quickly as possible to unlock advanced technologies and bolster the tribe's defenses. He knew that with the insider leaking their plans, the star migrants would likely launch an attack within the next day or two. Time was of the essence. With 2 workbenches running simultaneously, each completed building component granted him experience points. By the time he finished crafting 600 foundations, not only did he have more than enough to replace all the external bases with some to spare, but his level had also skyrocketed to 45. The rapid progress delighted him. Producing high-level items truly yielded abundant rewards. Now equipped with ample resources, All Lin Mo needed to do was replenish materials and set crafting targets. The process was effortless compared to the other builders, who had to monitor their workbenches constantly and expend significant mental energy during production. Lin Mo, on the other hand, only used a minimal amount of energy at the start, after which the workbenches operated autonomously. Next, he crafted two iron-reinforced giant dinosaur gates. Their defensive capabilities were second only to the iron behemoth gates, far surpassing the current wooden ones. Not even remote-controlled explosives or rocket launchers could damage them. One gate would be used immediately, while the other would serve as a backup. He then produced 400 iron walls, 50 full sets of iron armor, and their corresponding weapons. Arrows, however, didn't need to be crafted. There were already tens of thousands in stock, enough to sustain a medium-scale battle. By the time everything was finished, Lin Mo had reached level 48, unlocking the ability to craft one of the most critical technologies, the machining bench. This foundational piece of equipment marked the transition into the electrical age, essential for producing all electric-powered and automated tools. The machinery was fundamentally different from the workbench. It consumed gasoline rather than mental energy. Lin Mo had anticipated this and ensured a sufficient stockpile of fuel. Without hesitation, he constructed two machines and placed them inside the room. Though the space immediately felt cramped, he didn't mind, could always have it expanded later. With the machines operational, the pearls finally had their use. Through the machine's remarkable transformative abilities, pearls and iron ingots could be converted into circuit boards. He then utilized cement and obsidian to produce a large quantity of polymer. These two materials form the foundation of electrification, essential for nearly all electrical devices. The two workbenches continued churning out building materials without pause, and Lin Mo's experience points surged rapidly. By late into the night, he had reached level 52, unlocking additional blueprints for electrical equipment. Wasting no time, he crafted 5 generators along with the necessary wiring and lights. For now, he stored the generators away for future use. After setting up the production process, Lin Mo decided not to wait idly. He loaded the workbenches and machines with ample raw materials, allowing them to operate autonomously. He laid out a sleeping bag on the floor and prepared to rest. Before lying down, he took out the artifact and examined it closely. Now that he had taken control of the tribe, the artifact naturally belonged to him, and no one dared question it. The former chieftain's obsession with this artifact was likely driven by the migrators, Lin Mo speculated to himself. The migrators probably knew the artifact's secrets, but did they understand the significance of tech equipment? Were they aware of the existence of other Ark worlds? These were mysteries yet to be unraveled. The migrators were even more enigmatic than the Pantheon. While the Pantheon concealed itself, its ambitions made it inevitable for them to reveal their hand eventually. The migrators, however, were different. Their control over tribes and suppression of technological progress had a purpose that remained shrouded in mystery. Unable to find answers, Lin Mo decided to set the matter aside. He stored the artifact safely and drifted into a deep sleep. Ding! All items have been crafted. Current level, 57. Available attribute points, 29. The system's notification sound woke him. Stretching lazily, Lin Mo immediately hurried over to the workbenches. Just as expected, all items were completed and neatly sorted in the storage cabinets. Over 80 of the raw materials had been used up. Now came the final and most crucial step, crafting the saddle for the Banelord. This level 57 unlock would allow him to perfectly control the ancient Banelord, Godslayer. With it, even tech-whipped foes would fall if caught in the Banelord's jaws. The 1000 attack boost was no joke. No tech armor could withstand such devastating power. It didn't take long for the Banelord's saddle to be completed. Lin Mo held it in his hands and let out a deep breath. His chances of victory had just increased significantly. From the previous battle where the migrators deployed a Trex, he realized that their forces included not only aerial units but also formidable ground troops. However, with Godslayer on his side, any ground assault would be futile. Without ground support, even their mighty eagles wouldn't be able to breach the tribe's defenses. Most flying creatures inflicted minimal damage to structures. If an eagle could deal 50 damage to a human, its attack on a building might only cause 10, or even less. Against iron walls, an eagle was nothing more than a paper tiger. Lin Mo gathered the chieftain's elite guard and instructed them to carry a large amount of building materials. Listen carefully, this is a covert operation. No one is to make a sound. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with under martial law. White, you're in charge of supervision. White, the captain of the guard, had fought alongside Lin Mo during the plaza battle and held him in the highest regard. To White, Lin Mo's words were akin to divine decree. Still, he couldn't help but ask, "Chieftain, what exactly are we doing?" "You'll find out soon enough," Lin Mo replied with a cryptic smile. The guards each carried 30 units of foundations or iron walls, straining their limits. With Lin Mo leading the way, the patrols they encountered merely saluted and refrained from asking questions. Many soldiers, seeing their chieftain personally leading a night patrol, were deeply moved. Upon reaching the edge of the city walls, Lin Mo retrieved an iron foundation. He turned to the guards and warned, "Remember, no matter what you see, you are not to make a sound. Disobey, and you'll face martial law." With that, he raised his hand and seamlessly replaced a wooden foundation with the iron one. The entire team fell into stunned silence, not because of his command, but out of sheer shock. What would normally take hours to accomplish, Lin Mo completed in an instant. Even more astonishing, he continued to replace foundations with a simple wave of his hand, each replacement happening in the blink of an eye. In less than 20 seconds, 10 foundations had been completely upgraded. The soldiers stood frozen, speechless, until Lin Mo urged them to follow him to the next section of the wall. If his combat prowess during the earlier battle had proven his personal strength, this display solidified his status as a true powerhouse. According to legend, only gods could break free from the constraints of the Ark's laws. What Lin Mo accomplished in moments would take ordinary people hours of labor. This was beyond human capability. Even titles like Highborn or Divine Descendant seemed inadequate to describe him. As the guards followed Lin Mo, watching him effortlessly rebuild the foundations, their admiration for him deepened with every step. Because of his incredible speed and skillful execution, Lin Mo used up building materials at an astonishing rate. The guards were busy making trips back and forth to transport the supplies. By the time the night was over, Lin Mo had silently replaced all the foundations with new ones. Additionally, he swapped out the cannon bases and supports for steel structures, leaving only the platform temporarily unchanged. Had his own plans. Once everything was completed, Lin Mo instructed everyone to rest and reminded them not to disclose what had happened. He then returned to the chieftain's quarters and slept peacefully. The next morning, people woke up as usual, unaware of the changes to the foundations. Since most of the foundations were buried underground and the area around the walls was overgrown with weeds, it was nearly impossible to notice without a close inspection. Just like that, in a single night, the once weak foundations of the walls were completely transformed into a solid, fortified structure. However, the gate remained the same old wooden dinosaur gate. Lin Mo had a steel dinosaur gate on hand and could replace it at any time, but he deliberately left this weakness as bait. He reasoned that if he replaced the gate with a steel one, the star migrants would become more cautious and hesitant to attack. Lin Mo understood the strength of the star migrants, but he also knew that only by demonstrating power could he earn their respect and secure lasting peace. Thus, he intentionally only replaced the foundations, creating the illusion that the tribe was still vulnerable, while spreading word of plans to significantly reinforce the fortifications. He believed that this information would reach the enemy through an informant, prompting the star migrants to attack prematurely, aiming to break through before the upgrades were complete. And this was exactly what Lin Mo wanted. As the morning sunlight bathed the land, Lin Mo was full of energy. He issued 2 orders to the guard, to capture the traitor and to prepare for battle. Then, he convened a meeting with the elders and revealed everything he had done the previous night. When the elders learned that all the foundations had been replaced in a single night, they were utterly shocked. To them, it seemed like an impossible feat, yet their chieftain had actually accomplished it. What amazed them even more was that Lin Mo had done it all by himself, from crafting the materials to replacing the foundations. Elder Xian stepped forward, his voice tinged with a hint of reproach. "Chieftain, such a major undertaking, why didn't you inform us in advance?" Despite his words, his face was full of smiles, and his eyes gleamed with admiration. The other elders shared his astonishment and joy. Lin Mo chuckled and explained, "It wasn't intentional secrecy, it was to guard against spies." "Bring him in." The doors swung open, and White entered with several guards, escorting a servant from the elders' council. Many of the elders recognized the man and looked at him in shock. Lin Mo announced loudly, "This man has been secretly monitoring us and leaking information to the star migrants. After our discussion about strengthening the defenses yesterday, he slipped away to deliver the news." The elders glared angrily at the servant, who trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom how Lin Mo had uncovered him. Lin Mo approached him with a cold smile. "You thought you successfully leaked information? What you sent out was precisely what I wanted you to send. As for the real plans, you know nothing. The star migrants will act on your false information and attack early, hoping to breach our defenses. But they are destined to fail. All the wall foundations have been replaced with steel. Once they come in, they won't be leaving." The elders were stunned, realizing the extent of Lin Mo's foresight. He had only just assumed the role of chieftain, yet he had already uncovered a traitor and set a trap to lure the enemy. At that moment, the sound of urgent war drums echoed enemy attack. The elders grew flustered, but Lin Mo remained calm. He gestured to reassure them. "Don't worry. I anticipated their attack and prepared accordingly." His words, though simple, carried an inexplicable sense of authority that calmed the elders. As they exited the council hall, they saw the guards already fully armed and lined up outside. To their astonishment, The guards were clad in uniform gray-black bulletproof armor. That's bulletproof armor, one Sharpied elder exclaimed in shock. Bulletproof armor was the highest-grade defensive equipment in the Ark world, and only the star migrants knew how to produce it. Yet Lin Mo had managed to acquire it. The elders gazed at him with awe and reverence. Chieftain, you are truly remarkable. In just one night, not only did you replace all the foundations, but you also crafted so much bulletproof armor. Elder Xian's voice trembled with excitement. Previously, the tribe had relied solely on Lin Mo's strength to resist the Xing migrators, seeking peace at any cost. They never dared to hope for victory-only survival. But now, Lin Mo's arrival had given them a glimpse of true hope. The equipment of the 30-member guard had been completely upgraded. Brand new iron spears, crossbows, and even simple pistols holstered at their waists, drastically improving their combat capabilities. Lin Mo prioritized arming this small group because their numbers made them easier to manage, and they had demonstrated loyalty and skill in the battle the day before. It was also far more efficient than selecting soldiers from the larger army. The elders were instructed to carry out their respective duties resettling residents, bolstering defenses, and, most importantly, guarding against sabotage from traitors. Any disruption to order would be dealt with under wartime law. As Lin Mo left the council hall, he encountered Yun Xiao, fully armed and accompanied by her trade caravan. Handing her a set of bulletproof armor, he tasked her with maintaining order at the caravan's base. Concerned for Lin Mo's safety, Yun Xiao offered to join him in fighting the Xing migrators. Lin Mo explained that this battle was meant to inspire morale and stability in the rear, particularly at the trade caravan base, was crucial. Yun Xiao was the ideal person for this responsibility. Reluctantly, Yun Xiao accepted the mission. Lin Mo mounted his steed, Mad Fong, and led the guard toward the city gates. The Xing migrators' ground forces had already advanced to within 200 meters of the gate. The deafening sound of war drums and the restless figures atop the city walls underscored the tension gripping the Red Pine tribe. Dressed in crimson armor, Commander Arl sneered, convinced that the Red Pine tribe had been utterly intimidated. Suddenly, his adjutant pointed toward the chaotic city gate and shouted, "Commander, the gate is blocked." Lifting his binoculars, Arl saw an overturned cart, a jam of auxiliary dragons, and scattered trade caravan banners. Realizing it was the caravan trying to flee, their panic had caused the blockage. Overjoyed, Arl immediately altered his strategy, ordering his troops to focus their efforts on breaching the gate, storming the council hall, and capturing all the elders alive. He believed this approach would minimize casualties and be far more effective than attacking the base of the city walls. Perfect. Their gate won't close anytime soon. What a heaven-sent opportunity. Al growled lowly to his lieutenant, his eyes gleaming with sharp determination. Bull Dragon Team 1, charge straight into the gate and plant explosives inside. Blow it to pieces. Team 2, secure the area once inside and provide cover for the main force. As soon as the gate is down, our Trex units can storm through, and there's no way they can stop us. Al's voice brimmed with excitement, as if victory was already in his grasp. Your strategy is brilliant, sir. They never saw this ambush coming, and those merchant caravans ended up playing right into our hands. The lieutenant fawned, his eyes filled with admiration. Al waved dismissively, cutting off the flattery, though the smirk tugging at the corner of his lips betrayed how much he enjoyed the praise. Enough. Focus on the mission. We'll talk later. In his mind, he could already see the gates of Redwood falling, his promotion to commander of the Star Migrator Army, and the High Priest's recognition fueling his ambition. The 10 bull dragons let out deafening roars as they charged toward the gate at full speed. The soldiers on the wall shouted in panic, their arrows flying wildly and missing their marks, uselessly falling short. From a distance, Al observed the battlefield through his binoculars, his face twisting into a scornful grin. Ha! The Redwood soldiers are even weaker than I expected. Exactly. Spoiled and ungrateful, how dare they offend their biggest backer? Serves them right. The lieutenant chimed in, seizing another opportunity to flatter his superior. Bull Dragon Team 1 smashed through to the gate with unstoppable force. The merchants and soldiers who had crowded the area moments before had already scattered in terror. The team quickly scanned the interior for any signs of an ambush. Finding none, they cautiously filed inside. Once inside the gate, the soldiers on the walls above became even less effective, their aim faltering as they fled in disarray. In mere moments, the area near the gate was completely deserted. The leader of Bull Dragon Team 1 couldn't believe how smoothly things were going. This was almost too easy. Wasting no time, he pulled out a signal gun and fired a bright flare into the sky, signaling their success. Upon seeing the signal, the reinforcements surged forward. They spread out to secure the area while simultaneously bombarding the city gate with explosives. The wooden gate shuddered violently under the blasts, sending splinters flying in all directions. After just 3 explosions, the gate collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattered wooden debris scattering across the ground. Commander, I'll watch the ruined gate with a mocking smirk. Less than 3 minutes to bring it down. Huh. With strength like this, where did Red Sequoia get the nerve to challenge us? He sneered. His lieutenant quickly chimed in. It must be that new chieftain misleading them. Commander, I suggest that when we capture him, we put him on trial in front of everyone in Red Sequoia. That would greatly enhance your prestige. Al nodded approvingly. Good idea. Very good. He was keenly aware that seizing Red Sequoia without significant losses would earn him commendation. The army was in need of leadership, and this victory could very well be his ticket to advancement. The lieutenant, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude repeatedly and proclaimed his unwavering loyalty to Al, confident in their success. The two, brimming with smugness, led their forces through the breach in the gate atop their mighty Tyrannosaurus. Behind them, 10 Carnotaurs followed in formation, their heavy steps echoing as they entered the city. The destroyed gate was just wide enough to accommodate the massive creatures. As the Tyrannosaurus and its entourage of Carnotaurs marched into the city, the elders watching from an observation platform in the upper district felt a chill run down their spines. The fear they had once felt in the presence of the Tyrannosaurus resurfaced with full force. Meanwhile, in a concealed position near the gate, Lin Mo silently observed the scene through binoculars. His guard stood motionless behind him, awaiting orders. A messenger approached and reported, "Chieftain, everything is proceeding as you commanded. We feigned a bottleneck at the gate, and they've taken the bait." Good. Have all personnel been evacuated safely? Lin Mo asked. Yes, Chieftain. Per your instructions, everyone withdrew as soon as the attack began. Even those on the walls have moved to concealed positions and are standing by, the messenger confirmed. Lin Mo gave a quiet nod and resumed his observation through the binoculars. The entire Pioneer Marine Corps had entered the city and was now cautiously surveying their surroundings. Another messenger arrived moments later. Chieftain, the captain of the first squad reports that the task you assigned has been completed. 35 stone ceiling panels have been scattered randomly along the roadsides. In addition, several storage chests have been placed, each stocked with ceiling panels as per your orders. Excellent. Good work, Lin Mo replied with satisfaction. Behind him, Captain White looked perplexed, unable to fathom the purpose of the ceiling panels and storage chests. Back near the city gate, the Pioneer Marines were maintaining a defensive perimeter. The area was eerily quiet. Commander Al scanned his surroundings with growing suspicion. The Carnotaurs sent out to scout had all returned, and their riders reported, no sign of anyone from Red Sequoia in the vicinity. What? Not a single person? Not even soldiers? Al questioned. None, sir. Not even a single dinosaur, the scout confirmed. Perched atop his Tyrannosaurus, Al hesitated, his expression tense. Strange. What's going on here? He muttered, wary of a potential ambush orchestrated by Lin Mo. Just then, another Carnotaur scout returned. The knight shouted loudly, Commander, we've spotted a large number of Chavoxtafries on the road ahead. There are also soldiers lying in ambush nearby. They're armed with iron crossbow slooks like an elite unit. Upon hearing this, Al slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Ah, so that's it. They abandoned the city walls after the gates were breached and set up obstacles within the city, planning to fight us through street battles. Clever move. Our Trexes are indeed less agile in the narrow alleys of the lower city, but did they think we'd leave our Carnotauruses as mere decorations? The adjutant immediately chimed in. Exactly. Our Carnotauruses are still nimble in these streets. It shouldn't be an issue. Al sneered, This must be that new chieftain's little scheme. Does he really think limiting the mobility of our Trexes will give him the upper hand? Wishful thinking. If that's how they want to play, there's nothing to be afraid of. Pass on my orders. Units 1 and 2 will attack directly. I'll lead the Trexes with the adjutant in the center, and Unit 3 will hold the rear to secure the formation. Stay alert for ambushes. Yes, sir. The troops moved into action immediately. Al, however, was known for being indecisive. When he spotted an opportunity, he often acted impulsively, but the moment something felt off, he would hesitate. Lin Mo, facing him for the first time, quickly discerned his personality after observing his combat style. Seeing Al's delay after entering the city, Lin Mo knew Al hadn't encountered any resistance and was growing suspicious, fearing a trap. To exploit this, Lin Mo had deliberately placed numerous Chavoxtafries on the road and allowed his soldiers to expose their presence, putting Al at ease. Sure enough, Al took the bait, convinced he had Lin Mo figured out. Confident in the strength of his ground forces, he charged forward. As they passed through one of the streets, Al noticed some items scattered on the ground. Check what's on the ground, he ordered. A soldier inspected the items and reported, Commander, ceiling panels. Oh, ceiling panels? Yes, stone ceiling panels. Check those storage cabinets over there. What's inside? Al instructed. Commander, more ceiling panels. Most are stone, but some are made of iron. Al seemed to grasp the situation and let out a cold laugh. It looks like the intel from our insider was accurate. They're really trying to seal off the entire top of the settlement with these sealing panels. If that's their plan, once they've sealed the top, our Air Force won't be able to get in at all. After all, we don't have Quetzalcoatlus on our side. And since they already have iron sealing panels, it's clear that their new chieftain must have the blueprint for it. The adjutant seized the opportunity to flatter, exclaiming, "Commander, your decisive decision to attack was truly brilliant. If we had waited for the Air Force to fully mobilize, it would have taken at least 3 days. During that time, the tribe could have sealed off the top and turned the place into an impenetrable fortress. Even the Air Force would have been useless by then. Now, we've stormed into the city, forcing them to defend in the streets. This is what true strategic genius looks like. The position of army commander belongs to no one but you." Al, basking in the praise, laughed heartily. "Brothers, their plans have been completely exposed. Their strength is nothing special. Today is the day we make our mark. Kill 1 soldier, and you'll earn 10 pearls. If any civilians block your way, cut them down 5 pearls each. Capture the chieftain, and you'll be rewarded with 200 pearls. Now, go tack." The ground forces, already high in morale, were further invigorated. Seeing the enemy fleeing in disarray, leaving behind their weapons and supplies, and hastily setting up barricades on the streets to slow the advancing army, their fighting spirit soared even higher. With the added incentive of rewards, they charged forward as if fueled by adrenaline. The bull dragons roared as they charged, their thundering steps shaking the earth. They quickly approached 3 rows of barricades set up in the streets. The riders hurled remote-controlled explosives, blasting the barricades and the soldiers behind them, then followed up by throwing grenades into the crowds. Amid the deafening explosions, enemy soldiers scattered in panic. The first 2 rows of wooden barricades were soon destroyed. However, as the lead riders neared the final row of barricades, one of them shouted in alarm, "Wait! Fall back! Retreat now!" They desperately tried to pull back, but the densely packed bull dragons behind them couldn't move, and the soldiers at the rear kept pushing them forward. "What's going on up there? Why have we stopped?" Al roared angrily. The riders at the front yelled back desperately, "Commander, it's iron barricades." "Iron barricades?" Al's heart sank. Unlike wooden ones, iron barricades were far more durable and resistant. The bull dragons couldn't break through them and might even injure themselves in the attempt. Fortunately, the lead riders had spotted the danger in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The iron barricades were also highly resistant to explosives, rendering their remaining bombs useless. It suddenly made sense why the first 2 rows of wooden barricades were destroyed so easily. This row was built to last. How on earth did that kid get the plans for iron barricades? Al was stunned. These defensive structures, highly effective against dinosaurs, were tightly controlled by the star migrators and rarely leaked. Just then, a deafening battle cry erupted from the rooftops on both sides of the street. The ground forces looked up in horror to see scores of enemy soldiers appearing on the roofs, armed with iron crossbows and grenades. Arrows rained down, and grenades flew. Trapped in the narrow street, the ground forces became sitting ducks. The iron barricades blocked their path forward, while the congestion behind left them no room to maneuver. Smoke grenades deployed by Lin Mo began to billow, obscuring the ground forces' vision. The red cedar soldiers didn't need to aim. They simply unleashed a barrage of firepower into the street. Chaos erupted among Al's forces, with stray bullets even injuring their own men. Al's mount was struck by several bullets, letting out a pained screech. "It's a trap!" Al shouted in shock. His confidence in charging in had stemmed from his assessment of the red cedars' technological capabilities, assuming they lacked sufficient iron crossbows and grenades. But to his horror, their arsenal had seemingly advanced overnight. As Al's forces descended into chaos, the soldiers who had previously fled returned, this time wielding makeshift firearms. Gunfire crackled like popcorn, creating a deadly crossfire. A single bull dragon was hit by over a dozen bullets and blown apart by 4 grenades in an instant. One grenade even rolled under a Tyrannosaurus's feet and exploded. While the damage was minimal, it was enough to shatter Al's resolve. "Retreat! Retreat! Get the hell out of here now!" Al bellowed in panic, ordering a full retreat. The colossal size of the Trex made it nearly impossible for it to turn around in the narrow corridor, and the surrounding Carnotauruses only made the situation worse. Al wanted the Trex to attack the people on the rooftop, but his mount was trapped by the Carnotaurus troops. The chaos prevented him from getting anywhere near the rooftop. Despite its massive body, the Trex was rendered useless in this hasty assault, reduced to letting out helpless roars. As the smoke began to clear, the outcome was obvious: defeat was inevitable. Fear consumed Al. He was no novice in battle, and his soldiers were elite. But their previous victories had always relied on overwhelming technological superiority, making success almost too easy. This had bred complacency and arrogance in him. Today, that mindset was utterly shattered by his opponent. For the first time, they were being overpowered, and they had no idea how to respond. They had never faced such a predicament, let alone prepared for it. At this moment, there was only one option: escape. Desperate, Al drove his mount forward, trampling his own soldiers in a frantic bid to flee. The disoriented troops, still reeling from the bombardment, didn't even have time to react before being crushed under the Trex's feet, their screams piercing the chaos. Al didn't care about anything else, he just wanted to escape. As the commander of the Nova Migrants' ground forces, he couldn't afford to be captured. It would be a humiliation his people could not endure, and the responsibility was too great for him to bear. Even if it meant the annihilation of his entire army, he had to make it out alive. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps behind him caught his attention. Turning around, Al saw his deputy also trampling soldiers in a clumsy effort to catch up. Al roared, "I'm transferring command authority to you right now. Stay behind and hold them off." The deputy froze for a moment before shouting back, "What about you? I must report the situation to headquarters. If I don't, the Nova Migrants will suffer a catastrophic loss." Al threw out this self-righteous excuse and bolted without looking back. To his surprise, the deputy chased after him, shouting, "This task should be mine. Commander, you stay and lead the fight. The troops can't do without you." Al's fury erupted. "Nonsense. You stay. I've already given you command authority. Are you shirking responsibility? Defying orders?" The deputy grimaced. "Fine, fine. Then I, as the acting commander, now return command authority to you. The battlefield is yours again." "Ridiculous." Al fumed, utterly exasperated. The two of them bickered as they ran through the smoke-filled streets, one ahead of the other, heading toward the city gates. They were confident the gates were still open. Such a massive structure couldn't have been rebuilt in just 10 minutes, nor could it have been fortified so quickly. At most, there might be some raptors stationed there, but with their Trexes, those would pose no threat. Besides, they thought they were overthinking. The gate was already in sight, and only one figure stood at the empty entrance, trying to block their path. It was a young man clad in body armor, his face covered, holding a spear. Lin Mo. He wasn't even riding a dinosaur. The two had no idea who Lin Mo was, and seeing him standing alone, they sneered. "Huh, trying to stop us? You must have a death wish." Though they were fleeing in disarray, the sight of such an easy target reignited Alice's arrogance. "Watch me take him down in one bite. Commander, he's probably just stalling for time to let their reinforcements catch up. Let's just charge through and crush him," the deputy quickly suggested. His greatest fear was that Al might actually stop to attack Lin Mo. If that happened, the massive Trex would block the gate, trapping them both. If the enemy reinforcements arrived, Al might escape, but he'd be doomed. His own Trex had already taken dozens of bullets and was severely injured. Al found the suggestion reasonable and whistled, commanding his Trex to charge. Full speed ahead. The Trex roared and launched a ferocious charge at Lin Mo, watching the behemoth barrel toward him. Lin Mo calmly took a few steps back, positioning himself just outside the gateway, technically on the outer side of the city wall. Despite his remarkable resilience, even Lin Mo couldn't withstand a direct hit from a charging Trex, let alone two second-generation Trexes. Yet, he remained unfazed, standing motionless. By this point, a group of soldiers had caught up, stopping in their tracks as they saw Lin Mo facing the two Trexes alone. They were both awestruck by his courage and deeply worried for his safety. On the observation platform, the elders of the Redwoods watched with bated breath. They had witnessed Lin Mo's strength before, and now, seeing how he had driven the Nova Migrants' ground forces into retreat, they regarded him as the Redwoods' greatest hope. But watching him face two Trexes alone, their hearts were in their throats. Among them, Yun Xiao's face was especially pale. She wished she could fly to Lin Mo's side. Having just finished arranging matters with the trade caravan, she had come to check on Lin Mo's safety, only to be greeted by this scene. In that moment, it felt as though she herself were in danger, her anxiety overwhelming. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Trexes charged toward Lin Mo with unstoppable momentum. Lin Mo didn't move. The distance between them rapidly closed: 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. They were almost upon him. And then, at the critical moment, a sly smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. He suddenly raised his hand. Thud. A deep, resonant crash echoed through the air. A massive, impenetrable steel dinosaur gate materialized at the gap, sealing off the exit completely. The two Trex riders, caught off guard by the sudden change, could only let out startled cries. They had no time to react. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds echoed as Al's Trex slammed headfirst into the massive steel gate. The immense impact left the dinosaur dazed and disoriented. To make matters worse, the adjutant's Trex failed to stop in time and crashed directly into its rear. Under attack from both sides and already gravely wounded, Al's Trex succumbed instantly. The system registered Al as dismounted, flinging him off the dragon's back and slamming him hard against the iron gate. Instinctively, he raised his hands to protect his head, but a sharp cry of pain escaped his lips. Both arms were fractured, and 2 ribs broke as he collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. At that moment, the massive gate began to open slowly. Lin Mo emerged at the entrance, wielding an iron spear. Moments ago, Al and his adjutant had been brimming with arrogance, but now their faces were filled with terror. That enormous iron gate, something even the best architects among the star migrants would need nearly 2 hours to construct, had been conjured by Lin Mo in an instant. This defied everything they understood about the laws of the Ark. Al struggled painfully to lift his upper body, but found himself unable to move. He could only cast a desperate glance at his adjutant. Meanwhile, the adjutant, faced with Lin Mo's steady approach, retreated step by step. His Trex was also severely injured. While it might not be instantly pierced by the iron spear, it wouldn't withstand much more damage. Under normal circumstances, anyone daring to face him alone like this would have been stomped to death by his Trex without hesitation. But now, he didn't dare attack, especially after witnessing Lin Mo's extraordinary ability to instantly deploy structures. As he retreated, the Redwood soldiers behind him shouted, warning him not to take another step back or they would open fire. The elders, seeing the tide of the battle turning in their favor, breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Lin Mo press forward, they could barely contain their satisfaction. Yuan Shao, too, relaxed and smiled as she saw Lin Mo preparing to single-handedly take down the injured Trex. "Help me! Save me!" Al cried out to the adjutant, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. The adjutant was entirely focused on Lin Mo, knowing full well that Lin Mo intended to slay the weakened Trex and claim the honor of being a dragon slayer. "Damn it! I'll fight you to the death," the adjutant snarled, pulling a rare healing item from his inventory and shoving it into the Trex's mouth. This precious item could instantly restore a percentage of the dinosaur's health, and was only issued in limited quantities to mid- and high-ranking officers among the star migrants as a last resort. Al had 2 of these as well, but the situation had escalated too quickly for him to use them. The Trex's eyes gleamed as it consumed the restorative item, letting out a thunderous roar as its health instantly recovered by 10. Although 10 might not sound like much, for this second-generation, genetically enhanced Trex, it meant several hundred points of health, enough to break through the encirclement. The adjutant was confident that not even 10 strikes from Lin Mo's spear would be enough to bring it down now. The sight of the Trex's diminishing wounds shocked the Redwood soldiers, who understood this meant the creature had regained some of its strength. What had been a sure victory for Lin Mo in his unknown duel against the weakened Trex was now far less certain. Yuan Shao, seeing this, could no longer sit still. She pulled out the grappling hook Lin Mo had given her and prepared to attach it to her crossbow. She aimed the grappling hook at the buildings lining the street below the high platform. The claw latched firmly onto a wall. Swiftly, she secured the other end of the rope to the platform's railing. Without a moment to test its stability, she tore off her scarf, wrapped it around the rope as a grip, took a deep breath, and sped down along the rope. She had to help, but it was already too late. The lieutenant wasn't about to let this one chance to escape slip away. He immediately blew his whistle and shouted, "Crush him! Charge!" The Trex began its thunderous charge toward Lin Mo. Its heavy footsteps shook the ground beneath it. Lin Mo showed no fear. With a loud roar, he shouted, "You want to die?" He raised his spear and charged Hedon toward the beast. Everyone held their breath in disbelief. Was he really going to face a Trex Hedon? Was this not a death wish? The lieutenant smirked with glee at the sight. Foolish. He thinks he can collide with it? He has no idea how terrifying the Trex's strength is. One hit, and he'll be sent flying 100 meters. The Trex lowered its massive head, aiming directly at Lin Mo. The oppressive pressure was suffocating. Lin Mo could already feel the powerful gust of wind from its charge, but he remained calm, carefully searching for the perfect moment to strike. As the Trex closed the distance to less than 2 meters, Lin Mo knew the time had come. There would be only one chance. If he missed it, no matter how strong he was, he'd be sent flying and gravely injured. He reversed his spear, channeling all his strength into the tip. Taking a deep breath from his core, he let out a thunderous roar. Ha! His battle cry reverberated across the battlefield, freezing time itself. The spear struck true, piercing directly into the Trex's forehead. At the same time, Lin Mo rolled to the side, narrowly evading the beast's charge. With a sickening crack, the iron spear penetrated the Trex's thick skull, sinking in completely. The entire spear disappeared into the creature's massive head. The unstoppable charge of the Trex turned into a chaotic slide. It skidded over 10 meters before finally collapsing in a heap. The lieutenant didn't even see how Lin Mo struck. He couldn't tell if Lin Mo had even moved. All he knew was that in the split second when the two crossed paths, Lin Mo's spear vanished as if by magic. And the Trex? It crashed to the ground in a lifeless heap. "Damn it! What are you doing, you useless fool?" Get up. Get up now. The adjutant roared hysterically, spittle flying everywhere. He watched in disbelief as Lin Mo darted behind the Trex, just one step away from the gate. If that beast got back on its feet, Lin Mo could vanish without a trace. And there was no way, absolutely no way, a mere iron spear could kill a second-generation Trex that had already recovered 10 of its health. It was inconceivable. Under the adjutant's frantic urging, the Trex staggered to its feet. But instead of obeying orders and charging toward the gate, it turned around and let out an earth-shaking roar at Lin Mo. The adjutant was beside himself, yanking desperately at the reins, trying to make the beast flee. Yet the Trex seemed to have lost its reason. The more its master commanded it to retreat, the more it advanced toward Lin Mo, step by shuffling step. The adjutant quickly realized something was wrong. The Trex, though moving forward, was unsteady, as if it were holding on by sheer willpower. Then it hit him. The spear had pierced the Trex's skull, injuring its brain. Its consciousness was muddled, leaving it incapable of following orders, driven only by an overwhelming fury toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood his ground, fists clenched, his eyes blazing. The Trex staggered toward him, its massive jaws opening wide, ready to swallow him whole. Stay down, Lin Mo roared, charging forward. With a single, thunderous punch, he struck the Trex square in the jaw. A sharp crack echoed as the beast's jaw shattered, snapping to the side. It let out a pitiful, canine-like whimper before collapsing in a massive heap. Its body twitched once, then lay still. The fractured jaw continued to spasm for a moment before finally going limp. The Trex was dead, completely, utterly dead. From a distance, the soldiers watching the scene erupted in deafening cheers, celebrating their leader's incredible strength. Lin Mo had just killed a Trex with his bare hands. His power was beyond belief, especially considering the Trex had partially recovered its health. That single punch had shattered its jaw, a feat that seemed impossible without the aid of advanced tech gear and powered gauntlets. The adjutant, trembling, scrambled to his feet, staring dumbfounded at the Trex's lifeless body. His face was a mixture of shock and despair. When he turned and saw Lin Mo striding toward him, he paled visibly, his hands shaking as he drew a semi-automatic pistol. But Lin Mo didn't even flinch, continuing his approach. The adjutant swallowed hard, his fear intensifying as he met Lin Mo's eyes. In them, he saw a terrifying, predatory bloodlust, something inhuman, something primal. The aura of someone who could kill a Trex barehanded was suffocating, utterly overwhelming. He aimed his pistol at Lin Mo but couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. When Lin Mo was just 2 meters away, he didn't strike. Instead, he extended his right hand, palm up, gesturing for the weapon. Without hesitation, the adjutant surrendered his pistol, raising his hands high in a gesture of surrender. Please, don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender, he cried out in terror. The sight of the adjutant surrendering so easily sent another wave of cheers through the soldiers, though mingled with jeers and mocking laughter. To the warriors of the tribe, courage and loyalty were paramount virtues. A coward who surrendered without a fight, especially while still armed, was beneath contempt. And to be captured while trying to flee? That was the ultimate disgrace. What made the moment even more exhilarating for the soldiers was the fact that this surrendering coward was an officer of the Migrant Star Forces. The significance of this victory could not be overstated. Lin Mo, seeing the adjutant's quick capitulation, immediately pegged him as a spineless coward. Judging by the state of the commander lying nearby, he likely wasn't much better. It was no surprise the two had abandoned their troops to save their own skins. Lin Mo calmly ejected the bullets from the pistol, inspected the weapon, and then pocketed it. He gave a curt nod and said, "Good. I don't kill those who surrender willingly. We treat prisoners fairly, but let me be clear, anyone who dares to cause trouble after surrendering will be treated as a traitor and executed on the spot. Understood?" "Yes. Understood." The adjutant nodded frantically, relief washing over him. Lin Mo's expression turned cold as he demanded, "You attacked the Redwoods tribe today. Who gave the order to invade?" The adjutant's face went pale. Without missing a beat, he pointed to the man on the ground. "It was him. His name is Al, he's our commander. He gave the order to attack. Two tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen." Lin Mo's sharp gaze shifted to Al, who instantly felt as though a blade were pressed against his throat. Cold sweat dripped down his back. He opened his mouth, intending to deny the accusation, but under Lin Mo's piercing stare, no words came out. Lin Mo ignored Al at first and continued questioning the adjutant. "What's the specific situation of your unit? What rank does it hold among the migrators? And how many similar units are there?" The adjutant glanced at Lin Mo's right hand, still covered in the blood of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, swallowed nervously, and quickly replied, "We are the Southern 1st Ground Combat Unit of the Migrators, with a force of 30 dinosaurs, including 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes. This includes 10 second-generation Carnotaurus and 2 second-generation Tyrannosaurus Rexes. In the southern region, there's another ground combat unit of similar size and structure. We usually operate covertly, focusing on monitoring the movements of major tribes, locating airdropped supply crates, taming high-level rare dinosaurs, and eliminating elite dinosaurs. He paused before adding, in the northern region, there's reportedly only one ground combat unit of comparable size, as the northern territory is smaller than the south. The adjutant answered Lin Mo's questions thoroughly, leaving nothing out. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, White approached with several guards. They had just finished a battle, which had been almost entirely one-sided. White's face was alight with excitement as he bowed and reported, "Chief, the fighting in the streets is over, and the battlefield has been cleared. We've killed 30 Carnotaurus, eliminated 21 enemies, and captured 9. All of them have surrendered." Hearing this, the adjutant was utterly devastated. He realized the ground combat unit had been completely wiped out. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and asked, "All surrendered? Did those soldiers give up resisting so easily?" White chuckled, "Not that easily. At first, they resisted stubbornly. Then I called out to them, saying that their 2 commanding officers had fled for their lives, leaving them behind as scapegoats. The bodies of their comrades crushed under the Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet served as proof of my words. When they realized their officers had abandoned them, the soldiers were furious. So, they all surrendered. But they had one condition," he added mischievously, "and I took the liberty of agreeing to it on your behalf." Lin Mo shot him a sideways glance and asked, "What condition? What right do captives have to make demands?" White grinned and said, "Their condition is those 2 officers who abandoned them must be captured." After he finished, Lin Mo burst into laughter and pointed at Al and the adjutant. "See? This is what happens when you abandon your comrades. The ones you leave behind will quickly turn into your enemies." Al was ashen-faced, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. The adjutant kept his head low, sweat streaming down like rain. White added fuel to the fire, handing over a note with a smug expression. "Chief, those guys spilled the beans to save their lives. They've revealed a few secret hideouts, and I've written them all down." Lin Mo took the note, glanced at it briefly, memorized the locations, and reminded him, "Good work. But in the future, don't make promises to captives lightly. Inform me when necessary." White stood at attention, his expression turning serious. "Understood. I won't overstep my authority again." Lin Mo nodded, patting him on the shoulder. "Good. Have everyone clean up the battlefield and restore order to the tribe as soon as possible. Life must go on. Also, gather all the workers. The ceiling must be completed by the night after tomorrow. I'll help out." He gave White a meaningful look. White immediately understood. "Yes, sir. I guarantee the task will be completed." He turned and left swiftly. With a wave of Lin Mo's hand, the guards surrounded the 2 captives. Lin Mo walked up to Al and demanded sharply, "Your name is Al, and you're the commander? Why did you attack the Red Cedar tribe?" Al stiffened and replied reluctantly, "Your Red Cedar tribe didn't know its place and defied us. You've lived under the protection of the star migrants all this time, and now you're ungrateful." "Ungrateful?" Lin Mo interrupted him. "The so-called protection you speak of is nothing but opportunism. You invest a bit of insignificant technology into tribes with potential just to control their fate. It's the cheapest form of domination." Al's face changed, shocked that Lin Mo had seen through the true nature of the star migrants so easily. Lin Mo continued, "I don't see this as ingratitude. I see it as reclaiming our roots. You've become an obstacle to the tribe's development." Al argued weakly, "But the star migrants have contributed to the tribe's progress." "Sure, they've contributed, but always with strings attached and ulterior motives," Lin Mo retorted. "And besides, you've become a hindrance to the tribe's growth. Without breaking free from your control, the tribe will never truly thrive. I've also learned that the tribe has been providing you with resources unconditionally for years. The amount we've given you could repay your so-called favor 10 times over." Al was speechless. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "You're the leader, so we can't let you go. Take him for treatment and lock him up. If he dares to escape, execute him on the spot." The guards dragged Al away. Lin Mo turned his gaze to the trembling adjutant, who was visibly terrified. With a cold smile, he said, "I'll let you go." The adjutant froze. "Let me go?" "Yes." Overjoyed, the adjutant repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Hearing this, Al struggled and shouted, "I protest. Why are you letting him go?" Lin Mo barked, "What are you protesting about? As a captive, you're lucky to receive treatment and food." Unwilling to accept it, Al retorted, "I just want to say he's not innocent. It was he who encouraged me to attack. He was trying to drag someone down with him." The adjutant quickly defended himself. "Chief, I swear, I didn't encourage him. He made the decision to attack after receiving inside information. I can even report that the informant." Before he could finish, Lin Mo interrupted and named summoning a person he had captured earlier that morning. The adjutant froze, nodding mechanically, terror filling his heart. Lin Mo had known all along. It had all been a trap. Al, both furious and desperate, began hurling insults at the adjutant, who retaliated in kind. The two of them devolved into a shouting match, like quarrelsome fishwives. Enough! Lin Mo roared. Do you have no sense of honor as warriors? And to think your star migrants you have such disgraceful conduct. Al, your crimes will be judged accordingly. Take him away. He turned to the adjutant. Do you know why I'm letting you go? The adjutant shook his head, bewildered. I'm letting you go so you can deliver a message from Metal the Migrators that all the captives will be well taken care of. In 10 days, send someone to the Red Sequoia tribe to negotiate. As long as you don't have any ulterior motives, they'll treat you with the utmost respect. Lin Mo's face darkened as his tone turned sharp. But if you dare play any tricks, I don't care whether you're migrators or some Dogstar crew, none of you will return alive. Got it? Understood, Chief. The deputy nodded repeatedly, bowing in relief as though he had been granted amnesty. He couldn't stop himself from bowing again and again, his heart finally settling. Go. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a pitiful, tail-wagging dog. Stop right there. Lin Mo suddenly barked, startling the deputy so much that he froze in place, trembling. Chief? Didn't you say you'd let me go? The deputy stammered nervously. I did say that, but have you forgotten the rules? Lin Mo raised his chin, gesturing toward the ground beneath the deputy. Rules? The deputy was momentarily confused before realizing what Lin Mo meant. Flustered, he hurriedly removed his armor and weapons, piling them in front of Lin Mo. He had never been a captive before. Migrators were always the ones taking prisoner, so the concept of surrendering arms was completely foreign to him. This is my first time being captured. I really didn't know what to do. Please forgive me, Chief. It won't happen again, the deputy explained awkwardly. Don't you have a cryopod on you? Lin Mo asked, knowing that the migrators had such advanced equipment. After all, the sniper team's Tyrannosaurus had been released from one of these pods. Reluctantly, the deputy pulled out a cryopod. Well, you dared to hide equipment and not hand it over. Lin Mo's face darkened further, and he snapped at the deputy. The deputy dropped to his knees with a thud. Chief, I swear I'm innocent. There's nothing dangerous in here, just a level 1 32nd generation raptor I use as a mount. Let me release it, and he'll hand over the pod. Release the raptor, then give me the pod, Lin Mo commanded. The deputy didn't dare disobey. He tossed the cryopod to the ground and activated it, releasing a level 1 32nd generation raptor equipped with a saddle. The surrounding Red Sequoia tribe guards, seeing such a high-level second-gen dinosaur for the first time, couldn't hide their astonishment and envy. At the same time, they remained on high alert. After all, even as a mere backup, this raptor far outclassed the top-tier dinosaurs in the tribe, a clear indication of the migrator's strength. Impressive. A level 1 32nd gen raptor? Looks to me like you're not carrying this for combat, but for making a quick getaway in a pinch, huh? Lin Mo mocked, finding the raptor's presence in a ground unit rather incongruous. This was meant as a casual jab, but to his amusement, the deputy nodded awkwardly, confirming Lin Mo's suspicion. Lin Mo nearly burst out laughing. Seriously? I was just joking. Now you've got to tell Mew Hats the story behind this? Lin Mo asked, intrigued. Blushing, the deputy hesitated before admitting that the raptor was indeed his escape plan. When the migrator's headquarters had been assigning mounts, his rank technically entitled him to a Tyrannosaurus, a precautionary measure for emergencies. However, he had lied, claiming that the ground troops were so strong that they didn't need a Tyrannosaurus or even an Allosaurus. Instead, he argued, a high-level raptor would be more practical for moving quickly through narrow terrain and conducting reconnaissance. The higher-ups actually bought his excuse and gave him the second-gen raptor. Hearing this, Lin Mo burst into laughter, realizing the deputy was nothing more than a coward. The surrounding guards joined in, laughing uproariously. The deputy, though thoroughly embarrassed, managed to laugh along, adopting a what's done is done attitude. Letting him go might just be another way to weaken the migrators. Lin Mo stifled his laughter and asked, tell me, why didn't you use the Velociraptor to escape earlier? Riding it would have been much faster, wouldn't it? You might have been long gone by now. This was indeed a fact. If the adjutant had abandoned the Tyrannosaurus at the first sign of retreat and mounted the Velociraptor, given its speed, it was highly likely that Lin Mo wouldn't have even made it to the city gates before he had vanished. The adjutant let out a bitter laugh and replied, Sir, after your ambush, the place was engulfed in smoke. I was knocked out. How could I even dare to get off the Tyrannosaurus? Even with low health, the Tyrannosaurus has incredible impact and knockback power. Those redwood dinosaurs couldn't stop it. At the time, all I could think about was riding it to escape. I didn't have the luxury to plan further. Besides, We had no idea you were this strong, capable of dropping the iron gate and trapping us all in an instant. Although his words seemed self-deprecating, they carried a subtle undercurrent of flattery toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo snorted but said nothing. He took an iron spear from a guard and, without hesitation, struck the Velociraptor's head with a powerful blow. Roar! The Velociraptor let out a blood-curdling scream as its skull shattered, killing it instantly. The adjutant gasped sharply at the sight, his face pale. The other guards were equally stunned, while the soldiers in the distance stood in utter disbelief. Earlier, Lin Mo's killing of the Tyrannosaurus could be attributed to its low health, and it might not have been considered a true unknown victory. But now, with a single strike, he had slain a level 130 Velociraptor. This feat was enough to prove the terrifying extent of his strength. This wasn't just any Velociraptor, it was a second-generation enhanced one. Yet, with nothing more than an ordinary iron spear in his hands, Lin Mo had unleashed such devastating power. Everyone was now convinced that even if the Tyrannosaurus had been at full health earlier, Lin Mo could have defeated it single-handedly. This display bolstered the soldiers' confidence and morale. They had witnessed firsthand that not all officers of the Star Migrators were invincible. Some were cowardly and self-serving. The Star Migrators were not unbeatable after all. Lin Mo pulled the spear out, tossed it to a soldier, and dusted off his hands. With the imposing aura of someone who had just annihilated a second-generation Velociraptor in one strike, he walked up to the adjutant. "Tell me," Lin Mo said coldly, "how exactly did you join the Star Migrators?" Facing Lin Mo, the adjutant didn't dare to hide anything. Without the slightest hesitation, he spilled everything. At first, Lin Mo wasn't particularly interested in him. The Migrator system was vast and complex, and this adjutant didn't seem to know much more than the sniper squad leader, making it hard to distinguish truth from fiction. So Lin Mo decided to ask about his background. It turned out that the adjutant hadn't joined the Migrators by choice. He had merely followed in his father's footsteps. His father had been dealing with the Migrators for over a decade and, thanks to his sharp business acumen and reliable reputation, had risen to the rank of adjutant in the ground forces. 6 months ago, during a siege on an elite bull dragon, his father had died in action, leaving behind a note that read, "Bull dragons don't run fast." At the time, the adjutant had been working in the Migrators' external trade department, but was forced to take over his father's position. Despite multiple requests to return to his previous role, the Migrators' leadership, valuing his father's loyalty and his own competence, denied his applications. With no other option, he reluctantly took on the adjutant role, appeasing his superiors and making up stories, though the ground force's strength meant he hadn't caused any major issues. That is, until this encounter with Lin Mo and the Red Sequoia tribe. After hearing the explanation, Lin Mo gained some insight into the Migrators' recruitment methods, though the adjutant's information was limited. The real trump cards of the Migrators were their army and air force, while the ground forces were merely a mobile unit. Now slightly intrigued, Lin Mo asked, "What's your name?" "Air Tiao, sir." "Air Tiao? Don't tell me your dad was called Di Tiao?" Lin Mo joked. "Exactly. Do you know him?" Air Tiao asked excitedly. Lin Mo was speechless and changed the subject. "Do you remember the message I asked you to deliver to the Migrators' leadership?" Yes, I remember." Air Tiao repeated the message word for word, his merchant instincts ensuring he hadn't forgotten a single detail. Lin Mo then had someone bring over a subsegmented dragon and handed it to Air Tiao, instructing him to ride it back. With no other choice, Air Tiao climbed onto the dragon's back and sped off in a flash. The guards handed Lin Mo the items they had confiscated from AR, a semi-automatic pistol, some bullets, a damaged bulletproof vest, a cryopod, and a few miscellaneous objects. Lin Mo immediately recognized that the cryopod contained a Tyrannosaurus Rex and summoned Crazy Bite, instructing him to release the Trex outside the city. The appearance of the Trex caused a stir among the onlookers, who scrambled to the safety of the city walls. Lin Mo wasted no time, ordering Crazy Bite to attack. The Trex instinctively fought back with wild, uncoordinated strikes, but each attack carried immense knockback power, making it difficult for Crazy Bite to get close. The Trex managed to bite Crazy Bite 3 times before Crazy Bite could land a single hit. A lesser bull dragon would have been dead already, but Crazy Bite only lost 55 health points per bite, barely a scratch. Lin Mo, however, silently marveled at the attack power of the second-generation Trex. Although Crazy Bite could win through brute force, Lin Mo decided to use the opportunity to hone his control techniques. He instructed Crazy Bite to circle the Trex, exploiting its massive size and difficulty in turning to wear it down. Crazy Bite relentlessly targeted the Trex's tail and hind legs, leaving them bloodied and mangled. After 10 bites, the Trex was covered in wounds and severely weakened. 2 more strikes, and the Trex let out an anguished roar before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The soldiers on the city walls erupted into deafening cheers. "Wow, so this is the true strength of our chief," the soldiers murmured among themselves, their spirits soaring. On the city wall, watching Lin Mo swiftly and decisively slay the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the crowd was ecstatic. Someone began tallying the attacks from the Carnotaurus. 14 bites. That Tyrannosaurus Rex was done for. Normally, a Carnotaurus wouldn't even kill this beast with 41 bites, let alone 14. Another soldier chimed in, and don't forget, it had a saddle that reduces damage. That's why our chief is incredible. So many Carnotauruses and Tyrannosauruses have been taken down by the star migrators, yet our chief made it look easy. Honestly, I still think the punch that broke the Tyrannosaurus's jaw was the most impressive move. The soldiers' hearts burned with fiery determination. As long as the chief was here, no one could bully them. Lin Mo approached the Tyrannosaurus's corpse to inspect his spoils. He obtained a blue-quality Tyrannosaurus saddle, capable of reducing damage by 30. Lin Mo was secretly pleased. High-quality saddle blueprints like this were extremely rare and typically only found in advanced supply crates for level 60 and above. After storing the saddle, he called on the soldiers to handle the carcass. As he walked through the city gates, he encountered Yuan Shao, her brows furrowed and her face filled with worry. That was way too dangerous, she said, striding quickly toward him. The recent battle had left her on edge. First, he broke the Tyrannosaurus's jaw with a single punch, then he speared a second-generation Velociraptor in one strike, and finally, he commanded Frenzy Bite to entangle with the Tyrannosaurus. Although they emerged victorious, she knew Lin Mo hadn't come out unscathed. The Tyrannosaurus had a massive attack range, and Lin Mo must have been bitten several times, even if Frenzy Bite's high health made it hard to notice. Seeing the concern in her eyes, Lin Mo spoke gently, "I'm fine, don't worry. I would never take action without being absolutely confident in the outcome. By the way, why are you here? How's the merchant caravan doing?" Yuan Shao's cheeks flushed slightly as she tried to cover up her concern. "The caravan is fine, everyone is calm. But when we heard the commotion outside, they asked me to come and check on you." Lin Mo chuckled, "I'm not going anywhere. Come, let's head to the elders' hall. Have something important to announce." When they arrived outside the elders' hall, the elders had already been waiting for some time. As soon as they saw him, they erupted into enthusiastic applause, and the surrounding soldiers cheered in unison. Lin Mo was escorted into the council chamber amid the lively crowd. The eldest elder stepped forward to congratulate him. "Chief, this battle was a tremendous victory for our side. We annihilated a large number of enemy forces and seized plenty of weapons and equipment. Only a dozen of our men suffered minor injuries, and there were no fatalities. Truly, a resounding triumph." The elders beamed with joy, showering him with praise. Lin Mo, however, raised his hand to quiet the crowd. With a serious expression, he said, "While this battle was indeed a great victory, there is something I must make clear to everyone. This was only a small detachment of the Star Migrators. They have at least 2 more land battalions of this scale. And according to the intelligence provided by their officer, if it's accurate, one of their other battalions could arrive within the next 2 days at the latest. On top of that, they also have a formidable air force. So, while we may have one today, our current situation remains far from safe. It's precarious, to say the least." Hearing these words, the mood among the elders turned somber, and they exchanged worried glances. The Redwoods must strengthen their defenses and establish a comprehensive early warning system. Lin Mo presented this insight to the elders, hoping to bridge the technological gap. Although the elders considered deploying scouts or building outposts feasible, they acknowledged that these measures were difficult to implement due to the overwhelming advantage of the Star Migrators. Lin Mo astutely pointed out that any conventional reconnaissance methods would be swiftly neutralized by the Star Migrators. He then proposed a bold plan. The monkeys given away by the former chief at the banquet 2 days ago can be utilized as scouts. The elders exchanged bewildered glances, finding the suggestion hard to fathom. The elder in charge of dinosaur training cautiously reminded Lin Mo that the monkeys lacked the intelligence required for reconnaissance missions, and might even fail to distinguish friend from foe. The other elders nodded in agreement, and Yuan Shao also looked at Lin Mo with doubt. However, Lin Mo responded with a confident smile, "I have accounted for that. All you need to do is convince the merchants to return the monkeys. We will compensate them." The elders accepted the order and departed. After everyone had left, Lin Mo took out a cryochamber to show Yuan Shao. Recognizing it as a previously captured war trophy, Yuan Shao understood that it could store dinosaurs. Lin Mo elaborated on the cryochamber's functionality. It contained a parallel space that could preserve any tamed creature in a state of low-temperature hibernation, ready for use at any time. Yuan Shao was amazed by the cryochamber's extraordinary capabilities. To her surprise, Lin Mo handed it to her as a gift, emphasizing that such a rare item was only given to someone truly significant. Yuan Shao's cheeks flushed as she silently accepted the cryochamber. As the two stood close, Lin Mo gently lifted Yuan Xiao's chin and kissed her deeply. At that moment, White's voice sounded from outside the door. Chief, I have something important to report. Reluctantly, the two separated. Lin Mo softly said to Yun Xiao, once we resolve the matter with the star migrators, I want to have a serious conversation with you about our future. These words filled Yun Xiao's heart with joy. Lin Mo added, come to the Elders' Hall at 10 tonight. I'll take you somewhere. Yun Xiao nodded in agreement, her anticipation growing as she opened the door to let White in, completely unaware that he had interrupted their intimate moment. White, brimming with excitement, reported, Chief, all the monkeys have been retrieved. Surprised by the swift progress, Lin Mo asked whether the merchants had raised any objections. White chuckled and replied that not only did the merchants have no complaints, but they also readily returned the monkeys and even inquired if the tribe needed further assistance. It turned out that after learning about the Star Migrators' devastating defeat by the Redwoods, the merchants were deeply impressed by Lin Mo's strength and the tribe's potential. Eager to invest in the Redwoods, they saw the elders' request to return the monkeys with compensation as a rare opportunity to build goodwill. They eagerly brought the monkeys back, hoping to establish closer ties with Lin Mo. White had hurried to deliver this news, unintentionally interrupting the tender moment between Lin Mo and Yun Xiao. Upon hearing the news, Lin Mo's worries turned into delight. With a smile, he asked, do you know why the merchants are so proactive? White shook his head. Lin Mo chuckled and explained, this is what we call investment. Seeing White's confusion, Lin Mo didn't elaborate further. Instead, he gave a direct order, go inform the caravan. Tell them that tomorrow morning, they can each depart for other tribes to conduct business. However, ask them to spread the word about what happened in Redwoods. Make sure the news of the Star Migrants' defeat and battle gets out. White's eyes lit up with understanding as he grinned. Chief, I get it now. This is to tarnish the Star Migrants' reputation, right? That's one part of it, Lin Mo replied with a meaningful smile. The other part is that I want to ignite a spark. A spark? White was once again puzzled. What do you mean by a spark? Are we setting fires to burn the Star Migrants? But we don't even know where their base is. How would we do that? Lin Mo laughed softly. No, not that kind of fire. There's an old saying, a single spark can ignite a prairie. Once I light this spark, I believe it won't be long before many tribes oppressed by the Star Migrants will reach out to us willingly. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the window, where the sky stretched endlessly, with clouds floating peacefully and the scenery breathtakingly beautiful. In the prison of the Redwoods tribe, the captured sniper squad leader of the Star Migrants roared angrily, his eyes dark with exhaustion. You bunch of damned scoundrels. You only managed to catch me because you ganged up on me. If your chief has any guts, let him come face me again. I'll take on a Trexonianon and see if he can win. If he hadn't shot down my giant eagle with a sneak attack, he wouldn't have caught me in this lifetime. The guard ignored his ranting, letting him shout all he wanted. The endless interrogations had left the squad leader drained, yet he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Every so often, he would spring up and yell, claiming he hadn't been at full strength or accusing Lin Mo of being dishonorable. I'm thirsty. Bring me water. The squad leader croaked, his voice hoarse. The guard cast him a bored glance. You already drank all the water we gave you. If your throat's dry, deal with it yourself. Damn it. The squad leader slammed his head against the cell window, roaring, I'm a prisoner of war. I demand to report your abuse of me. Abuse? My foot. The guard retorted in a local accent, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You're fed 3 meals a day, your injuries are treated, and no one's laid a hand on you. Stop whining, or else I'll report to the chief that you're causing trouble, and he might just decide to deal with you permanently. The guard added a malicious grin, his eyes drifting downward suggestively. The squad leader's face turned red with rage, his teeth clenched. You little punk, don't get cocky. I'm warning you, your tribe has crossed the line attacking a Star Migrants officer. Once our ground forces arrive, you're all finished. The guard snickered. Oh, give it a rest. Ground forces? I just heard that your ground forces have been wiped out. The squad leader refused to believe it. Nonsense. Do you have any idea how powerful our ground forces are? Even if your entire tribe gathered all its dinosaurs, it wouldn't stand a chance. Yeah, the guard replied lazily. What's the big deal about 30 Carnotaurus and 2 Trexes? The squad leader stiffened, his body trembling. What did you say? How do you know the ground forces composition? That's classified information. Who told you? At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the corridor. The clinking of keys and the creak of a cell door followed. 2 soldiers escorted a dejected figure past the squad leader's cell. The squad leader's eyes widened in shock. Commander Al? Al lifted his head wearily, catching sight of the squad leader. It's you. Move it. One of the soldiers shoved Al forward, locking him in the adjacent cell. The 2 prisoners exchanged words through the small window in the cell door. Commander, how did they capture you too? The squad leader asked, his voice a mix of disbelief and shame. Humph, I'll scoffed. I came to rescue you, of course. Headquarters sent me to suppress the redwoods, but they tricked us. We fell into a trap, and our forces were annihilated. Annihilated? The ground forces were completely wiped out? Al coughed awkwardly. Didn't you hear me? They used deceit ambushes, trap shameless tactics. He sighed heavily. Anyway, how did you end up captured? The squad leader hesitated, embarrassed. I was ambushed too. That punk used underhanded tricks, so well, that's how. Ah, I see, Al muttered. That guy really is a lowlife. Exactly. He wouldn't stand a chance against us in a fair fight. Right. Let him face us unknown, and he'd never dare. They only managed to cripple our mounts with their soldiers, and then he swooped in to finish the job. Nothing to brag about. Wait, Commander, does that mean he also took down your treks? Al coughed again, avoiding the question. That's not the point. The point is how despicable he is. True, true. If it weren't for his dirty tactics, he'd be dead 10 times over. Just wait. Once headquarters gets word, they'll send in the Air Force. Mark my words, we'll have our revenge. Absolutely. There's no way this little Redwoods tribe can stand against the might of the Star Migrants Air Force. The two defeated officers consoled each other as they sat in their cells. Their pitiful display would surely earn them disciplinary action if the Star Migrants' higher-ups ever witnessed it. While the two were lost in their own world, Lin Mo had already reclaimed all the meteor monkeys and begun testing. 25 of them were reprogrammed as members of the Redwood tribe, and Lin Mo gained control over them. The one that had escaped was temporarily set aside. These monkeys weren't personally tamed by Lin Mo, so they were less obedient, less intelligent than Deshang, and incapable of telepathic communication. They could only understand simple commands. Practically speaking, they were of little use, let alone being able to monitor the Star Migrants. In the Council Hall of the Elders, Lin Mo spent more than an hour trying to train them, but to no avail. The monkeys jumped and climbed all over the place, and if the doors and windows hadn't been securely shut, they would have fled long ago. Lin Mo sighed helplessly, thinking, these monkeys are too wild and barely domesticated. Just as he was feeling stuck, Deshang suddenly slipped in through the skylight, nimbly closing it behind him. Earlier, Deshang had been tasked with perching atop a tall redwood near the square to monitor the Star Migrants' movements and guard against an ambush by the Eagle Riders. Lin Mo frowned and asked, why are you back? Who's watching the Star Migrants? What about Tuazu's other tasks? At that moment, Tuazu was using warning light waves to scan the area around the tribe, searching for hidden Star Migrant scouts. This method, however, was highly inefficient, and Tuazu wouldn't be able to keep it up for long. Since the Star Migrants were skilled at camouflage, patrols had difficulty detecting them, leaving Tuazu's scanning as the only option, despite its low efficiency. Deshang, unbothered, pointed at the treetop and then at himself. Lin Mo immediately understood. Are you saying you left a companion to take your place? Deshang nodded proudly and let out 2 calls toward the meteor monkeys. Instantly, they gathered around him, showing utmost deference. Lin Mo was shocked. You've become their king? Deshang shrugged, mimicking Lin Mo's expression of helplessness. It turned out that meteor monkeys also had a hierarchy system and would unconditionally obey a higher-ranking monkey. Deshang had effortlessly taken control of the situation. The monkey that had escaped earlier was now the one monitoring the Star Migrants in Deshang's place. After fleeing to the treetop, it was caught by Deshang and, intimidated by his dominance, became his assistant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo conducted further testing. He discovered that issuing commands directly to the meteor monkeys was futile. They either ignored him or responded half-heartedly. However, when Deshang relayed the orders, the results were drastically different. The monkeys would execute Deshang's commands with precision, even understanding his intentions through a mere glance. Lin Mo was overjoyed. After a round of testing and training, he confirmed that Deshang was fully capable of controlling the meteor monkeys. He then telepathically communicated his plan to Deshang, explaining in detail how to deploy the monkeys within a 10-kilometer radius around the tribe for covert reconnaissance. Once Deshang understood, he passed the instructions on to the monkeys, who immediately learned how to open and close doors and windows before vanishing like a gust of wind. Deshang hopped onto Lin Mo's shoulder, brimming with confidence. Lin Mo chuckled and teased, don't get cocky. Managing them won't be easy. They're not as smart as you, and might not complete the tasks. Deshang shook his head, pointed at himself, then at the window, and let out a few calls. Through their telepathic connection, Lin Mo sensed Deshang's unwavering confidence. All right, let's give it a shot. I trust you, Lin Mo said with a smile. Pleased with his master's approval, Deshang contentedly began munching on a carrot. Not long after, Deshang suddenly leapt up and relayed a message to Lin Mo. One of the monkeys reported that Lin Mo's secondary Jelong was patrolling 500 meters from the tribe and had even exchanged friendly greetings with it. What? Communication from 500 meters away? Lin Mo was astonished. Low-tier monkeys were capable of long-distance telepathic communication with Desheng. He realized this might be a unique ability of social creatures. Even a highly intelligent being like Desheng couldn't maintain such clear, long-distance telepathy with him. Excited, Lin Mo muttered to himself, if my hypothesis is correct, I could use this to create an expansive intelligence network. All social creatures should have this trait. Its potential is limitless. Although Lin Mo had knowledge of Ark creatures, there were aspects of Ark's laws in the real world that he didn't fully understand. The real world differed from the game settings, and while his gaming experience proved valuable, many secrets remained for him to uncover. This discovery thrilled Lin Mo. In this world, no one else could communicate telepathically with tamed creatures. They could only issue commands through whistles. Realizing this, Lin Mo felt a renewed drive. He thrived on uncovering truths through his own efforts, using them to grow stronger. This revelation was indeed worth celebrating. And the fact that no one else in this world could achieve telepathic communication with their tamed creatures made it all the more extraordinary. Lin Mo possessed a unique ability that set him apart from others. While even intelligent creatures like middle monkeys, primitive apes, dire wolves, and Basilosaurus struggled to comprehend complex commands, Lin Mo could communicate intricate instructions to his tamed creatures. He was capable of issuing detailed battle strategies, and his creatures would make accurate judgments and execute orders based on real-time situations. This was evident from the exceptional combat performance of creatures like the camelfoot in earlier battles. Lin Mo's army of creatures could efficiently carry out commands and coordinate tactics, allowing him to consistently triumph over stronger opponents. When evenly matched, he was simply unbeatable. At this moment, the Great Sage was leading a group of middle monkeys, stealthily patrolling within a 10-mile radius. Using their agility and size to maneuver through the forest, they acted as living sentinels, continuously relaying enemy intelligence back to Lin Mo. Recognizing the immense reconnaissance advantage of the middle monkeys, Lin Mo understood that with the Great Sage by his side, he could always stay informed of enemy movements and adjust his strategies accordingly. Any enemy entering their surveillance range would have nowhere to hide. He promptly recalled the camelfoot to prepare for the next phase. At precisely 10 p.m., Yun Xiao arrived to inquire whether the evacuation notice issued for the merchant caravans included the Hongi caravan. Lin Mo confirmed this, emphasizing that as a part of the Hongshan tribe, the Hongi caravan needed to take the lead in re-establishing trade routes. The recent turmoil had caused caravans to remain stationed in the tribe, despite knowing that the star migrants were unlikely to attack them directly, as prosperous trade was beneficial to the star migrants' interests. Yun Xiao, however, was visibly displeased. She wanted to stay by Lin Mo's side to face the challenges together, and others in the Hongi caravan felt the same way. Lin Mo gently caressed her cheek and explained that sending the caravan away was for their safety. Additionally, it was a strategy to destabilize the star migrants' control and even rally other tribes into an alliance. As the face of the tribe, the Hongi caravan bore the crucial responsibility of conveying Lin Mo's intentions to unite the major tribes and resist the star migrants together. Only through covert alliances and coordinated actions could the star migrants' dominance be dismantled. Yun Xiao finally grasped Lin Mo's deeper intentions. She expressed concern that the Hongi caravan might encounter attacks from the star migrants. Lin Mo reassured her, analyzing the situation. The star migrants' southern ground forces were currently focused on eliminating elite dragons, operating northeast of the Hongshan region, while the Hongi caravan would be heading southwest to reach the second-largest southern tribe, Neptune. The Neptune tribe was located in the shallows and boasted formidable naval capabilities, including armed rafts, ichthyosaurs, megalodons, and basilosaurus. The star migrants had been unable to suppress them effectively. In fact, under Neptune's leadership, several smaller neighboring tribes had united and refused to submit to the star migrants. Forming an alliance with Neptune would not only strengthen their position, but also pave the way for Lin Mo to venture deeper into the ocean in the future. This could help him acquire marine resources, tame sea beasts, and even obtain legendary artifacts hidden in the sea. Lin Mo meticulously explained his strategy, the current situation, and the potential risks and benefits to Yun Xiao. She quickly came to understand the rationale behind his plan, realizing that only by uniting the major tribes could they stand a chance against the star migrants. Lin Mo elaborated further. That's right, you've got it. This is precisely why I can defeat them once, twice, even 3 times, but never completely overcome them. The root of the problem lies in fully understanding the migrators. Only by uncovering their true intentions can we truly defeat them. That's why uniting the major tribes to stand against the migrators, forcing them to take us seriously and at least agree to a peace treaty, is the best strategy for now. He paused before continuing. The conflict started because of their mismanagement of people, followed by their provocation and even attempts to harm the innocent. Morally, we have the upper hand, and that will be a critical advantage in future negotiations. So, what we must do now is continually strengthen our bargaining chips. Victories in battle, the support of the tribes, and tarnishing the migrators' reputation. All 3 are essential. The two discussed further, finalizing Hong Yi's specific mission to the Neptune tribe and Yun Zhao's task to visit the Elder of Dragon Tamers tomorrow to obtain 2 unique land-dwelling dinosaurs as gifts. Lin Mo glanced at the time and stood up. It's about time. Let's go. Yun Zhao was taken aback. Go? Where to? Lin Mo smirked mysteriously and motioned for her to follow. Come with me and you'll see. The two headed out together, with Deshang leaping onto Lin Mo's shoulder. They mounted their respective rides and swiftly exited the tribe through a side gate. On the way, Yun Zhao couldn't help but worry about a potential ambush by the migrators, but Lin Mo reassured her that there was no sign of them within a 10-mile radius. Though she didn't understand how he could be so certain, she trusted his abilities. Lin Mo seemed to know the route like the back of his hand, maneuvering skillfully through the forest. Along the way, they encountered a few Velociraptors, which Fang Yao dispatched with ease. Where exactly are we going? Yun Zhao asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Shoo. No talking. Lin Mo motioned for silence and instructed Fang Yao to tread softly as they approached a hillside. Just as Yun Zhao was about to ask more, a deep, rhythmic thudding sound came from beyond the hill. The two cautiously crept around, and there it was a massive gray and white Tyrannosaurus Rex standing before them. A Trex? Here, of all places? Yun Zhao exclaimed in shock. Lin Mo whispered, Trexes have a wide range of activity. It's not unusual for them to wander far while hunting prey. The territory is so vast that spotting them in time is nearly impossible. By the time people pass through here, it'll likely have returned to its usual grounds. In truth, Lin Mo had already tracked the Trex's movements through his monkey scouts. It had come here chasing a small theropod. The Deshang on his shoulder had been in constant mental communication with him, adjusting their path to pinpoint the exact location. Not far away, a smaller scout monkey that had completed its guiding task was happily munching on some fruit in a tree. Have you ever tamed a Trex before? Lin Mo asked while pulling out a single-barrel hunting rifle he had crafted the night before, along with a stockpile of tranquilizer darts. Yun Zhao shook her head. Lin Mo handed her the rifle and over 40 tranquilizer darts. Yun Zhao ran her fingers over the finely crafted weapon, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Lin Mo patiently showed her how to load the darts and aim, and she quickly got the hang of it. After listening to Lin Mo's explanation of how to use a tranquilizer gun, Yun Zhao suddenly understood. Along, you're amazing. I used to think you didn't even know how to handle metal tools, but it turns out you know so much. I never knew tranquilizer guns had these kinds of techniques. Lin Mo chuckled. There's a lot more I know. You'll see for yourself in the future. Now, let's get this done quickly before anything unexpected happens. Lin Mo acted as live bait and successfully landed a shot on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Startled, the Trex roared and turned around, charging at him with a force that felt like an earthquake. Even though Yun Zhao had been reassured by Lin Mo beforehand, she couldn't help but feel nervous at the sight. The Trex snapped its enormous jaws, but Lin Mo and his pet Feng Yao remained completely unharmed. He even gave her a wink, which finally put Yun Zhao at ease. She began shooting methodically, while Lin Mo also raised his tranquilizer gun, firing with steady precision. The level 55 Trex had considerable attack power, but even a direct bite only took about 10 points off Feng Yao's health, which was no real threat to Lin Mo. The two of them coordinated their attacks, closing in from both sides. Before long, the Trex started to falter and attempted to flee. The duo gave chase, firing relentlessly at its retreating figure until the massive creature finally collapsed by a small riverbank. Wow, this is the first time I've ever tranquilized a Trex. With it, our tribe's strength is going to skyrocket. Yun Zhao exclaimed excitedly. Silly girl, this isn't for the tribe. This is for you. Lin Mo said with a smile. What? Yun Zhao was stunned, unable to believe that the Trex was meant for her. For me? Really, for me? Yes, for you. You're about to embark on a journey to the south, which will take 3 days just to travel. None of us are very familiar with the area, and if you run into bandits or trouble, this Trex can protect you. With it by your side, I'll feel much more at ease. Lin Mo's tone was filled with concern, and Yun Zhao, overwhelmed with emotion, threw her arms around him in a hug. Lin Mo gently patted her back and laughed. All right. There will be plenty of chances for hugs in the future. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. I really don't want this guy waking up and giving us an unexpected surprise. Yun Zhao couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.